Chapter 1. This system is quite special. On a certain mountaintop in Jiangzhou, Lu Feng stood with a beer bottle in hand. It was the transition between spring and summer, with a light drizzle still lingering in the air and the sky occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. This was not the first time Lu Feng had experienced heartbreak today. After 6 months of companionship, his girlfriend had decided to part ways, expressing her desire to escape a life she deemed devoid of prospects. Lu Feng felt utterly despondent, having poured genuine emotion into each relationship. Why, then, did these women treat him as if he were worthless in the end? His career was also a failure. Approaching 30, he had faced repeated unemployment, lacking a stable job. Despite having penned several online novels that he felt were quite good, they all flopped miserably. Watching his daily earnings dwindle to mere pennies deepened his despair. Dear heavens, how is this fair? Some have influential fathers to rely on, others have wealth to flaunt, and even the least fortunate can count on their looks. And yet, I am cursed with the intellect of a simpleton and the physique of a common laborer. How am I to navigate this world? How can I expect to attract the attention of beautiful women? It's not just the stunning ones who dismiss me, even those of lesser appeal look down upon me. What are you playing at? And furthermore, at the tender age of 10, I merely walked past the women's restroom and was accused of peeping, resulting in a brutal beating. Peeping? At my height of just 1 meter, what could I possibly understand? At 15, I stumbled upon the principal and the English teacher entangled in the bushes, only to be expelled. Why was I the only one punished when 3 witnessed the event? After enduring the trials of a third-rate university, I graduated only to find myself unemployed. After much struggle, I managed to secure a temporary job, barely enough to sustain myself. Given the soaring housing prices, affording even a toilet within a year is out of the question. With this girlfriend gone, was I supposed to wait for the new year? Is this fairness? Dear heavens, if you had any decency, grant me a system so I could win over women across the land. Lu Feng, now quite inebriated, pointed his beer bottle at the sky, unleashing a torrent of curses, venting years of grievances. After this outburst, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Just as he reveled in his moment of catharsis, a sudden crack of lightning struck him. Lu Feng raised one hand, the beer bottle shattered. His hair stood on end, smoking, and his shabby attire transformed into that of a beggar. Having fallen silent, he lay on the ground, eyes wide open, as he collapsed backward. Jiangzhou News Broadcast. Breaking news. This afternoon, a man struck by lightning was discovered atop a small mountain in western Jiangzhou. The individual was nearly charred, but miraculously still exhibited signs of life. He has been transported to the People's Hospital's intensive care unit, where doctors report that the man's blood alcohol content is extremely elevated. According to insiders, the man may have suffered emotional distress leading to this incident, potentially exacerbated by career failures. Prior to the event, he was a web novelist, regrettably with all his works failing. Currently, he remains in a state of unconsciousness, and the police are attempting to contact his family. The Emperor has awakened. The Emperor has awakened. A sharp voice pierced Lu Feng's ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by a scene imbued with ancient charm. Where am I? His head still spun, and his body ached, symptoms akin to a severe cold, a condition he recognized all too well. It seems I was atop a mountain, drinking and cursing the heavens, lost in my rants. How did I end up here? Lu Feng slowly recalled. Physician, the Emperor has awakened. Please come and take a look. The shrill voice echoed once more. He felt fingers resting upon his wrist. Excellent. The Emperor has recovered. The fever has subsided. I shall prescribe some nourishing remedies, and all will be well, the elderly physician said, suppressing his excitement and speaking calmly. Thank the heavens. Your fainting spell nearly terrified us to death, remarked a figure resembling a eunuch, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Lu Feng, however, had little interest in the happenings around him, for a peculiar situation had arisen in his mind. Ding dong! System has detected host awakening. Would you like to activate? Activate, hurry! He could hardly contain his excitement had he finally received his system. Surely, this was not a dream. Lu Feng felt exhilarated. Perhaps the heavens had finally taken notice of him. System loading. Loading complete. Due to the host's exceptionally high resentment towards beautiful women, the beauty collection system has been triggered and is now officially activated. The host has 20 years to collect the beauties presented within the system. Should the completion rate reach 80%, the mission will be deemed successful. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. Successful completion will yield merit point rewards and hidden bonuses. Failure will result in the host losing their life 20 years hence as punishment. Before Lu Fang's eyes appeared a transparent panel. At the top was the face of a handsome man, inscribed with the words Host Lu Xie. Below were a plethora of beautiful faces and names, 3 of which gleamed brightly, while the rest were shrouded in gray. I am Lu Xie. This is the 3 kingdoms? Oh dear, 198 AD? It appears that my grievances have indeed summoned a system, Lu Fang observed, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. I find myself in Xuchang. Am I under house arrest? Oh no. As a mere puppet emperor, confined within these palace walls, how am I to fulfill the task of collecting beauties? Is this a form of divine retribution for my earlier curses? How petty! Lu Fang glanced again at the list on the system. Diachan? Still alive? Lady Du? Lady Yin? These are all married women. And Lady Gan, Lady Me? Surely, Lu Huangshu and his 5 tiger generals would pierce me through with numerous daggers. Lady Bian? Is that not Cao Cao's legitimate wife? How old must she be? This system shows no restraint. Tang Ji? Still alive? I can't believe it. I must pursue my sister-in-law as well. De Qiao? Xiao Qiao? Bu Lianshi? These all hail from the Eastern Wu. How am I to find them within this grand palace? Kaiyan? When I read the romance of the 3 kingdoms, wasn't she captured and taken to the grasslands to give birth? This system is downright unreasonable, presenting hellish difficulty, sparing neither Wei, nor Shu, nor Wu. I merely spoke a few words of complaint. Why must it take such offense? Surely, this task is insurmountable. Filled with married women and wives, it's a cruel challenge, demanding I seize them. Upon further inspection, there were numerous other names, yet they all appeared to be of a lesser caliber. Even Lu Bu's wife, Yin Shi, was included. Was this system harboring a grudge against him? Beneath each name was a score, the illustrious ones rated at 10 points, while the lesser-known ranged from 6 to 9. What is the significance of these scores? The system provided an explanation. Scores could enhance the host's physical attributes, such as strength and robustness, and there was a special location for further enhancement. Lu Fang felt a rush of joy. I had thought, with so many beauties to collect, that my physique would merely be for display. I certainly do not wish to become a mere collector. If these attributes can be enhanced, could I not become a second Lu Bu? However, upon closer examination, he was disappointed. Strength and robustness were limited to his inherent potential. In other words, Lu Fangno, now Lu Zikald, only aspired to be a secondary-tier warrior. Even at his peak, that was all he could achieve. Yet, considering that even a secondary-tier warrior is not without merit after all, neither Cao Cao nor Liu Bei might possess superior martial prowess. This could prove useful should I need to flee. Feeling somewhat reassured, he continued to explore and discovered a plethora of civil and military officials within the system. Oh, in addition to beauties, there are also generals. This is splendid. If I could recruit them, I might even contend for power against Prime Minister Chao. However, upon further scrutiny, he was disheartened. The civil and military officials harbored a favorable sentiment towards the Han dynasty, most scoring 0, with only a few reaching the 30s. Moreover, the note indicated that those below 60 could not be utilized. Lu Xie was eager to check the generals he admired. Who doesn't have a soft spot for 3 kingdoms warriors? Guan Yu, favorability 50, martial value 100. Zhang Fei, favorability 0, martial value 100. Zhao Yun, favorability 56, martial value 100. Lu Bu, favorability 40, martial value 120. Su Chu, favorability 0, martial value 100. Ma Chao, favorability 60, martial value 100. Zhuge Liang, favorability 30, strategy 100. Guijia, favorability 20, strategy 100. Lu Xie sighed aside from Ma Chao. He was otherwise devoid of connections to the rest. Merely left to gaze longingly, he found no other recourse. According to the system's regulations, accumulating 10 points and applying them to civil and military officials would reduce their score to 1 point. Was this not a cruel joke? Even if he were to exhaust himself amidst women, he could not secure the affection of a single idol. Chapter 2. Fu Shou's Enduring Cotton. This system is rather underwhelming. Others possess systems that allow them to dominate throughout eternity, or grant them immortality. Yet here I am, merely bestowed with the means to strengthen my body. It seems the heavens harbor lingering resentment for my earlier curses. As he continued to ponder, Lucia suddenly awakened with a start this year. Cao Cao was set to launch an attack against Lu Bu. Diao Chan was on the brink of escape. He must devise a plan. Otherwise, the mission would surely be in jeopardy. His thoughts on the system faded that could wait for later. For now, he needed to focus on the pressing matter at hand. Lucia sat upright in an instant, startling the eunuch attending to him. "Your Majesty, you are still weak. It would be wise to rest," the attendant advised. "Is there no time to rest? Has Prime Minister Chao set forth?" Lucia inquired. "Chancellor Chao? You must mean Minister Chao, right?" The eunuch inquired. "Oh yes. Has he gone to confront Elbu?" Lucia asked, cursing internally that Cao Cao had yet to be promoted. "Confront whom?" "This servant is unaware Minister Chao remains in Xuchong," the eunuch replied. "Oh, then that is good. Please convey a message. I wish to meet him," Lucia instructed. "Ah, about that? Your Majesty should first inform Lord Sun. This servant cannot relay such a message," the eunuch said, thinking to himself how this emperor had become muddled. In the past, he had scurried away from Cao Cao as if fleeing from a cat, and now he wished to meet him willingly? Lucia was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. Was he not, at this juncture, akin to being under house arrest? How could he possibly summon Cao Cao at will? "Quite right. You should inform Lord Sun that I wish to discuss matters with Minister Chao. Arrange a time for me," Lucia replied, regaining his composure and speaking in a gentle tone. The eunuch rose to convey the message. Lucia then found himself in a state of idleness, beginning to inspect the system. Empress Fu, Lady Dong, and Lady Song were all highlighted, displaying scores of 9, 8, and 8 respectively, totaling 25 points. Could this be the novice gift package? It's so miserly that one might as well dig a hole to extract it. What use is this? He then examined Sun Ye's status. To his astonishment, he discovered that Sun Ye's favorability had reached an impressive 85 points. Truly a remarkable talent. This unexpected delight lifted Lu Xie's spirits immensely. "The Empress has arrived," a voice announced from outside. Lu Xie quickly lay down, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Though he was not a novice, having had 5 or 6 girlfriends previously, and having spent over a year in this new realm, the prospect of facing his yet-to-be-seen principal wife stirred a mix of excitement and trepidation within him. In this wretched feudal society, where polygamy was the norm, it was a heavy burden for men, and one could only imagine the plight of women. As he pondered this, a stately young lady entered, accompanied by 2 palace maids. The girl appeared youthful, dressed in the attire of a matron, and bowed respectfully to Lucia. Stepping closer, she inquired, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" Her voice was as melodious as a lark song. Yet Lucia was entirely entranced, his gaze fixed, his head following her silhouette. She was breathtaking, far surpassing all his previous girlfriends combined. It felt akin to the starlets he had seen in films of the future. And she was purely natural, unfiltered. The Empress was indeed the Empress, exuding both elegance and intellect, a product of a well-cultivated noble family, a rarity even in his past life. Even with her remarkable qualities, she only scored 9 points. What caliber of beauty would achieve a perfect score? Goodness! As a mere commoner, who had never even seen such starlets in real life, how was he to face a beauty of such stature? "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Empress Fu observed Lucia's entranced gaze upon her and felt a small thrill of delight. However, concern soon followed. Was the emperor unwell? He had not been like this before. Why was he drooling now? Could a young man suffer a stroke? Lucia was reminded of his status by Empress Fu's words. "Emperor? Indeed, I am the emperor. Is there anyone more esteemed than an emperor in this world? No. Who would I, as emperor, be unworthy of? So what if she scores 9? What of a perfect 10? Ah, it seems the system has not gone awry. At least the identity it granted me is credible." Lucia chuckled inwardly, losing himself in delight, his expression becoming somewhat unhinged. "Your Majesty, what is amiss? Shall I summon the imperial physician?" Empress Fu, perplexed and somewhat alarmed, wondered what had come over him. Hadn't he been declared well? Why was he suddenly behaving strangely? Realizing he had acted out of line, Lucia quickly composed himself. "It's nothing at all. Do not worry, Empress. I am well." Lucia reassured her, halting her movements. And what was that earlier? Empress Fu queried, puzzled. Oh, I was merely lost in thought. Pondering a few matters, yes, quite conflicted. Lu Xie thought of a way to deflect her curiosity. What matters, may I inquire? Empress Fu pressed, determined to get to the bottom of it. Well, you see, our palace's expenditures rely on Minister Chao's allocations. I was contemplating ways to achieve self-sufficiency, to improve our situation. Lu Xie finally devised a plausible explanation. Your Majesty is concerned about finances? Perhaps I could send a message to my father to arrange for some aid, Empress Fu suggested. But that is not feasible. Relying on charity is not a sustainable solution. I shall ponder further and discuss it with you once I have a clearer plan. Lu Xie deflected, successfully diverting Empress Fu's attention. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before she took her leave, wishing him restful recuperation. Yet Lu Xie found it impossible to sleep. The Empress Beauty had awakened his desires. Noticing the time was still early, he decided to rise and approached a large bronze mirror. Is this truly me now? Not bad at all. I appear to stand at approximately 175 centimeters, no longer the short and stout figure I once was. And this appearance, while still youthful, definitely lends itself to a fair visage. I never imagined Emperor Xian of Han could possess such a fine countenance. These thick brows and bright eyes leave little to be desired aside from a slightly frail physique. He turned before the mirror, relieved that no one else was present. Otherwise, they might think the emperor had fallen ill. Being slight is not an issue after all. I am merely 17. Youth is a blessing, and to have reached the pinnacle of life at such a young age, no wonder the heavens are jealous, keeping me confined. Lu Xie mused aloud, gesturing towards his reflection. Suddenly, he recalled his 25 points balance, how to utilize them. He opened an invisible panel, revealing his physical attributes. Strength, 40-80 peak human, 100. Power, 41-80 peak human, 100. Comprehension, 50-90 peak human, 100. Masculine ability, 50-100 peak human, 100. Charismatic charm, 35-100 peak human, 100. The attributes were straightforward, which was favorable. Had they been overly complex, he might have struggled to manage them with his limited intellect. However, all his attributes were somewhat disheartening, not quite appalling, but merely acceptable. Even his best attributes in comprehension and masculine ability barely reached half, still falling short of passing. Where should he allocate points? The system offered no novice gift package, indeed rather stingy. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the panel. Novice gift package. The host may elevate the favorability of any individual with a favorability rating exceeding 80 towards the Han Dynasty to 100. Individuals with a favorability of 100 will exhibit absolute loyalty to the host. How swiftly Cao Cao of the Three Kingdoms arrives. Can it filter individuals with favorability above 80? Lu Xie silently wondered. In a flash, two names appeared on the screen. Wang Yu, Sun Yu. Just the two? Is this a jest at my expense? Can I not be granted one from Cao Cao, Liu Bei, or Sun Quan? Instead, I am presented with two elderly men, as if to brush me off with a binary choice. After a moment of complaint, he steeled himself. Ultimately, one must accept what fate offers. Sun Yu was currently in Xuchang. While Wang Yu had scarcely been mentioned in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was said he was quite aged. Lu Xie found himself in a dilemma. What did he truly need? Safety? Naturally. Sun Yu could provide that in principle, but in critical moments, he might lack the nuances needed. The narrative indicated that when Cao Cao sought to deal with Lu Xie's two wives, no one was able to intervene. Then Wang Yu it is, though the question remains. Where is he? No matter, I shall decide now, and if necessary, I can have Sun Yu locate him later. Having made that choice, Lu Xie realized this was the first action he had taken since his transmigration, and it felt gratifying. He would allocate the 25 points to masculine ability and charm at present. Combat prowess was of little use, and comprehension was not pressing. Thus, the last two attributes were the most beneficial as a man. How could he tolerate having a subpar masculine ability? That was simply intolerable. Moreover, perhaps he would have the opportunity to utilize it tonight. With that thought, the alluring form of Empress Fu once again danced before his mind's eye. Such beauty, which he could only admire from afar in his past life, was now within reach. As he pondered, a wave of guilt washed over him. She is someone else's wife. Can I truly act so unethically? A voice of conscience whispered. But in this system, who isn't someone else's spouse. How could I possibly fulfill my mission if I simply waited to perish? Countered another thought. But if I pursue this, what moral standing do I have left? Did I not study Confucian ethics for decades in vain? The first voice protested. Moral standing? Those who engage in infidelity and incest are often hailed as paragons of virtue in literature. It is no wonder you remain forever repressed. Moreover, you are Lucia now, and the Empress is your wife. What moral ground do you have to stand on? The other voice retorted. A revelation struck him. I am Lucia, not Lu Fong. I am the boss in this game. Why should I concern myself with anything? With that epiphany, he felt invigorated. He quickly allocated 15 points to masculine ability and 5 to charm, leaving 5 points in reserve, true to his nature of leaving a margin for error. A warm sensation coursed through his body, causing Lu Xie to shudder slightly, feeling rejuvenated. Someone, Lu Xie called out, waving his hand. The eunuch entered, bowing respectfully as he awaited instructions. Proceed to the Empress chamber, Lu Xie said, with a graceful flick of his sleeve. Chapter 3. Wang Yu and Sun Yu. He was also unaware of the whereabouts of Empress Fu. What was the name of the place? He merely felt that with such a shout, the servants would promptly lead him there. However, 2 eunuchs lay prostrate on the ground, yet did not move, revealing expressions of confusion. The eunuchs wondered to themselves, are we really going to the Empress's palace? This place is hardly large enough for such a commotion. Do you not have a sense of proportion? Did we not always walk there on our own before? What has happened to the emperor? After falling ill, he has changed so drastically. Come on, why are you standing there in a daze? Lucia, too, was bewildered. Was the emperor truly so lacking in authority? How could it be that there was not even a guide? Had he fallen so low? Your Majesty, such a short distance requires a grand procession? One eunuch finally ventured timidly. Goodness, is it because the place is too small? What a blunder! Lucia exclaimed. No, look at your lack of perception. I intended to create a lively atmosphere, yet you have ruined it all. Let us proceed. Lead the way, and stop being so pedantic. Nevertheless, Lucia feigned a grand demeanor as he waved his hand. The attendants dared not entertain such thoughts, for although this young emperor seemed ineffectual, the ancient belief in the inviolability of the emperor's words still held sway. The pronouncements of the emperor were not to be taken lightly. Here, one's performance was intrinsically linked to one's standing. The entourage exited Lucia's sleeping quarters and made their way towards the Empress Fu's palace. Though it was termed a palace, it was in reality a drastically scaled-down version, hardly distinguishable from an ordinary courtyard. As they passed through a garden, Lucia observed a eunuch pruning flowers and plants, and he felt a familiar and endearing sensation. Curiously, he inquired of the eunuch beside him, "Who is that gardener?" "Your Majesty, that is a newly appointed eunuch gardener in the palace, specializing in horticulture. His name is Wang Yu," one eunuch respectfully replied. "Wang Yu?" Lucia was taken aback. Goodness, is it possible that this is the fastest in the 3 kingdoms? What a coincidence. Could it be a namesake? How could the sword Saint Wang Yu have entered the palace in such a manner? There was no mention of a sunflower manual in the legends, was there? Could the system be so wondrous? Lucia thought of the novice gift package he had just received. "Bring him to me," Lucia commanded. "Servant Wang Yu, pays respects to your Majesty." Wang Yu was led before Lucia by the eunuch. Gazing at Wang Yu's aged countenance, yet sensing a vigor not typical of ordinary eunuchs emanating from him, along with a keen glint in his eyes, Lucia was certain that this was indeed the sword Saint Wang Yu, a gift from the system. Alas, at such an advanced age, to be subjected to such laborious tasks. Those unaware would think I have forgotten the virtue of cherishing the elderly. Henceforth, stay by my side and undertake lighter duties, Lucia declared. He then pointed to another eunuch and said, "You shall take him to bathe and change. He will serve in my quarters and be spared from arduous tasks." Once arrangements were made, Lucia continued onward, and within a few steps, they arrived at the Empress Fu's quarters. The servants knelt in reverence to the emperor. Empress Fu, puzzled, remarked, "Your Majesty, why have you come so suddenly? Are you not in need of recuperation? My dear Empress, do I not look like a sickly person? Am I not as robust as an ox?" Lucia replied, twirling around. Empress Fu leaned in with interest, observing, "Indeed, today the emperor seems different, particularly his demeanor, which possesses an inexplicable allure, more captivating than usual." His vitality certainly did not portray that of an ailing individual. Empress Fu felt a flutter of joy. The emperor had not visited her palace during his prolonged illness, and as young spouses, their intimacy was a source of anticipation. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Lu Xie dared to caress the exquisite beauty before him, still in disbelief that such a stunning woman could now belong to him, available for his presence at any time. "Your Majesty, what is the matter? Your touch feels rather ticklish," Empress Fu remarked, sensing Lu Xie's varying pressure. "Oh, my. After such a long separation, I lament that if I were to fall asleep now, it would mean losing the precious youth of my beloved, and wasting such a beautiful form," Lu Xie hurriedly responded. "Then why not seize the moment? What are you hesitating for?" Empress Fu's gaze was like flowing water, enchanting beyond compare. The night passed in silence. The next morning, they arose. "Your Majesty, after your illness, how is it that your body appears even more robust?" Empress Fu, rejuvenated and with a rosy complexion, engaged Lu Xie in intimate conversation. "Oh, is that so? Ha ha." Lu Xie felt a swell of pride. This was a veiled compliment on his newfound vigor. What do men most relish in comparing? The triumphs of life. It is true. After my illness, I have come to a realization. Whether I worry or rejoice, it is all in a single day, so why not choose joy? Lu Xie mused. Empress Fu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty has given up?" "Silence, my dear." Lu Xie placed a finger to his lips. Empress Fu regained her composure but continued to gaze at Lu Xie with concern. Lu Xie, with an enigmatic nod, communicated that her words held significance, yet he was unconcerned with the implications. His mission here was to win her affection, and other matters could be clarified later. For now, he would simply navigate through. Empress Fu sighed with relief, gently patting her partially exposed bosom. This gesture nearly caused Lu Xie to lose his composure once more, yet he was aware that lingering too long in such a tender realm was unwise. For he had a mission to fulfill, and his fate rested in the hands of another. Whether he could live to a ripe old age depended on his own efforts. He could not afford to indulge in fleeting pleasures. After departing from Empress Fu, Lu Xie had gleaned yet another location. Upon returning to his quarters, he dismissed everyone else, leaving only Wang Yu. "You are indeed Wang Shigong?" Lu Xie approached and helped the prostrate Wang Yu rise. "Indeed it is I," Wang Yu responded, rising to his feet. "Why have you returned to the palace after so many years away?" Lu Xie inquired, though he was certain it was due to the System-S intervention. He was nonetheless curious about the surface reasons. "I had intended to retire peacefully, yet upon hearing of your Majesty's many tribulations, I felt powerless to assist. Recently, I have also learned of Cao Cao's treacherous intentions to confine your Majesty. The late emperor showed me great kindness. I find it hard to repay. Now, witnessing the trials faced by your lineage, I could not remain at ease. Thus, I took the drastic measure of self-castration to infiltrate the palace as a gardener, hoping to protect your Majesty in some small way. Well done. You have a kind heart, and from now on, stay by my side. I shall indeed rely on your assistance." Lu Xie expressed his delight. Self-castration was a small price to pay for someone of such age. There was little to lose. "Your Majesty, Minister Sun Yu seeks an audience," a eunuch's voice echoed from outside. Lu Xie quickly pretended to be reading, while Wang Yu stood attentively to the side. "Come in," Lu Xie commanded. Guided by the eunuch, a slender, middle-aged man, dressed meticulously, entered the hall. Upon seeing Lu Xie, he knelt down. "Your humble servant Sun Yu pays respects to your Majesty." His movements were precise and respectful. Lu Xie hurried to assist him up, advancing close. "Minister, in private, there is no need for such formality," Lu Xie said warmly. "How could I dare? Etiquette must not be neglected." Sun Yu replied, internally perplexed, wondering what had changed in the emperor who previously would merely wave dismissively and bid him to rise. Has the emperor truly changed after falling ill? Previously, Lu Xie had regarded Sun Yu as a mere lackey of Cao Cao, harboring disdain and hardly offering him a pleasant countenance. "Prepare tea for the minister," he ordered the eunuchs. Sun Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. The emperor had indeed matured, displaying newfound politeness. "What urgent matters bring your Majesty to seek the chancellor?" Sun Yu inquired. Lu Xie was at a loss. He had to rely on intermediaries even to summon ministers. It is said that the chancellor is mustering troops to confront Elbu in Shuzhou. "Is that true?" Lu Xie asked. Indeed, however, Your Majesty, matters of state and military should be left to the ministers to handle, Sun Yu gently cautioned, concerned that Lu Xie might overstep by involving himself in Cao Cao's affairs. Ha ha, I have no interest in those matters. I merely wish to ask a favor of Chancellor Cao, as I was once aided by two of Elbu's subordinates, Lu Xie explained, fully aware of Sun Yu's intentions. Sun Yu thought to himself, the young emperor is indeed clever. He understands the nuances. What a pity. Who are they? May I ask for their names? Sun Yu was still wary that the young emperor might not grasp the implications. Fearing that if they were significant figures, Cao Cao would surely disapprove and be displeased. Lu Xie replied, Oh, they are not particularly notable individuals. One is Diao Chan, who has taken care of me several times. Elbu's concubine, whom I regard as an elder sister. The other is Gao Shun, a commander under him, who has also rendered me assistance. Unfortunately, he is rather stubborn. I fear that opposing the Chancellor could lead to dire consequences for him. Gao Shun was a side note. While watching the Three Kingdoms, Lu Xie felt it a great loss that he had been slain by Cao Cao. Such talent, if saved, could be of great service. As for Chen Gong, it was not that Lu Xie did not desire him, but rather that he was beyond reach. His position was too closely tied to Cao Cao's reputation, making it impossible to utilize him without incurring fatal repercussions. Lu Xie did not wish to waste effort on such matters though. I see I shall inform the Chancellor. If he has the time, he will surely come. After hearing this, Sun Yu felt it was not a significant matter. So he set his mind at ease and took his leave to attend to his affairs. Chapter 4. Seeking Diao Chan as Sun Yu departed, Lu Xie pondered to himself that his start was quite promising. He had both civil and military figures at his disposal. Although they were merely two elderly men, their capabilities were formidable. They may not have been the 5 tiger generals, or the likes of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Nor were they geniuses or skilled strategists, yet one must not be overly greedy. Compared to those who began as beggars or nearly perished at the hands of the Yellow Turbans, he felt extraordinarily fortunate. With time still on his side, Lu Xie engaged in casual conversation with Wang Yu, inquiring whether he too could learn swordsmanship. Your Majesty possesses a commendable foundation. Learning the sword is entirely feasible. However, it is laborious and I wonder if you can endure it. Wang Yu replied candidly, laborious in what aspect? Lu Xie inquired, puzzled. There is a saying. If one does not practice their skills, their efforts will amount to nothing in old age. This means one cannot merely focus on techniques. One must also cultivate their strength, which is indeed a strenuous endeavor. Wang Yu explained, I shall give it a try. Lu Xie responded, secretly delighted, thinking that strength would come easily to him. With the aid of the system, how could it be arduous? At most, he would just have to collect a few more beauties. Master Wang, you have practiced martial arts for many years and even led the Imperial Guards. Are there any capable individuals in the civilian realm? Lu Xie inquired. All my old comrades have passed away, but I do have a capable disciple named Shi Aid. He has received my true teachings in swordsmanship and is currently serving in the Imperial Guards. Instructing the offspring of nobles in the art of the sword, Wang Yu replied, Oh, splendid. Is he reliable? Lu Xie asked. I can seek him out and ascertain his situation. My disciple possesses a decent character. Wang Yu said, albeit without making any guarantees. Your Majesty, Cao Sikong has come to pay his respects. At that moment, an inner court attendant entered to report. Please invite him in, Lu Xie said as he rose and walked outside. He was eager to meet this legendary figure, feeling a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Upon reaching the palace gates, he beheld a group of robust guards escorting a short yet imposing middle-aged man, the infamous Cao Cao. Lu Xie thought Cao Cao might be around 1.60 meters in height. Upon noticing Lu Xie at the entrance, Cao Cao raised a hand, and everyone halted as he ascended the steps. Exuding an air of authority, Minister, I have the honor of meeting your Majesty, Cao Cao stated as he feigned a bow. However, Lu Xie was no longer the Lu Xie of old. He quickly offered his support, saying, no need for formalities, and personally led Cao Cao to a seat. He harbored no animosity towards Cao Cao now, only a slight sense of respect and trepidation, given that he was a historical figure. Even in contemporary times, encountering a leader could evoke nervousness, and here he was, relying on this powerful man for his very livelihood. After they were seated, Lu Xie instructed the attendant to prepare tea. Leaving Cao Cao momentarily taken aback. Although the young emperor relied on him, he rarely engaged in private meetings, making this display of warmth feel unusual. Was he concealing some ulterior motive? Cao Cao pondered as he left the tea untouched. Your Majesty summoned me. Is there some urgent matter? Cao Cao queried, aware of his busy schedule, particularly with plans to mobilize against Elbu. Before Lu Xie spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the attendant and Wang Yu to step outside. Cao Cao grew increasingly perplexed. With a hint of embarrassment, Lu Xie said, Sir Sikong, I have a small request to make, but I find it somewhat awkward to voice. Oh? Please feel free to speak, and I shall ensure it is taken care of. Cao Cao replied, curious if the young emperor was in need of financial assistance. Sir Sikong, I experienced hardship in my youth, having followed Elbu for a period, during which I received aid from his concubine. Diao Chan, I am immensely grateful, for she was gentle and kind, and I often think of her, wishing to repay her kindness but lacking the opportunity. Now that I hear you intend to confront Elbu, he will surely meet his end, yet I cannot bear to see his concubine lose her life alongside him. Lu Xie confessed, his face flushing slightly at the awkwardness of requesting a woman from a minister. Cao Cao's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that the emperor had taken a liking to the concubine. He chuckled inwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. Though you presume to seize another man's wife? I am indeed going to confront Elbu. But he is renowned as the flying general, a man of unparalleled bravery. How can I be certain of victory? Cao Cao questioned, bemused by Lu Xie's confidence. In my view, Elbu is merely a fool. How could he possibly contend with a man of your wisdom? You shall undoubtedly achieve victory and easily triumph over Elbu. Lu Xie asserted confidently. Ha! I appreciate your Majesty's encouraging words. Should I succeed, I shall present Diao Chan to you. Cao Cao replied with a hearty laugh, pleased by the compliments, viewing her as merely a concubine. Very well, with Sir Sikong's assurance, I shall rest easy. However, there is another individual whom I hope you will assist. Lu Xie added. Oh? Who might that be? Is it Elbu's daughter? Cao Cao inquired, puzzled. Not at all. It is one of his renowned generals, a man named Gao Shun, who is exceptional in military training but possesses a rather proud disposition. There was an occasion when I nearly fell from my carriage, and he risked his own safety to rescue me. Alas, I am a man who cannot bear to owe a debt of gratitude. I must repay him, lest I lose sleep over it. I hope Sir Sikong will take him under your wing, though I fear he may be foolishly loyal, willing to die for Elbu. Which would be a great pity, if that is the case. Could you perhaps spare his life and allow him to return to a quiet life in the countryside? Lu Xie said, fabricating a narrative for justification. Cao Cao appeared puzzled, having never heard of Gao Shun saving the emperor. However, he was pleased to receive praise from Lu Xie. The young emperor had not demanded anything unreasonable, and these matters were trivial enough to accommodate. Yet, he understood that one could not achieve their goals without offering something in return. Why, this is no trouble at all. I have indeed heard of Gao Shun and his talents. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall allow him to live, Cao Cao declared with a hearty laugh. I knew you would say that, Sir Sikong. When you return victorious, I shall host a banquet in celebration, and we shall drink and rejoice together. Lu Xie said, elated by the ease of the resolution. However, your Majesty, as I prepare to depart for battle, my forces are few, and I have recommended several talented individuals for the court. They are all exceptional figures. But if I were to present them in the court, the old ministers would surely raise objections and delay matters. It would be best if your Majesty could provide an official seal. As matters are urgent, Lu Xie suggested. Cao Cao fetched a scroll from his sleeve, filled with names and positions, and handed it to Lu Xie. Lu Xie inhaled sharply, realizing that Cao Cao was being cunning. This was a trade. Yet, what did it matter? After 2 years, wouldn't it all be under his control anyway? It was merely a matter of time. With a hearty laugh, he instructed the attendant to bring forth the imperial seal and pressed it down firmly on the scroll. Seeing that the negotiations had reached a satisfactory conclusion and that the emperor seemed to be signaling the end of the audience, Cao Cao rose to take his leave, with Lu Xie personally escorting him to the door. As Lu Xie watched the group depart, he noticed a particularly tall and imposing man with a fierce countenance. Could that be Su Chu, the so-called tiger fool? He truly was a formidable warrior. Lu Xie mused about when he might have a renowned general by his side, as it would certainly grant him greater peace of mind during his slumber. He felt a sense of urgency, wondering where he might find such a tiger general. Fortunately, the matter of Diao Chan was finally taking shape. Now, he awaited Cao Cao's conquest of Lbu. as for other capable individuals of value to the state. Based on the system's data, he could only recruit those who were deemed undesirable by the warlords, those without support or backing. Merely waiting was not an option. Some individuals needed to be secured in advance. As someone who had traversed time, he possessed a unique foresight, the ability to foresee events. Lu Xia opened the system panel and began to browse through the ranks of civil and military officials. Gao Shun, favorability, 58. Combat power, 85. Not bad. Previously, he had only focused on those who could influence the world, but these lesser figures were quite impressive as well, boasting combat power at the pinnacle of the second tier. He needed to find a way to increase his favorability by a couple of points. It was a challenge. The system was quite devious, with a conversion rate of 10 to 1. He would need 2 top-tier beauties to exchange for him. Continuing his search, he suddenly came across the name Bujio. Bujio, favorability, 50. Strategy, 90. Now, this was a talent. How could he have overlooked this? The escape of Bu Lianshi to Jiangdong was indeed related to this cousin. If he did not take action soon, this cooked duck might just fly away. Currently, Sun Tzu was still alive, and Sun Quan had not yet risen to power. He was still holed up in Kuaiji. Lu Xia realized he must devise a plan to bring him over and facilitate the relocation of his kin. How to accomplish this? Though he was the emperor, he could not leave the palace. While the old ministers were still advocating on his behalf, their age had rendered them feeble, leaving only their prestige, devoid of military power or authority. Now, shrewd individuals had recognized the chaos of the world and sought to align themselves with those warlords wielding real power. Compared to the major warlords, Lu Xia had little prestige. What could he do? Chapter 5. Equitable distribution of resources. Meanwhile, Cao Cao returned to his residence and summoned his strategist, Guojia, to recount the conversation he had with Emperor Lu Xia. Feng Xiao, what do you think the young emperor meant by his words? How does he ascertain my likelihood of victory? Might there be a wise mentor to guide us? Cao Cao inquired, seeking insight from the strategist Guojia. My lord, I have heard whispers that El Bu's concubine is an unparalleled beauty, and her involvement in the demise of Dong Zhuo was significant, as El Bu, in a fit of rage over her, killed Dong Zhuo. Could it be that the emperor is preoccupied with her beauty? As for Gao Shun's matter, I remain in the dark and have not heard anything regarding it. The emperor has been ill for several days, nearly losing his life. A change in temperament is to be expected. Perhaps you could send someone to inquire about his actions after he awoke yesterday. Guojia pondered for a moment and analyzed. Cao Cao felt a sudden pang in his heart. An unparalleled beauty. Alas, he may have been careless and deceived by that young rascal. Cao Cao summoned his subordinates, whispering a few instructions before they hurried away. The two engaged in conversation over tea regarding the impending military campaign in Shuzhou. Shortly thereafter, a figure dressed as an inner servant approached. Upon closer inspection, it was one of Lu Xia's attendants. Your Majesty, was there anything unusual after you awoke yesterday? Whom did you meet? Speak swiftly. Cao Cao commanded. The attendant promptly knelt and replied, after the emperor awoke yesterday, he appeared to be in excellent spirits, and the imperial physician remarked on his remarkable recovery. Soon after, Empress Fu visited him, and in the afternoon, the emperor rose from his bed, intending to spend the night in the empress's chamber. As he passed through the flower garden, he encountered an elderly inner official who expressed great compassion, assuring him that he need not toil and offered to attend to him closely. He then resided in the empress's chamber. The attendant finished speaking and prostrated, not daring to rise. Was there anything peculiar about this elderly attendant? Cao Cao inquired. He was recruited from the old imperial palace in Luoyang due to a shortage of personnel upon the emperor's arrival in Xuchang. There should be no issue with him, the attendant replied. If there are any other matters, please recount them all in detail. Guojia did not detect anything unusual and remarked, indeed, the emperor was unusually spirited that night in the empress's chamber, and they shared several joyful moments together. Remarkably, upon rising the next day, he showed no signs of fatigue. By the way, I overheard a conversation between the emperor and the empress, in which he remarked, after this illness, I have come to realize that whether one worries or rejoices, each day is but a day. Why not choose to rejoice? Upon returning to the Taiji Hall, he requested to speak with the Minister of Works. Later, Lord Sun came to inquire about the situation, and subsequently, the Minister of Works arrived. This encompasses the entirety of the events, the attendant continued. Cao Cao waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to lead the attendant away. Do you think he has truly come to terms with it? Cao Cao questioned. Alas, the world is fraught with difficulties. The emperor is intelligent. If it were a time of peace, he might become a ruler of restoration. Unfortunately, the realm is in disarray, and with his current abilities, there is little he can do. Guo Jia sighed. He desires women. If it pleases you, my lord, grant him that. His aspirations to learn from the late emperor are not unreasonable. This crumbling edifice still relies on wise and reputable figures such as yourself to salvage it. Guo Jia continued. Haha, Feng Xiao speaks wisely. Let us proceed in this manner for now. After all, there are watchful eyes day and night. And he cannot stir up too much trouble. Cao Cao clapped his hands and laughed, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Xia was still navigating his system. He had devised a method using Bujio. With a favorability rating below 60, he could not act directly. Thus, he would ask Sun Yu to find a way, as he currently held the position of Minister of Personnel, making him well suited for this task. Moreover, apart from him, there was no one else to assist. At that moment, Lu Xia hoped to catch something substantial from within, but after scanning his surroundings, he found no worthwhile prospects. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye. Lady Yin. Is this not the daughter-in-law of the Grand General He Jin, whom Cao Cao later intends to marry? She is indeed a stunning beauty, rivaling even Diao Chan. Alarmingly, it seemed that Cao Cao intended to wed her after defeating Elbu. As chronicled in the tales, I must act swiftly to accomplish this before he does. However, as an emperor, casually marrying a widow was no simple matter. A pretext was necessary. This role of emperor is fraught with caution. I cannot make decisions on my own, and there is not even a sycophant to advise me. It was imperative to swiftly establish his own support base. Yet, lacking both funds and personnel, even with a golden phoenix, one still needs a sturdy parasol tree to rest upon. He initially considered consulting Sun Yu about the matter, but recalling his constant surveillance, he feared that frequent meetings with ministers might arouse Cao Cao's suspicion. It was better to lie low for now. Instead, he indulged in his favorite activities, and whenever he thought of the Empress's captivating visage, a warmth surged within him. Thus, he redirected his steps toward the Empress's chamber. The following morning, Your Majesty, you haven't taken any stimulating potions, have you? Why are you so spirited? We are still young. We must not seek fleeting pleasures. Empress Fu inquired shyly. No, perhaps it is simply that I have not enjoyed your company for too long. And thus my spirits are elevated, Lu Xia replied nonchalantly, though internally he mused that her appearance had a significant effect. Perhaps Your Majesty should bestow some attention upon the other two ladies. Remaining solely in my palace might lead others to think that I am jealous and favored, Empress Fu suggested. In truth, she was somewhat apprehensive. For the past few days, the emperor had been like a bull. Relentless and tireless, who could endure such fervor? She wished to hasten his departure. Lu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Had Empress Fu not mentioned it, he might have forgotten about his other two consorts. How forgetful of him! It was evident that his previous mindset had been narrow, content with small fortunes, and upon encountering one beauty, he had completely lost sight of the others. Yet, why did he always feel a twinge of guilt as if he were encroaching upon another man's bed? But then again, was that not his own situation? Perhaps that was his past life? Since the Empress had suggested it, he would indeed visit them tonight, Lu Xia said with a hint of reluctance. I too am loath to part with Your Majesty, but such favors must be shared equally. Empress Fu feigned reluctance, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the Taiji Hall, having recovered from his illness, he was to resume attending court. Cao Cao organized a meeting with the court officials to discuss the campaign against Shuzhou. Lu Xia was merely a figurehead, with little role to play. Who opposes? Who supports? What does it matter? He had yet to become familiar with anyone's face. In any case, he would support whatever Cao Cao endorsed, as history had proven this to be a sound strategy. By currying favor with Cao Cao, his own affairs would proceed much more smoothly. As for the disappointed gazes of the elder officials, he could hardly be bothered to care or explain. It was not as if he could say, forget the Han dynasty, gathering beautiful women is the priority. After the court session, Wang Yu discreetly informed Lu Xia that Shi had already made contact and agreed to assist the emperor. Declaring that he would go through fire and water for the imperial command. I asked that so? Lu Xia was puzzled. If it were Wang Yu himself, he would believe it, as he had maxed out his favorability. But how could Shi possess such a high favorability rating? He needed to investigate. Hastily, he pulled up the interface to check. Sure, favorability 75, martial prowess 90, a first-rate commander indeed. How careless of me. This level of loyalty is commendable. It seems the system still harbors treasures. I must dedicate time to unearth them. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Wong, with his capabilities, he could easily establish an assassination unit. However, lacking financial resources, I must put that on hold until funds are gathered, Lu Xie expressed joyfully. Your Majesty need not worry. The plan can commence immediately. My disciple is a man of wealth, and I too possess some resources. Having no children or dependents, he can be of service to you. Wang Yu once again surprised Lu Xie. In that case, I am grateful to you. Wang, I shall treat you with the respect due to an elder. Lu Xie stated. What a loyal subject indeed, willing to forsake family and career to assist him. Thus, he set aside any pretense, as this was a critical juncture for finances. Your Majesty need not stand on ceremony. Just share your plans, Wang Yu remarked, emphasizing his readiness to take action. Very well, have him act according to his abilities, train a loyal corps of assassins, and also aid me in seeking a Taoist adept with some esoteric skills. Preferably one skilled in alchemy, as I have great need of such a figure, Lu Xie conveyed, harboring a small plan that required the cooperation of a mystic. Your Majesty is interested in elixirs? Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. Is it too early for you, at such a young age? Could it be that you've suffered some setback with the Empress these past few days? Or do you seek the elusive path to immortality? Oh, no, Wang, you may have misunderstood. I am orchestrating a grand scheme and require the assistance of such a person, Lu Xie replied. Chapter 6. Feasting and reciting poetry. Of course, this grand scheme was indeed aimed at facilitating romantic pursuits. However, he could not state it outright, as ancient people held honor in higher regard than mere lust. Should they perceive him as merely a lecher without ambition, they would surely be disappointed, and his endeavor would be doomed. That evening, Lu Xie had someone take him to Lady Dong's quarters, pondering along the way why his two other wives had not come to visit during his illness. In truth, they had visited while he was unconscious. But once he regained consciousness, he promptly went to the Empress, timing his visits to leave no opportunity for the others. I have seen the Emperor. Upon seeing the elegantly attired woman before him, Lu Xie felt his heart race uncontrollably, silently cursing his own lack of composure. After all, she was his wife. Where could she possibly go? Was it necessary to feel such excitement? Yet, the system's rewards were indeed enticing. His elation was uncontrollable, for Lady Dong bore an uncanny resemblance to a beauty from a later era. In his past life as a downtrodden individual, he had subsisted on humble fare, never having tasted the delicacies of life. Now, with a table laden with exquisite dishes before him, it was impossible not to drool. My beloved consort, please rise. Lu Xie spoke while hastily supporting himself. As he drew nearer, he felt a delicate touch, and the fragrance of a young maiden wafted to his nostrils, causing his heart to flutter. Dong Guoren looked somewhat astonished, for the emperor had previously been quite proud, often taking his seat without ceremony. Speaking of seating, Lu Xie had endured much discomfort these past few days. Throughout the three kingdoms, there was not a single stool to be found, forcing him to sit on the ground, kneeling, which left his knees in agony. He would need to enlist a few carpenters to craft some chairs, to spare himself such daily torment. It was evident that even at this moment, the emperor's mind wandered, confirming he was still the same often distracted ruler. Your Majesty, please enjoy some tea, Dong Guoren offered, personally pouring tea for Lu Xie. Indeed, Dong Guoren was a woman of noble lineage, tall and robust, estimated to stand around 1.65 meters, with a sun-kissed complexion that radiated health. Lu Xie felt an inexplicable joy. Her beauty was distinct from that of Fu Huangho's fair complexion. It was truly a case of spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each possessing their own merits. Your Majesty need not be overly anxious. Preserving your health is of utmost importance. Furthermore, there are many loyal ministers, including my father and others, working tirelessly on your behalf. Let Chao the usurper revel in his arrogance for now. We shall deal with him in due course, Dong Guoren urged Lu Xie. Lu Xie felt somewhat perplexed. Could his illness truly be connected to Cao Cao? Was it his influence that had rendered him unwell? My beloved, silence yourself. We must be cautious, for walls have ears, Lu Xie cautioned, aware that referring to Cao Cao as a usurper might draw unwanted attention to Dong Guoren, who had met a tragic fate at his hands in history. "Your Majesty, how is it that after falling ill, you have become so timid?" "This is my inner palace, filled with trustworthy people," Dong Guoren remarked, feeling less constrained in Lu Xie's presence. "Exercise caution. This is still his domain. And we must tread lightly," Lu Xie advised. "Your Majesty, my father is also a general, and along with those who oppose Cao Cao, we can certainly mount a challenge. You are nearly of my age. Why adopt the demeanor of an elder? Be more optimistic. However, Your Majesty, your recent illness has left you thinner. You ought to practice martial arts and eat more. I will have the kitchen prepare more meat for you." A daughter of a military family, Dong Guoren exhibited none of the girlish shyness. Perhaps due to her martial training, she possessed a strong physique, exuding an air of decisiveness reminiscent of battle. Lu Xie found an unexpected enjoyment in her presence. Feeling invigorated by the experience, he recalled Fu Huangho's words that fairness should be evenly distributed. He appreciated both beauties equally. The next day, Lu Xie visited Song Guoren's residence. She too was a refined lady, a quintessential beauty of traditional China, further affirming that those who entered the palace were indeed exceptional. Unlike the forthrightness of Dong Guoren, Song Guoren exhibited the grace cultivated in a bureaucratic family. With a petite frame, a delicate appearance, and a gentle, considerate nature, she had a particular fondness for reading and writing, especially poetry. Upon entering, Lu Xie was momentarily entranced. He had not expected the system to be so efficient. Aptly named the Beauty Collection System, which indeed seemed to collect exquisite women. Gazing upon the innocent young girl before him, with her clear, bright eyes and a wholesome aura, he felt an overwhelming desire to protect her. "Oh, how I adore you, dear system," he silently mused. Sensing the fragrant aroma of books filling the room, with ink, paper, and brushes scattered about, Lu Xie's thoughts wandered. In modern times, Song Guoren would undoubtedly be a top scholar. "Your Majesty, is your health truly on the mend?" she inquired, her face slightly chubbied. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to see you," Lu Xie replied. "That is wonderful. I have been restless these past few days." "Worrying about your health," she said, leaning against him. Merely 17 or 18, having left her parents to marry into the palace, she found herself alone in this vast residence, understandably seeking a sense of reliance. Lu Xie gently stroked her hair, offering soft reassurances. "Your Majesty, I have composed a poem these past few days. Will you help me evaluate it?" she asked, rising to retrieve a piece of paper filled with her neat, elegant handwriting. "Youth knows not the flavor of sorrow." Song Guoren began to recite softly for Lu Xie. "My dear, reciting poetry requires a certain sentiment. It should evoke a spontaneous desire to sing," Lu Xie suggested. Song Guoren's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Then please teach me. I feel that it lacks depth and charm. My beloved, such heartfelt expressions cannot be taught. They must arise naturally." "Lean in closer," Lu Xie instructed. Song Guoren obediently leaned in, and Lu Xie whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, her cheeks flushed bright crimson, and she playfully punched Lu Xie's chest. "Your Majesty, how mischievous you are to tease me," she exclaimed, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with her clothing. Overwhelmed with shyness, fortunately, Lu Xie had a thick skin. Soon, a soft yet melodic recitation filled the room, fluctuating between low and melodic tones, imbued with poetic essence and charm. From that day forth, Lu Xie began to alternate his nights among the three consorts. Such a celestial existence left him utterly captivated. Perhaps living this way for 20 years would be entirely worthwhile. It was no wonder that so many novels about time travel flourished online. The journey from being a commoner to an emperor, even the most mediocre of rulers, would likely evoke envy from even the wealthiest in modern times. It was understandable why so many men would go to great lengths for the position of emperor. Just the allure of gentle company was enough to lead one astray. Yet, could he truly sustain such a lifestyle for 20 years? Lu Xie was jolted into reality, realizing that if he remained idle, Dong Guoren might soon meet her demise at Cao Cao's hands. In time, Fu Huangho would not last long either, and he wondered about Song Guoren's fate. Would he ultimately marry a host of Cao Cao's daughters? Given Cao Cao's physique, one could only speculate about the appearance of his daughters. Sighing, he acknowledged that he was thinking too far ahead. Above all, he wished for his current companions to remain by his side for as long as possible. Just as Lu Xie was lost in his reveries, news arrived from Wang Yu that Shi A had indeed found a Taoist priest who resided in a local temple in Sudu. This individual was quite renowned, treating the sick without charge and miraculously curing ailments, earning the title of living deity among the people. This person was named Gu Xian. Ji Xian? Lu Xie was taken aback. The famed immortal master, Gu Xian, indeed existed. His reputation was immense. Excellent. This is precisely the living deity I seek. His renown will simplify matters greatly, however. How to invite him to the palace would now rest on Sun Yu's shoulders. He had yet to discuss the matter of Bujio with him, so he needed to complete his current tasks first. Your Majesty wishes to pursue immortality? Sun Yu exclaimed, shocked at Lu Xie's request to bring Gu Xian into the palace. His disappointment evident. He sincerely hoped for the revival of the Han dynasty and did not wish to witness an emperor seeking elixirs and immortality. Sun Aiqing, where are your thoughts wandering? Given the current scrutiny from the Minister of Works, I must find some other matters to attend to, Lu Xie replied cryptically. Oh? Does your Majesty have other plans? Sun Yu inquired. If Shi A, with a mere 75 points of capability, would risk everything, then surely Sun Yu, with 85 points, would not stray from the path. Lu Xie chose to place his trust in him. Indeed, I wish to break the stalemate, and it must begin with me. I have ceased my studies, seeking to emulate the late emperor and engage in absurd endeavors, so to speak, to place myself in a perilous situation to seek rebirth. Only by doing so might I gain a glimmer of hope and escape this cage. Lu Xie suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Sun Yu. Your Majesty shares this with me? Are you not afraid I might betray you? Sun Yu countered, meeting Lu Xie's gaze. Let us take a gamble. After observing you for so long, I sense your sincerity. You genuinely wish for the revival of the Han dynasty more than anyone else. If you were to betray me, I would simply resign myself to a wasted life, living off scraps, Lu Xie stated resolutely. Then why does your Majesty not trust Cao Xikong? His talents are far superior to mine, and he is certainly capable of achieving great things. Sun Yu suggested. Indeed, a capable minister in peaceful times is a hero in chaotic times. Lord Xikong is undoubtedly formidable, yet he is a pragmatist, taking one step at a time, which differs from your approach. Lu Xie replied. Sun Yu was greatly astonished. He had not anticipated the young emperor's insight. Truly, he was wise. But your Majesty, breaking the stalemate requires strength. How can we accumulate it? Sun Yu asked. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, and tackle matters one at a time, Lu Xie responded, withholding the full extent of his plans, for he too was proceeding with caution. Very well, I shall ensure this matter is resolved for your Majesty. Should any other issues arise, I shall do my utmost to assist you, Sun Yu concluded, bowing deeply before exiting. Chapter 7. The Taoist Gu Xian. The next day, Sun Yu indeed brought a middle-aged Taoist with an aura of immortality into the Tai Chi Hall. As for the excuse he used to placate Cao Cao, that remained to be seen. Lu Xie was unaware that the presence of visitors implied consent. In truth, he had overthought the situation, failing to pay close attention to the historical narratives. At this juncture, although Cao Cao wielded considerable power, he had yet to achieve absolute dominance. For the sake of his long-term interests, he often humbled himself before the seasoned ministers, making concessions. After Sun Yu's departure, Lu Xie invited Gu Xian to take a seat, and among outsiders, there was no need for excessive formalities. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter you today. Lu Xie expressed sincerely that in later times, Gu Xian would be revered as a figure akin to a celestial being, a Taoist ancestor. Having such a person before him was indeed a blessing. Your Majesty is too kind. It is I who am honored to meet you, Gu Xian replied with equal courtesy, bowing slightly while holding his whisk. I truly did not anticipate that a Taoist would be present in Sudu. It is said that Taoists are like carefree clouds and wild cranes, having no fixed abode, Lu Xie remarked. Indeed, such is the case. I have a penchant for traversing mountains and rivers, and this visit is rather fortuitous. Recently, I observed the stars at night and noticed unusual movements of the Ziwei star. After some calculations, I discerned that its position was in Sudu. Out of curiosity, I came to investigate. And upon meeting your Majesty today, I have resolved the mystery of the star's movements, Gu Xian elucidated. Lu Xie was taken aback. The movement of the Ziwei star was tied to his own circumstances? Being a person from the future, he understood that Ziwei symbolized the emperor. Now that the emperor had changed, Could this be considered an anomaly? Had Gu Xian truly discerned this? Was Taoism truly so profound? Attempting to maintain composure, he inquired, "What is the reason behind it?" "It is because your majesty has awakened the innate spiritual intelligence, which makes sense," Gu Xian whispered, his tone somewhat mysterious. "What?" Lu Xia exclaimed, further astonished. Gu Xian's Taoist skills are indeed extraordinary, but what precisely is this innate spiritual intelligence? This concept seems rather esoteric. Lu Xia questioned, seeking clarification. According to ancient tradition, those great sages and masters awakened their past life memories, allowing them to know the past and foresee the future. I observe that your majesty possesses the signs of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 energies facing the sun, indicating that your spiritual intelligence has already awakened, Gu Xian explained with a smile. Such a marvel. If that is the case, can I be compared to those ancient sages? Yet I possess no knowledge of the past nor foresight of the future. When might I achieve such abilities? Lu Xia feigned ignorance. He then added, "Why did I not notice the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 energies facing the sun when I gazed into a mirror? Knowing the past and future is not something one can easily acknowledge, lest one be subjected to scrutiny for research purposes." Ji Xian, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "This is a matter of heavenly secrets. It will reveal itself in due time and cannot be predicted. As for the 3 flowers and 5 energies, it is a profound concept within Taoism, not to be divulged to outsiders. Taoist, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Besides yourself, who else possesses such extraordinary skills?" Lu Xia inquired. Your Majesty, please rest assured. In this vast world, only I possess this art of divination, Gu Xian said, stroking his beard with a smile. Lu Xia felt somewhat relieved that no one else knew. What does the Taoist think? I currently find myself in adversity. How might I turn the tide? Do you have any high-level strategies to impart? Lu Xia continued to ask. Your Majesty summoned me today. Could it be for this matter? Gu Xian inquired softly. This truly was a clever individual. After much cryptic discourse, it seemed that little of substance had been conveyed. Ha, Taoist, you are indeed a remarkable person. If you assist me today, I shall ensure that in the future, once I succeed, I will designate a prime location for you, establish a Taoist temple, and immortalize your name as the state religion. Lu Xia began to weave grand visions. I am grateful, Your Majesty. May you achieve all your desires, Gu Xian replied. I have also heard that the Taoist excels in health preservation and has mastered the innate energy. Is this true? Lu Xia inquired with curiosity. In his past life, he had heard legends of Gu Xian, known as Gu Xian, reputed to have lived for several centuries, skilled in refining energy, and often traversing mountains and rivers, possessing the strength to contend with tigers and bears. The innate energy is merely a legend, a rudimentary form of physical fitness. Your Majesty, seated in comfort and luxury, why would you exert yourself in such a manner? Gu Xian replied with a modest smile. Seated in comfort? In luxury? Taoist, are you mocking me? Lu Xia said, casting a disapproving look at Gu Xian. If you do not wish to speak, you need only decline. There is no need for veiled insinuations. The knowledge of being caged was common knowledge, yet to be described as seated in comfort. I possess nothing of the sort. Lu Xia felt a surge of irritation. It is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your Majesty has misinterpreted my words. I observe you to be dignified and extraordinary, destined to be a ruler of all under heaven. How could there be any mockery in my words? Gu Xian hastily defended himself. Perhaps it was merely a polite remark. You also see my current predicament. It is quite challenging to break free from this situation. How could I possibly restore the realm? Lu Xia softened his tone, realizing it was likely a genuine misunderstanding. Individuals like Gu Xian, navigating the world, might simply be accustomed to flattering others, speaking without ulterior motives. Your Majesty must have a plan in mind today. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me, Gu Xian said. Seeing Gu Xian eager to cooperate, Lu Xia felt a surge of happiness. Had he not taken the opportunity to express some frustration earlier? This old Taoist might have rambled on endlessly. Lu Xia would not miss the chance to seize the opportunity presented by Gu Xian's great reputation. I wish to emulate the late emperor and proceed accordingly. Lu Xia outlined his plan, which essentially entailed masquerading as a lecherous emperor, akin to his predecessor, to allay Cao Cao's suspicions. He needed Gu Xian to fabricate an intricate rationale to allow him to marry numerous wives. particularly those who were previously married or widowed. Without an adequate pretext, Lu Xie, being so young and of imperial status, would find it quite challenging to proceed. Lu Xie wiped his brow, realizing the difficulty of fulfilling this task. This system was indeed a formidable challenge. The following day, news spread that the emperor's 5 elements were predominantly fire, causing an excess that the limited presence of women in the palace could not contain. Prolonged absence of balance would be detrimental to the emperor's health, necessitating the swift recruitment of talented maidens into the palace. The presence of women who had borne children would be even more beneficial in quelling the fiery energies. Gu Xian was a man of high repute, a figure likened to a living immortal, adept at healing and saving lives. Thus his words naturally carried great credibility, especially among the 3 consorts in the palace, who believed him wholeheartedly. It was no coincidence that the 3 women had recently felt overwhelmed. The emperor had become several times more vigorous than before. Because of Lu Xie's jest, Gu Xian had imparted a set of qigong exercises to him before leaving, claiming that regular practice could invigorate the body, promote longevity, and even enhance performance in intimate matters. The last comment held a profound implication. Though Lu Xie was somewhat of a slacker, having a system meant that every point was hard-earned, and he was keen to conserve resources. Thus, he took the practice seriously, diligently learning until he mastered it in the Sima's residence. Cao Cao felt something was amiss and asked Guojia, "What scheme is the young emperor concocting?" Guojia replied, "Gu Xian is a renowned alchemist, indeed quite famous, and the palace attendants have said that the young emperor has been reveling nightly without pause, leaving the 3 consorts struggling to cope. Could it be that he has consumed elixirs and finds the current numbers insufficient? There are numerous palace maids, yet he has not favored them. Now it is rumored that he requires women who have borne children to quell the flames. How shall we explain this?" Cao Cao inquired further. From his previous request for Elbu's concubine to his current desire for women who have borne children, could it be that the emperor, having lost his mother at a young age, has developed an affinity for older women, perhaps harboring a mother complex? Guojia suggested. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao clapped in delight. "Feng Xiao, your reasoning is quite convincing. It does indeed make sense. Such an embarrassing affair as a mother complex should not be made public. It is best to borrow the words of a Taoist to explain it. Haha, how amusing. And how does the Lord perceive this matter?" Guojia asked. "I have no objection. Let him indulge in a few years. When we accomplish our grand designs, his presence or absence will be of little consequence." Cao Cao declared with a grand gesture. Cao Cao's lack of opposition soon led to another matter arising. It was none other than Sun Yu. "When Ruo, what brings you here?" "Speak freely," Cao Cao said, holding Sun Yu in high esteem as a representative figure from Yingchuan. "Your lordship, I have come on behalf of the emperor," Sun Yu stated. "Oh? What is it?" Cao Cao inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The emperor has taken a liking to the daughter-in-law of the late General He Jin and wishes for you to intercede." Sun Yu explained. "Preposterous. Though the general is no longer with us, one cannot treat his daughter-in-law lightly." Cao Cao retorted with fury. "Your lordship may not be aware, but General He's son has passed away long ago, leaving behind a widow who has been alone for many years, caring for a child of 5 or 6, Sun Yu clarified. "Oh, I see. In that case, as long as she has no objections, you should arrange for a matchmaker without needing my input." Cao Cao concluded. Chapter 8. Lu Xie's matchmaking. Others also felt that Cao Cao's perspective was reasonable and looked at Sun Yu with curiosity. "The emperor fears rejection. Does this not imply he wishes to leverage your esteemed reputation?" Sun Yu suggested, though internally he mused that it was wise to consult him first to avoid any potential trouble. Cao Cao felt a surge of joy, thinking, "See, the emperor needs my assistance to find a bride. Without my endorsement, would she agree? What a delightful notion." With this thought, a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. "Haha, the emperor has become increasingly amusing of late. Very well, where does this lady reside? I shall dispatch an official to ensure success." Cao Cao's vanity was thoroughly satisfied, leaving him rather pleased with himself, completely oblivious to the fact that he was inadvertently digging his own grave while assisting others. Residing in Xuchang, which had been relocated there 2 years prior, attributed much to the astute governance of the Ming Duke, allowing Xuchang to surpass Luoyang. Sun Yu deftly delivered a flattering compliment and subsequently divulged the address to Cao Cao. Elated, Cao Cao, true to his decisive nature, immediately dispatched someone. However, Unforeseen complications arose as Lady Yin expressed her disapproval. The family elders, trembling in the presence of Cao Cao's formidable power, urged her to concede, suggesting that marrying a man was hardly a monumental affair, and cautioning against inciting the wrath of a major figure. Yet, Lady Yin remained obstinate, ultimately proposing that she would agree, provided she could meet the emperor first to make her decision. At this juncture, Lu Xie was engrossed in the system, feeling a surge of excitement. The reason for this exhilaration lay in the recent practice of Gu Xian's Qigong regimen, which rendered him invigorated. Upon checking the system, he was astonished to discover that the upper limits of his strength and physique attributes had changed from 80 to 85. The display indicated the acquisition of a rudimentary Qigong guidance technique, along with a reward in physical constitution, a delightful surprise indeed. Did this signify that he could potentially excel among second-rate warriors in the future? Just as he was reveling in this thought, news reached him that Lady Yin wished to meet him, and he instantly comprehended that this was a matchmaking endeavor. He decided to proceed, recalling how he had frequently watched matchmaking shows in his past life. Lady Yin was in distress, genuinely reluctant to marry the emperor, who was 8 years her junior, an inexperienced youth. Furthermore, she felt her personal freedom was nearly non-existent. At 25, she had a 6-year-old son named Yen. As a clever woman, she understood that once she entered the palace, escaping would be arduous. With Cao Cao's rising power, rumors circulated that he might soon supplant the emperor. If that were to happen, what fate awaited her? Meanwhile, Lu Xie meticulously prepared himself in the palace, feeling a sense of anticipation. This was his first excursion beyond the palace since his arrival in this era. He had yet to witness the city of Xuchang. Lu Xie's appearance was unblemished, tall and handsome. His slightly slender frame accentuated an air of scholarly elegance. It was said that many young ladies favored such a look, associating it with culture, and that hint of fragility could evoke maternal instincts. The ceremonial guards were all arranged by Cao Cao, resulting in a flurry of activity. Once seated in the carriage, Lu Xie lifted the curtain slightly to curiously observe the streets of this age. They appeared rather ordinary, with dirt roads that lacked the charm of the ancient towns he had visited in his previous life. The houses lining the streets were not particularly attractive, and the grand residences were obscured from view. Losing interest, Lu Xie chose to close his eyes and rest. Before long, the carriage halted. Having reached their destination, as he disembarked, a throng of individuals knelt at the entrance of the household, awaiting his arrival. Following a series of formalities, Lu Xie was ushered into the main hall. Aware that Lady Yin and the emperor had matters to discuss, all but 2 maidservants, who were preparing tea, exited the room. Lady Yin discreetly observed Lu Xie, noting how this tall, handsome young man was a far cry from the rotund figure she had previously encountered. He surpassed her late husband, who had passed away many years ago, significantly causing her heart to flutter. The protocols of nobility were extensive. Before partaking in tea, one must rinse their mouth with it. Lu Xie gargled for a considerable duration but did not spit it out, instead swallowing it, leaving the 2 maidservants dumbfounded. Did the emperor not know how to drink tea? Was it truly pitiable that he swallowed the mouthwash? Lu Xie, of course, was well versed in tea etiquette, yet he could not resist swallowing the mouthwash due to the shock Lady Yin had instilled in him. His heart raced, and the intensity of his emotions likely surpassed hers. He struggled to suppress his feelings, almost exclaiming, "Why does he resemble Hui Qiao so closely? When did she traverse into this realm?" After regaining his composure, he resolved to investigate the system later, pondering why so many familiar faces from his past life had surfaced. This was indeed a blessing, particularly for someone of his humble background. The greatest fantasy of daily life was precisely those individuals. Lady Yin had not anticipated the emperor's apparent indiscretion. With a wave, she dismissed the maidservants and personally poured the tea, noting her silence. Lu Xie felt compelled to break the ice, lest an awkward silence ensue. A common fate in matchmaking scenarios. In truth, we are cousins. I should address you as cousin sister, Lu Xie remarked in a casual tone. The emperor referred to his father-in-law as uncle. So did that not make her his cousin sister? To his surprise, Lady Yin acknowledged this connection, albeit with a hint of astonishment, given that he had been but a child then. And it was not a direct kinship. Indeed, how could one forget General He, my maternal uncle, whose influence was paramount in the court? How vibrant he was, Lu Xie sighed as he spoke. Did the emperor ever blame my father-in-law for inviting Dong Zhuo into the court? Lady Yin inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Xie. He dismissed her seemingly impolite question with a shake of his head. The Han dynasty is in decay. Without Dong Zhuo, there would have been Wen Zhuo and Zhao Zhuo. It was merely a matter of time. To single out an individual for blame is futile, Lu Xie replied. You are indeed far superior to your elder brother. We have heard your brother's political discourse. He is merely grandiloquent. Lady Yin remarked, adopting a familial tone in their conversation. Oh, I had no idea you were well acquainted with my imperial brother. How has sister-in-law fared these years? Lu Xie inquired, though inwardly he mused that history was hardly comparable. Alas, everything has changed. It is best not to dwell on it today. I merely wish to understand why the emperor has chosen to betroth me, a widow aged 8 years your senior, with a 6-year-old child. Is there some external pressure compelling you? Lady Yin questioned. There is none. This proposal originated from my own volition, not only due to your beauty but also your wisdom. I understand that after the decline of the He family, the current circumstances are largely attributed to your astute strategies. You have proven that a woman can match men in capability, and I hold you in great esteem, Lu Xie replied. Lady Yin chuckled lightly. Is the emperor in dire need of finances? Indeed, I am quite in need, Lu Xie admitted. However, should I marry you, I cannot take the He family's wealth with me. Once I enter the palace, I will lose my freedom and cannot manage the household affairs as I do today. Lady Yin articulated, I understand your concerns. The He family's modest assets are but a drop in the ocean for me. What I desire is you as a person, why affection is genuine, and your future assistance is invaluable. I aspire to rejuvenate the Han dynasty, yet I have few trustworthy allies. To rely on others is unsustainable. In the future, there will be many enterprises requiring management. Moreover, you are a celestial beauty. How could an ordinary person ever be worthy of you? Lu Xie declared. Lady Yin could not help but scrutinize this young man once more. His words were bold, and his ambitions vast, yet she pondered how he would accomplish such feats. Though she was a woman, she recognized that the world was currently fragmented. Furthermore, my young nephew, clever and astute since childhood, could accompany you into the palace, becoming my child in time. He could attain titles and positions of power with ease. Even the possibility of being crowned a king is not out of reach. Would this not be a far superior opportunity compared to struggling in a fallen household? Lu Xie asserted, unleashing his ultimate argument. What mother would not wish for her child to have a bright future? I am offering him a grand prospect. Let us see if you remain unmoved. Indeed, Lady Yin was swayed. The thought of her son escaping the He family's misfortune was daunting. Yet if Lu Xie's words held true, and he could restore the Han dynasty, her son would become an imperial son. All her struggles had led to this very moment in that case. I express my gratitude to the emperor, Lady Yin said, bowing deeply to Lu Xie. Truly, a mother's heart is a tender thing. Finally securing this alliance, Lu Xie exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Very well. Now my cousin's sister marries her younger brother. It seems the waters of fortune will not flow to outsiders. Chapter 9. The sister-in-law enters the palace due to Lu Xie's unique status. The wedding proceeded with remarkable simplicity, devoid of the grand ceremonies typical of common folk. Instead, Lady Yin was conveyed into the palace in a lavish sedan chair, marking her new title as Lady Yin within the imperial precincts. History began to diverge, if only slightly, at this moment. That night, when Lu Xie beheld Lady Yin once more, he was utterly captivated. In a wonder she was renowned for her beauty. After meticulous adornment, she possessed a distinct charm that surpassed even his 3 wives. Could it be that the system was capable of altering the appearance of characters according to the host's preferences in this 3 kingdoms world? Lu Xie found himself pondering, for the faces he had encountered thus far bore a resemblance to modern celebrities. Was it merely a reflection of his limited aesthetic sensibilities? He wondered what other personalities would emerge as time progressed. Moreover, if the system was not confined to resembling domestic beauties, would there be even more delightful surprises in store? His anticipation grew exponentially. Although Lady Yin had remained a widow for many years, she was still in the prime of her youth at 25, a time of unparalleled grace and beauty, coupled with the familiarity of her features. She echoed the visage of his past idol, Hui Qiao. Now that his idol was before him, tangible and attainable, the thrill was exhilarating. Gazing at the enchanting woman, A single phrase danced in his mind, as beautiful as a flower. But what flower could boast such exquisite beauty? A begonia? Or perhaps a peony? It seems that words elude Lu Xie as he struggles to articulate his thoughts. What does it matter, after all? The details are insignificant. Should I address you as my beloved consort or as my sister-in-law? Lu Xie jested with Madame Yin. Your Majesty is quite amusing, she replied. I am already wed. How could I be considered a sister-in-law? Do you perhaps find me undesirable because I am married? Madame Yin retorted. Though reluctantly married to the emperor, she still harbored a tinge of resentment. Were it not for the pressure from Cao Cao and the future of her son, she would not have been swayed, for no matter how charming or eloquent he might be, she had no desire to be a caged bird. There was no question of feeling slighted. Rather, she was filled with delight, merely seeking to add some amusement to her secluded life. Lu Xie, unlike the more reserved individuals of today, spoke his mind with unvarnished candor. Are you still calling me sister-in-law? Madame Yin shot him an incredulous glance. Call me beloved consort. Lu Xie promptly corrected himself. That night, with one consumed by insatiable desires and the other a bride long deprived, they ignited a passionate fire, resulting in a sleepless night. The following day, seated solemnly in the Tai Chi hall, Lu Xie felt drowsy, having slept far too late the previous night, while Madame Yin had yet to rise. Observing the ministers below discussing matters, Lu Xie found himself somewhat admiring Cao Cao, who insisted on showcasing matters that could easily be resolved within his own residence. In this era, the importance of righteousness was paramount. Even his own life was preserved by it, with nothing to occupy his time. Lu Xie decided to examine his system. He had 9 usable points available. Apart from enhancing himself, he found no other application for them, as a minimum of 10 was required. He nearly forgot he still had 5 points remaining. However, he resolved to wait, for time was on his side. Before long, Cao Cao would set out, and with Diao Chan's arrival, he would acquire another 10 points. Due to his excitement in recent days, he had neglected his health. After a sleepless night, he felt somewhat weak, his back aching. While he hesitated to expend more points, he knew he must exercise restraint and engage in physical activity, for many others would soon enter his life. As the saying goes, a young man does not know the value of his vitality. In old age, he can only lament the emptiness. Though he pondered this, his youth rendered his resolve quite limited. Newly married and with a beautiful woman by his side, who could resist temptation. Consequently, he rushed to Madame Yin's quarters immediately after court, completely forgetting his earlier thoughts. All of this did not escape the watchful eyes of the eunuchs monitoring him. And naturally, it reached the ears of Cao Cao and others in the Xikong manner. Like father, like son. What use is cleverness in youth when one ultimately lacks composure? Cao Cao shook his head in disdain. Feeling more at ease as he prepared for battle in September, Cao Cao led an army of 30,000 to confront Elbu. The grand procession was awe-inspiring. Lu Xie personally saw them off outside the city, wishing them victory and success. With Cao Cao's departure, Lu Xie felt a genuine sense of relief. It must be said, the demeanor of this rebel was indeed formidable. Historical figures are truly deserving of their renown. Though his own status had risen, his mindset remained that of a commoner, still needing time to adapt to his elevated position. Each encounter with Cao Cao left him somewhat intimidated. In this regard, he might be less capable than the previous Lu Xie. With this newfound ease, Lu Xie felt invigorated, ready to devise a plan for his financial prosperity. As the adage states, a mere penny can thwart a hero. And this holds true throughout history. Without funds, one cannot accomplish anything, regardless of status. Isn't it said that even emperors cannot afford to starve their soldiers? This was precisely Lu Xie's predicament. Yet how could he amass wealth? He lacked the talent for invention and could not recall any poetry. He seemed utterly inept. Alas, despite having once been an engineering student, he had learned nothing of value, merely a hapless individual. At that moment, a eunuch entered with a meal, announcing that it was time to dine. Speaking of the food, Lu Xie could only lament its lackluster quality. It consisted of boiled dishes devoid of oil, nearly inedible, bland in flavor, or poorly seasoned roasted fare that was equally unappetizing. But an idea struck Lu Xie as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. I may lack skills, but I can certainly cook. In my previous life, I could not afford to dine out, yet I often prepared my own meals. Since this era lacks such establishments, perhaps I could pioneer a cooking venture. As the saying goes, master one skill, and you can conquer the world. Opening a restaurant could yield some profit. However, who would manage it? As the emperor, it would be beneath his dignity to work as a chef. Unable to make a decision, he set the idea aside, choosing to enjoy life for the time being. Thus began Lu Xie's unabashedly joyous life. Yet he also committed to a serious regimen of physical training, for the art of blade and steel was not without merit. He wished to continue honing his skills for years to come. Consequently, he began running within the palace, doing push-ups, and constructing a pull-up bar, diligently practicing chin-ups each day. Naturally, he also devoted himself to the swordsmanship taught by Wang Yu, which could potentially save his life. Wang Yu approved of Lu Xie's innovative training methods, finding them both simple and effective. However, the palace servants found his behavior peculiar, observing their emperor in a rather undignified position on the ground, doing so many of those embarrassing exercises that it was truly difficult to witness. Regardless of others' opinions, Lu Xie experienced tangible changes. Upon checking his system, he noted his strength had risen to 4,585 and his power to 4,685. Over the course of a month, he had gained 5 points in each, fortunate that he had not squandered them, as he intended to reserve them for critical needs. One day, the imperial physician conducted routine health checks on the consorts and delivered an unexpected surprise. The empress and 2 noble ladies were pregnant. Lu Xie was genuinely astonished. In his previous life, he had wandered aimlessly, unable to find a partner. Now, having lived 2 lives, the prospect of fatherhood felt entirely different. Yet, he realized that only Madame Yin remained. The numbers were somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Lu Xie was struck with a thought. How could he have forgotten about Madame Du, the wife of Qin Ilu, a general under Elbu? According to the tales, Qin Ilu had already defected to Yuan Shu, leaving his wife and child behind. Such a ruthless man, abandoning his family with such ease. Madame Du was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, and it was said that both Guan Yu and Cao Cao had vied for her affection. She was a 9/10 beauty to be missed at all costs. However, how could he go about securing her? He was uncertain if it was too late. Such is the fate of those burdened with lofty titles. As for his trusted aides, he could not spare anyone from their duties, and the others had insufficient training time, rendering them unreliable. Lu Xie paced the grand hall, akin to an ant on a hot pan, feeling utterly at a loss. Should he send Wang Yu? That seemed inappropriate. Given his age, Wang Yu would surely struggle with the rigors of travel, and Lu Xie could not bear the thought. What of Dong Cheng? That was indeed a feasible option. He had commanded troops before and had a favorable disposition towards Lu Xie with a rapport of 65. Now, repressed by Cao Cao, he would certainly welcome the opportunity to hinder him further. Without hesitation, Lu Xie hurried to the quarters of noble Lady Dong, now well acquainted with the various palatial chambers and able to navigate them without guidance. Upon learning that she was pregnant, noble Lady Dong was filled with joy. My beloved consort, since you are with child, write a letter to your father so he may share in our happiness. Moreover, it has been quite some time since I enjoyed tea with him. Why not invite him to the palace for a gathering? Lu Xie suggested. Chapter 10. The snare for Madame Du upon hearing that the emperor wished to invite her father for a banquet. Noble Lady Dong was elated. The emperor's regard for her family was indeed a positive sign, and she quickly pinned a letter for delivery. Meanwhile, on Cao Cao's side, the task of monitoring Su Du and the palace fell to Man Chao and Mao Jian. Though these 2 were astute and capable, they saw no reason to impede such a joyful event, nor did they harbor any suspicions. Once Dong Cheng received the message, he wasted no time and soon entered the palace. After exchanging pleasantries with his daughter, he proceeded to meet Lu Xie. Once seated, Lu Xie instructed the eunuchs to prepare tea and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yu. Wang Yu understood the signal, creating an excuse to have several eunuchs leave the hall, allowing Lu Xie to speak privately. Dong Cheng discerned Lu Xie's unusual demeanor, sensing there was a deeper intention behind it. However, he felt somewhat disheartened by the young emperor's recent preoccupation with beautiful women and his apparent attempts to ingratiate himself with Cao Cao. Your Majesty, is there something of importance you wish to discuss? Dong Cheng inquired. Indeed, I do have an important matter to entrust to you, Lu Xie responded. Are there any capable individuals under your command who could operate independently? Lu Xie asked, knowing that this endeavor involved competing with Cao Cao for people, and it would require cleverness to succeed. There are 1 or 2 who may suffice. Your Majesty need only issue your orders. Dong Chung replied. Lu Xie found himself at a loss for words. Asking his father-in-law to assist him in securing another woman's affections would surely be scandalous in modern times. The situation is as follows. I have a secret confidant named China Lu, who has long served under El Bud. I had intended to cultivate his allegiance gradually for the future. However, with El Bu's imminent downfall, he has recently been dispatched to Yuan Shu for aid, leaving his family behind in Shuzhou. Seeing that his request for assistance was thwarted, with Yuan Shu not only shirking responsibility but also detaining him, he hastily sent word to me, seeking help for his family. Lu Xie sighed deeply, adding, "But how can I manage such a feat? I do not wish to dishearten my soldiers, so I thought of you, my esteemed father-in-law. With Cao Cao leading an army against El Bu, chaos will surely ensue in Shuzhou. You could send a few capable individuals to take advantage of the turmoil and rescue his family. Meanwhile, I too can dispatch some skilled wanderers to assist." After Lu Xie finished speaking, he gazed at Dong Chung. Observing how he would respond, "I shall not disgrace my duty," Dong Chung declared as he stood and bowed solemnly at that moment. Lu Xie regarded his son-in-law with newfound esteem. Not only did he have clandestine connections beyond the palace, but he also had capable individuals at his disposal. Under Cao Cao's strict surveillance, it was quite commendable for a youth in his teens to achieve such feats. It appeared that not all rumors from the outside world could be fully trusted. General Qin's wife is surnamed Du, and he has a 5- or 6-year-old son. If successful, we shall secretly bring them to Suchong and arrange for them to reside with my uncle. And we shall claim they are distant relatives, Lu Xie instructed. Cao Cao's army has reached Shuzhou, and your men must hasten their journey. Tomorrow, I shall send a few trusted individuals to accompany them. After Dong Chung departed, Lu Xie sought out Wang Yu, asking him to instruct Shi A to arrange for 4 or 5 agile and astute wanderers to accompany Dong Cheng's men for protection along the way. Once everything was properly arranged, feeling as though he had done all he could, Lu Xie resumed his leisurely pursuits, reflecting that while human efforts are essential, the outcome ultimately lies with heaven. Success would be ideal. But if it were not to be, there was little he could do. However, with Cao Cao absent from Sudu, matters concerning talent, aside from beautiful women, could still be maneuvered. A day later, Lu Xie consulted Sun Yu, expressing his desire to find a talented individual named Bu Jiao. This was revealed to me by the immortal Gu Lao, who spoke highly of this person's exceptional abilities, a true gem of talent. And I am in dire need of such a figure, Lu Xie stated. Ji Xian had now become his secret source of intelligence. Bu Jiu, how come I have not heard of such a talent? Sun Yu inquired. He has yet to take office and is currently idling at home, seeking refuge in Kuaiji. Alas, it is fortunate in a way, as many renowned talents have already been courted by the various warlords. Lu Xie replied. But that is in the territory of Sun Su in Jiangdong, Sun Yu remarked. Indeed, therefore, I implore you, Sun Aiqing, to devise a means to ensure he relocates his family. That would be the safest course of action. Lu Xie said. Since your majesty is so concerned, I shall do my utmost to achieve this, Sun Yu assured. That would be much appreciated. However, once he arrives, we must secure a suitable position for him. Lest Chao Sikong snatch the fruits of our labor, Lu Xie added. I understand, your majesty, Sun Yu responded. Meanwhile, Cao Cao had arrived in Shuzhou and had met with Liu Bei and Xiaopei. His strategists and valiant generals all exerted their utmost, engaging in several clashes with El Bu's forces, mostly emerging victorious. The entire camp was filled with jubilation, and the conquest of El Bu was imminent. At this juncture, Guan Yu approached Cao Cao and said, Lord Sikong, I am of such an age, yet have no son, which is a great regret. During my alliance with El Bu, I once beheld the wife of his commander, Qin Ilu, and found her countenance amiable, well suited for bearing children. On the day we capture Shuzhou, may I request this lady be bestowed upon me as a wife? Oh? Ha ha ha, this is a trifling matter. It is rare to see you, Yun Chong. So moved I grant your request. Cao Cao laughed heartily, teasing Guan Yu, yet secretly pondering what manner of woman could stir the usually stoic Guan Yunchang's affections. Once the other generals dispersed, only Guojia and a few trusted advisors remained in Cao Cao's tent. What is the situation in Sudu now? Cao Cao inquired, having been away for some time and still holding concerns for his stronghold. All is as usual, with Man Chao and Mao Jian guarding it. Your Excellency may rest assured, Guojia replied. Has the young emperor exhibited any unusual behavior as of late? Cao Cao further questioned. It remains relatively stable. According to reports from the inner palace, the young emperor has begun taking elixirs daily and indulges in nightly revelries, particularly enamored with the newly wed Lady Yin. However, there has been a noteworthy occurrence. All three of the emperor's concubines are now with child, Guojia added. Oh, such coincidence? It is quite rare for three to conceive simultaneously. What has that Taoist Gu Xian given him? Please elaborate. Cao Cao pressed for details, secretly harboring his own ambitions. During the campaign against Zhang Xiu, he lost a son, and now many of his subordinates urged him to take more concubines to ensure heirs for his legacy. If Gu Xian possessed any special remedies, perhaps he could partake as well. Of course, royal offspring were no trivial matter. Even if the emperor was under house arrest, Lu Xie still held a significant title. Guojia noted that the young emperor had recently displayed some peculiarities, having ceased studying and writing, instead practicing swordplay and engaging in strange physical movements, abandoning the scholarly pursuits for martial endeavors. Ha ha ha! Cao Cao chuckled. What peculiar movements could he possibly be performing with that frail physique? Even you find it curious? Cao Cao queried. Indeed, he lies prostrate on the ground, his body quaking, as if, it is difficult to articulate. Guojia faltered, being a man of culture himself. Ha ha ha! Cao Cao laughed heartily. Could this be a closely guarded secret of the palace? A courtly technique? Upon finishing, he burst into laughter once more. Guojia recognized the jest and couldn't help but smile. Since he wishes to emulate his father, perhaps we should let him fully immerse himself in it. Your Excellency might consider sending more women into the palace. If he prefers older ones, that could certainly be arranged. Guojia continued, As Suzhou falls, I have decided to bestow upon him Elbu's entire household. Cao Cao exclaimed, laughing joyously. At that very moment in Suzhou, Elbu was drowning his sorrows in wine. Witnessing the tides of fate turn against him, he was filled with a deep frustration he could not express, resorting to alcohol to numb his woes, as the morale of the people waned. Chaos began to emerge in Suzhou, with many thugs starting to riot. The military officers lost their will to maintain order, and the atmosphere at Qin Yilu's residence grew increasingly tense. Rumors circulated that their general had sought aid from Yuan Shu but had failed and instead defected to him. This action sparked discontent among Elbu's subordinates, who vowed to retaliate against the Qin household. One day, the steward reported to Lady Du that General Qin had secretly sent word. Lady Du hurriedly summoned the messenger, who was an adept retainer of Dong Cheng. After a compelling analysis, the steward frightened Lady Du, who turned pale. The strategist warned that Elbu's downfall was imminent, and with the general absent, Lady Du's unparalleled beauty would surely attract unwanted attention. At this moment, General Dong Cheng, a distant relative of the general, had dispatched assassins to rescue her, advising her and her son, Qin Lang, to disguise themselves and escape when the city fell. Lady Du was left in a state of disarray, torn between the truth of the words and the prevailing chaos outside, leaving her with little choice. Chapter 11. Vanished without a trace. The individual possessed remarkable capabilities, assisting Lady Du and her son Qin Lang in their disguises, concealing them in a civilian residence. Days later, when Suzhou fell, Elbu was captured. This strategist, aided by several wanderers, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to lead Lady Du to safety, reuniting with those waiting outside the city. They hurried back to Sudu, arriving before Cao Cao. Moved by Guan Yu's urgency, on the day of the city's fall, Cao Cao had dispatched trusted aides to surround the Qin residence. He wished to personally behold the beauty of Lady Du, who had captured the heart of one so stoic as Guan Yu. However, upon arriving with his generals at the Qin estate, he discovered only servants guarding the premises, while the owners had vanished. In a fit of anger, Cao Cao ordered the house steward bound and interrogated. The steward, a loyal elder of the Qin household, had been informed by Lady Du of a prepared story prior to her departure. Report to Lord Si Kong, the lady and young master had left the city long ago. The previous occupants were merely servants in disguise. The steward trembled. Why is that? Cao Cao bellowed. The master had made arrangements for the lady to depart the city, stating that Suzhou could not be held. Therefore, that very night, she secretly bribed the city gate guards and escaped under cover of darkness, the steward explained. Where did she go? Cao Cao inquired. It is said she has gone to Sudu to seek refuge with a distant relative surnamed Dong. And she should have arrived by now, the steward replied. At Sudu. Why did she not follow her husband to Shochuan? Cao Cao expressed his surprise. There, the troops of Wen Ho are stationed, making it impossible for them to travel together. Su Du is stable, a safe haven, the steward clarified. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was filled with joy. That was his own stronghold. He laughed inwardly, thinking that she had run straight into his den, when to feast upon her. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, it conveniently absolved him of any obligation to explain himself to Guan Yu, a win-win situation. Yet, he soon pondered why he had not encountered her upon his arrival. Perhaps they had merely missed each other. Regardless, his spirits soared, and he did not press the steward further. After all, they might soon become one family, be why this time. Cao Cao had already entertained thoughts of claiming Lady Du for himself. He had inquired among the defectors from El Bu's side, and they confirmed that Lady Du was indeed a paragon of beauty, possessing a petite and exquisite figure, precisely to his liking with a sense of reassurance. He turned to address military affairs. Meanwhile, Guan Yu felt quite displeased by Lady Du's absence, yet he could not fault Cao Cao, as she had long since vanished. As the legends suggest, Cao Cao did not accept El Bu's surrender. Instead, he executed him. El Bu, being of a similar age, could not be adopted as a son. Besides, he dared not keep a man who had slain two fathers close at hand, as it was too perilous. While other generals capitulated, only Gao Shun and Chen Gong remained resolute in their defiance. Chen Gong was understandable. He held disdain for El Bu and was unwilling to yield, choosing death over submission. Though regrettable, he had to be executed. But what of Gao Shun? Was he truly as obstinate as the young emperor described? Forget it. I might as well do a favor for that young emperor and allow him to return to his homeland. Although he can be considered a talent, my own ranks are filled with capable individuals. His presence adds neither to our strength nor diminishes it. Were it not for the young emperor's prior intercession, I would have dealt with him decisively. Look at him, putting on airs as if he were some loyal minister or valiant martyr. Such individuals should not be indulged. Once everything is settled, I'll make a note of the merits I've earned and, upon returning to Su Du, I shall discuss rewards. Cao Cao, leading a grand army, accompanied by Lu, Guan, and Zhang, along with El Bu's entourage, made a triumphant return to Su Du. Truth be told, there was a slight irritation in Cao Cao's heart. For he had caught sight of El Bu's concubine, Diao Chan, who was as enchanting as a celestial being from a painting. How could he have been so foolish as to agree to the young emperor's request? Now, his numerous strategists and generals were all aware of this matter, and he found himself unable to retract his commitment without losing face. It was indeed a case of ensnaring oneself. Well, one learns from their mistakes. Next time, I shall be more discerning. He'll ruin one's illustrious reputation for the sake of a woman. Such folly is hardly worth it. Cao Cao consoled himself. Just then, Su Chu urged his horse forward, asking, "My lord, have you taken a liking to El Bu's wife?" "Why this inquiry?" "This hulking fellow was one of my trusted generals, whom I held in high regard as for El Bu's spouse, while she was indeed striking. She had an imposing stature, not to my taste at all. I see. That woman appears quite robust. She must be quite spirited. If you have no interest, could she perhaps be granted to me?" Su Chu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, you foolish tiger. Ordinarily, I would have no objections, but this time it cannot be. She is already promised to another." Cao Cao chuckled heartily. "What? You mean that scoundrel?" "I shall confront him, however, if El Bu's wife is not an option." "His daughter might suffice," Su Chu mused, thinking that the woman had been awarded to some general, now setting his sights on the daughter instead. "Ha ha ha." Cao Cao laughed again, saying, "You cannot compete for her. The daughter is off limits too. You will have to wait for another opportunity. All the women have been accounted for, and that man is none other than the current emperor." "What? With his physique, he would exhaust her completely," Su Chu exclaimed in astonishment. Disrespect slipping from his lips, Cao Cao paid it no mind, relishing the effect he had on his subordinates, wishing for their eyes to focus solely on him, without regard for others. Moreover, this foolish giant was right. Sending them over was indeed a strategy to drain him of his resources, preventing him from squabbling with those aged retainers over the matter of power. Due to the affairs in Shuzhou and the difficulties faced by the army, Cao Cao's return to Su Du was delayed by more than a month compared to Lady Du's arrival. Over a month prior, Lu Xie had received word of Lady Du's safe arrival in Su Du, which brought him great relief. The next matter at hand was how to welcome her into the palace. Having spun a web of lies to Dongcheng, he now found himself needing countless more to maintain the ruse. A rather vexing predicament indeed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, which warlord does not have a few strategists at their disposal. Those ridiculous escapades are all orchestrated by clever advisors, who can solve problems with a mere flick of a silk pouch. Unlike himself, who was constantly mulling over matters, he realized he must cultivate a few strategists for himself. Otherwise, his mind would not suffice. However, these troublesome thoughts were soon cast aside by Lu Xie, who was eager to meet with Lady Yin. Daily troubles were ever present, so it would be more fruitful to learn a foreign language first. Though the three imperial consorts had forbidden him from approaching them lately, Lu Xie paid it no mind. He had begun to develop an infatuation with Lady Yin. The vigor of youth was indeed boundless, and with his recent dedication to physical training, he found himself brimming with energy, all of which was directed towards Lady Yin. As their feelings intensified, Lu Xie suddenly had a brilliant idea and halted his advances. "My dear, shall I call you sister-in-law? Why do you address me so? Do you still hold my status against me?" Lady Yin asked, perplexed and somewhat sorrowful. "Of course not. We once shared a familial bond, did we not? Thus, in a sense, you are indeed my sister-in-law. Let us adopt that charming term used among the people." "It carries a whimsical charm," Lu Xie replied. So it was that Lu Xie harbored this mischievous thought, and the men of his era were all the same. Even an emperor was not exempt. "Very well, let it be as you wish, but do not miss the crucial moments," Lady Yin said shyly, unaware of Lu Xie's ulterior motives, which stemmed from the saying of the future, "Better dumplings than anything else." Thus, Lu Xie privately gained a sister-in-law, delighting in his wicked amusement. As half a month passed, news arrived that Cao Cao was nearing victory. Lu Xie felt a sense of urgency. The matter of Lady Du could not be delayed any longer. For if it dragged on, it might slip away entirely, and the duck that was almost caught would fly away. Seeking an excuse, he summoned Dongcheng to the palace. The two sat down as host and guest, while the others withdrew. Lu Xie feigned a troubled and sorrowful demeanor, letting out a quiet sigh. "Alas, my trusted general, Qin Ilu, has sent word that both Cao Cao and Guan Yu have taken a fancy to his wife, Lady Du, and nearly came to blows over her. He himself has gained favor with Yuan Shu, and has even promised him a daughter of the Han court." Upon glancing at Dongcheng, Lu Xie found him devoid of any visible reaction. He continued, "He feels guilty towards his wife and has requested that I take Lady Du into the palace, citing her beauty and the age-old adage that beautiful women often meet tragic fates. If I do not assist him in safeguarding her, the consequences could be dire." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I find this reasoning quite compelling. The only person capable of deceiving Cao Cao at this juncture is none other than myself. It would be unwise to disregard the loyalty of my trusted officials. Thus, I must disregard my status and reluctantly agree to assist him, with the intention of returning her to him once the matter is resolved. Allowing for a reunion with his family in a few days, find an appropriate reason to bring her and her son into the palace." Having spoken, Lu Xie's expression bore a hint of melancholy, conveying a sense of helplessness. Chapter 12. Lady Du's splendor. Dongcheng felt a surge of anger rising within him. Only then did he comprehend the situation. So this young emperor had schemed all along to have his father-in-law procure a beauty for him. Was he truly so shameless as to act thus while my daughter is with child? This young emperor was exceedingly unprincipled, utterly lacking in humanity. With such wicked intentions, he deserved to be trapped in his own schemes. Although he felt displeased, after all, the young man was still the emperor. The distinction between ruler and subject meant that his anger had no outlet, so be it. This time he had been outsmarted. But he would tread carefully in the future. Ultimately, the matters of men were not of great significance. If, as his son-in-law claimed, this could bring Cao Cao to grief, then perhaps it would be worth it. Suppressing his frustration, Dongcheng rose to take his leave. Though he was displeased, he had to carry out the emperor's arrangements. The very next day, he dutifully brought Lady Du into the palace. Claiming that the consorts were all with child and that the emperor should not suffer in silence, hence presenting him with a beauty. Although Man Chong and Mao Jian were astute, they were unaware that this was the woman Cao Cao had his eye on. Moreover, the emperor's ludicrous behavior had already spread through the court, and even Cao Cao seemed to be indulgent of it. They could easily discern the underlying motivations and thus turned a blind eye. Offering no objections, buying large and gifting small. Such was the familiar formula. Lady Du entered the palace, and naturally, her 6-year-old son accompanied her. This was fortuitous, for with Lady Yin's child, the palace now had 2 young ones. Lu Xie once again found himself in the role of a father. That very evening, Lu Xie could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed to Lady Du's quarters, marveling at the beauty before him. Those who make history are indeed extraordinary. The system's 9 points were well-deserved. Delicate and exquisitely adorned, it was no wonder that the somewhat shorter Cao Cao favored such a type. She was truly a stunning beauty. Yet, as Lu Xie admired her, he found something oddly familiar about her. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly smacked his forehead. She bore a striking resemblance to a former star, Tian Er, from his past life. This unexpected yet delightful realization filled Lu Xie with a sense of satisfaction, as the system's wicked sense of humor played perfectly into his vanity. Had it been a stranger, even one tenfold more beautiful, he would have merely been momentarily dazzled, like a peacock strutting in the night. But this was different. It was akin to fulfilling a long-held desire across 2 lifetimes. Hadn't he someone once said that displaying one's accomplishments among acquaintances brings true satisfaction? Likewise, how could one not feel a sense of pride when a woman, once unattainable, now lay beneath him? Your Majesty, my husband has requested that you care for us. How can you act in such a manner? Lady Du initially believed all that Dong Cheng had conveyed to her was the truth. Now that the emperor had taken such liberties, was it not a case of stealing from the very guards set to protect? How cold-hearted of him, my dear. Allow me to reveal the truth. Qin Ilu is not my trusted general. He is merely an object of my admiration. In my desperation, I resorted to this course of action. He initially sought to request aid from Yuan Shu, but ultimately surrendered to him, marrying a daughter of his clan and abandoning you and your child entirely. One could say he was disloyal to Elbu and ungrateful to you both. In time, you shall learn the full truth. I have no reason to deceive you. Lu Xie stated plainly. He chose to be forthright, considering the long road ahead. Living under a veil of deception would be tiresome, and it was better to be candid. How can I trust that this time, Your Majesty is not spinning yet another tale? Dusher evidently harbored considerable skepticism, while Lu Xie found himself at a loss for words. Having previously uttered an abundance of falsehoods, it was now quite challenging to elicit belief. I swear upon my imperial throne, should I deceive you, my dear Du, may I lose my throne and meet a dire fate. Lu Xie, pressed to the brink, resorted to a poisonous oath. Such a vow was indeed serious. In ancient times, oaths were held in high regard, and when coupled with the stakes of an imperial throne, it became almost indisputable. Were Lu Xie not a time traveler, he would never have sworn such an oath, as it would be a grave taboo. Dusher gazed at the earnest young man before her, feeling that he was willing to forsake everything for his throne, while her husband, after years of marriage, had abandoned her and their children for the sake of his own life. It seemed she had not lost out after all. Did she truly appear so naïve, so oblivious? Not at all. Back in Shuzhou, after Qin Ilu's departure, she had heard numerous rumors. Later, Lu Bu had even sent people to surveil her residence. These were all blatant truths. Had the situation in Shuzhou not been so tense, with Lu Bu overwhelmed and drowning his sorrows in drink, she might not have found an opportunity to escape. In light of this comparison, the disparity became starkly apparent, and her heart softened. Noticing Dusher's suspicions dissipate, Lu Xie felt a surge of excitement. He suddenly recalled an image he had encountered online in his past life. My dear, your figure is so well proportioned. Are you skilled in song and dance? Lu Xie inquired. Merely a dabble, a pastime for leisure, Dusher replied. Then, could you perhaps perform a split for me? Lu Xie suggested. A split? What is that? Dusher asked, having only heard of the famed red-haired Otto. It involves standing still and raising your legs above your head, Lu Xie explained, attempting a demonstration, though he was not quite able to execute it, merely a gesture to convey his meaning. Why must your Majesty request such an embarrassing display from me? Is this meant to humiliate me? Dusher's expression changed dramatically, her anger evident. Absolutely not. Not at all. It is entirely devoid of such intent. I was merely seized by whimsy, finding it amusing. Moreover, we are alone here. How could we refer to our playful banter as humiliation? My dear, you speak too harshly, Lu Xie hurriedly clarified, realizing he had yet to establish a rapport. Humor must not be taken too far. Really? Dusher observed the anxious expression on the young man's face and found herself believing him to a significant extent. Of course, there is no coercion intended. It is merely a playful diversion. Lu Xia assured her. Is that so? Just as Lu Xia's words fell, Dusher effortlessly executed a standing split. Her body was straight, her posture impeccable and graceful, the satin skirt cascading to her waist, while the tight-fitting undergarments, akin to modern-day jeans, exuded an irresistible allure. Her exquisitely embroidered shoes playfully twitched, showcasing her remarkable flexibility. Yes, precisely. Lu Xia was overjoyed, as though witnessing a living embodiment of the image he had seen. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and embraced Dusher. The following morning, upon witnessing the system's splendid progress, Lu Xia's heart finally settled. Unbeknownst to him, he had completed 2 minor objectives, surprisingly, both involving Chao Xikong's favor. Ha ha ha, recalling this triumph, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The palace attendants were rather puzzled by the sudden laughter of the emperor, but speculated that he must be pleased due to his newly acquired beauty. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xia instructed Shi to send someone to Chang'an to inquire about his sister-in-law, Tang Ji's whereabouts, whether she still resided in the royal gardens of Chang'an. After all, the system had tasks, and he could not remain idle. Furthermore, this was a matter of familial ties. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Xia also requested Shi to keep an eye out for any strategists who had yet to be courted by the various warlords. On that day, Cao Cao arrived in Shudu. Lu Xia personally led a grand procession of officials to welcome him 10 miles outside the city, disregarding the objections of some elder ministers, and personally took the reins for Cao Cao. Exhibiting a remarkably humble demeanor, Cao Cao, observing the young emperor's compliance and apparent weakness, felt much of his doubt dissipate and was filled with renewed ambition. The displeasure and disappointment of sacrificing Diao Chan for the young emperor quickly faded. As a true man ought to be so, what more could he ask for? Upon Cao Cao's return, Lu Xia began to adopt a more low-key approach. There was little choice. Cao Cao's presence was overwhelmingly imposing. Besides his own shrewdness, he was surrounded by capable ministers and strategists. Although Lu Xia was a time traveler, he did not possess enhanced intelligence. He felt akin to a mere brute, realizing he could not compete with these cunning historical figures. It was best to blend into the background. Thus, he sought to survive in the cracks, utilizing historical foresight to make subtle moves and sow discord when the opportunity arose. Lu Xia often sighed, lamenting his own lack of capability and feeling embarrassed in comparison to his fellow time travelers who wreaked havoc with ease. Meanwhile, after Cao Cao wrapped up the official matters accumulated in Shudu, he presented 4 beautiful women, including the wife of Lu Bu, to the emperor, fulfilling his promise. Lu Xia was indeed taken aback. I requested Diao Chan, and you have bestowed upon me 3 additional beauties? Is this truly how generous the 3 kingdoms are? Each time he asked for one, without exception, there were always bonuses. Cao Cao's efficiency was certainly remarkable. In times of peace, such a minister would undoubtedly be promoted to the position of prime minister. A true favorite in the emperor's heart, though the times were far from peaceful, Lu Xia still wished to elevate Cao Cao's status. During the grand court session, Cao Cao's sycophants proposed that since Cao Cao had defeated Lu Bu and reclaimed Shuzhou, his contributions deserved greater recognition than the title of Xikong could convey. Lu Xia wholeheartedly agreed and supported the elevation to chancellor. However, the lingering remnants of the Han dynasty's old guard rose in opposition, arguing that such a minor achievement was insignificant, and should future grander merits arise, there would be no titles left to bestow. Cao Cao pondered this with consideration and decided to bide his time. This was also a test of the court's sentiment. He was quite pleased with the emperor's response, noting that the presentation of beauties had indeed worked wonders, and the young emperor seemed to have come to terms. No longer resisting him as he once had been contemplating the beauties, Cao Cao felt a pang of longing as the unparalleled beauty of Diao Chan danced vividly in his mind. I must find that Dusher soon. Otherwise, it will be difficult to quell the fire in my heart. Through various inquiries made by Cao Cao's subordinates, it was discovered that Dusher's distant relative was, in fact, Dong Cheng. This made things more convenient. Cao Cao hastily summoned Dong Cheng. General Dong, I hear that a relative has recently come to seek refuge. Cao Cao inquired amiably, knowing that when marrying into another family, it was prudent to adopt a friendly demeanor. May I ask which relative you mean, Xikong? Dongcheng responded, puzzled that, in these tumultuous times, many relatives sought refuge. Which one could he be referring to? The wife of the former subordinate of Lu Bu, Du Shi? Cao Cao stated without preamble, oh, I see. I must inform Sikong that she is a distant niece of mine. Recently, upon learning that her husband had defected to Yuan Shu, leaving her and her child in a pitiable state, I felt compelled to send her to the palace as a way to provide her with support. I have heard that the emperor is in need of women to balance the yin and yang. So I presented her to the emperor, Dongcheng explained. Cao Cao thought to himself that he had misjudged the emperor. Assuming the worst of him, it seemed that this Cao thief genuinely had an affection for Du Shi. And he was fortunate to have acted quickly. What? Cao Cao exclaimed, rising in shock and knocking over the table before him. Startled, Dongcheng trembled, his demeanor one of utmost respect, though internally he reveled in the emperor's moment of discomfort. The old thief Cao Cao, who often appears so arrogant, has finally met his match. How could this be? Cao Cao struggled to articulate his disbelief, but he could not express his frustration to Dongcheng. As the one who had intercepted the lady was still the emperor, Cao Cao was left utterly vexed and dismissed Dongcheng. He never expected that this young boy, so tender in years, would share such a similar taste to himself, having a fondness for women. Was he not supposed to be like a young man? As Cao Cao simmered in frustration, Lu Xie, on the other hand, initially thought it to be a tall order to ask for Diao Chan, but was pleasantly surprised to find that the other three beauties had also been sent. It was a serendipitous windfall, for they too were tools within the system. Previously, Lu Xie had already categorized them as bad debts. Now that they had entered the palace, the eunuchs would allocate them accommodations. Knowing that Diao Chan was designated by the emperor, she was given a separate allocation. Upon meeting Diao Chan, one of the legendary four beauties, Lu Xie found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was underprepared to express his thoughts. The phrases "shut the moon and close the flowers," or "sinking fish and falling geese," were insufficient to encapsulate her beauty. Lu Xie lamented, "Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. With such looks and such a figure." He mused that, had it been him, he would have done the same as Lu Bu, slaying his foster father for her. Her beauty was truly astonishing, yet as he gazed, he noticed a hint of foreign lineage. Her eyes appeared almost blue, reminiscent of the young national goddess from France. Quite peculiar indeed. Could it be that Europeans were included? Just as Lu Xie marveled at the system's prowess, a melodious voice interrupted his reverie. "I have heard, Your Majesty, that in my youth, I was under your care. But why do I have no memory of this?" Diao Chan, alone with Lu Xie, voiced her lingering curiosity, her tone soft and sticky, laced with a hint of huskiness that stirred one's heart. Lu Xie, jolted from his daze, was relieved that she was not speaking in French. Yet, upon hearing her inquiry, he felt a pang of frustration. Why must women be so serious about everything? Did they not allow men to live? In the future, it would be wise to refrain from speaking falsehoods. Weaving such fabrications can indeed be a painful endeavor. It is far more virtuous to embrace honesty in our dealings. Tio, my beloved concubine, I must confess that this arrangement with Chow Aman is but a temporary measure, devised solely for your protection. Otherwise, given your exquisite beauty, who could say what fate might befall you? Lu Xie remarked. And indeed, his words rang true. Yet how could the emperor, ensconced within the depths of the palace, know my name, or why would he seek to safeguard me? Diao Chan continued her inquiry. As a child in Chang'an, I harbored a deep loathing for Dong Zhuo. Minister Wang, utilizing your charms to ensnare him, has my utmost gratitude. I would hate for you to suffer a tragic fate due to the whims of Wen Ho. Furthermore, it is true that I am captivated by your beauty. What harm is there in welcoming you into the palace? Lu Xie expressed. Your Majesty's gratitude is appreciated, yet I am but a wilted flower. Unworthy of such affection, Diao Chan lamented, tears streaming down her face as she mourned her own sorrowful existence. Indeed, my admiration extends beyond mere gratitude. In ancient times, there was she sure. Today, we have you, Diao Chan. The world speaks of your beauty in terms such as the moon pales in shame, and fish dive to hide. I find these praises to be no exaggeration, perhaps even insufficient. If you could continue to accompany Wen Ho, I would not intervene. Yet, he is a man consumed by ambition, reckless and obstinate. He is incapable of valuing you, unable to provide you with a stable life. Thus, I resorted to this desperate ploy, fabricating a lie to bring you to me from Cao Cao. Lu Xie confessed half-truths and half-lies. What matters is that the affection is genuine. Diao Chan shared this sentiment, for she could see in Lu Xie's eyes a sincerity and yearning that was unmistakable. This man truly cherished her. Perhaps he was drawn to her beauty, but who was not? She had been passed around like an object, her life fraught with misfortune. Her adoptive father, Minister Wang Yun, sacrificed himself for the greater good. And in return for his nurturing, she acquiesced to such sacrifices. Following Elbu, she found no happiness. He coveted her beauty, yet his ambition far exceeded his capabilities, leaving her without a stable refuge. As she traversed the lands, often feeling like a lost soul, she hoped for a semblance of peace in her remaining years, a modest blessing indeed. Diao Chan embodied the pure virtues of ancient women, a shared trait among women of her time, and felt no resistance toward Lu Xie. Her life had been one of submission and acceptance, devoid of the romanticized heroism depicted in later films, where loyalty dictates that one marries only the one true love. Such notions were mere fabrications of posterity. Your beloved seems rather different from the women of the Central Plains. What accounts for this disparity? Lu Xie could not help but inquire why mother was a dancer from the western regions, who later became favored by Minister Wang, thus giving rise to my existence, and I inherited her lineage, Diao Chan replied. Lu Xie was taken aback. You are the minister's own daughter? Indeed. He has concealed my true identity for fear of scandal, always presenting me as his adopted daughter, Diao Chan stated, her calm tone betraying a hint of sorrow. Alas, a mixed-blood beauty. No wonder you are such a paragon of allure. Lu Xie found himself captivated by the exotic charm of her heritage, lingering in this delightful reverie until he was reminded, days later, that 3 other beauties awaited his attention. Upon hearing from the inner servants that the growing number of women had rendered the housing inadequate, it became evident that the arrangements could not mirror the modern practice of individual rooms. Each concubine occupied her own courtyard, and while there were many rooms, most were allocated to the inner servants and palace maids rather than the concubines themselves. This shortage meant that Elbu's wife and concubines had to share a chamber, though they willingly accepted this arrangement, finding solace in their shared kinship. Lu Xie sighed at the extravagance of feudal emperors. Even he, a mere shadow of a king, could maintain a harem of numerous wives within vast palatial confines. As he prepared for an audience, he mused. The number of beauties seems to increase daily, and soon, accommodations will become insufficient. A dignified emperor cannot allow his concubines to be cramped together. Elbu's household is now considered part of his court. Aside from Diao Chan, the others reside together, which presents challenges and diminishes the imperial dignity. At present, dignity holds little value for Lu Xie. Convenience is paramount. The presence of this mother-daughter duo creates an undeniable awkwardness. He resolved to speak with Cao Xikong about the need for expansion, estimating that at least 20 to 30 additional rooms would suffice. The court assembly was merely ceremonial, allowing the aged ministers of the Han dynasty to maintain a facade of relevance, while substantive matters were largely determined at the Xikong residence. The Xikong residence had effectively transformed into a minor court, housing the essence of Cao Cao's power. Yet, to maintain the illusion for the public, appearances must be upheld, for the remnants of the Han dynasty still held some sway. Xikong, I have recently welcomed several new beauties into my court, and I now face a pressing issue. The sleeping quarters are insufficient. Might there be room in the budget for a modest expansion? Lu Xie broached the topic during their meeting. Chapter 14. The widow. On this day, Lu Xie sought the opportunity to speak privately with Cao Cao, voicing his concerns. Cao Cao, having observed Lu Xie closely in recent days, found the young emperor increasingly agreeable. Reports from his informants indicated that the emperor had succumbed to the delights of indulgence, abandoning his responsibilities, neglecting court business and scholarly pursuits, leaving administrative matters to his servants. He had even taken to practicing martial arts, which had indeed strengthened his physique. This was the emperor in whom Cao Cao found satisfaction, a ruler who enjoyed life while delegating the burdens of governance to his ministers. Otherwise, what purpose do ministers serve if the emperor is left to toil? Yet now, upon hearing Lu Xie's request, Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of reluctance. It was not due to a lack of generosity, but rather because he was formulating a significant strategy against the formidable adversary Yuan Shao. a fateful enemy who instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Only by defeating him could the prospect of dominion truly materialize. Having vanquished Elbu, Cao Cao felt emboldened, his concerns alleviated, and the dissent within the court had diminished significantly, encouraging him to engage with his esteemed friend and test his own mettle. At such a critical juncture, every decision required meticulous consideration. Your Majesty, the realm is currently in decline, and the treasury is nearly emptied. It would be prudent to delay any expansions until the coffers are replenished. I assure you, once we achieve financial stability, I will oversee the construction of a palace to rival the grandeur of Luoyang and Chang'an. Cao Cao began to paint an elaborate vision, gesturing expansively with his hands. Lu Xie realized that the matter was unlikely to come to fruition. He had encountered this approach before. His previous employers were fond of discussing lofty ideals while shying away from fiscal realities. Yet, he bore no ill will. During his humble beginnings, living in a mere 10 square meters had been a source of contentment. Where one resides is less significant than with whom one shares that space. Regardless of whether it is a matter of concern or not, the failure to achieve this goal dampened his spirits. He increasingly sensed that a lack of funds rendered life inconvenient, a truth that transcends time, affecting even emperors. However, the pressing issue at hand could not be ignored. Lu Xie sought counsel from Sun Yu, for he lacked the authority and courage to consult others in an effort to demonstrate loyalty to Cao Cao and clarify allegiances. Many ministers now avoided Lu Xie, a plight that underscored the tragic reality of being powerless and insignificant. Yet he remained undeterred, dismissing the lesser ministers as beneath his notice. I am well versed in the annals of the three kingdoms. Do they think I am unaware of their true nature? Your Majesty, it is true that expansion is currently unfeasible. However, there are 1 or 2 larger palaces that can be repurposed for temporary accommodations, which would not incur significant expense, Sun Yu advised. Inwardly, he lamented, my young lord, if you could simply refrain from acquiring a few more beauties, this situation might be avoided altogether. Then please assist me in planning. Ideally, I would like to create 3 or 4 additional courtyards. Size is not a concern. As long as they are separate, I believe we can also dismantle some of the pavilions and terraces to free up space. Adding materials to construct 2 or 3 courtyards, which would help us save costs, Lu Xie suggested. Though one lacking in aesthetic sensibility, notions of royal gardens and ornate structures held little appeal. Creating practical courtyards seemed far more advantageous. Sun Yu was well aware of Lu Xie's lack of taste, yet he chose to ignore it, recognizing that the task was dictated by the system beyond his control. Sun Yu shook his head with a wry smile. The Han dynasty had fallen so low that even the emperor was troubled by the prospect of a few courtyards. Lu Xie resolved to visit Elbu's other wives, or rather, the widows. Yet upon contemplating this term, his mind involuntarily conjured images of a certain film from a distant land. The narrative was simple, centering on a widow whose husband had recently passed, before the corpse had even cooled. Her thoughts turned elsewhere. Shaking his head, he sighed, lamenting his narrow-mindedness. Here he was, a full-fledged emperor with multiple wives, yet still preoccupied with such trivial fantasies. Moreover, these women were now indeed his wives, and to dwell on such thoughts felt increasingly chaotic. Guided by the inner servants, Lu Xie arrived at the quarters designated for them. The emperor's arrival was met with a grand reception, as fragrant tea was presented. Lu Xie, parched, took a hearty sip, only to sputter and spray the tea all over the startled servant standing before him. The attendants, fearing a problem with the tea, were taken aback. Lu Xie, wide-eyed and speechless, gazed at the 2 women standing nearby. Yuan's mother and daughter, frozen in place. Which was the elder? Which was the younger? Lu Xie blurted out. Was it not said they were mother and daughter? How is it that these 2 tall, slender women, both adorned with cascading long hair and exquisite beauty, resemble each other so closely as if they were sisters? What sisters, what siblings? The room was filled with dark expressions. Lu Xie gradually began to comprehend the situation, waved his hand to indicate that he had no issue with the tea, and took a small sip. Wen Ho, could it be that you have traversed through time as well? Your aesthetic sensibilities are on par with those of the modern era. This mother-daughter duo could easily be crowned co-champions in a modeling competition. The Yin mother and daughter, standing together, truly resembled a pair of beautiful sisters. In dim lighting, one might struggle to distinguish between them. Remarkably, they shared similar heights, both appearing to be over 1.7 meters tall. Were they to don a pair of high heels, Their elevation would surpass even his OWNIT. Is no wonder that Cao Cao showed no interest. He himself was not so tall. Due to their affluent lifestyle, they developed more robustly than the average woman. What was ample, and what was petite, rendering them extraordinarily fit. With such stature, they naturally exuded an air of authority. Women too possess this quality. And thus, although they are females, they appear far more commanding than the emaciated men of the Han dynasty. This might explain why many generals remained indifferent, with only the fierce Su Chu taking an interest. As most could hardly bear such women, in truth, Yin Shi was merely 35 or 36 years of age. Though often accompanying El Bu in his escapades, she was a woman of high standing, not accustomed to hardship, and her maintenance was commendable. Her charm remained intact, betraying no signs of aging. Lu Xie, despite appearing to be merely 17 or 18, housed within him the soul of a 30-year-old, thus rendering women of this age particularly alluring to him. Another woman, upon closer inspection, could be discerned as youthful. Her long, straight figure was taut and vibrant, clearly indicative of regular exercise. Perhaps this was why she appeared more mature than other girls of her age. Yet, the vivacity of youth was unmistakably present, comparable to Lu Xie himself. As the daughter of a martial family, she possessed an innate warrior spirit and gazed down at Lu Xie with a hint of disdain. Is this disdain directed at me? Lu Xie pondered, becoming increasingly intrigued. Are you aiming for a role as a fierce girlfriend? Little emperor, with your frame, do you truly aspire to wed multiple women? It seems you are courting danger. The youthful El Qieling retorted coldly, exhibiting no respect for the emperor. The mature elder sister. Oh, no, Yin Foreign hastily interjected. Linger, hold your tongue and quickly apologize to His Majesty. With a huff, El Qieling turned away and departed. Lu Xie, having come from a modern context, felt no offense at such blatant disrespect for authority. In his previous life, he had encountered many unruly youths. However, Yin Foreign viewed the situation differently, regardless of age. The emperor was still the emperor, and this was an era where imperial power was deeply ingrained within society. Terrified and pale, she promptly knelt, trembling as she pleaded, Your Majesty, please pardon my young daughter's indiscretion. Considering her tender ag.it was at this moment that Lu Xie noticed another woman kneeling beside her, Cao Shi, El Bu's young wife, who possessed a striking appearance and an equally statuesque figure. Lu Xie had become quite composed. Although Cao Shi was not stunning, she was by no means inferior to the two noble women he had first encountered. Now that he had seen greater beauty, his standards had risen considerably. He gestured for the others to leave, allowing only Yin Shi to remain in the room. Lu Xie rose and personally assisted Yin Shi to her feet, signaling for her to take a seat. With a somewhat sorrowful expression, he remarked, I have always admired General El Bu for his unparalleled bravery, for it was he who rescued me from the clutches of Dong Zhuo. I am profoundly grateful. Now, having fallen victim to the treachery of Cao, I mourn the loss of a great general. He feigned wiping away a tear, continuing, Yet, everyone knows that I am now left with nothing but this title. Merely a faade. Although I wish to act in your defense, I find myself powerless to change fate. The thought of the general's unfortunate demise and the peril that may befall you both leaves me restless at night. In the end, I am left to endure the scorn of others, shamelessly beseeching Cao for a moment's safety for you both. His eyes, having been wiped several times, were now tinged with red, conveying a sense of sorrow. The world knows that Cao Cao wields the emperor to command the lords, yet few comprehend the extent of his vigilance against me. My every action is under his watchful eye, now, entangled in this web. Should I not play my part convincingly, I cannot predict how he might treat you in his previous life. Lu Xie had spun tales effortlessly. Now, he spoke with tears in his eyes, having intended to embody sincerity, yet forgetting it all in a fleeting moment. Should His Majesty ever rise again, how would he confront Cao? Yin Foreign appeared to be contemplating a decision. Chapter 15. The proud daughter of the El family Yin Shi regarded the young man, who was of similar age to her daughter, with a measure of sympathy. This boy, esteemed as the emperor, had been tossed about like a pawn since the age of 9, enduring a life of upheaval and becoming a bargaining chip among the lords. She was aware of his plight. He was indeed a pitiable youth. He'll suffer 1,000 cuts and a myriad of tortures to avenge today's indignities. Lu Xie declared without hesitation, observing Lu Xie's hatred toward Chao. Yin Foren felt a sense of satisfaction, saying, I shall not trouble your majesty. I will persuade Linger, but it will take some time, so I ask for your patience. Not at all, not at all. It is merely that the palace is rife with Chao's spies. You must be cautious in your every word and action, Lu Xie advised. I am well aware. And I ask your majesty to remember today's promise, Yin Foren replied, the latter part referring to Cao Cao. This statement reflected a shift in identity, for Yin Foren, being a woman of this era, had grown accustomed to such circumstances. In chaotic times, the wives and daughters of the defeated become spoils of war. Their fates determined by the victors. The unfortunate may find themselves sold into brothels after being toyed with. In truth, the scenario of a mother and daughter serving a single husband was not uncommon among the upper echelons of society. She had witnessed such arrangements before, and it was a relatively favorable outcome, thus she felt no particular aversion to it. Her former husband, Elbu, had first claimed Yao Chan, and upon arriving in Shuzhou, had married Chao Shi to align with local powers. She believed that if the need arose, Elbu would take even more wives, and among them, women had never possessed the right to choose. Moreover, standing before her was the emperor, and she had never heard of any woman who could choose an emperor, especially one as young and charming, who was not particularly disagreeable. She merely hoped that this new arrangement would bring stability. Unlike her previous life, which had been fraught with anxiety, Yin Shi, graceful and elegant, retained her mature allure, stirring within Lu Xie an insatiable longing. That very night, Lu Xie's desires were fulfilled as he smoothly entered the mature sister's chamber. Compared to his past life, he had grown bolder. My beloved, I find myself puzzled. General Wen Ho commands numerous troops and boasts talented advisors like Chen Gong and Chen Dang, alongside formidable warriors such as Zhang Liao and Gao Shan. Why then did he fall so swiftly while defending Shuzhou? After some soothing words, Lu Xie engaged in conversation. Yin Shi, still recovering her breath, her face flushed, beads of perspiration glistening at her hairline, caused a few stray strands to cling alluringly to her face, rendering her appearance akin to someone emerging from a rigorous workout. Upon hearing Lu Xie's question, she furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, truly, while I lie beside you still recovering, you inquire about my late husband? Do you not consider my feelings? After a sigh, she replied, my late husband lacked discernment in employing capable individuals. He disregarded Chen Gong's counsel, misplaced his trust in Chen Dang, and failed to heed General Zhang Liao's advice to adapt his strategy. Instead, he stubbornly defended Shuzhou, only to be betrayed by his subordinates, ultimately leading to his demise. It was both timing and fate. Are you acquainted with Gao Shan? Lu Xie inquired further. I must first express my gratitude to your majesty for saving Gao Shan's life. He is a man of unwavering loyalty and integrity, a rare and valiant warrior. It is a pity, Yin Shi remarked. Would you be so kind as to pen a letter on my behalf? Urging him to serve me? Lu Xie asked. Your command shall be followed without question, Yin Shi replied. Ha, my beloved, we are now one family. We must exert our strength together. Cao Cao looms like a mountain. To dislodge him, we must collaborate, Lu Xie declared with great enthusiasm. Indeed, everything must be experienced. Having laid the groundwork with the previous beauties, he now felt emboldened when encountering other women. Besides the newfound boldness, his aura had significantly strengthened. In this identity, he was no longer a mere commoner. Apart from facing someone as formidable as Cao Cao, he felt more at ease in other situations. Yet, when he stepped out of the room the next day, encountering the young Ji Xian standing outside, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Qilin glared at the shameless young man emerging from her mother's room, her eyes ablaze with fury. Though they could not each inhabit their own palace, they managed to have separate chambers, thus each woman resided alone. How about I visit your room tonight? Lu Xie jested. Dream on. I do not fancy effeminate men. I prefer those who stand tall and strong. Like my father, Qilin retorted, turning away at me. Effeminate? Where in the world am I effeminate? Is being handsome a fault? Lu Xie thought, feeling utterly exasperated. Like your father? Now that would be a challenge. Your father is unrivaled in the world, which means you would be destined for a life of solitude. I have heard that you nearly married Yuan Shu's son, Lu Xie remarked. Even that would be better than you, at the very least. He must surpass you. Can you? Qilin shot back defiantly. Is this fiery temper a deliberate jab at me? Lu Xie questioned. Lu Xie stood speechless, musing that, indeed, he was not a match for his opponent at this moment. Just wait, he declared. I am currently honing my swordsmanship, and in a few days, I shall defeat you. You'd best not regret it. With that, Lu Xie turned on his heel and departed, muttering as he walked, with such a flimsy facade. You won't amount to anything in 10 years, Liu Qiling shouted defiantly at Lu Xie's retreating figure. You think you can dismiss me so easily? A young and vigorous man like myself, and you claim I won't succeed in a decade? Just wait. I shall return to settle this matter. Observing Lu Xie's diminishing silhouette, Madame Yin emerged from the room, regarding her daughter with concern. Why engage in such petty rivalry? This is already the best outcome we could hope for. A woman's fate has never belonged solely to herself. Had it not been for him, when your father faced defeat, we would have met a far grimmer fate. Do you understand? Madame Yin spoke earnestly. I simply cannot abide this dandy, living off the support of others, yet showing no ambition and being consumed by superficial beauty, Liu Qiling retorted. You underestimate him. He is merely biding his time, accumulating strength. Given his current circumstances, if he were to strive for improvement, how could he dispel Cao Cao's suspicions? He possesses far more cunning than you realize. Why playing this game of life? He just might uncover an opportunity for a turnaround. Madame Yin replied, Yes, he truly is formidable as you say. Mother, do not be deceived by him, Liu Qiling cautioned. Deception aside, you should observe for yourself. So far, I have not detected any lewdness in his demeanor. We are currently confined here, surrounded by Cao Cao's spies. You must exercise caution, Madame Yin advised. Understood, Mother, Liu Qiling responded. As Lu Xie exited the chambers of the three maidens, he found himself muttering, a flimsy facade? How could they disparage me, a system-enhanced individual? If not for my current strategy of hiding my strength, I could easily become as robust as an ox. What does a young girl know? What use is it to excel in combat? Patience is key. I must not act rashly, lest I draw Cao Cao's scrutiny and incur great losses. Lu Xie assessed his attributes. Strength, 5085, Human Peak 100, Power, 5185, Human Peak 100, Insight, 5090, Human Peak 100, Masculine Ability, 65100, Human Peak 100, Charisma, 40100, Human Peak 100. Recently, under Wang Yu's guidance, he had been practicing swordsmanship and engaging in daily exercises such as running and push-ups, which had further increased his strength and power by 5 points. As he reviewed his remaining points, 9 for Madame Yin, 9 for Madame Du, 10 for Dao Chan, and 9 for Madame Yin, along with a previous surplus of 5 points, he realized he had a total of 42 points available, a substantial amount. Hearing that Cao Cao had indeed released Gao Shan, he pondered how he could truly allow him to retire peacefully, considering it a waste of talent. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to allocate 20 points to Gao Shan. However, he hesitated, deciding it would be wiser to first send a letter via Madame Yin before making further plans. He contemplated sending Shi A to locate Gao Shan and keep him hidden until the time was right, rather than risk complications by acting too hastily. Perhaps it would be prudent to enhance himself first. He decided against increasing his strength and power for the time being, as his slender physique could be deceiving. He would also temper his charisma, for being overly impressive could raise suspicions. He must not allow the impulsiveness of a young girl to jeopardize his long-term strategy. Instead, he opted to bolster his masculine abilities, especially since the number of women was increasing, and he wished to be deserving of their regard. Insight would enhance his analytical capabilities, so adding a point there would not be detrimental. Thus, he decisively added 10 points to his masculine ability and 2 to his insight, leaving 30 points in reserve. His attributes now stood as follows. Insight, 5290, Human Peak 100, Masculine Ability, 75100, Human Peak 100. Once again, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. This sensation was akin to the pleasure derived from smoking or drinking. It was gratifying. Next time he fell ill, he could simply add a point, which would also alleviate his discomfort. Lu Xie mused. In the following days, Lu Xie found himself frequently visiting Madame Yan's quarters, where he relished both the sisterly affection she offered and the joy of conversing with someone of his own age. Likewise, Madame Yin felt a unique sense of appreciation. She was intrigued by Lu Xie's mature perspective, and she sensed a respect from him towards women that was rare for men of this era, an unintentional display of a quality that she thoroughly enjoyed. Thus, Each visit from Lucia brought her great joy, and she treated him with the warmth of a devoted wife. Lucia also made time to visit Madame Chow, where he earned 8 points. Encountering Lu Qiling often led to her casting him disdainful glances, but he remained unfazed. What of it? She's just a little girl with a temper. Is she not entitled to some emotions? So long as she does not strike me. I can tolerate her attitude. Chapter 16. Li Ru is alive one day. As Lucia was idly reviewing the system, he discovered that Gao Shun's favor towards the Han dynasty had inexplicably increased by 2 points. Madame Yin certainly holds me in high regard. She is worth 3 ordinary individuals, Lucia mused. Indeed, Gao Shun had initially required 20 points to achieve a favorable disposition, but with the assistance of 2 extraordinary beauties, the issue was resolved with a single letter. Just as Lucia reveled in his good fortune, Wang Yu entered to report, "Your Majesty, the envoy to Chang'an has returned. They have uncovered the whereabouts of Tang Ji." Wang Yu informed Lucia, splendid. How is my sister-in-law faring? Lucia inquired eagerly. It is said she remains in the gardens. Following the defeat of Guozi and Li Ju, no one has troubled her. The newly appointed inspector, Zhong Yao, has shown her considerable kindness, and she is attended by several old servants. Wang Yu replied, "Good, that eases my mind. For now, do not disturb her. Let Shure station a couple of people nearby to offer clandestine protection." Lucia instructed, "Should your Majesty discover any notable individuals during your search for strategists?" Wang Yu continued, "Do not speak in riddles, Wang. How could I possibly guess?" Lucia responded, "It is Li Ru. He is still alive. Residing in a humble home in Chang'an, now teaching as a scholar." Wang Yu disclosed that Li Ru is alive. Lucia exclaimed in surprise. Was it not said that he fell victim to Elbu during Dongzhuo's demise? Indeed, it is Li Ru. Those familiar with him have confirmed his existence. The reason for his survival remains unknown, Wang Yu explained. This man is truly talented, and he is not particularly old, around 40 or so, which places him in his prime. If he were to return to service now, he would undoubtedly be seasoned and wise. It would be a shame to waste such talent. We must bring him forth to serve me, Lucia declared. However, he is shrewd and may demand a high price for his allegiance. A lightweight offer will not suffice. Your Majesty, you cannot afford to venture out yourself, which complicates matters, Wang Yu cautioned. Indeed, that I shall ponder this further, Lucia conceded. Your Majesty, there is someone who may be able to assist, Wang Yu suggested, noticing Lucia's indecision. Oh? Who might that be? Lucia inquired, intrigued. Lady Yin may be of help. Wang Yu proposed. What? Lady Yin knows Li Ru? Lucia asked, bewildered. Your Majesty must not have forgotten that Dongzhuo came to Luoyang at the invitation of General He. Dongzhuo's rise was facilitated by General He's influence. And given that Li Ru was both Dongzhuo's strategist and son-in-law, there exists a connection that could be leveraged, Wang Yu explained. Upon hearing this, Lucia felt a surge of confidence. With Madame Yan's precedent, he was now assured. After all, this realm was governed by personal connections. With such ties, the situation would be much easier to navigate. That very day, Lucia visited Lady Yin's quarters. After exchanging tender affections, she confirmed that she could indeed use her late husband's connections to persuade Li Ru, assuring Lucia of a high likelihood of success. This made Lucia reflect. Was he, in essence, resorting to soft power? Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he tasked Li Ru with establishing an intelligence network? He could maneuver behind the scenes without needing to appear, while his restaurant could serve as the primary conduit for gathering and disseminating information. Li Ru had schemed for Dongzhuo for many years. After all, the very idea of his throne had originated from Li Ru's counsel. Yet, this man was ruthless, and Lucia lamented the fate of his long-lost brother, who had passed away at such a tender age, leaving his sister-in-law in mourning to this day. A tragic and lamentable circumstance. Li Ru's connections and networks within the political realm were extensive. Leveraging them could yield significant benefits. It seemed fitting to have him manage intelligence operations. But would this old fox be willing to serve him? Cao Cao bore a grudge against him due to their shared history with Dongzhuo. And given Cao Cao's wealth of talents, he would not regard Li Ru with much importance. Yuan Shao was on the verge of collapse. His time was fleeting. Lu Huangshu had yet to rise to prominence. And Li Ru would not align himself with him, for he was not a time traveler and could not foresee Lu Huangshu's future greatness. The Eastern Wu and Jingzhou families were numerous. With his middling talents, it would be futile for him to seek them out. Ultimately, Lu Xia concluded that he alone was the most suitable candidate to approach Li Ru, but he wondered whether Li Ru possessed the courage and ambition to place a bet on him. However, organizing an intelligence network would require substantial funds. In contemplating the capabilities of the two formidable intelligence agencies of the American Empire, both internally and externally, one is reminded of the early might of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue. Yet, without exception, all such entities require substantial funding. While we do not engage with the American Empire, nor do we produce an abundance of embroidered spring blades, even minor undertakings necessitate financial resources. The opening of restaurants and hotels is imminent, and the first step must be taken. But who is suitable for this task? This truly presents a perplexing dilemma. Fu Wan, that antiquated scholar, perpetually immersed in dusty tomes, pondering moral treatises, has become so ensconced in his thoughts that he is utterly incapable of executing practical matters. Dong Chung, he is but a fleeting figure, consumed with the pursuit of power, uncertain whether he can escape the clutches of Cao Cao in the future. We cannot allow our ventures to be impeded by his ambitions. These two venerable individuals are inadequate, and the distant Song Guerin's father, stationed far from the capital, is of no help either. I have an idea. Matters of business should naturally be handled by merchants. In the tales, it is said that a wealthy merchant from Jizhou once supported Liu Bei in his rise, named Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping in an era where words are as precious as gold. Their names appearing in texts signifies they are no ordinary individuals. Moreover, the fact that they dared to back Liu Bei speaks to their vision and audacity. Such enterprising merchants, who do not shy away from speculation, may indeed be excellent partners. Since the locality is known, swift contact must be established. Deep within, Lu Xia harbors a desire to assemble a cavalry. Should an opportunity arise to escape to a suitable territory, lacking mobile troops in the face of Cao Cao's ferocious cavalry would indeed be lamentable. Xu Shuang engages in the trade of horses, and sending emissaries from Shi, who are akin to modern-day vagabonds, might not yield the necessary prestige. We must rely on the esteemed Sun Yu, whose illustrious lineage ensures success in dealings with merchants. Such is the nature of this world. However, it must be noted that Jizhou is currently under the jurisdiction of Yuan Shao. Speaking of Yuan Shao, his daughter-in-law Zhenmi serves as a mere pawn in this grand game. It is said that several years hence, Cao Pai will seek to claim her, but as of now, it remains uncertain whether she has married Yuan Shao's son. This unfortunate position renders her incapable of effecting any meaningful change, relegated to scavenging from the leftovers of others. Recently, it has come to my attention that Sun Su and Zhou Yu of Jiangdong have simultaneously taken a pair of twin sisters as wives, undoubtedly referring to the renowned Qiao and Xiao Qiao, a true triumph of fortune. Rumors abound that the young emperor has a penchant for mature women, indicative of a motherly fixation. How could one not be exasperated by such circumstances? Would I not desire the authentic? Should I approach Sun Yu directly? Yet, with Cao Cao so close at hand, without a solid pretext, it would be unwise to approach Sun Yu, as it would only heighten his suspicions. A middleman would be more prudent. After careful consideration, Lu Xia devoted several days to drafting a preliminary business plan. What is its essence? Firstly, the source of fats. Upon arriving in this era, Lu Xia discovered that, in addition to a scarcity of clothing and food, fats are exceedingly rare. There is vegetable oil, yet he remains uncertain of its origins. The more common options are oils derived from cattle and sheep, with pork fat being quite rare. Lu Xia proposed the idea of increasing pig farming, as lard is superior for cooking, without the unpleasant odor. He mentioned a method of raising pigs known as eunuch pigs, which are akin to those bred in later generations, yielding greater fat content. Of course, this was merely a suggestion, as he lacked the specifics. Secondly, he introduced the concept of cooking with iron woks, sketching a large iron pot alongside a spatula. He pondered the current state of ironwork, as knives and swords are already remarkably sharp. Surely, an iron pot should present no issue. He meticulously listed several common meat and vegetable stir-frying techniques, detailing the order and timing for adding seasonings. Filling several sheets of paper with his thoughts, Lu Xia carefully folded the documents and summoned Wang Yu, instructing him to discreetly deliver them to Sun Yu that evening. The plan was comprehensive, and given Wang Yu's skills, he could execute this task unnoticed. After calculating the days, it had been about half a month since Cao Cao's return. The merits of the conquest of Shuzhou had already been assessed, and the following day's court session would involve the discussion of rewards. In truth, Lu Xia found little else to occupy his mind during court sessions. He merely attended to mark his presence. If he had a mobile phone, he could have spent the time scrolling through social media. However, today held a particular interest for him, as he would have the opportunity to meet Liu Bei, the illustrious leader of Shu Han, whose legendary status in the romance of the Three Kingdoms precedes him. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to address Liu Bei as uncle. Chapter 17. Meeting Liu Huangshu the following morning, Liu Xie struggled to rise from the embrace of Diao Chan's tenderness, following his attendance to the Taiji Hall, where the ministers had already gathered. After a series of formalities and the conferring of titles and rewards, Liu Xie merely needed to affirm with a single word, at last. It was Liu Bei's turn. Liu Xie perked up, gazing intently. Indeed, he was a man of significant stature, with prominent features. However, his earlobes did not quite reach his shoulders. Perhaps the tales had exaggerated. At that moment, Liu Bei was in the prime of his life, a robust 40 years of age. Regrettably, due to protocol, Liu Xie did not catch sight of the other two legendary figures, his sworn brothers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Were he in a position of authority, he would have simply summoned them forth. Once the conferring of titles concluded, Liu Xie expressed his desire to host Liu Bei for a meal, to strengthen their familial bond. Liu Bei, of course, was grateful, finally solidifying his identity. Yet, the choice of location for their repast posed a dilemma, not for lack of a banquet hall, but because Liu Xie wished to converse privately with Liu Bei, away from the watchful eyes of the Grand Minister. Alas, the palace had become a sieve, with secrets leaking at every turn. How could one guard against such scrutiny? In a moment of inspiration, he spotted an empty pavilion, and his eyes brightened. This place would do splendidly, spacious and now comfortable with the arrival of spring. He instructed Wang Yu to arrange matters accordingly. During the feast, Liu Xie remarked, "Does uncle find it displeasing to dine in this open space, devoid of music and dance?" Liu Bei replied, "How could a humble minister dare to feel such disdain? The blessings of rain and dew are all bestowed by your majesty." Liu Xie took a sip of wine and continued, "I invite you here precisely because of the openness. Within this palace, all are appointed by the Grand Minister, and every word and action is under his scrutiny." Liu Bei grew indignant. Is it truly so? How could a subject dare to act thus? Liu Xie reassured him, "Uncle, do not be angered. I wish to share some heartfelt words with you today. Chao Mengde possesses the ambition of a hero. He recognizes your exceptional talents and desires to utilize you as his instrument." Liu Xie took another sip, adding, "But this realm belongs to the Liu family. Chao Xikong wields the emperor as a tool to command the lords, employing my Liu family's ministers for his own ends. What is he truly plotting? Does he intend to drain the Liu family dry? Originally, today I sought to not only include you in the family tree, but also to bestow upon you a significant position, at least to govern one or two provinces, surpassing Liu Biao of Jingzhou and rivaling Liu Zhang of Yizhou. With your capabilities, uncle, you could rise and become a great support for me." Alas, Chao Man is indeed meticulous. Although he appears cordial, he secretly harbors suspicions of you. He has opposed the office and rewards I wish to grant you at every turn, ultimately yielding nothing. Sigh, in order to diminish his suspicions, I had to concede, resulting in this meager position, which is but an empty title. I hope you will not hold my inadequacies against me. With a sigh, his helplessness became all the more palpable. Yet he recognized that he could not fail to take action against Cao Cao and provide him with some insight into their lifelong rival. This would allow them to guard against one another. "Your Majesty's esteem humbles me greatly. As a member of the royal family, I feel deeply remorseful for my inability to alleviate your burdens. I vow to find every possible means to assist you in overcoming these tribulations and restoring the Han dynasty." Liu Bei expressed with heartfelt gratitude, tears streaming down his face, his sincerity evident. "Very well, dear uncle. I shall await your favorable news. Today's banquet is not meant to sow discord between us, falling prey to the schemes of petty individuals. I perceive that you possess extraordinary potential. You are destined for greatness. Should you one day quell the chaos of this world for me, I shall not hesitate to bestow upon you a title of nobility." Liu Xie promised earnestly. "However, uncle, you must exercise caution. Should Chao Xikong discern that you cannot serve his interests, he will surely eliminate you. Thus, it is prudent to make early arrangements, particularly for your family." Liu Xie advised that in the tales, Liu Bei is often depicted as fleeing, frequently abandoning his wives. After leaving Suzhou, he once more left behind his spouses. This time, Lucia had resolutely given up on the notion of Ganfurin and Miforin. After all, they were family, albeit distantly, and while the age difference between the two aunts was merely 3 to 5 years, they were still referred to as aunts. Such matters could easily lead to scandal and rumor. There are many beautiful women in the world. One must not jeopardize harmony. Thus, he now hoped Liu Bei would protect his wife and send her away quickly, allowing him to relinquish any further aspirations for the time being. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I shall remember your words. Is there anything else I can do to assist you?" Liu Bei inquired, eager to offer his assistance. Given the emperor's profound esteem, Liu Bei found himself genuinely moved by this young monarch. He often referred to himself as a descendant of the king of Zhongshan, not because of any noble lineage, but rather due to the necessity of establishing his own reputation in a tumultuous world. Yet, deep down, he understood that his connection to the imperial bloodline was tenuous at best, likely extending beyond the Great Wall, with any resemblance being microscopic at best. To his surprise, this young emperor was quite astute. Not only had he secured Liu Bei's household registration, but he also bestowed upon him several official titles. Even in Liu Bei's dire straits, the emperor did not forget to show concern for his uncle. A true familial bond. At that moment, Liu Bei felt a swell of emotion, contemplating how he might repay the emperor's kindness. Speaking of which, there is indeed a matter at hand. Unlike my valiant uncle, who wields dual blades with unmatched prowess and has vanquished the Yellow Turban rebels, I lack such strength. In the past, during the legendary battle between the three heroes and Elbu, my uncle's triumph over the greatest warrior of the realm became a celebrated tale. However, I find myself vulnerable, devoid of a capable protector by my side. Might you recommend someone of courage akin to Guan Yu or Zhang Fei? Emperor Liu Xia inquired. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Liu Bei instantly thought of a certain individual. Indeed, I have someone in mind. This person has yet to reveal himself before Cao Cao, is relatively young, around his 20s, but possesses extraordinary martial prowess, demonstrating the courage of 1,000 men. Not inferior to my two brothers. Oh, pray tell, uncle, Liu Xia urged, his eagerness palpable, as he speculated if the individual referred to was indeed Zhao Yun. This man is surnamed Zhao, named Yun, styled Zilong, hailing from Changshan's Zhending. Regrettably, he currently serves under Gongsun Zan in Yuzhou. I once fought alongside him against Tao Qian in Shuzhou. He is a rare gem of a general, though he has not been favored by Gongsun. Nevertheless, his loyalty and righteousness are unparalleled, and even in his current predicament, he remains steadfast in his support for Gongsun Zan, Liu Bei explained. Ah, truly a man of honor. It is indeed unfortunate, as Gongsun Zan has been in a protracted conflict with Yuan Shao. According to Cao Cao, Gongsun has suffered more defeats than victories, and now Yuan Shao is amassing forces to strike decisively. This General Zilong may be in grave danger, Liu Xia lamented. Is that so? That would be a tremendous loss for my brother. Yet, at this moment, we are powerless to intervene, Liu Bei replied. Since you are so well acquainted with him, upon your return, write a letter. I shall compose a secret edict and send someone to Jizhou to alert him. Urging him to come to Xuchang discreetly, I will ensure he is well taken care of. I hope it is not too late, Liu Xia proposed. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave and write the letter immediately. Your Majesty, please prepare your response promptly, Liu Bei said hurriedly, departing with evident concern for Zhao Yun. Liu Xia nodded, sighing. It was no wonder that so many loyal ministers and valiant generals followed Liu Bei into battles across the land. Indeed, sincerity begets loyalty. Having managed the affair concerning Zilong, Liu Xia felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon returning to the Taiji Hall, he contemplated another matter. Despite Gongsun Zan's capable generals and fierce warriors, he ultimately met defeat, illustrating the challenges of holding territory. Presently, he found himself devoid of any reliable commanders, with only Sun Yu among his civil officials, who was forced to act covertly, remaining in Chao's camp but with his heart in Han, which was quite inconvenient. Shi A was gradually becoming adept at relaying messages and running errands, effectively becoming Liu Xia's postal minister. He needed to recruit a few capable individuals. Otherwise, when the need arose, it would be too late. Liu Xia pondered, what shall I rely on to find such talent? Naturally, my exceptional abilities. After sifting through the system, he stumbled upon a familiar figure. Hua Jun. Liu Xia recalled that this person was an excellent defender, a fine general. Although currently serving under Liu Biao, He had not been given significant responsibilities and was merely leading a group of militia. The last time he had requested Sun Yu to find Bujio, it had been successful. He was now working under Zhong Yao in Chang'an, with his family gradually relocating. Zhong Yao was a remarkable individual, boasting a favorability score of 65, categorizing him as a usable strategist. Lucia decided to have Sun Yu bring Hua Jun over as well, securing him a position in the military camp in Chang'an for future utilization. He also discovered another strategist, Tian Yu, who was a colleague of Zhao Zilong. Knowing that Gongsun Zan would likely face defeat, it would be prudent to have Zilong bring him to Xuchang, allowing Sun Yu to arrange matters discreetly. However, it was a pity that Gao Shun had yet to be financially utilized. Chapter 18. The goddess and the queen. Once Gao Shun's favorability reached 60, he indeed transformed. Upon hearing of the opportunity to serve the emperor, he unhesitatingly agreed to emerge from obscurity. However, the conditions for training troops were quite stringent. It was not merely about his own desires, but rather the significant expenses entailed in training the elite troops he commanded. No wonder Elbu had to sell his possessions to muster only 800 men. It was not that the elite troops could only consist of that number. Lucia reviewed the equipment list brought by Wang Yu and quickly understood that the corps consisted of heavy infantry. Gao Shun was indeed impressive. Such foresight was ahead of its time. Yet, he found himself lacking funds and could only wait for an opportune moment. Money, money, money. In my past life, as a mere commoner, I lacked funds. And now that I have ascended to the throne, I still find myself in want of money. Am I cursed in the 5 elements, particularly with respect to wealth? Why do those in my position seem to wield such power and influence while I struggle? Lucia lamented. He contemplated wealth. Apart from the 2 affluent merchants Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping in Zhongshan, there was another wealthy family, the Zhen family. Just as Lucia was lost in dreams of fortune, an attendant announced that Sun Yu had come to see him. Your timing is impeccable. You must have received yesterday's correspondence, or you would not be here in such haste. Lucia dismissed the others and inquired, given the emperor's pressing need for funds, do you have any specific strategies in mind? Time waits for no man. As the various lords grow stronger and the power of the Grand Chancellor increases day by day, I find myself still empty-handed. Sighing, Sun Yu remarked, I initially believed that the Grand Chancellor could restore the Han dynasty, but it appears he possesses not only extraordinary strength, but also considerable ambition. It would indeed be wise for your majesty to make some preparations. How do you intend to proceed? I am willing to contribute some of my modest assets. That is not advisable. The reason I seek wealthy merchants is due to their unrestricted access to funds. Your prominent families attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives, and the vast movements of wealth are easily observed, Lucia explained. Your Majesty is wise. I shall prepare accordingly and simultaneously contact those 2 wealthy merchants to ensure there are no delays. Sun Yu replied, Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, dear minister. Are you aware that the Zhen family also possesses considerable wealth? Lucia inquired. I have heard of them. They were once a family of officials, Sun Yu responded, knowing that the emperor had more to say. The immortal Master Gu, the one you helped me bring into the palace, Gu Xian, informed me of a matter before his departure. He mentioned that during his travels in Bingzhou and Jizhou, he encountered 2 young maidens, both born with extraordinary features and of great value. The master cautioned me not to miss the opportunity, lest I regret enabling another's success. The maiden from Jizhou is named Zhenmi. Now around 15 years old, the master indicated that Yuan Shao intends to take her as a daughter-in-law. The other, from a place called Tongdi in Bingzhou, has the surname Guo and is styled the queen. She was fostered by a family with the surname Ho, originally the 2nd daughter of Guoyong, the governor of Nanjun, but has fallen into misfortune. In light of these circumstances, dear minister, what strategies might you propose? Lucia posed these challenging questions to Sun Yu, holding on to a glimmer of hope for preemptive success regarding Zhenmi, akin to securing a prime item in online shopping. Sun Yu stroked his beard and smiled. This is not an insurmountable challenge. As long as Yuan Shao's son has not yet married, I shall undoubtedly assist your majesty in securing this matter. Not difficult? Lucia felt a tinge of discouragement, realizing he needed to develop greater insight. Perhaps it was a matter of intellect. However, the simplicity of the task was ultimately a relief, especially with assistance at hand. Minister, I have discovered Li Ru in Chang'an. Is he still of use? Lucia prepared to delegate another challenge, believing it wise to let capable individuals tackle difficult issues. Oh? Sun Yu was taken aback, astonished not only that Li Ru was still alive, but also that the young emperor could send someone to Chang'an under Cao Cao's nose. It seemed he had underestimated the emperor's capabilities, which were increasingly becoming more formidable. "How do you intend to employ him?" Sun Yu inquired. "I initially planned to have him secretly establish an intelligence network in Chang'an. However, the constraints of financial resources have thwarted this endeavor." Lu Xie replied, "Then it would be prudent to delay our actions. Haste may lead to folly. Nonetheless, I can assist your majesty in forging connections. The Yang family of Hongnong possesses substantial wealth, and the elder statesman Yang Biao is loyal to your majesty. Perhaps he could be of some assistance." Sun Yu responded, "That would be even better." "I appreciate your efforts, esteemed Sun." Lu Xie, pleasantly surprised, noted, "Yang Biao has faced political strife against Cao Cao, having been forced to retreat and even suffered a beating, nearly losing his life. It is only natural for him to harbor some resentment. He would likely be willing to aid the emperor against Cao Cao. I had overlooked this formidable force." He continued, "I have heard that the elder Yang has a son named Yang Xiu, a man of remarkable talent. He could be summoned to serve in the court, as we are in dire need of capable individuals." Lu Xie recalled having read the piece titled The Death of Yang Xiu, recognizing his exceptional abilities and how he could be a thorn in Chao's side. "Very well, I shall attend to this matter promptly," Sun Yu agreed. He found Lu Xie's suggestion quite commendable, as it was indeed fitting to request financial support in exchange for an official position. Once the serious matters were concluded, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Currently, Cao Xikong's greatest concern is Yuan Shao in the north. What is your majesty's perspective on this struggle between the two powerful factions? Sun Yu posed an inquiry regarding the most pressing controversy of the moment. Lu Xie replied without hesitation, "I maintain a favorable view of Cao Xikong. Although the Grand General Yuan Shao commands 4 provinces in the north, boasting a superior population and resources compared to Xuchang, his ambitions far exceed his capabilities, rendering him inferior to Xikong Cao Cao." Lu Xie confidently stated, "I have read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and understand the dynamics at play. To answer incorrectly would be unthinkable to— Oh? Your Majesty is so certain?" Sun Yu was taken aback by the emperor's clarity. He shared the same opinion but was impressed by the young emperor's insight, which was indeed remarkable. It was well known that the advantage currently lay with Yuan Shao. War is fought by men, not merely through numerical superiority. Despite Yuan Shao's vast army, the expanse of territory and the fluidity of the battlefield mean that localized strength ultimately determines victory. Thus, one cannot simply rely on numbers to gauge the outcome, Lu Xie articulated with eloquence. Sun Yu was astonished. He had not anticipated that this young emperor possessed such military acumen. It reassured him, revealing that the emperor's fondness for beauty was merely a fade to divert public attention. This was also Lu Xie's intention. It was essential to instill hope among the populace and avoid complacency. The following day at Cao Xikong's residence, Cao Cao's core team convened to discuss the decisive victory Yuan Shao had achieved over Gongsun. The pressing issue at hand was how to confront this formidable adversary. As Yuan Shao, like his brother Yuan Shu, was ambitious and now possessed a mighty army, having triumphed over Gongsun. "What strategies do the esteemed gentlemen propose?" Cao Cao inquired of the assembly. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with some advocating for negotiations of peaceful coexistence, while others suggested a staunch defense of Xuchang, given the vast disparity in troop numbers. Cao Cao commanded only a few 100,000, whereas Yuan Shao boasted several 100,000. Cao Cao cleared his throat, regaining control of the discussion, and turned his gaze to Guojia. Guojia rose and approached a map of power distribution hanging in the hall, pointing to a specific area. "My lord, since we have determined that Yuan Shao will undoubtedly attack, we cannot remain idle. We must take the initiative. This location must be secured first." He indicated the area across the Yellow River from Luoyang, the territory of Governor Zhongyang. "This is a strategic stronghold that directly threatens Luoyang. If we fail to seize it first, and Yuan Shao establishes a garrison here, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." Upon hearing this, dissent emerged, with some arguing against giving Yuan Shao an excuse to wage war. However, Cao Cao was not one to share the narrow-mindedness of the pedants. Ultimately, he decided that it was better to strike first. While the strategy was set, the preparations would require time, and Yuan Shao's chaotic situation could not be resolved overnight. At this juncture, Sun Yu rose to address Cao Cao. "My lord, I have a modest suggestion that may serve to distract Yuan Shao's attention." "Oh, what brilliant scheme do you propose, Wan Ruo?" Cao Cao inquired. The others looked on with keen interest. knowing that Sun Yu was a man of intellect and a notable figure from Yingchuan. Yesterday, the young emperor inquired about any outstanding beauties. Sun Yu began. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted in the hall, filled with derision. Cao Cao too showed visible disdain, his brow furrowing in disapproval. As the laughter subsided, Sun Yu continued, upon reflection, I recalled that in Yuan Shao's jurisdiction, there is a family in Zhongshan, the Zhun family, who has a daughter of exceptional beauty. Yuan Shao wishes to take her as a concubine, yet I propose sending someone to have her married to the emperor. Excellent, excellent, Wen Ruo. This serves a dual purpose, Qin Yu exclaimed. Who is Yuan Shao? He hails from a venerable lineage. Even if he wishes to take a wife from a merchant family, it is more likely that he covets their wealth to bolster his military strength. By intercepting this match in the emperor's name and relocating the Zhun family to Xuchang, we not only divert his attention but also weaken his power. An ingenious plan. Yet voices of opposition arose, arguing, this is improper. How can our esteemed emperor marry the daughter of a merchant? Such a union is beneath him. Would it not be deemed inferior to Yuan Shao's son? Another voice chimed in mockingly. Oh, by your reasoning, should the emperor first marry a widow, then the wife of a general, and subsequently the widow of Lord L? Moreover, I have heard that the Zhun family was once of official standing. But after the patriarch's death, they fell into decline. Furthermore, our young emperor is not one to discriminate against background. He seeks only beauty, displaying a remarkable resemblance to his father. Most present nodded in agreement, finding merit in the argument. Observing that the majority held no objections, Cao Cao too refrained from dissent. However, while the matter appeared trivial, it bore significant implications for the emperor's reputation. Thus, careful consideration was warranted regarding who would be dispatched. Reluctant to send his core team, as it was Yuan Shao's territory, Cao Cao pondered the risks involved. Wen Ruo, who do you suggest we send? Sun Yu, sensing Cao Cao's thoughts, replied, how about Wei Ji? He is prudent and composed. He recommended his trusted subordinate, confident in his capabilities. Very well, it is settled. You shall take full responsibility for this task, and we must expedite the process, Cao Cao instructed. While Wei Ji possessed some talent, he was not among Cao Cao's inner circle. There was little concern. Over the next few days, Lu Xie finally found time to engage in a significant endeavor. He recalled the designs for the wooden plow and the water wheel. Growing up in the countryside, he vaguely remembered their appearances. Alas, the rapid pace of modernization had made him forgetful after years spent studying and working away from home. After numerous sketches, he managed to produce a satisfactory design. He selected the two best drawings to keep, incinerating the rest. His motivation for this work was not rooted in altruism. Rather, it stemmed from his earlier conversation about Yang Biao, which led him to contemplate the aristocracy and population. The populace's well-being ultimately depended on food production, necessitating the use of plows and water wheels. While he was uncertain if these innovations existed in his time, he resolved to produce them and have Sun Yu validate and refine the designs. Upon learning of Sun Yu's progress, Lu Xie felt elated and handed over the blueprints, eager to return to his enjoyable life. He hummed a tune reminiscent of the ambiguous Dingjuan Mountain, albeit with a noticeable lack of pitch and forgotten lyrics. As he strolled aimlessly, he considered seeking out the Yin sisters for a friendly exchange. However, upon arriving at their quarters, he discovered El Qiling practicing her spear technique in the courtyard. The large iron spear could not enter the palace. So she trained with a white wax staff adorned with a red cloth at one end. El Qiling, already strikingly beautiful, possessed a physique that, combined with her martial training, endowed her with a grace uncommon among the typical delicate women of the era. This made her all the more appealing in Lu Xie's eyes. Today, she wore fitted attire suitable for combat, lending her a somewhat modern appearance. Gazing at her agile movements, Lu Xie found himself captivated. His mouth nearly watering. Over the past few months, he had refrained from pressuring El Qiling into accepting him, allowing their relationship to unfold naturally. She had also begun to shed her initial disdain for him, gradually emerging from the sorrow of her father's passing, which explained her newfound interest in martial arts. Just as Lu Xie was lost in admiration, something red suddenly flew towards his face, startling him. Yet, having trained in swordsmanship under a master, he retained his reflexes. He sidestepped and attempted to grasp the wooden staff, but El Qiling executed a spinning maneuver, causing it to slip from his grasp and thrust toward his chest. Excellent! Lu Xie exclaimed. invigorated by the challenge, and he engaged in combat with L. Chieling. Initially, their duel was evenly matched. However, gradually, Lu Xie found himself in a state of disarray, as his hands grew sore from the repeated strikes of the staff. Lu Chieling wore a smile at the corners of her mouth, relishing the sense of vengeance finally fulfilled. At that moment, Yin Shi, who had come to watch, discerned the impropriety and called out to the two. Allowing Lu Xie to escape, Lu Chieling, retracting her stance with a huff, turned on her heel, her steps seemingly lighter than usual. Yin Shi, feeling somewhat helpless, being the mother of the girl, personally served Lu Xie a cup of tea after they exchanged pleasantries. It must be said that the recent days of indulgence had improved Yin Shi's complexion significantly. With a stable life devoid of toil and anxiety, she appeared rejuvenated, her skin notably more radiant. Having been overly pampered by her father since childhood, Yin Foreign remarked, shaking her head in resignation. Nonetheless, it is quite all right. It is better this way, if every woman were to be meek and submissive. Where would the joy be? Miss Lu possesses commendable skills. Is it not Master Wonho who has taught her? Lu Xie inquired. Yin Shi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, at first, Linger was to learn the halberd, but her father deemed it too heavy for a woman, insisting she learn the spear instead. You should mention to her that I shall come by when time permits to learn the spear from her, Lu Xie replied, pondering whether this little wise one shared not only looks but also temperament. If she were to embody a fierce girlfriend, it would certainly add some amusement to this dreary royal palace. The following day, Lu Xie truly had an attendant procure a white wax staff and, imitating the style, wrapped a red silk cloth around it, cushioning it with some scraps of fabric to avoid injury. Clad in form-fitting attire, he made his way to their courtyard, where Lu Chieling was indeed practicing with the spear. Teach me how to wield the spear. I find myself with ample time and idle hands, Lu Xie said. Why should I teach you? I stand to gain nothing from it, Lu Chieling retorted. I shall call you master and become your disciple. Just imagine having an emperor as your student. Would that not be a source of pride? Your ancestors must be rejoicing, Lu Xie declared. Lu Chieling tilted her head, contemplating, and found the idea rather amusing. After all, being confined in this place, seeking some entertainment was welcome. Very well, when you see me, you must address me as master, she replied. The playful demeanor of the girl evoked a sense of nostalgia in Lu Xie, reminiscent of modern times, and he found himself enjoying this sensation. Certainly, Master Lu, Lu Xie exclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. He was not of this era and possessed no rigid notions of hierarchy typical of the time. Lu Chieling's eyes sparkled with evident delight. It had been a long time since she felt such joy. Today, the emperor appeared much more agreeable, especially since he was to become her disciple. From that day forth, Master Lu began instructing Lu Xie in the art of spear fighting. Indeed, El Bu was a remarkable martial artist. Lu Chieling spoke of his mastery over all 18 weapons, particularly excelling in the halberd and archery. The similarities between the halberd and spear made her instruction seamless. Consequently, Lu Xie practiced with Lu Chieling daily, both master and disciple reveling in the experience. Lu Chieling informed Lu Xie that once he had mastered the spear, they could procure 2 horses to learn mounted combat techniques. Lu Xie was elated at this prospect, as he had always intended to practice horsemanship, an essential skill for escape. Chapter 20. The ambiguous edict of the sash. Initially, Lu Xie believed that leading such a tranquil life was far superior to the tumultuous existence of those ambitious warlords who relentlessly sought power. Perhaps remaining unchanged could be equally fulfilling. Yet history possesses a formidable inertia, ultimately reversing some of the inadvertent alterations Lu Xie had made. A month later, in a bid to assert his authority, Cao Cao orchestrated a hunting event. He devised a spectacle involving deer shooting, and Lu Xie, wishing to conceal his prowess, followed the narrative's course, choosing to miss 3 arrows, resulting in Cao Cao receiving applause. Lu Xie was aware of this scenario but refrained from intervening, fearing that too many changes would render the future unpredictable. Should he lose this singular advantage, even with the system at his disposal, he might achieve nothing. Lu Xie understood his capabilities. Within the confines of known history, he could find opportunities for survival. Should he force history into a blind box, he would be left with nothing but the imperial title he often scorned, becoming his greatest protection. He had witnessed the cunning of those historical figures, renowned for their guile, who were far beyond the reach of someone as inconsequential as himself. Moreover, Cao Cao had grown increasingly arrogant, and the number of those who despised him had swelled, as had the vigilance against him. During these past few months, Lu Xie had not ceased practicing swordplay and engaging in physical training. His once frail physique had begun to transform, and others merely attributed it to his coming of age. After all, he was merely 18. Indeed, without realizing it, he had been transported to this era for nearly a year. At this juncture, Lu Xie's personal attributes had also shifted: strength, 6085, human peak 100, power, 6185, human peak 100, charisma, 45100, human peak 100. Both strength and power had increased by 10 points. And surprisingly, charisma had risen by 5 points, suggesting that a robust physique also contributed to one's allure. Lu Xie had also practiced archery. Should he apply himself, he could undoubtedly hit that deer, if not with one arrow, then certainly with two, never allowing all three to miss. Cao Cao's arrogance had escalated, intensifying the conflict between the imperial faction and the Cao faction. Dong Cheng had begun clandestine communications with Liu Bei and others, preparing to eliminate Cao Cao. Your Majesty, the hunting expedition at Shutian is evidently a premeditated scheme by the traitor Cao. I have come to beseech your Majesty for a secret edict. I shall rally like-minded individuals to vow to slay the traitor. Dong Cheng declared that it had arrived. After all, this was the edict of the sash. A venture destined for failure, and I cannot allow it to repeat itself. Oh, not act in haste, national uncle. The traitor Cao wields considerable power. His movements are always well-guarded. To eliminate him is no simple task. It would be wiser to bide our time, Lu Xie advised. Your Majesty, even with caution, the realm may soon bear a new surname. I have already contacted several key figures. When the opportunity arises, we can act. With your Majesty's edict, our actions would be justified, Dong Cheng replied, his expression one of frustration. It was clear he felt disheartened by the emperor's apparent timidity. National uncle, even if successful, with Cao Cao's forces, your group will face dire consequences. Have you considered the aftermath? Lu Xie questioned. A true man should feast at the table of 5 cauldrons in life and be prepared to be cooked in them in death. If we allow the traitor Cao to continue unchecked, he will undoubtedly grow powerful in a few short years, and any plans we devise will lead to irrevocable regret, Dong Cheng asserted. Lu Xie understood this reasoning well. However, Cao Cao's charisma was formidable, and his subordinates were either fiercely loyal or part of his family, sharing in both his triumphs and failures. The alternatives he contemplated were not about seizing power but rather finding a different path. Otherwise, even in success, death would be the likely outcome. Yet some believed they could control everything. Lu Xie perceived the resolve and disappointment in Dong Cheng's eyes and sighed. I shall not write the secret edict, lest it provide grounds for criticism. Since national uncle's intentions are resolute, proceed as you see fit. He hoped that the absence of his secret edict might alter the course of this endeavor, sparing many from entanglement and avoiding being ensnared by informants. Furthermore, even if Cao Cao were slain, would Dong Cheng be able to govern the court? Which of you is pure of heart? Each one is preoccupied with how to manipulate the discourse. Now that Cao Cao has risen, you have become marginalized, harboring resentment. Should you rise, would you not follow the same pattern, seeking to elevate me, the emperor, as a puppet? Dong Cheng departed in disappointment, yet his resolve remained unshaken. With his daughter nearing childbirth, should he succeed, his achievements would secure his grandson's firm grasp on the realm, ensuring the unparalleled wealth of the Dong family. Thus, the risk was indeed worth taking. Yet Cao Cao was naturally cautious and suspicious. He was not so easily dispatched. As time passed, Dong Cheng's network expanded, heightening the risks of exposure. Another month slipped by, and Cao Cao sent troops to seize control of Henei County, ousting Zhang Yang and consolidating power for himself. This strategic stronghold's change of allegiance elicited significant reactions. Firstly, Yuan Shao was incensed, yet his forces had yet to consolidate, and the chaos across various regions remained unresolved. For the time being, he found himself unable to counter Cao Cao. Thus, the two engaged in a war of words, simultaneously disrupting the previously tacit agreement regarding the marriage between Lu Xie and the Zhen family. As obstacles began to emerge, it was Lu Huangshu's wisdom that drew him into Dong Cheng's faction for the removal of Cao. Yet he also recognized the inherent risks. Those aligned with Dong Cheng were oblivious to Cao Cao's vigilance, endlessly boasting of their plans while disaster loomed on the horizon. Upon hearing that the emperor had refused to issue a secret edict, Lu Huangshu deemed the emperor astute and quickly sought to extricate himself from this quagmire. Opposing Cao Cao was feasible, but it was imperative to possess troops and supplies. Relying solely on words would not suffice to drown him. Did not our ancestors say as much? The phrase political power grows out of the barrel of a gun certainly reflects Lu Xia's perspective. Liu Bei, seizing an opportunity, borrowed several thousand troops from Cao Cao, claiming they were to confront Yuan Shu. Cao Cao, upon hearing this, felt delighted, as this alleviated his burdens. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. Little did he know that Liu Bei, accompanied by the brothers Guan and Zhang, would set off with a roar, embracing newfound freedom and vast horizons, never wishing to return to Xuchang. Once reminded by his advisors, Cao Cao reflected, "Alas, I have been deceived." He recalled his earlier words. In this world, the only heroes are Xuanda and Chao. Before the echoes of his declaration faded, he had unwittingly released a tiger back into the mountains. How foolish! Regret proved futile as he dispatched men to pursue, only to find that they were ignored. The pursuit was in vain, for they had the martial Saint Guanyu on their side. Despite his numerous generals, they paled in comparison. 2 months passed, and 3 concubines began to give birth. Empress Fu and noble Lady Song each delivered a son and a daughter, respectively. Liu Xia was elated, bestowing what little wealth he possessed upon the palace maids and eunuchs. Cao Cao, begrudgingly generous, hosted a feast in celebration. However, joy turned to sorrow when noble Lady Dong encountered complications during childbirth, i.e. the anxious wait. The royal physician exhausted all efforts, and though the child was eventually born, it was lifeless due to prolonged asphyxia. Noble Lady Dong was heartbroken and lost her appetite. Liu Xia locked himself away for 3 days and nights, consumed by guilt as he witnessed the helplessness of his loved ones. For the first time, he loathed his own impotence. As a mere specter, he could choose not to save the world. Yet how could he stand idly by while his own kin suffered? In this primitive era, childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. With so many women in his life, how could he face the loss of even one? According to the system, he could gather them all, but what was the point if he could not ensure their safety? Moreover, Liu Xia harbored another fear. He pondered why the other 2 had fared well while noble Lady Dong had met such misfortune. According to the tales, the incident involving the imperial edict led to noble Lady Dong's execution. Now, knowing this, he had not penned any blood letters, and noble Lady Dong had conceived long before. All of this must surely alter the course of history, yet the outcome remained so unsatisfactory. Was this the fearsome corrective power of history? If so, he could only be a bystander, watching history flow on, rendering all efforts meaningless. The tragic birth of noble Lady Dong's child triggered a cascade of repercussions. Firstly, it deeply affected Dong Cheng, who seemed to age a decade. Feeling that all his schemes had come to naught, he drowned his sorrows in drink for days on end, and even punished his errant servants harshly. Resentful, the servants reported their clandestine plots to Cao Cao. Furious, Cao Cao launched a citywide manhunt, capturing several key conspirators, and subjected them to severe interrogations, leading to the arrest of many involved. It must be said that Liu Bei was indeed a chosen one. Possessing an exceptional ability to foresee danger, he had fled at the first signs of trouble. Chapter 21. Learning Medicine, Part 1. In light of Dong Cheng's incident, Cao Cao imposed stricter regulations on the palace. The outer guard increased by several hundred. However, due to the objections of the elder ministers, Liu Xia's elite guards, the Tiger Bin, were retained, though their management was temporarily assigned to Sun Yu, which Liu Xia insisted upon. He could not allow Cao Cao to directly appoint them, or he would be unable to sleep soundly. Yet, Cao Cao was not one to relent easily. One day, Wang Yu rushed in to report to the despondent Liu Xia about a grievous matter. Liu Xia sprang to his feet, declaring, "I must see how far Cao Cao dares to go." He immediately set off with Wang Yu. What was the matter? It turned out that Cao Cao had sent men to the palace to apprehend noble Lady Dong. This was an intolerable affront, a violation of his home that could not be borne. When Liu Xia arrived at noble Lady Dong's palace, the front entrance was already surrounded by Xiahou Dun and his men. His single eye gleaming with menace, he harbored resentment towards Liu Xia, as he had intended to avenge Gao Shun but was released by this emperor. Today, he had taken on this unwelcome task simply to vent his frustrations. "Are you planning to rebel?" Lu Xie shouted defiantly, "I come at the behest of the Minister of Works to apprehend the daughter of a traitor. How can this be construed as rebellion?" Xiahou Dun showed no signs of fear. "I am the emperor. It is I who determines guilt. You have intruded upon the palace and disturbed the noble consort. What punishment do you deserve?" Lu Xie retorted fiercely. At that moment, Lu Xie was filled with righteous fury. He had endured silently, yet this had not garnered sympathy but rather invited bullying. "This is the command of the Minister of Works. I am merely executing it. If there is a grievance, take it up with him." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Why are you still hesitating? Go in and seize her. I dare anyone to try." Lu Xie brandished his sword, swiftly cutting down the most aggressive soldier, who fell clutching his throat. "You may pass, but only over my dead body." Lu Xie stood resolute at the entrance, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Upon witnessing the bloodshed, Xiahou Dun faltered, utterly unprepared for this sudden eruption of defiance from the usually docile emperor. Little did he know, even a cornered rabbit may bite. The standoff ensued, tensions rising as Cao Cao arrived, along with several staunch loyalists. "Cao Mengda, are you so impatient as to use my concubine as a bargaining chip?" Lu Xie called out as he saw Cao Cao approaching. "Your Majesty, it is unwise to keep a traitor's daughter in the palace without punishment. If you allow this, others may follow suit." "What kind of order would that establish?" Cao Cao replied coolly. "What kind of order? You march troops into the palace to carry out my will. What face do you have to speak of such things?" Lu Xie countered. At this, several elder ministers stepped forward to chastise him. Cao Cao found himself in a precarious position, caught off guard by Lu Xie's sudden assertiveness. This was so out of character. "It's merely a woman. What chaos could she cause? Let her live. It matters little that I am at a crucial point in my career. I cannot afford to lose so much over a trivial matter," he reasoned, ultimately conceding. Lu Xie wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing. He discarded his sword and entered the palace to console noble Lady Dong. Lu Xie had resolved to prioritize the safety of those closest to him, even above the empire itself. Cao Cao, having backed down from this issue, left Lu Xie to his peace once more. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Lu Xie decided to learn medicine, inspired by the ordeal surrounding noble Lady Dong. While he may not be able to save the world, he longed to extend his efforts to those near him, rather than merely watching helplessly. Losing even one of them felt akin to tearing out his heart. How could he bear it? Each was precious, a paragon of their time. He conveyed this thought to Sun Yu, requesting assistance in finding Hua Tuo. Additionally, he asked Sun Yu to relay a message to Cao Cao, inquiring whether the renowned Zhang Zhongjing could be invited to Xuchang. This was a subtle approach to fostering goodwill with Cao Cao, as they harbored no deep-seated enmity. Zhang Zhongjing hailed from an official family, and his pursuit of medicine was merely a passion. Lu Xie wondered where he might currently serve, suspecting he had yet to become the governor of Changsha. He mused that both Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing, one a surgeon and the other an internist, despite belonging to the Three Kingdoms era, would leave a lasting impact on the trajectory of Chinese medicine, if he could inspire them with insights from future medical advancements. How much further might they elevate ancient Chinese medical practices? Lu Xie felt a flicker of hope. However, this ambition left Sun Yu troubled. What had come over this young emperor? It seemed he was merely acting on whims. As emperor, pursuing medicine was considered a lowly profession. Why was he so eager to engage in such folly? Did he believe he could outperform the imperial physicians? Such a diversion from royal ambitions perplexed Sun Yu. Shouldn't he focus on mastering the art of kingship? He could simply seek to prolong his lineage by marrying multiple wives, or hone his martial skills to maintain his health. Yet, while medicine might be deemed menial, it was profound and required a lifetime of dedication. If Lu Xie were to become enmeshed in this pursuit, he might find it impossible to extricate himself. Nonetheless, Lu Xie remained resolute. Amidst a tide of rumors suggesting that Dong Cheng and others were acting on imperial orders, it was understandable for the emperor to appear somewhat eccentric, especially with many of those implicated now imprisoned by Cao Cao. In the end, Sun Yu relayed the emperor's intentions to Cao Cao. Uncertain of Lu Xie's motives, Cao Cao wondered whether the young emperor intended to completely abandon his responsibilities, or if he was attempting to deceive him. Yet, it mattered little. Could a mere monkey hope to escape the palm of the Buddha? He is currently preoccupied with engaging in a grand strategic game with Yuan Shao, who has the leisure to indulge in childish pastimes. It is quite perplexing, however. The claim to the title of emperor that the opponent possesses is one that he must still utilize. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he appointed a newcomer whom he had never even met to handle the matter. Initially intending to merely brush it off, he found himself taken aback when this novice, also embarking on his first assignment for Cao Cao, resolved to make a good impression and ensure the task was executed flawlessly. Consequently, he exerted considerable effort, even enlisting the support of his family, and astonishingly succeeded in locating the two individuals in question quite swiftly. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Before the arrival of the two esteemed physicians, Lu Xie diligently recalled the methods for treating wounded soldiers that he had seen in films and television in his previous life, meticulously recording them one by one. For instance, the now common practice of suturing wounds was non-existent in this era. Upon Hua Tuo's arrival, he planned to consult him and refine a set of management protocols and treatment methods for the care of injured soldiers. Lu Xie believed this to be of utmost importance in ancient times, capable of saving countless soldiers' lives. If he were to raise an army in the future and promote these practices, he would undoubtedly save numerous experienced veterans. In his previous life, Lu Xie had encountered discussions asserting that in ancient warfare, the greatest losses did not stem from immediate death in battle, but rather from injuries that went improperly treated, leading to infections and subsequent fatalities. Whether or not this was entirely accurate, it resonated with him as a sound rationale. Lu Xie harbored no ambitions of conquering the world at present. However, he aimed to ensure the successful completion of his tasks, allowing him to live freely and joyfully, especially in the company of his beautiful concubines. Thus, possessing one or two capable armed forces was indispensable. As for a large army, it would only burden the populace and waste resources. Lu Xie had little interest in such matters, as he currently lacked the qualifications to sustain such a considerable force. While Lu Xie enjoyed these tranquil days, unrest brewed across the nation. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were sharpening their blades and preparing for battle, while Liu Bei, like a troublemaker, had audaciously seized control of Shuzhou. This infuriated Cao Cao, who stomped his feet in rage, shattering several wine cups as he vowed to eliminate Liu the thief. I regarded you as a brother, yet you stabbed me in the back. Who do you think I, Cao Cao, am? I would rather stab the world than allow the world to stab me. Since you have drawn your blade against me, I shall wipe you out, Cao Cao. Feeling increasingly anxious, recognized the formidable pressure posed by Yuan Shao, whose influence stemming from 4 generations of officials was indeed formidable. Shuzhou was a grenade in the background. He needed to remove the thorn that Liu Bei represented before engaging Yuan Shao in war. Thus, he gathered his troops and marched toward Shuzhou, only to discover that Liu Bei was even weaker than the previous one. With insufficient preparations in a mere encounter, he was captured, fleeing in disgrace and abandoning his wife and brother to Cao Cao. Cao Cao was delighted by this unexpected boon, not solely for the beauty of Liu Bei's 2 wives, but primarily for his brother, Guan Yunchang. Cao Cao had long coveted Guan Yunchang, a true admiration. What use were fine garments and golden steeds when compared to the renowned steed, red hair? Simultaneously, news reached him that the little overlord of Jiangdong, Sun Su, was also restless, seizing numerous territories once belonging to Yuan Shu. In a world thrown into chaos, the saying rings true. There is no tranquility, only those who bear the weight and forge ahead. Lu Xie could calmly delve into his medical studies precisely because Cao Cao sheltered him from the storm. Yet, he had never anticipated that the 2 legendary physicians he had longed for would be found so swiftly, naturally. Such revered figures were treated as honored guests. Lu Xie shed any semblance of imperial arrogance, even designating an empty courtyard within the palace for discussions with them. This gesture profoundly moved both Zhang and Hua, but what astonished them further was that this emperor, despite demonstrating limited learning ability, consistently offered remarkable insights that greatly inspired both physicians. This stark contrast piqued their curiosity. How did a ruler, accustomed to the confines of a palace, possess such extensive knowledge? Particularly, his proposals regarding wound suturing and surgical treatment were met with Hua Tuo's deep appreciation. He was utterly captivated by such knowledge, even more so than by his concubines. Your Majesty, you mentioned that infections are caused by numerous invisible creatures. How do you know this? Hua Tuo, while acknowledging Lu Xie's assertion, sought the basis for such claims. Yet, Lu Xie could not reveal the existence of microscopes. Hua Tuo, I read it in an ancient text, but alas, that book was consumed by flames in Luoyang, leaving me unable to provide the evidence you desire. However, you might consider pursuing research in this direction, Lucia replied. Your Majesty, I can no longer refer to you as a divine physician. My medical knowledge is still rudimentary, and there remains much for me to learn. Hua Tuo admitted. The issue lies in the invisibility of these entities, making them challenging to study, he continued. Indeed, I have heard that one can use highly transparent crystals, crafted by skilled artisans into convex and concave lenses, to observe minute entities, including the invisible creatures I mentioned, known as bacteria, which can be seen when magnified several tens of times, Lucia explained. Your Majesty is truly erudite. How did you acquire such unprecedented knowledge? The distillation method for alcohol that you shared with us has already yielded successful results, and the benefits of alcohol on wounds are miraculous. The disinfection and sterilization you spoke of has significantly reduced pus formation in wounded soldiers, making it a veritable divine remedy. Your Majesty's learning is truly astounding, Zhang, the physician, inquired curiously. Chapter 22. The Pursuit of Medicine, Part 2. Oh, in my youth, having an elder brother in the forefront, I believed my life would be that of a leisurely prince. If you understand, however, I had little interest in orthodox texts and was rather captivated by these peculiar subjects. Consequently, I spent my days immersed in the library, acquiring knowledge that few others have heard of. Lucia elucidated. I could hardly claim to have traversed time. Would you believe me? What texts are you referring to? I shall instruct my disciples to inquire and gather information. It is truly lamentable that such treasures as those texts were reduced to ashes by that wretched Dong Zhuo. Zhang lamented. Alas, one was titled Bin Sao Gongmu and the other Tiangong Kaiwu. They are now lost, being rare editions. Once the royal library was burned, they have never resurfaced, Lucia sighed. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that they should merely listen and not take it too seriously. How could one hope to locate text from a future era? Your Majesty asserts that nearly all ailments within the human body are caused by a phenomenon known as inflammation. As long as the bacteria causing the inflammation are eradicated, healing can occur. Is there any empirical evidence for this? Zhang queried again. None exists. I merely relay knowledge from texts. However, such invaluable works would not deceive us. It is merely the terminology and phrasing that differ. Nonetheless, I believe the principles of medicine remain consistent. You may gradually verify this during your practice, Lucia responded. Both Zhang and Hua nodded in agreement. Your Majesty's garlic anti-inflammatory remedy and penicillin anti-inflammatory remedy shall surely be pursued with utmost determination. Even if it takes a lifetime, Zhang vowed. Hua Tuan nodded in concurrence, indicating his commitment as well. Esteemed physicians, the endeavor of drug development must not be rushed. The conditions are demanding, and it is not a task for a single moment. I still believe we should prioritize what is currently achievable, treating the rest merely as a directional goal. What are your thoughts? Lucia suggested. Concerned that they might become overly fixated, Lucia recognized the limitations of their current conditions. His methods were indeed influenced by the advantages of having read web novels about time travel, providing him with a general direction and crucial focal points, yet many essential tools were lacking. Such as thermometers, he would struggle to describe an appropriate temperature without lengthy explanations. How could anyone understand a specific degree? Thus, without details, nothing could be quantified. Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shall proceed according to our capabilities. But this will serve as our lifelong pursuit and the pursuit of our disciples. If one generation fails, the next shall carry on, they both earnestly declared, resolute in their commitment. Lucia felt satisfied. This attitude was commendable. Gradually, over generations, as conditions improved, there would be tremendous potential for success. Even if such advancements were realized a century or two later, it would still represent a monumental breakthrough, saving countless lives. Alas, it is regrettable that I currently lack the wealth to support your comprehensive research into these new phenomena. However, I can impart to you a sentiment. Should the day arise when I am able to revive and rejuvenate, I shall elevate medicine to a distinguished and independent discipline, allowing it to stand shoulder to shoulder with Confucianism. Furthermore, I shall foster the development of various practical skills to assist in the advancement of medicine, ensuring that the impoverished of the world can afford treatment. Lucia expressed, and this was indeed his heartfelt conviction. Your Majesty is wise. We, on behalf of all physicians and the common folk, express our gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. We shall fervently advocate for your Majesty's grand ambitions, contributing our modest efforts. The two esteemed physicians knelt simultaneously, thanking Lu Xie. Privately, they pondered the peculiar phenomenon of Lu Xie's broad knowledge but mediocre learning ability, attributing it to the overwhelming burdens of state affairs that distracted him from focusing on the study of medicine as he did in his youth. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have become a renowned physician. Ultimately, they concluded that he was a talented doctor whose potential had been stifled by the throne. Lu Xie, aware of their thoughts, would certainly retort, "I am not burdened with affairs at all. I merely find myself as idle as can be each day." Simply a poor learner in both this life and the last in this era, the status of physicians is lamentably low. The two esteemed doctors were moved by Lu Xie's grand vision, regardless of whether the future would indeed unfold as he suggested. Even a single step forward would represent a monumental advancement, and they were wholly satisfied. Since hearing Lu Xie's elucidation of human anatomy, Hua Shini had harbored a strong desire to collaborate with Lu Xie on surgical studies. Yet, Lu Xie preferred to guide him rather than work alongside him, insisting that Hua Shini conduct his own dissections of corpses, which he found rather gruesome and unappealing. Lu Xie favored studying under Zhang Shini, as internal medicine was less bloody, and Zhang Shini excelled in gynecology, having developed the Qinjin Fong, which was remarkably effective for women's health. His interest lay in gynecology, not out of lewdness, but rather due to the increasing number of wives and concubines he had, each occasionally suffering from minor ailments. Given that all the court physicians were men, albeit elderly men, he thought it prudent to be able to provide care himself should any of his consorts fall ill and object to male physicians. Although he declined to partner with Hua Shini, he had not forgotten the famed Wu Qingxi. Benefiting from the previous experience with Gu Xian's Qigong guidance, he approached Hua Shini to learn the Wu Qingxi. Driven by a spirit of experimentation, to his surprise, it proved effective, enhancing his physical attributes by an additional 5 points, bringing his total to 90, a threshold for first-rate generals. This unexpected delight sparked Lu Xie's curiosity. He often wondered if all the martial generals of the three kingdoms possessed their own unique skills that improved their physiques, contributing to their formidable prowess. Particularly, he thought of Elbu. Had he not perished, he might have had a unique skill to impart, especially since Lu Xie had become his son-in-law. He certainly would have sought to learn from him. Yet, he dismissed the notion, reflecting that despite studying swordsmanship under Wang Yu, an instructor of exceptional caliber, he had not made significant progress. Recently, a novel establishment had emerged in Xuchang. Reportedly, a wealthy merchant from afar had collaborated with a branch of the Sun family to open a hotel in the city center. While opening a restaurant or hotel was not inherently remarkable, what set this establishment apart was its culinary offerings, prepared not by boiling but with rare oils and high-heat stir-frying, resulting in dishes of extraordinary flavor, particularly the vegetables, which left patrons enchanted. Business thrived daily, akin to a river of gold flowing in. Although many envied the success, yet dared not overreach due to the involvement of the Sun family from Yingchuan. This was, of course, the handiwork of Lu Xie. Having recruited the merchant Zhang Shiping, whose business acumen was unparalleled, in contemporary terms, he would undoubtedly be considered a billionaire. Upon reviewing Lu Xie's proposal and culinary secrets, he recognized it as a revolutionary treasure and promptly set forth to establish the restaurant. Without pausing, he ventured to cities such as Yi, Chang'an, Jingzhou, and Shouchuan, opening a chain of restaurants. He adhered to Lu Xie's strategy, collaborating with local dignitaries for each restaurant, cognizant that without the protection of power, it would be perilous to conduct business. Earning a fortune without the means to spend it safely was a lesson learned from years of experience, an insight deeply embedded in Chinese history. Though Lu Xie was an emperor, he remained self-aware, contenting himself with a 30% profit margin while declining Sun Yu's suggestion of a 50% share. He recognized his status as a mere puppet, understanding the necessity to first establish himself slowly, allowing all parties involved to benefit for a sustainable future. News soon arrived from outside the palace that Wei Ji's wedding procession was finally returning, bringing with it two women Lu Xie had long held in his heart, Zhan Mi and Queen Gua. These two former rivals, who had once shared a husband, found themselves entwined in a similar fate once more. It seemed their historical trajectory had not altered significantly, merely exchanging one spouse for another. Would they still ignite sparks as they had in history? Yet, Lu Xie mused, but Chao Pai, you are merely 12 years old now and yet to mature. I feel quite remiss to impose upon you. However, a moment's thought led him to reconsider. Both women had been taken from others by Chao Pai, and he was merely inheriting what was already not his. According to the historical trend, had he remained in Xuchang, he might well have been usurped by that little lecher, a probability that seemed quite considerable. Caution was warranted, as his surroundings were filled with the wives of young boys and his father's consorts. Such feelings of rivalry over wives were not easily assuaged. Chapter 23. Becoming a groom again, the delay in the wedding procession was considerable. They had set forth in February but did not return to Xuchang until the end of the year. The lengthy journey was compounded by the fact that Cao Cao had captured Henei County in April, inciting the ire of Yuan Binshu. Yuan Shao had initially resigned himself to relinquishing this daughter-in-law, but his displeasure led him to instruct his subordinates to harass Wei Ji while he himself prepared an army to confront Cao Cao. When deities clash, mortals suffer. The Zhen family was reluctant regarding this marriage. Though the suitor was an emperor, they were not naive. What future lay with a puppet? Their family, though not a match for the Yuan clan, found themselves compelled to accept the union with Yuan Shi, a son without inheritance rights. Yet this was still preferable to entering the palace, as at least he was a true son, and the present situation was better than the past. Alas, this was the will of Cao Cao's faction. Leveraging the emperor's supreme authority, the Zhen family, though wealthy, lacked power and had no means to resist. They observed even Yuan Shao bowing to such nominal pressure. How could a merchant family contend, reluctantly agreeing to the marriage? The Zhen family initially disregarded Wei Ji's suggestion to relocate to Cao Cao's territory, believing that Yuan Shao's strength might lead to victory. However, upon witnessing the rift between the Yuan and Cao families and the difficulties imposed upon Wei Ji, they felt the sting of the aristocracy's fickleness, as their own family faced repercussions, with many of their enterprises suffering. Recognizing the impending crisis, several family leaders convened urgently and decided that relocating would mitigate risks. They opted not to move to Xuchang but, heeding Sun Yu's covert guidance, chose to settle in Chang'an. Their successful departure was indeed aided by Yuan Shao's substantial support. Sun Yu, perceiving hints in Lu Xie's strategic plans, sensed that Lu Xie might be inclined to establish a foothold in Chang'an, considering it a viable approach. As various factions gained prominence, only the local lords Ma Tang and Han Sui held their ground. Lacking ambition, should Lu Xie extricate himself, he could harness their strength for a resurgence. The other powerful clans and families in Guangzhong had risen during the Han's glory, possessing an innate affinity for the Han dynasty. Furthermore, the newly appointed governor Zhong Yao was a staunch royalist, making the conditions favorable for Lu Xie's ambitions. However, the young emperor, ensconced in the depths of the palace, displayed a unique acuity regarding the broader political landscape, thus assisting Lu Xie in secretly laying groundwork in Chang'an. As for Queen Gua, Sun Yu concocted a half-truth tale, claiming she was born under extraordinary auspices, with her father declaring her the queen among women. Hence her name. It was said she would marry only an emperor. On the journey to fetch her from the state of Zhongshan, Wei Ji heard this rumor and, intrigued, dispatched someone to investigate, discovering her extraordinary beauty and her proud nature, which indeed supported the claim of her marrying only royalty. Consequently, he smoothly incorporated her into his wedding plans. As rumors spread, Queen Gua found herself unable to marry anyone else aside from Lu Xie for the time being. The marriage arrangements were rather casual, aligning with Cao Cao's intentions to surround Lu Xie with women, diverting his attention from other matters. As for the significance of the ceremony, why spend unnecessarily? Such extravagance was deemed unwarranted. While Cao Cao was reluctant to expend funds, the bride's family, being affluent, ensured their daughter was not slighted, which delighted Lu Xie. Both families were wealthy. The Zhen family required no further elaboration, while the Gua family, though slightly less affluent, was still among the wealthiest. The procession of carts laden with goods from both families was impressive, allowing Lu Xie to profit handsomely. However, he could only utilize these visible gains for overt purposes. He purchased a parcel of land adjacent to the palace, intending to expand the two inner chambers. This was to be a proper marriage, unlike previous unions that had been coerced or stolen. Even the union with Lady Yin, while more legitimate, had not brought substantial wealth from her family, merely a son given freely. On the wedding night, he first visited Jian Mi's chamber, AT-17. She was a product of affluence. Her beauty exquisite with bright eyes and pearly teeth, captivating beyond compare. Lu Xie recalled the lines from the ode to the goddess of the Luo River and could not help but recite, like a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon, resplendent as the autumn chrysanthemum, flourishing like the spring pine. Like a delicate cloud veiling the moon, she appears ethereal. Like the gentle breeze stirring the drifting snow, she captivates the heart. From a distance, she shines as brightly as the sun rising amidst the morning mist. Up close, she dazzles like a lotus emerging from the clear waters, eyes not the goddess of the Luo River, akin to a celestial maiden. Gazing upon this girl, who bears an uncanny resemblance to a fairy sister, my heart swells with joy. Though she is still somewhat inexperienced, she undeniably exudes an enchanting aura. Her refined nose and expressive eyes possess an almost soul-snatching charm. Truly, the title of fairy sister is not unwarranted. Although I am aware that the system harbors certain inclinations, I could not have anticipated whom she might resemble. This, too, brings an inexplicable delight to Lucia. Junmi, astonished, inquired, "Did your majesty just refer to me?" Lucia nodded, inwardly apologizing to Cao Ji, thinking to himself that borrowing his poetic lines was only fitting since he called her sister-in-law and I am her elder. Before her marriage, Junmi believed her life would henceforth be devoid of brilliance. It was said that the puppet emperor was rather lacking, and hearing rumors of his fondness for women of any age made her find him even more distasteful. However, upon entering his home, she discovered that this young man was not as she had imagined. Instead, he possessed a certain grace and an air of unique charm. Indeed, prior to their meeting, Lucia had made a special effort to enhance his appearance. Previously, his attributes were as follows: strength, 6590, human peak 100, power, 6690, human peak 100, perception, 5290, human peak 100, male capability, 77100, human peak 100, charisma, 48100, human peak 100. After prolonged and deliberate training, his attributes had improved significantly, and he still had 38 points remaining, with 8 points contributed by the Chao family. Thus, Lucia allocated 12 points to his charisma and 3 points to his male capability as a reward for successfully seizing this opportunity. As for the remaining 23 points, he was reluctant to spend, recognizing their preciousness. If he could avoid expenditure, rigorous training would yield greater benefits, especially considering the renowned beauties of the three kingdoms. With his male capability now at 80,100 and charisma at 60,100. The increase in points was indeed the reason Junmi found Lucia so charming. Thus, the system played a crucial role. Not only did he possess allure and status, but he could also articulate beautifully, employing exquisite phrases to describe himself. A person of such exceptional talent was someone she had never heard of during her time in Jizhou. Was he not the very template of the husband she had envisioned countless times in her boudoir? To have such a husband, what more could one desire? The rumors were untrustworthy. Ancient wisdom had not deceived her. Junmi, being at an age filled with youthful yearning, had never before encountered a man so audacious. One who could openly praise others and articulate his thoughts with such eloquence. Instantly, she found herself captivated by Lucia. The following day, she visited Queen Guo's residence, as fairness dictated that she not favor one over the other. Equally endowed with beauty, historically praised, she was indeed worthy of trust. Lucia found himself utterly enchanted by this long-legged maiden. "You are my queen," Lucia declared with deep affection. As he gazed upon her long, graceful legs, he recalled the beauty of Tong from later times, and a thought flashed through his mind. Beauty is judged by the legs. Her figure was truly exceptional. No wonder he had seen online discussions proclaiming that such legs could be enjoyed for a year. With this flattery, he successfully won her over. Although the tale spoke of Queen Guo's wisdom and how she aided Chao Pai, at that moment, she was merely a young girl, easily swayed. Fortunately, despite being only 16, Queen Guo had matured well. Her stature was tall, possibly due to hardships endured in her early years, giving her a demeanor that belied her actual age. Otherwise, Lucia, coming from modern times, would have found it difficult to proceed. Lucia indulged in the pleasures of life, akin to a butterfly lost in a sea of blossoms, unable to extricate himself. Yet, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and half a month passed swiftly. Observing the shining 10 points, Lucia mused that indeed, the system favored historical figures. He felt that whether it was his previous consorts or the later arrivals like Madame Yin or Madame Du, even Yin Shi and the goddess of the Luo River, the queen was in no way inferior. Yet the system had bestowed her with slightly lower marks. Was it a matter of the system's favoritism? Or perhaps the unparalleled beauty of these women was too youthful to reveal their advantages? Perhaps it was a necessity of historical renown. He felt that El Chiling was quite charming, of similar age. Yet only received a score of 9. Favoritism was perhaps inevitable. After all, this was a world of legends. The scores, high or low, were ultimately determined by the aesthetic sensibilities of Luo Guangzhou. Reflecting on El Chiling, he realized it had been some days since he had last seen her due to the complications surrounding Lady Dong's childbirth. His visits to the ladies' quarters had become less frequent, leaving him in a somber mood. Now that things had settled, he felt compelled to visit them, and thoughts of Madame Yan warmed his heart. Chapter 24. The arrival of Zilong with a white wax staff in hand, he ventured alone to their courtyard. Indeed, El Chiling was still practicing her spear skills, demonstrating remarkable diligence, as she trained tirelessly, regardless of wind or rain. Lu Xie sensed her spear technique had improved. Her movements were agile, and her spear danced like a drifting dragon. Upon noticing Lu Xie's arrival, she swiftly lunged with her spear. Lu Xie raised his spear to block, the sounds of their clash echoing continuously. After a while, Lu Xie, drenched in sweat, stepped out of the circle and waved his hand to signal a pause. El Chiling did not press on. Instead, she sat beside him on the steps to rest. Lu Xie enjoyed this feeling, as it allowed him to experience a modern sensibility through El Chiling. She held no reverence for his status. Perhaps due to her previous boldness around her father. You are quite amusing. Locked away like a pig, and yet still find time to play the groom every night, El Chiling remarked casually, directly addressing him as you, highlighting her informal demeanor. Strangely, Lu Xie found this endearing and responded, what you really mean is that I am eager to be a breeding pig, correct? What? Aren't you? El Chiling shot back, her tone sharp. Are you merely living day by day? In that case, you must not harm those innocent girls. You have no right to drag them down with you, she said, growing increasingly agitated. What is wrong with you today? Is it your time of the month? Lu Xie inquired, perplexed by her unusually harsh tone. What time of the month? I have no relatives other than my mother. Don't think you can scheme against me. El Chiling, of course, had no idea what Lu Xie was referring to El Shifu. Your tone today seems off. Are you jealous because you think I have married 2 more wives? Lu Xie teased, jealous? You wish? You can't even beat me, and you dream of that. El Chiling dismissed him without a hint of modesty. What you mean is, if you can defeat me, then you will consider me, Lu Xie countered. Only if you can defeat me first. El Chiling left herself a little leeway. You must affirm it first. Otherwise, I lack motivation, Lu Xie said, enjoying the banter with El Chiling, reminiscent of playful exchanges with a modern girlfriend. Fine, but it must be within this month. Can you manage that? El Chiling rolled her eyes at Lu Xie, brandishing her staff as she walked away. Just as Lu Xie opened his mouth to speak, he realized El Chiling had already turned and disappeared from sight. If I were to allocate points, I could easily win against you, Lu Xie thought to himself. After spending a night at Yan Shi's place, Lu Xie returned to the Taiji Hall. Wang Yu arrived to report that a portion of the restaurant's profits had already been distributed and asked Lu Xie how to allocate them. Give it all to Gao Shun. Let him begin training as many men as the funds allow, but they must be loyal. I have significant plans for them, Lu Xie instructed. At that moment, Sun Yu hurried in. Now aware that Wang Yu was someone Lu Xie trusted, he spoke without reservation, saying, a general named Zhao Yun has arrived, claiming to have been summoned by your majesty's letter. Lu Xie sprang to his feet. Brother Zilong, you have finally come. Zhao Zilong, the valiant knight with the silver spear, was adored by all. Like every individual transported to the 3 kingdoms, Lu Xie held a deep admiration for Zhao Zilong. In contrast, the scruffy Zhang Fei and the eternally green-robed Guan Yu paled in comparison. Sun Aiqing, is there a way to arrange for this man to serve as my guard? Lu Xie inquired. Yes, but to be prudent, I will need to take some measures. Your Majesty, please wait a couple of days, Sun Yu replied. Very well, Sun Aiqing, your prudence is commendable, Lu Xie responded, chuckling with delight. Your Majesty, what qualities does this man possess that make you value him so highly? Sun Yu queried, puzzled by Lu Xie's unusual joy. He is not only a master of martial arts, but also fiercely loyal, Lu Xie affirmed. Previously serving under Gong Sunzan, he remained loyal despite Gong Sunzan's unfavorable treatment. It was only after Gong Sunzan's death in battle that he chose to depart. If I had such a guardian, I would feel much safer, Lu Xie remarked. Indeed, he is a man of great righteousness. Sun Yu praised. Sun Aiqing, please send someone to make contact with Li Ru. The time is ripe. With the Jin family as our ally in Chang'an, we can now initiate certain matters, Lu Xie continued. With Lady Yin acting as an intermediary, Li Ru, after careful consideration, accepted Lu Xie's summons and expressed his admiration for the role Lu Xie had arranged for him. He indeed relished the art of discreetly investigating others and manipulating situations from the shadows. However, due to financial constraints, his plans had remained dormant until now. After Sun Yu left, Lu Xie opened the system panel to review Zhao Yun's information. Zhao Yun, favorability level 57, martial prowess 98. Lu Xie shook his head and rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things or had misremembered. Hadn't the favorability been 56 previously? How could it have changed? Could it be that his recruitment letter had made an impact? Or perhaps it was Lu Huangshu's recommendation that had borne fruit? If so, fostering deeper connections and providing benefits could surely elevate the favorability further. If this were indeed the case, he had stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Others could also implement similar strategies, yielding abundant advantages. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Huangshu, wondering how he was faring with Yuan Shao. Lu Huangshu had spent the first half of his life wandering in search of a place to call home, only to find himself estranged from loved ones, a truly unfortunate fate. Did it imply that those of the Lu lineage must endure such hardships to achieve greatness? He had heard that Lord Guan had arrived in Shudu, and Cao Cao was doing everything in his power to win him over, hosting lavish feasts every few days. Lu Xie had previously mentioned constructing a palace but claimed insufficient funds. Now, with all this feasting, money seemed to be flowing freely. With public funds at his disposal, it was evident that Lord Guan's influence was considerable. Cao Cao's genuine affection for Lord Guan had stirred discontent among many of Cao Cao's warriors. If the surrender had gone smoothly, it might have been acceptable, but the ostentation was quite unbecoming, disregarding the Lord's dignity. How can one tolerate this? Lu Xie thought. If it weren't for Guan Yu's swift horse, he would have surely confronted him. Ultimately, no one dared to challenge him alone and instead resorted to drinking and grumbling in groups. Lu Xie contemplated finding an opportunity to inform Lord Guan that his brother was within Yuan Shao's camp, urging him to stage a dramatic rescue. In a few days, Sun Yu successfully arranged matters regarding Zhao Yun. Standing before him was a robust man over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and muscular, comparable to Su Chu. Amidst his admiration, Lu Xie pondered whether to voice his thoughts about the disparity between the heroic image of Zhao Yun he had envisioned and the imposing figure before him. Was this formidable man the true Zhao Yun? Or was the dashing, fair-skinned hero merely a figment of Luo Da's imagination? Lu Xie hesitantly inquired, "Is this truly the famed Zhao Yun of Changshan?" "Indeed, I am Zhao Yun," the man responded with a bow. Lu Xie felt a sense of resignation. Although not as striking as he had imagined, he exuded a sense of reliability and security. It was indeed true that not all men named Yun were handsome. He should have anticipated this. The imagery of a silver saddle on a white horse, dashing like a meteor, may not apply to the battlefield Zhao Yun, but rather to a prodigy racing across the green fields. A true warrior indeed with you, my Zhao Yun. I feel like a fish returned to water or a tiger soaring on wings, yearning for freedom, Lu Xie exclaimed, grasping Zhao Yun's hand with fervor. Zhao Yun was taken aback. He could comprehend the first part but was puzzled by the latter. "Who is this tiger? Has my journey been so arduous?" he inquired. Lu Xie's enthusiasm seemed excessive, leaving Zhao Yun feeling somewhat awkward. "Isn't the emperor supposed to be quite imposing? I have received the emperor's secret edict and a letter from my uncle, intending to pledge allegiance to him, as a martial man accustomed to the battlefield. I fear I may not be suited for the meticulous duties of a palace guard. If I were to jeopardize the emperor's safety, I would deserve the gravest punishment. Therefore, I humbly request that when a suitable candidate arises, I may leave the palace to accompany Lu Huangshu and help restore peace to the realm," Zhao Yun stated earnestly. Lu Xie felt a mix of emotions, nearly choking on his frustration. Did it require such seriousness? Was it merely a matter of 3 points? Clearly, he was not held in high regard. He needed to rectify this situation quickly. "Alas, I possess no charm whatsoever," asked the illustrious emperor of the Han. "Without the system's assistance, I would be utterly powerless, perhaps unable to even recruit a low-ranking warrior." Zhao Yun's words struck a blow to Lu Xie's spirit, affirming his resolve to invigorate the system economy. "You wish to proceed by the rules, do you? Very well. If it involves gathering a few beauties, I shall comply," Lu Xie chuckled, suppressing his disappointment that, of course, If you wish to engage in battle, I shall certainly oblige. Provided the opportunity arises to my uncle and I are of the same lineage, family, there is no need to bicker over accolades. However, my uncle is also in a challenging position. You may find yourself without a place to exert your skills. So remain here for the time being. Following Sun Yu's guidance, to ensure a smoother process and avoid alerting Cao Cao, Zhao Yun would start from the ground up, initially serving as a minor captain leading 20 men. As for the specifics of the position, Lu Xie felt indifferent. He merely sought amusement in the chronicles of the Three Kingdoms and lacked professionalism in the roles of Han officials. He left it to Sun Yu to manage. Otherwise, what enjoyment would be left for the emperor? As Lu Xie contemplated ways to procure beautiful companions to enhance his favorability, an uproar arose outside. Yuan Shao and his forces from Hebei had come to chastise Cao Cao, who was retreating under severe pressure. In this critical moment, it was Lord Guan who stepped forward, assuring Cao Cao that the likes of Yan Liang and Wen Chou were merely insignificant foes. Easily dispatched, Guan Yu felt compelled to exert himself, having dined with Cao Cao on numerous occasions. The value of his steed, red hair, alone warranted such dedication. Cao Cao rejoiced at this affirmation and resolved to march forth. But not before holding a flag-raising ceremony, with Dong Cheng's group deemed suitable for the task. Lu Xie felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. After all, Dong Cheng was his father-in-law. How could Cao Cao not extend him an ounce of courtesy? Are you not even dead yet? Why make such a fuss? Even if they attacked you, it would merely be mutual combat, Lu Xie argued, summoning Cao Cao. Lord Sima, while the charioteers and others may have erred, fortunately, no severe consequences ensued. Might I suggest demoting them to commoners as a lenient punishment? Lu Xie implored sincerely. Cao Cao glanced up, disdain written across his face, thinking, do you believe you are Guan Yu? Have I given you face? Not executing that Dong noble is my utmost tolerance. Do not attempt to push your luck. You want to gain more ground? Dream on. Those who dare to act against me must be prepared for the consequences. Everyone says this is your idea, and I've refrained from retaliating. But now you complicate matters for me. Do not tell me there was no intent. Even plotting is unacceptable. Though you take my army of over 100,000 for fools? Cao Cao's heart was like iron. He resolutely departed. Lu Xie, infuriated, kicked over the small table in front of him, shouting, Cao Amon, remember this. Since you refuse to give me face, I shall leave no foundation for you. Beware that I may take your wife away. After executing the offenders and completing the flag ceremony, Cao Cao embarked on his campaign alongside Guan Yu. Indeed, the title of martial saint was well-deserved. Guan Yu swiftly dispatched Yan Liang and Wen Chou, sending Yuan Shao's forces retreating 30 miles. Cao Cao was elated, constantly admiring Guan Yu. To retain his loyalty, Cao Cao sought to present his achievements to the court, requesting the emperor's endorsement to confer the title of Han Shouting Marquis upon Guan Yu. Although Lu Xie was displeased with Cao Cao, he refrained from causing trouble, needing to bide his time. He also wished to witness the martial saint in action, hoping to find an opportunity to inform him that his elder brother was within Yuan Shao's ranks. And the more decisively he fought, the more difficult it would be for his brother. Cao Cao temporarily withdrew to regroup for the next stage of his offensive. Lu Xie seized the opportunity to propose a banquet to honor the victorious heroes. Particularly wishing to meet the indomitable Guan Yu. At the banquet, Lu Xie loudly conferred honors upon Guan Yu, bestowing upon him the title of Han Shouting Marquis. Guan Yu expressed his gratitude and approached Lu Xie, who whispered, my uncle is currently in Yuan Shao's camp, isolated and defenseless. You must depart swiftly. Guan Yu's entire being trembled, and he stared at Lu Xie in shock, believing without doubt that the emperor was aware of his brother's whereabouts while Cao Cao feigned ignorance. He felt that Cao Cao's grace for sparing his life had been repaid, and he resolved to leave immediately in search of his brother. Why does Yun Long wish to depart? Cao Cao was taken aback. After the banquet concluded, Guan Yu took his leave, expressing his determination to reunite with his elder brother, a promise he had previously made to Cao Cao. Alas, you should make your preparations. I will ponder on this matter. Cao Cao remarked, observing Guan Yu's resolute demeanor. Relenting, he dismissed him and summoned several strategists to discuss the situation. Do you know who informed Liu Bei of Yun Cheng's whereabouts? Cao Cao queried, his expression darkening with displeasure. In recent days, Guan Yun Chang has been in your company, my lord, almost inseparable. If there was any other interaction, it would have been during today's imperial banquet, where I witnessed the emperor whispering to him, causing a sudden change in Guan Yunchang's demeanor. At this juncture, Chen Yu rose to speak. This rascal has thwarted my grand designs. Cao Cao, regardless of the veracity of this claim, scolded him, lamenting the lack of respect shown to the emperor. The others in attendance were accustomed to such outbursts, save for Sun Yu, who appeared somewhat unsettled. But how did he come to know? Cao Cao pondered, suddenly realizing that he himself was unaware. The young emperor was confined within the palace, surrounded by his loyal guards. Perhaps he had misjudged the young emperor's capabilities. It is merely a conjecture, Chen Yu admitted, feeling slightly awkward as he too had grasped the essence of the situation. However, a clever idea struck him, and before he could voice it, a voice interrupted. My lord, was it not part of Guan Yu's terms to treat his two sisters-in-law kindly? It is well known that the young emperor and Lu Xuanda exchanged glances. Why not employ a strategy of discord? At that moment, the recently joined strategist Jia Su sought to make an impression, exclaiming, "Ha! This old schemer has beaten me to it." Chen Yu, alarmed, realized that his own idea had been preempted. How shall we proceed? Cao Cao inquired, now intrigued. Is it not said that the young emperor harbors a motherly affection? We could present Lu Xuanda's two beloved wives in the palace, and doing so, Lu Xuanda would surely feel a sense of betrayal and turn against the young emperor. Moreover, Guan Yu's failure to safeguard his sisters-in-law would bring him shame before his brother. This plan, Jia Su concluded, would effectively serve two purposes. He smiled, stroking his beard in satisfaction. Do not be deceived by Lu Xuanda's age. His wives are not necessarily older than the emperor. Even if they are, it may only be by a couple of years. What claim could there be to a motherly affection? Sun Yu interjected, attempting to dissuade this scheme. An elder's sisterly affection would suffice. I find Zhuge's plan quite feasible. Guojia, with an air of confidence, added, I observe that Liu Bei's wives possess remarkable beauty. Let us send one to the emperor while the other remains with my lord. We cannot allow all the benefits to accrue to outsiders. Cao Cao, astonished, lifted his gaze, pondering who among them had captured his favor so profoundly. Surely they must be employed, yet he countered, this is unwise. Previously in Wancheng, my lord was criticized due to matters concerning women. Although Lu Xuanda may seem isolated, he is renowned throughout the land. Should this information leak, it would tarnish my lord's reputation, which still requires nurturing. Guojia hastily concurred with a nod, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Jia Su felt the weight of awkwardness. His own machinations were intertwined with the situation. Now that they were akin to family, to resurface such matters would seem petty. Am I to allow that young man to benefit? He mused, recalling the beauty of Liu Bei's wives and lamenting how he could have let them go had it not been for Guan Yu. Alas, alas, I must prioritize the greater good of the realm over personal desires. After a period of internal deliberation, Cao Cao eventually assented to the scheme, hoping it would retain Guan Yu's allegiance. Otherwise, he would endure a significant loss. Yet, he mused, the young emperor was not naive. His patience must have limits, and he would not easily covet his uncle's wives. Sun Yu, still reluctant, sought to protect Lu Xie from harm. This is straightforward. The emperor has never seen the two ladies. As long as the minister presents them as gifts, and another banquet is arranged to celebrate, their intoxication will prevent any opportunity for communication. Given the young emperor's character, this scheme will undoubtedly succeed. Guojia, renowned for his cunning, continued to propose one underhanded idea after another, leaving Sun Yu speechless. He could not persistently oppose for fear of arousing suspicion in Cao Cao. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to leave the outcome to fate. Chapter 26. After the revelry with the strategy set, Cao Cao's spirits lifted considerably. It was a plan that would yield dual benefits, and he awaited the results with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Guojia contemplated, Do not take offense, Your Majesty. The reason for devising such a nefarious scheme is the suspicion that you may have been playing a role all along. If my intuition proves accurate, then we, a cadre of unparalleled strategists, could be outwitted by a mere child, which would indeed be laughable. This should serve as a test to reveal your true nature. With resolve, Cao Cao proceeded to the palace the following day, claiming to have acquired two unparalleled beauties to present to Lu Xie, intending to host a celebratory banquet. Lu Xie, bemused, thought, Cao Si Kong has a reputation for coveting the wives of others. When has he ever shown such benevolence? Surely he cannot be trusted to restrain himself. Is he concealing some ulterior motive? Nonetheless, Lu Xie and Cao Cao, both possessing similar temperaments, were unlikely to trust one another. Directly declining was not an option, as maintaining appearances was paramount. Thus, he acquiesced to the plan, reasoning that he could counter whatever came his way. Coincidentally, both Lady Yin and Lady Du were with child. And both the goddess of Luo and the queen required respite. On the other hand, Cao Cao dispatched several women to invite the two wives of Gon and Mi, under the pretense of a banquet to honor meritorious subjects, with the intention of mending the rift between Lu Xie's uncle and Cao Cao, allowing Lady Bian to represent Lu Xie's interests. Initially, the two ladies were reluctant to attend, as they typically refrained from venturing out without their husbands. However, considering Lu Xuanda's precarious situation, they realized they were still captives. Should they appear overly stubborn, they would be criticized for not recognizing a favorable opportunity. Moreover, should circumstances shift, it would count as a good deed. To mitigate unforeseen complications, Cao Cao even sent his esteemed wife, Lady Bian, to fetch them personally, effectively eliminating any chance of refusal. Thus, both sides were swept up in the ruse, leading them into the palace. It was also unfortunate that Lu Xie, cloistered within the palace, received scant information, relying primarily on the occasional tidbits relayed by his envoy, most of whom were dispatched by him. He had no awareness of any significant surveillance on the actions of his uncle's wives. He remained oblivious to the fact that his two imperial aunts were the main attraction that day. His mind lingered on the tales of Guan Yu's legendary exploits in escorting his sisters-in-law. Believing such scenarios could not possibly unfold in reality, at the banquet, the men and women were kept separate, as it was orchestrated by Cao Cao, who notably did not extend invitations to any members of the harem. The women were instead represented by Lady Bian, who held the fort at Cao Cao's behest. Lu Xie observed from a distance as several women dined on the opposite side, 3 of whom were strikingly beautiful, with enchanting smiles that seemed eerily familiar. Yet, amidst the crowd, it was impractical to scrutinize their identities. Puzzled, he asked Cao Cao, "Why are there 3 women when only 2 were mentioned?" Cao Cao, taken aback, thought, "What a little lecher. Whom are you fixating on?" "Those are my wives." "Oh, the 2 esteemed beauties must be of noble lineage. Thus my wife, Lady Bian, has come to accompany them," Cao Cao responded, his tone remaining courteous, mindful of their esteemed statuses. Despite any underlying tensions, "Is that so?" Lu Xie mused, glancing up briefly before averting his gaze. Though lovely, he dared not stare, for their husbands were seated beside them. As the drinking progressed, Cao Cao, unwavering, continued to imbibe, while Lu Xie found himself becoming increasingly inebriated. Meanwhile, under the influence of certain women who had been instructed in advance, the wives of Gon and Mi also indulged, their cheeks flushed, succumbing to the effects of the alcohol. Once it appeared the time was ripe, Cao Cao signaled, and an attendant entered, accompanied by a group of palace maidens, each bearing a tray with a bowl of dark concoction. "Today's drinking with the emperor has been truly delightful. But we cannot neglect his crucial moment. Come, let us drink this bowl of wake-up soup to send the emperor into his chamber, wishing him great success." With that, Cao Cao led the way, consuming the contents of the bowl. And the others, including the Emperor Lu Xie, dared not hesitate, fearing his wrath. Originally, there may have been a chance to sober up, but the bowl of wake-up soup spelled disaster. Within Lu Xie and the 2 ladies' bowls lay a concoction prepared by the royal physician. A common brew in the palace, but today it had been laced with additional ingredients. The 3 were soon rendered dazed and confused, transported to a private chamber, where Lu Xie, assuming he had acquired new noble consorts, did not even inquire their names. His system would reveal their identities upon awakening the following day, requiring no effort on his part. Under the influence of the potion, a night of unrestrained revelry ensued. When morning light broke, Lu Xie awoke to find 2 beautiful bodies still sleeping beside him, their features partially obscured by flowing hair, yet their exquisite visages were faintly discernible. In an instant, Lu Xie became alert. Realizing he was in the presence of unparalleled beauty, musing, how could Chao Aman ever part with such treasures? There is something oddly familiar about this, reminiscent of 2 actresses who once dominated the screens of television dramas. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. As for the system, I dare say our version surpasses countless others. While it may not possess overwhelming prowess, it excels in understanding the desires of its host, and the satisfaction derived from it is truly commendable. At this rate, I may very well gather all the beauties of the realm into my embrace. Feeling quite pleased with myself, I refrained from disturbing the two sleeping beauties and instinctively activated the system. Casting a glance, suddenly, I turned over and sat up, only to be overcome by a wave of dizziness, exclaiming, "Chow the traitor has brought me to this state." I then fell back dramatically, feigning unconsciousness. Alas, the names of two illustrious women were revealed, Gone and me. Unmistakably relatives. How shall I face this? What a predicament! The two ladies were startled awake by Lu Xie's outcry, and upon realizing their state of undress, they found a young and handsome man lying beside them. A closer inspection confirmed it was none other than the emperor himself, whom they had seen during a drinking bout. How could this emperor behave so outrageously, daring to consort with the wives of his own uncle? What shame would they bear when they next encountered their sister-in-law or their uncle? Overwhelmed with sorrow, both began to weep softly. Lu Xie, unable to maintain his composure any longer, sighed deeply and said, "Dear aunts, do not weep. We have all fallen victim to the treachery of Chow the traitor. Now, let us contemplate how to proceed." The two ceased their lamentations, pondering the intricacies of their predicament. Indeed, from the initial invitation to the company of Lady Bien, every step had been meticulously orchestrated. They were astute women and quickly grasped the underlying conspiracy, yet they remained perplexed as to why Cao Cao would orchestrate such a scheme against their uncle. The elder, Lady Gone, voiced her inquiry. At this moment, Lu Xie inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lady Gone. Her skin as fair as jade, a true embodiment of beauty as described in the narratives, however, he replied. Alas, it is not merely a betrayal of the emperor but also of me, the sovereign. This has placed me in an unjust position. Lady Gone lamented, now, we have lost all dignity to face our uncle. Lu Xie sighed again. Chow the traitor deceived me yesterday, claiming to present beautiful women, intoxicating us both to commit this disgraceful act, aiming to humiliate both me and my uncle, sowing discord between us. This is a treacherous plot, indeed, as it serves his interests perfectly. Your Majesty, Lady Gone interjected, to preserve your honor and that of your uncle, my sister and I must resign ourselves to death. She embraced Lady Me. Weeping anew. No, Lu Xie countered, the only course of action is to pen a letter to my uncle, explaining the circumstances and seeking his understanding, so that you may live on. Otherwise, we will have truly fallen into Cao Cao's trap. If you were to perish, he would exploit your deaths to tarnish both your uncle's and my reputation. Though your reasoning is sound, I am at a loss as to how to face Lu the uncle. How shall I compose this letter? What words can convey that I did not intend this, that it was a misunderstanding? Although it truly is a misunderstanding, he sought to comfort the two ladies and instructed the eunuchs to keep a vigilant watch. Ensuring that the ladies did not resort to drastic measures, in truth, Lu Xie was overthinking matters. The social mores of the three kingdoms were more liberal than those of any dynasty that followed, and women were not bound by the stringent doctrines of the later eras. Many believed that seizing what one desired was sufficient. After marrying Liu Bei, Lady Gone and Lady Mi spent more time apart than together. As Liu Bei had spent his early life on the road, often losing his wives along the way, this was perhaps the third instance. Moreover, given their 10 to 20-year age difference, their emotional ties were not as profound as one might assume. The embarrassment they felt stemmed primarily from societal expectations, and with a letter of release from their uncle, remarrying would not be out of the question. Hiding in the Taiji Hall, Lu Xie lost interest in practicing his marksmanship. The joy of the previous night had long since faded. Cao Cao, you are indeed a formidable strategist, employing the most insidious of tactics. Chapter 27. An apology to the uncle. There is nothing wrong with gathering beauties. However, such underhanded methods are wholly unacceptable. I have been raised in a society that champions the principles of consent, and today's events have brought great shame. Though ancient women had little agency, that does not excuse this violation. Such uncontrollable, unforeseen occurrences should be avoided in the future, and I must find a way to extricate myself from Cao Cao's grasp. Yet, given my current predicament, lacking resources and allies, my meager skills alone are insufficient. I must rally a group of staunch supporters. My attentive care towards Zhao Yun over the past few days has indeed borne fruit, as I discovered an increase in goodwill, 58 points. Eagerly, I noted an additional 18 points, bringing my total to 60, just enough to expend. To prevent further complications, I must secure Zhao Yun's loyalty. Did I not observe that the formidable warlords all have a few reliable allies? I cannot afford to walk into this chaos without support. Suppressing my anxiety, I decisively spent 20 points, raising Zhao Yun's goodwill to 6-0. As he patrolled the palace, an invigorating sensation coursed through him. The imperial residence no longer seemed so intolerable. Witnessing the Han court's humiliation by Cao Cao was truly abhorrent. As a loyal general of the Han, he felt compelled to dedicate himself to the emperor, vowing to fight to the death. Eager to assess the impact, Lu Xie summoned General Zilong. Zilong, I am faced with a grave dilemma. Last night, I was ensnared by Cao the traitor, committing a grave error, Lu Xie lamented, his expression one of profound sorrow. Zhao Yun, puzzled, pressed for clarity. What exactly transpired? I have wronged Lu the uncle, Lu Xie confessed, unexpectedly breaking into tears. Your Majesty, may I offer my ear to share your burden? Zhao Yun urged, growing impatient with the emperor's dramatics. Alas, last night, that treacherous Cao invited me to a banquet, and in a moment of folly, I fell for his deceit. He cunningly administered an intoxicating potion, and upon awakening, I discovered that the two beauties were none other than the wives of my uncle, deceived by Cao into entering the palace. How shall I face my revered uncle after this? As Lu Xie lamented, he clutched his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. What? The audacity of Cao the traitor. How could he be so insidious? Zhao Yun exclaimed, his fury ignited. I shall take his head for your sake. Hold on, Zilong, Lu Xie cautioned. Chao's power is formidable. We must not act rashly. I have reflected upon this matter, and I suspect he orchestrated this scheme to undermine my uncle's bond with Guan Yu. With Guan Yu preparing to depart, Cao used this deceit to create a rift between us. Truly, it is a double-edged sword. Lu Xie's analysis was astute. What should we do then? Zhao Yun inquired, eager for a plan. At this juncture, I must write a letter, detailing the situation, and have you deliver it to Guan Yu, requesting him to convey it to Lu the uncle and expose Chao's conspiracy, but be discreet. Do not allow Chao's agents to catch wind of it, Lu Xie instructed. Thus, Lu Xie retreated to his chambers, penning a letter imbued with heartfelt regret, hoping his uncle would see through Chao's treachery. If he could obtain forgiveness, then all would return to normalcy. Zhao Yun hastily departed with the letter. The following day, a sensational piece of news swept through Xuchang. Guan Yu, disregarding Chao's kindness, abandoned the gifts of silks and gold bestowed upon him, galloping away on his steed, Red Hair. Soon after, more shocking news emerged. Guan Yu, riding alone, faced numerous barriers without fear, valiantly cutting through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, making a beeline for Yuan Shao's camp. He had indeed turned traitor. Such loyalty to his brother, forsaking fame and fortune, spread like wildfire. Furious, Cao shattered several wine goblets, cursing Guan Yu as an ungrateful wolf. He regretted gifting Red Hair, which only aided Guan Yu's swift escape, and lamented sending his uncle's wives into the palace. Truly, it was a loss of both woman and soldier. Meanwhile, Liu Bei felt immense relief upon seeing his battle-worn brother, bruised yet triumphant. The pressure had been overwhelming. His sworn brother had slain several of his new master's generals, and Yuan Shao's gaze was no longer favorable. Now, however, they could navigate the tumultuous waters of politics. Yet, upon meeting Liu Bei, Guan Yu knelt, bowing his head to the ground, refusing to rise. Brother, I have wronged you. Liu Bei, initially taken aback, thought it was about the slain generals, but dismissed it is of little consequence. They are but other subordinates. Brother, it is not that matter. It is about our 2 sisters-in-law. They have encountered misfortune. I am deeply remorseful, Guan Yu reiterated. They are gone? Liu Bei sighed. Alas, they were unfortunate. If they have departed, then so be it, as the saying goes, brothers are like limbs. While women are but garments as long as my brother returns safely, that is all that matters, Liu Bei remarked, his expression tinged with regret at the loss of 2 beautiful women, yet he felt little pain. For his brother was unharmed. Elder brother, they are not dead, but have fallen victim to the treachery of Cao the traitor, Guan Yu said. Not dead? Cao's deceit. Could it be that the scoundrel Liu Bei seemed to grasp something? Standing there in a daze, indeed, Cao the traitor was notorious for his lustfulness, yet this outcome? It would be better if they had perished, He thought to himself, alas, I cannot articulate it clearly. Here is a letter from the emperor. Brother, take a look, and you shall comprehend, Guan Yu said, deciding to present the letter from his bosom. Liu Bei leaned over to read, his face shifting through shades of red, white, and green, leaving Zhang Fei perplexed beside him. Brother, what did the young emperor say? Liu Bei did not show him the letter but swiftly tucked it away into his robe, saying, It is nothing. He merely expresses concern for our situation and offers a suggestion. He claims that Yuan Shao is destined for defeat and advises us to extricate ourselves promptly, preferably to seek refuge with Liu Biao. Liu Bei felt too embarrassed to disclose the scandalous affair involving the aunt and nephew to Zhang Fei. Such matters are best kept from prying eyes. He could not trust Zhang Fei's loose tongue. If word got out, their reputation would be utterly tarnished. He sighed inwardly, contemplating, is this the conclusion? It would have been better to hand them over to Cao Cao. The series of twists and turns had thoroughly unsettled Liu Bei's emotions. Indeed, this young emperor possesses some insight. I have long perceived that although Yuan Shao boasts a formidable army, it is merely a facade. Fraught with chaos, and he shall inevitably fall. Brother, let us depart swiftly. Why should we toil for him? Zhang Fei concurred. Then let us be off, go summon Mi Fong. I have matters to arrange, Liu Bei instructed. In the letter, Liu Xia profusely apologized, an unexpected gesture from him, as it was customary for sovereigns to take advantage of their subjects. Moreover, the audacity of that scoundrel Cao, resorting to such despicable tactics to target my younger brother. The letter further conveyed that the two ladies were in despair, pleading for Liu Bei to draft a letter of divorce to grant them their freedom, thus providing them a chance at survival. Liu Bei scoffed inwardly, lamenting that the young emperor was overly compassionate, wasting such efforts on two women, which he deemed unwise. He truly believed women were akin to garments. Having penned the divorce letter, Mi Fong arrived just in time. Liu Bei handed him the letter, instructing him to seek out a man named Shi A in Xuchang, who would have arrangements in place, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding the letter and refraining from reading it. Mi Fong, accompanied by several others, departed the camp of Yuan Shao in confusion, hastening towards Xuchang. Days later, Liu Xia received a reply from Liu Bei, comforting him that he need not feel guilt, for all land beneath heaven is the sovereign's. And the emperor's favor is indeed a blessing for them. As for himself, he regarded it as a commonplace affair, insisting that their bond as uncle and nephew should not be marred by the plight of two women. Henceforth, those two noble ladies would be recognized as the emperor's consorts, not merely the wives or concubines of a subject. He also expressed gratitude for Liu Bei's counsel, announcing his imminent journey to Jingzhou, and generously offered Liu Bei a brother-in-law, in keeping with the tradition of the three kingdoms, buy one get one free. Liu Xia exhaled in relief, finally resolving the matter, silently expressing his apologies to Liu Bei, as well as to Mingda and Sun Quan and all the fallen brothers. Seizing your wives is a systemic requirement. I am but a pawn in this game. Chapter 28. The news of Kai Yin upon returning to the palace. He presented the divorce letter to the two grieving ladies. Upon reading it, they realized their lives had irrevocably changed, and they could only accept it in silence. In truth, they suffered no loss. Their status had elevated, and their husband had grown younger. Most importantly, they would henceforth enjoy stability, as for the opinions of others. In this secluded palace, who could possibly see? Mi Fong's arrival was indeed a pleasant surprise. What Liu Xia lacked most at present was talent, especially those capable of generating wealth. He discreetly arranged for Mi Fong to be brought into the palace. After a brief explanation, Mi Fong understood the situation. Subsequently, the siblings reunited joyfully. Mi Fong was inwardly elated to have the emperor as his brother-in-law. Naturally, he had no desire to nurture Liu Bei any longer. Why bother with such matters? During this time, Liu Xia had also inquired why his elder brother Mi Zhu had not come. Mi Fong explained that during the Battle of Su Province, everyone had scattered, and they had yet to reunite. He intended to return soon to search for him, so they could serve the emperor together. Liu Xia was genuinely pleased. Mi Zhu was a strategist within Liu Bei's faction, and he was bound to have considerable merits that would etch his name in history. Liu Xia was almost blindly trusting regarding this matter. He urged Mi Fong to vigorously pursue commerce and wealth, assuring him that Sun Yu would lend support, facilitating his endeavors, as Liu Xia's faction was sorely in need of funds. Mi Fong eagerly accepted, for he was well versed in the art of accumulating riches. After meeting with this brother-in-law, Lu Xie welcomed another, Zhen Yao, the brother of Zhenmi, who was also a master of finance. This was a boon for Lu Xie. Has the marquis stabilized in Chang'an? Lu Xie inquired. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Stability has largely been achieved. We are currently expanding our family enterprises. Zhen Yao replied, I implore you, my esteemed uncle, to assist me in locating a certain individual. The late Kai Yong, a learned scholar, had a beloved daughter, exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, fate has been unkind. She was reportedly abducted by the Xiongnu's left noble king years ago and has yet to return. I received much kindness from Kai Zhonglong in my youth, and I often find it hard to bear. Please send a merchant caravan to the grasslands to see if she can be ransomed back, Lu Xie stated. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will promptly arrange for this matter. Zhan Yao replied, taking the emperor's first request with utmost seriousness. Were it not for the perilous nature of the grasslands, he would have gone himself. After securing arrangements for Kai Yan, Lu Xie still felt compelled to comfort the two ladies. Given their recent change in marital status, it was only natural they might struggle to adjust and thus required ample companionship. A few days later, news arrived from Jiangdong that Sun Su had passed away. The entire court was taken aback. Lu Xie calculated the timing. It seemed the events of the romance of the three kingdoms were unfolding as described. He quickly summoned Sun Yu to inquire how Cao Cao was responding to this development. Your Majesty, Minister Cao is quite pleased, celebrating with his close associates over the demise of a formidable rival, Sun Yu reported. However, one must not underestimate the situation. I have heard tales of Sun Su's brother, Sun Quan, a young man of great intellect and capability, who may very well surpass his elder sibling. Lu Xie, having read The Three Kingdoms, was aware that Sun Quan would later govern Eastern Wu and live well into his 70s. Outlasting all his contemporaries. Your Majesty's information is indeed accurate. Sun Quan has indeed succeeded his brother. Sun Yu was momentarily astonished, sensing the emperor had changed for the better, which was gratifying. It is rumored in Eastern Wu that Minister Cao orchestrated this incident. Could it be true? Lu Xie inquired further. I cannot say for certain, but based on my observations and deductions, it is likely not the doing of Minister Cao, Sun Yu replied, though not entirely convinced. In that case, we must retaliate. Minister Cao is known for avoiding blame, Lu Xie expressed. Sun Yu appeared puzzled, questioning why the emperor was so invested in matters so distant, suspecting ulterior motives. Minister Cao is currently embroiled in a fierce struggle with Yuan Shao. Too preoccupied to concern himself with this situation, he will allow it to unfold on its own, Sun Yu explained. That will not do. We must seize upon this opportunity and craft a narrative. We will frame it as if Sun Quan is plotting to usurp his brother's position, employing hired assassins. We must weave a tale and spread it widely, ensuring that if there are any spies on the other side, they will be utilized as well, Lu Xie insisted, unwilling to let this matter die down so quickly as he had his own plans in mind. May I inquire what the emperor desires? This will allow me to gauge the depth of the situation. Sun Yu asked. I wish to have De Chiao, Lu Xie replied without pretense, as he would eventually have to reveal it anyway. Sun Yu was Lu Xie's foremost subordinate. What? Sun Yu exclaimed in shock. Sun Su has just died, and you already have your sights set on his wife. You couldn't possibly have had a hand in Sun Su's demise. Could you? Reading the mix of confusion and suspicion in Sun Yu's eyes, Lu Xie understood he had misconstrued the situation. What sort of look is that? Do you think I possess the capability for such deeds? I would be better off eliminating Minister Cao, Lu Xie retorted. Then why does Your Majesty desire so many women? There are countless beautiful women. One cannot marry them all. Besides, Your Majesty is still young. Having too many women can be detrimental to your health, Sun Yu remarked, perplexed. Lu Xie felt helpless. According to his nature, he was content with these few. He was already quite happy. However, he had a system, with tasks to complete, and he could not simply indulge himself without fulfilling them. Sun Iching, have you noticed that I have undergone some changes in recent months? I seem stronger, more mature. Have you observed? Lu Xie gazed expectantly at Sun Yu, only continuing when he saw him nod slightly. This has all come from women. The immortal Gu Xian imparted to me a set of techniques, and now I am youthful and vigorous. Without women, I cannot contain my passions. Furthermore, the consorts I have married can provide me with substantial help through their family backgrounds and wealth. Why not embrace such benefits? Lu Xie spread his hands and expounded a series of rationales to Sun Yu. Akin to a great gray wolf enticing a little white rabbit. The reasoning is precisely this, yet your insatiable desire could lead to the downfall of this grand enterprise if one were to indulge excessively. Sun Yu, being a composed individual, could hardly be deceived by Lu Xie's petty tricks. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, stirring up internal strife in Jiangdong will prevent De Qiao from coming over. First, let us incite discord, then allow Sun Su-sun to serve as a hostage in Shudu, with De Qiao accompanying him for care. We shall address matters when he arrives. Lu Xie responded, so you've already devised this plan and are only now sharing it with me? Nonetheless, I can reluctantly acknowledge the Emperor's intentions. This is a clandestine strategy, one that could yield unexpected results in the future struggle for Jiangdong. However, the task of convincing Chao Xikong would need to be managed personally, as I have heard that he harbors a significant interest in the two Chao sisters from Jiangdong. It is rather perplexing. Why do these two, old and young alike, persist in fixating on the wives of others? In a mere few days, through Lu Xie's relentless efforts, the two wives of his uncle finally completed their transformation in status, having achieved recognition both physically and psychologically. Their emotions stabilized, they resigned themselves to their fate, finding this state preferable to the previous tumultuous existence. Lu Xie then resumed his idle pursuits, finding the role of emperor quite agreeable. He sought out Zhao Yun to practice spear techniques, harboring a desire to conquer El Qiling within a month. Zhao Yun's spear skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Compared to El Qiling, she seemed merely ornamental, and Lu Xie gleaned much from this experience. Zhao Yun was pleasantly surprised, not expecting the emperor to exhibit such proficiency in spear practice, demonstrating resilience and fortitude. His admiration for Lu Xie grew, unbeknownst to him that under Lu Xie's attentive care, his favor had risen to a commendable 65 points, effectively binding him to Lu Xie's side. Lu Xie, too, discerned great potential in Zhao Yun. He frequently bestowed small gifts upon Gao Shun and Bu Jio, offering them care while casually painting grand visions of the future. He particularly communicated with Sun Yu, instructing him to ensure that any benefits extended to the subordinates were clearly attributed to the emperor's grace. Although Sun Yu held a degree of disdain for the emperor's ostentatious behavior, he understood the principle of benefaction originating from above and cooperated accordingly. He pondered whether the young emperor's overt and somewhat crude actions stemmed from his awkward position and underlying anxiety. Rather pitiable situation indeed. Half a month later, news arrived from Zhenyao. They had indeed uncovered information regarding Kai Yin, who had given birth to a child now over 4 years old. Lu Xie was uncertain whether to exclaim Mama Pai. Since his arrival in this era, he had only played the role of a father to others, lacking funds himself while supporting numerous children. Rather burdensome endeavor. Now, another child was added to the mix. He contemplated establishing a kindergarten within the palace, as he anticipated having many offspring in the future. Once this idea took root, it became unstoppable. This endeavor was imperative. Yet, he first needed to address the pressing matter at hand. Lu Xie issued an edict, pledging to spare no expense to redeem her. Chapter 29. The fate of De Qiao and Kuaiji, Jiangdong. The young Sun Quan's countenance was ashen. Have we yet to ascertain who is spreading these rumors? Sun Quan bellowed at the few individuals kneeling before him. Reporting to the governor, the perpetrator is exceedingly cunning. Every time we are on the verge of uncovering a lead, it is promptly severed. It is undoubtedly a premeditated act, a subordinate replied. Is that not self-evident? What do you think I have tasked you with? A useless bunch. Sun Quan waved his hand dismissively. You may all withdraw. Summon Zhang Changshu to me. Before long, a refined middle-aged man entered the hall. Upon seeing Wu Ho, Zhang Zhao bowed respectfully. Please, no need for formalities, Sun Quan urged, hastening to assist him, as he held Zhang Zhao in high esteem. Uncle Zhang, how should we quell this current turmoil? Sun Quan inquired, as he had been advised to consult Zhang Zhao regarding internal matters when his brother passed away. Alas, this is rather troublesome. It is evident that someone is deliberately orchestrating events. The locations and methods of rumor dissemination are astutely calculated, resulting in a plethora of nonsensical conjectures and fabricated tales, akin to storytelling, which have influenced many. Zhang Zhao sighed, having been embroiled in the chaos of the rumors himself. The rumors were indeed instigated by Lu Xie, suggesting that Sun Quan had conspired against his brother, presented with alarming detail that left many loyalists of Sun Su perplexed. The crux of the matter was that these loyalists had hoped for Sun Shao, to ascend to the throne, given that he was already 7 or 8 years old. Such rumors, once propagated by those with ulterior motives, only grew more exaggerated, leading to an increasing number of believers. Rendering Sun Quan at a loss for words. The best course of action is to send Xiao away. Otherwise, Jiangdong will remain in turmoil, Zhang Zhao advised. That is unacceptable. He is the sole bloodline of my brother. How can I betray his memory? How could I face my father? Or how would the world perceive me? Sun Quan retorted. But if we do not take action, Jiangdong will continue to suffer internal strife. How could we honor the late lord? Zhang Zhao contended, referring to Sun Jian, not Sun Su. Let us consider other options first. We must identify the source of the rumors, Sun Quan said wearily, waving his hand. Wu Ho, a man must not be overly compassionate. When a decision is required, it must be decisive. You are responsible for the welfare of millions in Jiangdong, Zhang Zhao reproached him, exuding disappointment. Alas, Zhou Dudu would never consent to this. Sun Quan muttered as he departed. Watching Sun Quan's retreating figure, Zhang Zhao revealed a faint smile, recognizing that Wu Ho had matured. This was an indication for him to persuade Zhou Yu. Zhang Zhao did not seek out Zhou Yu first, but instead approached Sun Su's widow. De Qiao, as they settled. De Qiao commanded the serving of warm tea. Madam, the current situation is exceedingly delicate. A decisive resolution must be reached. Zhang Zhao stated, is it truly the case that in vast eastern Wu, there is no refuge for my son and me? Must we sacrifice ourselves to achieve stability? How could this be right in the face of the recently departed Wu Ho? De Qiao retorted sharply, referring to her late husband, Sun Su. That is not the case. This is merely a temporary measure. As long as Eastern Wu remains stable, both you and the young master shall be secure. It is merely a change of residence, which can be reverted in the future. In Eastern Wu, the young master is far more vulnerable. Surely, madam, you recognize that this manipulation endangers Xiao's life, Zhang Zhao explained. De Qiao's face was a mask of anguish. She understood Zhang Zhao's reasoning. The more they lingered in this place of discord, the greater the danger to Xiao. It would indeed be safer to leave. Yet, the irony of being excluded from Eastern Wu so soon after her husband's death weighed heavily upon her. This successor chosen by my husband is truly heartless. Zhou Dudu will not agree to this. How shall you proceed, Uncle Zhang? De Qiao felt weary but knew that even if she consented, her brother-in-law, who was her husband's closest friend, would undoubtedly oppose the idea. Seeing her agree, Zhang Zhao knelt down, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam, for your understanding. Eastern Wu shall never forget the contributions you have made." With De Qiao's support secured, Zhang Zhao hastened to Chaisang to persuade Zhou Yu. For the sake of Eastern Wu, the interests of the former Wu Ho must be sacrificed. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Although a successor had been designated for Eastern Wu, there were always those who would stir trouble over unequal benefits. If Sun Xiao were sent away, those individuals would become like driftwood without roots, unable to stir up any significant waves. The proposal to send a hostage to Shudu had been mentioned previously, but at that time, Sun Su was in power, and it was Sun Quan who was to be dispatched. Sun Su was known for his generosity and loyalty. He would never consider sending his own brother to be a hostage to a court dominated by Cao Cao. However, with Sun Quan now at the helm, and with rumors swirling, Eastern Wu was destabilized. Zhang Zhao's revival of past proposals seemed a swift remedy, though he felt guilty towards Sun Ce. In response to Zhang Zhao's suggestion, Zhou Yu smashed several wine cups in frustration. He isolated himself for 3 days and nights, not even seeing Xiao Qiao, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his brother. Yet the current Wu Ho clearly wished to adopt this strategy, which was indeed the quickest means to stabilize Jiangdong. What need had Jiangdong to fear anyone? He was infuriated by Sun Quan's lack of magnanimity, unable to accommodate even a child. Yet, he found himself powerless. Despite his high rank, he remained merely a worker. Zhang Zhao had garnered Zhou Yu's tacit approval and returned to Kuaiji. Within a few days, an entourage from Eastern Wu departed for Shudu, comprising De Qiao and Sun Xiao, who were on the verge of encountering a new, unknown fate. The missive from Eastern Wu reached Sun Yu, while Cao Cao was still embroiled in conflict with Yuan Xiao. Eastern Wu's actions indicated their favorable disposition towards Cao Cao, hinting at an inclination to form an alliance. However, amidst the fierce battles, Cao Cao paid little heed to such trivial matters. Upon receiving this news, Lu Xie was unusually elated, as De Qiao's mission had finally reached its halfway point. He summoned Wang Yu, instructing him to have Shura closely monitor the movements of these visitors from Jiangdong. ideally to subvert one or two influential figures. Under Lu Xie's guidance and Shi Ai's relentless efforts, they indeed identified such a person. Among De Qiao's entourage was an overseer, a man greedy for wealth and pleasure, who frequently frequented the pleasure houses of Shudu and indulged in gambling. Shi Ai devised a minor scheme, leading to the man's ruin, and thereafter, matters progressed smoothly. In exchange for silver, De Qiao's whereabouts were reported with utmost clarity. Commander, have Shi Ai find 2 literati, and instruct them accordingly. One day, Lu Xie learned that De Qiao intended to take Sun Shao to a newly opened restaurant in Shudu, prompting him to hastily direct his people not to miss the opportunity and to employ some subtle stratagems. When dealing with a woman as astute as De Qiao, one must proceed gradually. De Qiao, accompanied by Sun Shao and several attendants, entered the newly opened restaurant in Shudu. She had heard that the dishes here were exceptionally unique, differing from the methods used at home, and thus brought the child to experience something novel. The restaurant was bustling with business, lacking private rooms, so they settled for a corner in the main hall. Before their food arrived, they overheard 2 young scholars at the next table discussing the recent victory of Chao Xikong. "Have you heard about Chao Xikong's triumph?" one scholar inquired. "Oh, when did this happen?" the other asked. "Just a few days ago, Chao Xikong's forces launched a night raid on Wuchao, burning Yuan Shao's supplies, resulting in a devastating defeat for Yuan's army. Chao's forces pursued them for dozens of miles," one scholar explained. "How do you know this so well?" the other queried. "Oh, my neighbor Wang's second uncle's 3rd son serves in the army, and he just happened to be a messenger. He returned to Shudu last night with the news," one scholar replied. "With Yuan Shao's defeat, there will be no one left to thwart Chao Xikong's power. Unification of the realm is imminent," the other remarked. "Indeed, now only Lu Biao of Jingzhou and Sun Quan of Jiangdong remain. Lu Biao is a mere shadow of his former self, and that young Sun Quan lacks any real capability," one added. Upon hearing Sun Quan's name, De Qiao perked up, eager to hear more. "Lu Biao is one thing, but how can you say Sun Quan is incompetent so soon after taking office?" another scholar questioned. "Consider the heroes that were Sun Jian and Sun Su. Even Chao Xikong dared not underestimate them, which is why he attempted the hostage strategy, but the Suns dismissed it outright. Now, however, Chao Xikong has seemingly forgotten that. That young lad has sent his nephew and sister-in-law over. Do you think he is afraid of Chao Xikong?" one speculated. You are thinking too simplistically. I believe Sun Quan, despite his youth, possesses remarkable cunning and a ruthless mindset. Think about it. It should have been Sun Su's son inheriting the position, with Sun Quan as a mere assistant. Yet, Sun Su, being magnanimous, insisted on his brother taking the lead. Little did he expect that this brother lacks his generosity. Prioritizing his own position, as long as his nephew is around, it remains a threat, so he simply sent them away from Jiangdong. Quite the happy resolution, isn't it? Another observed. "Why, dear brother, your analysis is sound. It appears that despite his youth, Sun Quan is indeed a formidable character, decisive and ruthless. How tragic for Sun Su, a man of great renown, to end up with a fractured family," one lamented. De Qiao listened in silence, her appetite gone, feeling a renewed resentment towards Sun Quan. These 2 men had, of course, been deliberately arranged by Lu Xie, for in order to secure De Qiao's consent to marry, her animosity towards Jiangdong needed to be nurtured to a certain extent. Otherwise, success would be elusive. Chapter 30. The renowned Kaiwenji. Due to the conflict between Yuan and Chao, many refugees emerged from the northern regions. Lu Xie recognized this opportunity and reached out to the Jin family, the Mi family, as well as the affluent merchants Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping. With their financial backing, Gao Shun began actively gathering the displaced populace, selecting the strong to remain and initiating comprehensive training for his elite troops. In chaotic times, a meal is the best reward, requiring no military salary. Initially, Lu Xie intended to train only 3,000 men due to resource constraints. However, the low cost and vast numbers of refugees led Gao Shun to retain 6,000. Training such a significant force was no trivial matter. Any considerable movement would easily attract attention. Thus, they opted for a more remote location, north of Yongzhou, selecting an area that was expansive and sparsely populated, beyond which lay the grasslands. Gao Shun believed that merely training elite soldiers was insufficient. They needed to engage in battles as well. Once the training reached a certain level, he planned to dispatch them to the grasslands to confront the tribes. Gaining experience while seizing resources, a dual benefit. Lu Xie wholeheartedly agreed, as he had long envisioned a primary strategy for concealing troops. merchant convoys. In the current turmoil, all merchants were forming caravans, requiring substantial escorts to embark on their journeys. Now that Liu Xie had allied with the four major merchants, he could organize four separate teams under the guise of these caravans, each comprising 2,000 men, a feasible endeavor. Taking advantage of Cao Cao's preoccupation, it was the ideal time for clandestine growth. Liu Xie contemplated establishing a base in Chang'an, unsure of how many troops would be sufficient, as this would depend on the evolving situation. He could only build according to his capabilities. In addition to arming his forces, many officials in Chang'an were subtly replaced with more reliable individuals under Sun Yu's influence. An essential step, he aimed to become the one who navigated through the cracks. While Li Ru in Chang'an was already assembling an intelligence network, the support from the four major merchants indeed accelerated Liu Xie's plans. Good news continued to flow in, as Sun Yu conveyed that several prominent families from Yongzhou wished to join this organization. Led by the Yang and Wei families, they had recognized Cao Cao's strength. As time progressed, Cao Cao's subordinates would inevitably become the new nobility, encroaching upon the influence of these old aristocratic families. They sought to salvage their standing, realizing that if Liu Xie succeeded, their lineage would endure for many more years. However, they remained extremely cautious, only providing limited resources, unwilling to delve too deeply, embodying a no-rabbit, no-hawk mentality. Just as everything was operating smoothly, Jin Yao brought news that Kai Yin was set to return to Shudu. Liu Xie exhaled in relief. This was indeed his primary concern, while everything else was ancillary. It was said that Kai Yin was bringing her young son back with her, prompting Zheng Yao to spend additional funds. Liu Xie chuckled wryly, as it seemed he was perpetually acquiring more for less. De Qiao, too, had brought a child along. Although not her biological son, the bond was close, akin to that of blood relations. Thus, if all went well, he would have 4 adopted sons, and one might wonder if he could rely on them to conquer the world. With proper cultivation, forming a group akin to the 13 protectors was not out of reach. Liu Xie dreamt of such prospects while awaiting the arrival of the then national goddess, Kai Yin. Cao Cao was currently in high spirits. Since the Battle of Wuchao, the tides of attack and defense had shifted in his favor. By the turn of the year, he had achieved another resounding victory over Yuan Shao at Tongding. At this moment, an advisor responsible for closely monitoring Shudu approached with a report. My lord, news has arrived from Shudu. The emperor has actually redeemed Kai Yin, the daughter of Kai Yong, through the Zhen family from the grasslands. The advisor announced. He has the leisure for such endeavors. What could be his purpose? Cao Cao inquired, puzzled. It is said that the young emperor wishes to marry Kai Wenji, the advisor replied, somewhat awkwardly. Dealing with an emperor fixated on other people's wives was a source of embarrassment for the ministers. How outrageous! Where has the dignity of the royal family gone? Cao Cao fumed. The advisor discreetly observed the enraged Cao Cao, reflecting that under your patronage, the royal family had lost all semblance of dignity. My lord, several of us have discussed this matter and believe it is of little consequence. If the emperor wishes to indulge in such foolishness, let him be. Thus, the prestige of the Han dynasty, cultivated over centuries among the common people, swiftly diminished, making the eventual transition all the more inevitable. The strategist, emboldened by the absence of immediate company, spoke recklessly, only to be met with Cao Cao's displeased countenance, who admonished sternly, know your place as a minister. The time is not yet ripe. Should the city be thrown into chaos and the world made aware, it would be an act lacking in wisdom. The strategist, taken aback by his own misplaced flattery, retreated in embarrassment. Once the strategist departed, Cao Cao, still seething with anger, kicked over the table before him. Kai Yin had once been his cherished dream woman, but the gap in their ages proved an insurmountable barrier to their union. He recalled fondly his friendship with Kai Yong, a bond that had transcended the years, often visiting to seek his counsel. While others might remain ignorant, how could he conceal the truth within his heart, which harbored a desire to see more of Kai Yin? Through the vicissitudes of life, the beautiful maiden remained forever out of reach. Yet, a persistent thought lingered in his mind, to bring Kai Yin back, only to find that the young emperor had taken the initiative first. In recent years, Cao Cao's career had been marked by unmitigated success, and his spirit soared. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease loomed over him, as if every woman the lustful young emperor brought into the palace was of the very type he himself favored. Though he often mocked the emperor, a deep-seated jealousy gnawed at him, known only to himself, He toiled tirelessly to uphold the honor of the Han dynasty, while the emperor indulged in a life of revelry, carefree and untroubled. Which of their lives held greater significance? At times, Cao Cao found himself in a state of self-doubt. However, being a formidable leader, he quickly cast aside such negative sentiments. When Cayenne appeared before Lu Xie, she bore the marks of hardship, clearly unaccustomed to the harsh climate of the grasslands. In truth, she was only 3 years older than Lu Xie, merely 24, yet she appeared to be in her late 20s, suggesting that her life had not been particularly kind. Nevertheless, her striking features, intellectual demeanor, and composed manner conveyed that she remained the national goddess who captivated countless men. Lu Xie's aesthetic sensibility had yet to transcend the realm of the ordinary. Such a woman was a vision he had only ever encountered in his dreams. "Lady Wanji, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," was Lu Xie's first utterance. Cayenne, intrigued, sensed a unique aura emanating from this emperor, one that seemed distinct from the era itself. She had never encountered an emperor before, only hearing her father speak of him, praising the young sovereign's intelligence and foresight, asserting that, should the court stabilize, he would achieve great things. "Esteemed emperor, I humbly thank you for your rescue," Cayenne said, slowly bowing before him. She had no desire to remain in the grasslands, a place filled only with grass, cattle, and their droppings, an expanse devoid of poetry despite its vastness. The incessant mosquitoes added to her discontent. She had had enough. "Please rise. The suffering endured by Lady Wanji over the years is a result of my inadequacies. For I failed to bring you back sooner. Each time I think of it, I feel a profound sense of guilt," Lu Xie gently urged, helping Cayenne to her feet. "I have heard from Minister Zhan that you intend to take a commoner into the palace. Is this true?" Cayenne inquired, her family long gone, and the trials of the years had stripped her of much of her youthful delicacy. "Indeed, I have long admired you, dear sister. Would you not consider it?" Lu Xie asked softly. "Did I believe it improper, for I was first married to the Wei family, then went to the Xiongnu, and even brought along a child of a different race. You, emperor, are the illustrious sovereign of the Han. How could you engage in such a disreputable act?" Cayenne replied. "Lady Kai, I care not for reputation. It holds no value for me now in this world, where myriad heroes rise and fall in conflict. Who truly concerns themselves with my face?" Lu Xie asserted. "You, dear sister, are a woman of great fortitude, and I find that immensely appealing. I hope you will consent. Your child shall be regarded as my own." Irrespective of our backgrounds, upon finishing, Lu Xie performed a deep bow to Cayenne. Gazing upon the handsome, eloquent young emperor, and reflecting upon her own tumultuous past, Cayenne found herself unable to refuse. Ultimately nodding in agreement, Lu Xie, relieved, felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Cayenne's formidable presence nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, he had summoned enough charm to endure the encounter. Otherwise, he might have truly faltered. Chapter 31. A subtle thought. Having successfully wed Cayenne, Lu Xie's spirit soared. She possessed the scholarly demeanor of her father, her intellect profound. Lu Xie appointed her to compile texts, ensuring she spent time near the favored consort, Song, thus catering to her inclinations. Remarkably, the two grew inseparable, often buried in volumes, their bond akin to that of sisters. It was evident that this arrangement delighted her, as Cayenne radiated joy each day. Originally, Lu Xie intended to cater to the unique talents of each consort, allowing them to pursue their interests. However, current circumstances left him no choice but to make many empty promises, awaiting a future opportunity to fulfill them. Yet, with an increasing number of wives and little to occupy their time, the atmosphere in the palace became utterly tedious. Though them, Lu Xie was their closest companion. Each eagerly anticipated his visits for casual conversations. Yet, Lu Xie found himself stretched thin. Entertainment was a necessity. Sitting alone in the Tai Chi hall, he pondered the games women of his previous life enjoyed. The foremost was undoubtedly mahjong, followed by playing cards and checkers. Fortunately, this era already featured chess and go. Perhaps badminton could be crafted as well. Though the availability of materials remained a concern, he ultimately set that idea aside. Well, there was also the option of kicking a shuttlecock for exercise. Moreover, as more boys filled the palace in the future, he envisioned introducing soccer, though basketball was likely out of the question due to its impracticality. Lu Xia contemplated a plethora of possibilities, all realizable within this era. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of ideas. Mahjong and Do Diju alone could provide years of entertainment. Could it be that he would revitalize the ancient gambling industry? He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought. In a time when society thrived, being an inventor would have brought him immense joy. Lu Xia resolved to gather all his wives for a meeting in the Queen's chambers to discuss these enjoyable activities. Upon hearing the proposal, enthusiasm surged through the room as they offered countless suggestions. For instance, ideas for the designs on the playing cards were abundant, particularly from Song and Kai Yin, who excelled in artistry. Seizing the moment, Lu Xia encouraged the consorts to refer to him as husband in private, allowing them the freedom to address him however they pleased, rather than adhering to formal titles. The rigidity of courtly etiquette was exhausting. Informal gatherings at home could afford a more relaxed atmosphere. Most of the consorts were thrilled by the idea, finding it reminiscent of ordinary family life, while only the Queen and Kai Yin expressed reservations. Nevertheless, Lu Xia was resolute, for if he could not govern his household, what authority could he claim? Fortunately, each of his wives was exceptional, showing understanding of his feelings without contesting his decisions. The next step involved teaching them the rules of various games. Proficiency would come in time. Each woman could pursue her own interests, for there was ample time to enjoy. Thus, Lu's nursery formally opened, with no need for external tutors, as this group of women possessed both literary and martial skills, taking turns to instruct one another. Everyone was delighted at the prospect of more engaging activities, even if it appeared to compromise the royal dignity, for Lu Xia cared little for appearances. Aside from the elder statesmen of the court, no one scrutinized their domestic lives. After the meeting concluded, Lu Xia exhaled a sigh of relief. The constant transitions between your majesty, my emperor, and I had been utterly exhausting. How much simpler it would be to live freely. Moreover, Lu Xia earnestly hoped that these ladies would engage in more social interactions, providing mutual entertainment. After all, they were in a rather precarious period of development. It would be unwise to let tensions arise within the household. It is said that human nature craves amusement. As soon as several new pastimes were introduced, the women in the palace began to indulge in them with great enthusiasm, freeing Lu Xia from any worries. Indeed, it was much like what he had observed in his past life. Women seemed to have an enduring fondness for mahjong and do diju. During their games, it was fascinating to see how naturally they incorporated various stakes. An instinctive gesture that Lu Xia had not even suggested. It was no wonder that gambling persisted despite prohibitions in later years. The palace became far less dull, with daily revelries that echoed through the halls. Before long, these pastimes gradually spread to the families of officials outside the palace, growing in popularity and becoming a favorite among the affluent. One could argue that Lu Xia's innovations effectively delayed the bedtime of wealthy families by at least an hour. This was also true for the residents of Cao Cao, who kept a watchful eye on the palace's every move. Any development within the palace was swiftly reported to him, including these newfound amusements, which were eagerly adopted by all, from the eldest to the youngest. Women played mahjong and do diju, while the children engaged in games of rubber bands, shuttlecock kicking, and jumping chess. However, for reasons unknown, Lady Bian, Cao Cao's primary wife, frequently visited the palace to challenge Kai Yin to mahjong. She claimed that the women in her household lacked skill and excitement, and sought the palace as a place to engage with skilled players. Yet, the underlying reason was more complex. She had been stirred by news of the pregnancy of Lady Yin in the palace, which was akin to an old clam giving birth to a pearl. According to her understanding, Lady Yin was already 36, even older than herself. Yet when they had crossed paths recently, Lady Yin appeared radiant and youthful, as if time had favored her. In contrast, having borne 3 children, Lady Bian herself was just over 30, as the plot required, and felt the signs of aging encroaching upon her, with her hairline receding significantly. Though her son had ascended to the status of the legitimate heir, securing her position for the time being, she could not shake off the anxiety that loomed over her. After all, Cao Cao had not visited her chambers in 2 or 3 years. It was said that within a year, Cao Cao had taken 4 concubines, seemingly competing with Emperor Lu Xia. Due to Lu Xia's intervention, he had failed to marry Lady Yin and Lady Du nonetheless. The forces of history proved to be formidable. For reasons unknown, Cao Cao had taken the drastic step of marrying 4 widows, 2 of whom were legitimate matches due to the death of their husbands, while the other 2 were the wives of generals under Yuan Shao. whom Cao Cao had intentionally made widows. Point 1. Must also commend Cao Cao's robust health. At nearly 50, he managed to father children with 4 young and beautiful widows in the span of a single year. Lu Xie found this rather miraculous, attributing it to the favorable conditions of the Han Dynasty, where food was pure and free from harmful additives, pesticides, and the like. Coupled with the absence of late-night smartphone usage and the habit of early to bed and early to rise. These factors contributed to the vigor of the ancients. Cao Cao, surveying his fields now flourishing with crops, felt a sense of accomplishment, akin to an old steed still full of spirit. However, even the mightiest of steeds must rest. As the saying goes, only the exhausted ox is lost, not the field. Thus, he led his army against Yuan Shao, which greatly distressed Lady Bian. A woman's status still required the support of her beauty. With Cao Cao's vigor, how long would he live, and how many sons would he father? The uncertainty gnawed at her. If Lady Yin could maintain such allure, why could she not do the same? She sought the counsel of various renowned physicians, yet to no avail. After gathering intelligence through her network, she learned that Lu Xie was primarily responsible for the palace's revitalized health. He was now reputed to be an adept practitioner of medicine. Having studied under 2 great masters, the palace's concubines, under his care, were vibrant and full of life. Lady Bian found herself intrigued. However, as Cao Cao's wife, how could she broach such a personal matter? Moreover, this was a secret one could not share lightly. Especially not with Cao Cao. The thought of approaching Lu Xie filled her with trepidation. After much contemplation, she concluded that it would be more suitable to confide in Kai Yin, given that Kai Yin's father had once taught Cao Cao. Earning their family considerable respect, by cultivating this connection, she could also feign interest in Lu Xie's affairs, a matter of double benefit. As 2 months passed, while little information had been gleaned, Lady Bian and Kai Yin grew increasingly close, almost as if they were sisters. Yet, the topic of seeking Lu Xie's medical assistance remained unapproachable. Today, Lady Bian mustered the courage to steer the conversation toward the subject of pregnancies among the palace women. "Dear sister, have you noticed how all the women in the palace seem to be expecting?" Lady Bian whispered to Kai Yin. They had agreed to address one another as sisters in private. As they played a game of jumping chess today, lacking the usual number of players for mahjong, they took a moment to relax. In addition to Lady Yin, Empress Fu and Lady Song had also recently announced their pregnancies. And, unexpectedly, both the goddess of the Luo River and the queen had received joyful news as well. This was a source of worry for Lu Xie, as both Lady Yin and Lady Du were also expecting. Soon, there would be no women left for him. While Cao Cao could indulge in a change of taste through warfare games, Lu Xie had no such luxury. Indeed, Kai Yin had been benefiting greatly from the recent developments. "Yes, I wonder how it has become so effortless for women to conceive this year," Kai Yin lamented. With Lu Xie's frequent visits, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Dear sister, you may not have noticed, but you appear much healthier than when you first returned. Your complexion is positively radiant. It truly makes me envious," Lady Bian remarked. "Is that so? I feel as though I've gained quite a bit of weight, which is quite distressing," Kai Yin responded, masking her inner joy. Lady Bian, sensing Kai Yin's delight, continued, "Oh, this is not weight gain. This plumpness, with just a hint of fullness, is exactly what men find appealing. They prefer their women to be lush rather than gaunt. Is that so?" Kai Yin inquired, but then quickly reminded herself of her scholarly upbringing. Such discussions were not fitting for someone of her station. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if Lu Xie's recent attentiveness was a sign of her growing allure. Causing her cheeks to flush. Being well-versed in literature, Kai Yin felt it inappropriate to delve too deeply into matters of romance, even with a close friend. She attempted to shift the conversation. However, just as she opened her mouth, a wave of nausea overtook her, prompting an involuntary bout of retching. This reaction startled not only Lady Bian but even Kai Yin herself. As experienced women, they recognized it as a potential sign of pregnancy. "Congratulations, sister. It appears you may also be expecting," Lady Bian said, her face lighting up with joy, though her heart felt heavy, lamenting how every woman seemed to flourish while she felt the weight of age upon her. "Not necessarily. Perhaps I simply ate something that disagreed with me," Kai Yin said shyly. "Why not have the emperor examine you? I hear his medical skills rival those of the imperial physicians," Lady Bian suggested. Seizing the opportunity, if she missed this chance, it would be even harder to broach the subject later. Upon receiving the news, Lu Xie joyfully arrived at Kai Yin's quarters, only to find Lady Bien present. He did not scrutinize her but offered a perfunctory greeting, suppressing his inner excitement as he took Kai Yan's pulse. Lady Wenji, you are indeed with child. You must take good care of yourself, Lu Xie declared. Kai Yan shot him a glance, thinking, if it weren't for your daily interruptions, I would be resting quite well. While she felt joy, Lu Xie also began to fret over the consequences of having taken so many wives. Realizing that he now had little respite. Your Majesty, I have heard of your exceptional medical skills, deeply rooted in the teachings of the great physicians. Might you examine my pulse as well, to ascertain my condition? Lady Bien inquired just as Lu Xie's worries began to mount. He turned his attention to Lady Bien, momentarily taken aback by her beauty and the unique charm that radiated from her. Her expression suggesting she had much to say but hesitated. Of course, Lu Xie replied without a second thought. Then I would be most grateful, Lady Bien responded, her heart fluttering at his eagerness. It is but a small matter. You need not concern yourself, Lu Xie reassured her, his politeness evident. Upon closer inspection, he noted her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her demeanor suggested a lack of rest. With his proficient understanding of gynecology, he quickly deduced that she was likely suffering from hormonal imbalances. At that moment, Kai Yan, supported by her maidens, exited the chamber. While medical examinations were private matters best kept discreet, she felt no jealousy over her husband's interactions with other women. After all, it was common for men of rank to have multiple wives, and this emperor was no exception. May I take your pulse, my lady? Lu Xie asked. Lu Xie inquired, discovering that only he and Madame Bien were present in the room. Although Madame Bien was older than Lu Xie, she still exhibited a certain feminine shyness. As she spoke, she extended her delicate wrist. Lu Xie gently placed his hand upon it. Her skin was soft as if devoid of bone. Warm to the touch, causing her wrist to tremble slightly. However, the lady had been suffering from irregular menstrual cycles and occasional pain. Lu Xie, now in the role of a healer, straightforwardly inquired about her condition. Yet, Madame Bien was unprepared for such directness. Confronted with a young man discussing such matters was exceedingly embarrassing. Flushing crimson with indignation, she thought to herself, how could this inexperienced emperor ask such questions? Noticing her silence and the change in her expression, Lu Xie realized his indiscretion. Madam, there is no need for embarrassment. A healer's heart is compassionate, and patience need not hold back, he quickly remedied, scolding himself inwardly for his folly. After all, this was Cao Cao's wife, not his own. He was accustomed to discussing health matters freely with his own wives and should not have assumed the same with her. Indeed, Madame Bien's voice was barely a whisper. In her exasperation, she marveled at Lu Xie's medical prowess, recognizing that he could discern her condition with ease. She acknowledged her irregularity and the sometimes unbearable pain. It is nothing severe. I shall prescribe some medicine, and with a few days of care, you will feel better. However, madam, do not overexert yourself. Delegate some tasks to your servants and allow yourself some ease, for it will expedite your recovery. Lu Xie reluctantly withdrew his hand from her wrist, for she was a task person within the system, and her demeanor was quite endearing to him. How could he make her his own? But she was Cao Cao's wife, and he could not act recklessly. Troubled by these thoughts, Lu Xie fetched a pen and paper, carefully inscribing a prescription. This marked a small yet significant encounter between the two, leaving both with favorable impressions. After returning home, Madame Bien found herself plagued by doubts. Perhaps a malady contracted from Cao Cao. She wondered whether the prescription might harbor any issues, considering Cao Cao's recent oppressive treatment of the emperor, rendering him nearly a puppet. If he sought revenge, would she not bear the consequences? Upon securing the medicine, she summoned 2 ailing maidservants, sharing similar symptoms, to test its efficacy. The results were remarkably positive, filling Madame Bien with delight as she commenced her own treatment. Meanwhile, Lu Xie was left feeling quite bored. With nothing to occupy his time, he began practicing horseback riding. However, the palace was rather small, limiting his movements, and he could only engage in minor antics, riding a gentle mare around the courtyards. In his idleness, he recalled his wager with Master L, having neglected it for several months without a thought of overcoming her. Recently, he had been training with Zhao Yun, making rapid progress, often sparring in swordsmanship with him. Their styles differed greatly. Zhao Yun's swordplay was bold and expansive, suited for battlefield combat, while Lu Xie's was nimble and cunning, ideal for assassination, ambush, and one-on-one duels. This was also the style of Wang Yu, a swordsman who prided himself on slaying one man every 10 paces, leaving no trace from 1,000 miles away. Emphasizing technique over brute strength, in terms of spear techniques, Lu Xie's skills fell short of Zhao Yun's. Yet they could still exchange several rounds in swordplay, which filled Lu Xie with a sense of pride. Be able to engage with the renowned Zhao Yun, a legendary figure in history, was immensely fulfilling. Recently, the emperor had made remarkable strides. Third-rate martial artists would undoubtedly struggle against Zhao Yun's prowess. Zhao Yun remarked, albeit bluntly, yet Lu Xie felt pleased. What scholar does not harbor dreams of martial prowess? The idea that even a common soldier could triumph over him would be a tremendous surprise. Oh, is that so? Tell me, if I continue to practice like this, will I become a first-rate general? Upon uttering this, Lu Xie gazed at Zhao Yun with hopeful eyes, yearning for affirmation from this expert. That cannot be. Let alone first-rate. Even second-rate generals are forged through the crucible of battle, Your Majesty. I believe that even with the strength and skill you possess, without the test of combat, it would be challenging to match a second-rate general. Zhao Yun's forthrightness left Lu Xie speechless. Chapter 33. Defeating the Master. Regarding Zhao Yun's critique, though vexed, Lu Xie possessed enough magnanimity to understand the truth in his words. The martial path is indeed a technique of killing. Merely honing one's agility would not equate to possessing the true capability. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to engage in actual combat, and perhaps it was best if he did not. However, he could certainly attempt another endeavor. A sparring match with Master L? With this thought, he prepared a well-crafted wax staff, feeling its lightness and wondering if his strength had indeed increased. The silver-tipped wax staff was intended for his hands. He ambled over to El Qiling's courtyard and, as expected, found the young lady diligently practicing with her spear. Her dedication was commendable, though she lacked a worthy opponent. "Are you practicing against someone?" Lu Xie inquired. El Qiling did not respond, but her spear lunged forward. Serving as her answer, Lu Xie hastily parried, and the two engaged in spirited combat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. El Qiling was astonished. She never anticipated that this seemingly effeminate man could achieve such proficiency in merely a few months. Frustration mounted as she struggled to gain the upper hand. Yet her anxiety only made it more difficult to defeat Lu Xie. As they continued, their tempers flared, and both were soon drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, Lu Xie leaped out of the sparring circle and waved his hand. "It's a draw. You cannot defeat me, I can feel it. If we continue like this, I shall surely tire." "What do you propose we do?" El Qiling panted, her chest rising and falling. She glanced at Lu Xie, his gaze drawn to her practice attire clinging to her form due to perspiration, accentuating an alternative beauty. It was no wonder that so many beauties in later years flocked to gyms for photo shoots, especially post-exercise, their sweat-soaked faces exuding a unique allure. Rather than sparring with spears, which is meaningless, and swords that can cause injury, let us practice in the training room. It will be much cleaner there, Lu Xie suggested. Very well, who fears whom? El Qiling accepted the proposal, as she was now quite familiar with Lu Xie. They proceeded to the training room, where El Qiling surprisingly closed the door behind them. A slight smile graced her lips. In a public setting, she was constrained by her status, but the opportunity had presented itself. If she did not seize the chance to teach him a lesson today, she would not bear the surname Li in combat. Sustaining minor injuries was inevitable, such as landing a punch to the emperor's face. Yet striking the emperor was rather unseemly, and having servants witness it would be even more embarrassing. Thus, the door needed to be closed. Lu Xie could discern El Qiling's intentions, yet he too harbored his own schemes. In a fight, there would inevitably be many unseemly moves, so the closed door suited him perfectly. Both of them, with mischievous thoughts in mind, concealed their ulterior motives. As for the choice of martial arts, Lu Xie felt somewhat conflicted. Should he employ wrestling or judo? Boxing and sanda were certainly out of the question, as they would detract from the decorum. They reached the center, and just as Lu Xie pondered his indecision, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before his eyes, leaving him no time to evade. With a resounding bang, it struck true, leaving Lu Xie dazed. This punch roused Lu Xie from his stupor, igniting a spark of urgency within him. Damn it, I haven't even taken her down, and here I am contemplating whether to steam or boil my meal. What purpose does that serve? With newfound determination, he lunged forward, seizing El Chieling around the waist and forcefully tossing her to the ground. Wrestling proved to be a practical choice, and no longer concerned with tenderness. Lu Xie aimed to make a statement. El Chieling, in a state of panic, quickly regained her footing, attempting to turn the tide. However, Lu Xie was like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning her down and locking her legs. Finding judo to be equally effective, El Chieling had intended to execute a swift maneuver but was deftly evaded by Lu Xie. Recently, Lu Xie had indeed grown stronger, and he seemed taller, likely reaching about 1.80 meters. His body had also become more robust through training, making wrestling an effortless endeavor. As El Chieling struggled against him, Lu Xie exerted all his strength to maintain his hold. The phrase "there is a distinction between genders" held some truth. As they grappled, entangled in one another, Lu Xie found himself becoming increasingly parched, and a heat began to rise within him. Gazing at El Chieling's pouting lips and flushed cheeks, he found her utterly adorable. Momentarily lost in thought, in a moment of impulse, Lu Xie leaned down and kissed her crimson lips. This impulsive act exceeded both of their expectations. El Chieling was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yet she could not utter a sound. How could he employ such a tactic? It is profoundly unjust, he mused, as he felt his energy dissipate like a deflated balloon. Lu Xie sensed his body beneath him had grown considerably softer. Yet he could not muster the will to care, for the sensation of salivation was far more enticing. L.V. Chieling's mind was a blank slate. She not only relinquished her struggle, but also began to unconsciously submit to the situation. She seemed to have entered a fantastical realm, where the bizarre and the wondrous coexisted, and where people lived in bliss upon clouds, as if they had stepped into paradise. Time lost all meaning until a sharp pang jolted her back to reality. Just as she uttered a single word, Lu Xie silenced her once more. What transpired next was utterly unforeseen by either party. The practice room was no longer filled with the sounds of combat, but rather a chorus of heavy breaths. Accompanied by faint, melodic chants, "To defeat the master, one must take an unconventional route and employ extraordinary techniques." Beyond Shudu, battles raged fervently, with territorial disputes erupting everywhere. The year had progressed to the 6th year of Jianan, during which Cao Cao achieved a resounding victory over Yuan Shao at a place called Songding, having gleaned invaluable insights from the conflict, while Yuan Shao recognized the tide had turned against him. Fortunately, Lu Huangshu had heeded Lu Xie's counsel and had sought refuge with Lu Biao ahead of time. Meanwhile, Sun Quan of Jiangdong capitalized on this rare opportunity to consolidate the territory acquired from Yuan Shu. He also instructed the formidable general Zhou Yu to secretly prepare for war. Vengeance against Lu Biao was on his mind. Lu Zhang continued to live a life of revelry, seemingly more content than Lu Xie. While Zhang Lu in Hanzhong immersed himself in his own sect, fantasizing about becoming a legendary figure. Lu Xie, seizing this rare chance, opted not to engage in open conflict like others. Instead, he sent Li Ru to discreetly recruit talents. Through a letter and a substantial offering, he managed to attract the attention of two renowned scholars, Jiang Wan and Shi Tao. This was indeed a boon for someone like him who traversed time. As the major powers gradually came into focus, individuals like him, who were growing in obscurity, found it challenging to attract great talents. He had no desire to pursue someone like Zhuge Liang, a figure capable of altering the narrative. He felt it would be a waste of time. Those who matched his current circumstances were often unrecognized talents, late bloomers, who either wallowed in their obscurity or waited for the outcome of the battles before making their move. Lu Xie proceeded with discretion, promising not to hinder their future choices. Thus, apart from these two distinguished individuals, he also drew the interest of some lesser-known figures. Sun Yu, Zhong Yao, and Wei Ji assisted him in managing these affairs, diligently exchanging information regarding the political landscape of Chang'an and its surrounding counties, all while exercising utmost caution. Yet Lu Xie found himself pondering whom he should marry next. After all, Cao Cao's vendetta against him remained unresolved. With him absent from Shudu, would he truly let such a golden opportunity slip away? Lady Bian's complexion had indeed improved of late, and she had become quite plump, having invited Lu Xie to diagnose her condition twice through Cayenne. The initial awkwardness between them had faded, allowing them to engage in light conversation. Although Lu Xie harbored certain thoughts, he dared not act impulsively. His most daring gesture was merely to touch her small hand, or rather, to check her pulse. However, Lady Bien, upon returning to the Sikong residence, often felt a sense of disconnection. Having been married to Cao Cao for many years, she recalled only the warmth of their early years together. Thereafter, as Cao Cao ascended in his career, she found herself increasingly neglected. Eventually, as Cao Cao's fortunes flourished, his appetites shifted, leading to a succession of younger concubines entering the household. Meanwhile, she herself had begun to feel the ravages of time. Though Cao Cao was often away on campaigns, he never failed to indulge himself, and rumors suggested he had taken in 2 more young concubines. Men, after all, have an unyielding preference for youthful beauty. Did she now face a future of solitude? Gazing at her own alluring visage in the mirror, she wondered if she fell short of those younger vixens. Memories of Lu Xie, the young libertine who had gazed at her with such desire while treating her, surfaced in her mind. Did he think she was oblivious to his covetous glances? That hand of his, disguised as a medical examination, often strayed, subtly taking liberties. Did he believe he could escape her notice? How amusing! She was merely toying with this young man. She reveled in this thought. A smile crept upon her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a start of realization as she touched her flushed cheek. What was happening to her? Chapter 34. A turn of fate. Recently, the bond between Lu Xie and LV Qilin had blossomed, akin to honey mingling with oil, so much so that they seemed inseparable. Even Yin Shi observed her daughter's remarkable transformation with astonishment. Lu Xie had finally secured this cohabiting confidant, and a sense of relief washed over him. His masculine dignity had been restored, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Yet, it seemed that idleness had become the overarching theme since Lu Xie's arrival in this world. Having transitioned from a fast-paced era to a slower one, the passage of time felt interminable, leading to a certain ennui. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he resolved to strengthen his physique. Each day of training, Lu Xie would think to himself, "I am here to enjoy life, not to endure rigorous cultivation." However, such thoughts were merely self-affirmations. Aside from maintaining his physical condition, he could not spend every day playing mahjong. He needed to build stamina for when his wives were liberated from their restrictions, which would undoubtedly lead to unpredictable outcomes. Thus, his reluctance to engage in cultivation was more a fleeting thought than a firm resolution. His body remained honest to its needs. Lu Xie was not a born emperor of antiquity. He lacked a heart of ice. Regarding his consorts, whether he held deep affection for them or merely moderate fondness, he tended to distribute his attention evenly, striving not to hurt any of them. Consequently, he made it a point to visit each consort's courtyard regularly, endeavoring to prevent any feelings of resentment from arising. However, this approach naturally rendered him the most burdened individual. To be frank, had it not been for the system's interference, he would have deemed the number of consorts he possessed excessive. Once the initial curiosity about beautiful women faded, Lu Xie found that the presence of one more or one less was inconsequential. He could not fathom how ancient emperors managed to entertain thousands of beauties. Perhaps they simply forgot who each one was. What was the point of that? Upon checking the system, he discovered his training had not been in vain. He had made significant progress. Strength, 7,590, peak human, 100, power, 7690, peak human, 100, wisdom, 5290, peak human, 100, masculine prowess, 82,100, peak human, 100, charisma, 73,100, peak human, 100. He still had 49 points remaining. Capturing Kai Yin and LV Qilin would earn him 19 of those. The most rapidly growing attribute remained physical strength. Wisdom did not increase without additional points, indicating it was likely fixed. Strangely, his masculine prowess had risen by 2 points, suggesting that physical robustness had some benefits, though not proportionate, only a slight enhancement. Yet, physical strength had a more substantial impact on his charisma, yielding an increase of 3 points, which he found satisfactory. Alas, relying solely on women to conquer the world was not realistic. Perhaps this was the system's intended lesson. Otherwise, with a 1-to-1 point allocation, any renowned ministers or generals would fall under his command, rendering competition meaningless. Lu Xie decided against allocating points for the time being, as his current attributes were quite satisfactory. After all, he was merely a lethargic fish, with no need for martial exploits. It was prudent to reserve points for future contingencies. One day, a report arrived from Wang Yu, informing him that Da Qiao's son, Sun Shao, had fallen ill. The illness was peculiar, and numerous doctors had proven ineffective. Gazing at Wang Yu's increasingly aged visage, Lu Xie felt a moment of disorientation, failing to comprehend what he had said. Wang Yu, now 70 years old, had entered the palace 3 years prior, and at his age, he was already training a successor. Master Wang, what did you just say? Lu Xie inquired again. Your Majesty, Lady Da Qiao's son has contracted a strange ailment and is seeking medical assistance. Should we send 2 skilled physicians to examine him? Wang Yu repeated, well aware of Lu Xie's interest in Da Qiao. Master Wang, you should rest more. Such trivial matters can be delegated to others. Lighten your load. Lu Xie replied, somewhat evasively. Very well, Your Majesty. Wang Yu's eyes glistened with moisture. This emperor treated him with the same care as his own grandson, reaffirming Wang Yu's decision to enter the palace years ago. Indeed, his choice had proven worthwhile. You mentioned Da Qiao? Do not send skilled physicians. Have her bring the child to the palace. I shall examine him myself. Lu Xie's mind raced. He had long sought an opportunity to engage with Da Qiao. One could not leave, while the other could not enter. This chance was indeed serendipitous. The 2 physicians were preoccupied with their research, and he preferred not to disturb them. If he encountered difficulties, he could always consult them later. I shall attend to this, the servant said before departing. Da Qiao? He had nearly succumbed to despair. Was this a twist of fate? If she was delivering herself to him, he could not be blamed for taking advantage of the situation. Lu Xie's imagination began to flourish once more. An hour later, Wang Yu returned with news that Da Qiao had indeed come to the palace seeking medical aid for her child. Lu Xie's heart raced. What preparations should he make? He summoned a set of ordinary physician's robes and, after inspecting himself in the bronze mirror, deemed himself presentable. Yet, a lingering sense of insecurity nagged at him. Who was Da Qiao? She had once been the wife of the little overlord of Jiangdong, and it was said that Sun Tzu was not only a man of exceptional martial prowess, but also possessed striking good looks. Moreover, her brother-in-law was none other than Zhou Gongjin, renowned as a handsome man of the 3 kingdoms. The individuals he usually encountered were all talented and capable, both in martial and scholarly pursuits. Could he truly measure up? Would he appear somewhat lacking in comparison? It is settled then. Lu Xie steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he allocated the reluctant remaining points, adding 7 to his charm. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to add another 2. Charismatic charm. 82100, the pinnacle of humanity. 100. With this attribute, he believed he could surpass 90% of the people from the Han dynasty. Wouldn't he? Gazing at the remaining balance of 40 points, he felt a twinge of regret, hoping it would yield a worthy return on investment. Under the guidance of the palace attendants, he arrived at the location where Da Qiao awaited. He had previously briefed the attendants, who were quite willing to indulge the emperor's whims. The anxious Da Qiao sat before a couch, vigilantly guarding her son, Sun Shao, who was burning with fever and occasionally coughed. At that moment, a young and handsome physician entered the room. Da Qiao furrowed her brow. Wasn't he supposed to be an elderly gentleman? Much like in modern times, people in ancient times preferred physicians with white beards. The young man offered her a slight nod and, without pausing, began to examine Sun Shao's pulse. Da Qiao bit her tongue, struggling to remain silent, yet her heart was anything but tranquil. Although this young man was a physician, he exuded an air of elegance and nobility. His brief nod and smile seemed to possess a mysterious charm that evoked an inexplicable fondness within her. Furthermore, his focused expression while diagnosing instilled a profound sense of trust. At that moment, her restless heart felt as though it had been calmed by a gentle spring breeze. She discreetly observed the young man, seeking to uncover something about him. Lu Xie feigned seriousness in his examination. Though his own heart was tumultuous. They say there are 2 Qiaos in Jiangdong. The name is indeed a reflection of their stature. Her beauty rivaled even that of Diao Chan, with her tall figure, elegant nose, alluring lips, and cheeks as smooth as mutton fat jade. Coupled with the enchanting large eyes typically found only in children, dark and pure. How could he possibly let such a person slip away? If he missed this opportunity, would he not incur divine wrath? Calm down, calm down. In pivotal moments, one must not falter but maintain composure. After a struggle within himself, Lu Xie began to earnestly attend to the ailment. His medical skills, whether inherited from his past life or an innate talent passed down from Emperor Lu Xie, were surprisingly proficient, allowing him to prescribe remedies for minor ailments with ease. after careful observation. He concluded that Sun Xiao had developed pneumonia. In this era, it was indeed a tricky situation, yet the palace still had access to some effective medications. Recently, two eminent figures had fortuitously produced a garlic-based anti-inflammatory drug. For those in ancient times who had never employed antibiotics, its efficacy was astonishingly pronounced. Regrettably, the supply was limited and stable production was unattainable, with costs soaring. Nevertheless, the palace was able to stock a small quantity. "Madam, it is merely a common pneumonia. Once controlled, there is no cause for concern," Lu Xie spoke in a calm and gentle tone. "What kind of inflammation?" De Chao asked, somewhat bewildered, having never heard of such a term. Lu Xie, realizing he had inadvertently let slip a modern term, quickly corrected himself. "Oh, it is merely an ordinary illness, easily treatable. There is no need to concern yourself with the name of the ailment." "Ah, that is good to hear. I have been quite troubled these past few days," De Chao replied, patting her ample bosom, her anxiety momentarily alleviated. However, her gesture nearly caused Lu Xie's eyes to pop out. He hastily diverted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Chapter 35. A proposal rejected. Though the situation was not dire, treatment here would require observation for a few days. Lu Xie inquired, "I wonder if it would be convenient for you." "Madam? What? Can't we return home? This is the palace, and as an outsider, I fear it may not be appropriate," De Chao replied immediately. "Then, might the young master remain here? Although the illness is treatable, careful observation post-medication is essential." Lu Xie continued, "This is akin to hospitalization. The use of anti-inflammatory medication necessitates caution. May I ask your honorable surname, physician?" De Chao questioned. Ajiao nearly slipped from his lips, but he quickly restrained himself. Such lowbrow humor was not to everyone's taste, and he did not wish to incur her ire. "You may simply call me Xie," Lu Xie responded, borrowing from the sound of his name. "Physician Xie, would you be willing to come to my residence to examine and observe my child? I shall compensate you double for your services," De Chao proposed, beginning to discuss monetary matters. After all, physicians held a modest position in the current hierarchy, and she felt no need to be overly polite. "Ah, the matter of payment is of little consequence. Primarily, I am unable to leave the palace." Lu Xie sighed helplessly, contemplating how he had long wished to visit her, but was now unable to do so. Could it be that he was a eunuch? He had heard no such prohibition against physicians leaving the palace. How lamentable it was to waste such a fine appearance. De Chao wrestled with her thoughts. She found it difficult to leave her child in an unfamiliar place without her supervision. "Madam, you need not worry. This is the palace, and I assure you, your child will be safe if you cannot stay overnight. Please return at dawn. It is imperative that the child's medication is monitored continuously to avoid any missteps." Lu Xie began to coax her. Truthfully, after 1 or 2 hours of administering medication, everything would likely be fine, but this would afford him the chance to see her once or twice more. Moreover, observing the first use of anti-inflammatory medication within the palace would indeed be safer. Thus, Lu Xie's assertions were not entirely unfounded. De Chao regarded the physician, whose lowly status was offset by his kind demeanor and sincere attitude, and felt her fondness for him grow, along with her trust. After all, this concerned her child's health, and after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. As she gazed at De Chao's graceful figure as she glided away, Lu Xie gradually regained his composure. Those who leave a mark in history are indeed exceptional. If only he could hold her close. Lost in his fantasies, Lu Xie suddenly felt a chill on his lips and quickly licked them, stifling the drool that threatened to escape. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps he could enlist Sun Yu to find a matchmaker and propose directly. He could even promise his son a title of nobility in the future. Would that be feasible? Ultimately, one must try to know. And so that day, Lu Xie summoned Sun Yu to the palace to discuss his intentions to propose to De Chao. "Your Majesty, that would not be advisable. De Chao is the wife of the former Wu Marquis of Jiangdong, a sister-in-law to the current one. She is recently widowed. Should she marry the emperor, not only would it be unbecoming for her, but how would it reflect upon the dignity of Jiangdong?" Sun Yu articulated. "If Jiangdong were to turn against us, would not Cao Cao offer his protection?" Lu Xie replied nonchalantly. "Currently, the power of the Minister of War is robust. Who would dare to provoke him? Is your Majesty suggesting a conflict between the two tigers? To plant seeds of discord?" Sun Yu pondered, now uncertain of Lu Xie's true intentions regarding marriage. Previously, he had claimed to wish to placate Cao Cao. Yet marrying these women had revitalized his position in various aspects. This was not merely emulating the late emperor's excesses. Moreover, having recently observed Lu Xie, he noted the young emperor appeared to have gained considerable strength. His demeanor more restrained and dignified, devoid of any signs of indulgence. This was indeed intriguing. What scheme was this young emperor concocting? Lu Xie noticed that Sun Yu was becoming increasingly paranoid, attributing everything to conspiracy. However, he himself could not clarify the truth. Should he say, "I am enamored with Diqiao's beauty"? It sounded rather unbecoming. I believe Sun Su's son is commendable. I wish to adopt him as my son. Thus, it would be fitting for Diqiao to marry me. You may send someone to test the waters. I can promise to bestow a royal title upon Sun Shao, that is my condition. Lu Xie stated it seemed the emperor was indeed preparing for future ambitions in Jiangdong. Still playing the long game, Sun Yu thought to himself, "I shall make the necessary arrangements," he replied. However, the outcome was dismal. For Diqiao outright rejected the proposal. With remarkable decisiveness, even the promise of a royal title bore no weight. She simply did not harbor any affection for him, while husband may have been a mere warrior. But he was a true hero of unmatched caliber. His remains are yet to be cold, and you wish for me to marry a puppet emperor? Do you take me for a mere child? One who cannot even leave the palace? Diqiao mused. As she regarded the somewhat awkward expression on Sun Yu's face, Lu Xie felt no embarrassment. He had lost count of how many times he had faced rejection in his past life. What was one more instance? Moreover, it was not even face-to-face. What was there to feel awkward about? He did not place value on appearances. Do not take it to heart. It is merely a trifling matter. Lu Xie consoled himself, though internally he lamented the potential loss of such exquisite beauty. By the way, have you arranged everything for the individuals I introduced? Lu Xie inquired, expressing his thoughts on the exceptional talents he had recently unearthed from the system. Shi Tao and Jiang Wan. This time, he had personally sent Li Ru to persuade them, having penned 2 heartfelt letters extolling their remarkable capabilities, while chastising the various warlords for their failure to recognize such talent. He assured them that this recruitment would be conducted in secrecy, maintaining the facade of Chao Sikong's influence. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, it would not impede their futures or those of their families. This assurance held particular significance, for throughout the 3 kingdoms, and even in subsequent history, the aristocracy had long understood the wisdom of diversifying their investments, an adage that cautions against placing all one's eggs in a single basket. Some families, however, possessed few talents and could not afford such diversification, prompting them to adopt a wait-and-see approach, ultimately aligning themselves with the victors. Lu Xie had also managed to impress them with his discernment in recognizing talent. The tasks he proposed in his letters were aligned with their preferences and expertise, which made his intentions quite agreeable. They were left with the impression that this emperor was indeed reliable and might hold great promise for the future. After careful consideration, they readily accepted his offer. I assigned each of them a county to govern. According to reports from those who assessed them, both possessed exceptional abilities and would undoubtedly become loyal ministers to the emperor in the days to come. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt a surge of joy. The emperor had quietly recruited 2 capable ministers, and now, within the realm of Yongzhou, there existed a plethora of talents. In civil matters, there were Zhong Yao, Wei Ji, Shi Tao, and Jiang Wan, while in military affairs, there were Gao Shun and Hu Jun, complemented by the discreet replacement of numerous lower-ranking officials over the past 2 years. The 2 largest families, the Yangs and the Weiss, had covertly expressed their support, having benefited from Lu Xie's innovations, such as the improved plow and water wheel, which significantly enhanced agricultural efficiency, yielding nearly double the output per acre. Additionally, several prominent merchants had settled in Chang'an, which was gradually shedding its previous desolation. With the influx of numerous displaced persons, the entire Yongzhou region appeared to be thriving. Remarkably, the architect of all this was the seemingly frivolous young emperor, who, to the public eye, seemed preoccupied solely with marriage and indulgence, his reputation for debauchery becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet who could have guessed he was a master of strategy? In truth, there were aspects of which Sun Yu was not fully aware, particularly concerning military matters. Gao Shun's trained soldiers were beginning to take shape, primarily funded by the 4 great merchants, with several families later joining in. Under Lu Xie's guidance, the training was divided into 2 tiers. One group consisted of ordinary troops, who, unlike the militia conscripted directly from farms by other generals, underwent a period of training and selection under Gao Shun, rendering them somewhat more professional, albeit only marginally so. With little improvement in equipment, this contingent comprised approximately 30,000 men, who, upon completion of their training, were dispersed and assigned to the two prominent families, the four major merchants, and a portion of counties deemed loyal. The second group, Gao Shun's pride, was the Enticing, which retained only 3,000 soldiers, having initially consisted of 6,000. This elite force was meticulously selected from among the displaced, with some ordinary elites promoted during training and substandard elements replaced. Their equipment was, naturally, of a vastly superior standard. This unit embodied Gao Shun's aspirations. Even El Bu's famed 800 soldiers could not rival their current conditions. Not only were the personnel carefully chosen, but their equipment was also highly advanced, awaiting only the crucible of battle. Lu Xia harbored yet another ambition: to equip the Enticing with horses, forming a combined cavalry and infantry force, for their armor was excessively cumbersome, necessitating swift mobility. His vision for cavalry had yet to materialize, but he intended to deploy Zhao Yun, who had previously served under Gong Sunzan, a commander renowned for his cavalry prowess. Lu Xia had entrusted Su Shuang with the procurement and care of horses. Though he was uncertain of the progress made, as for finances, in addition to the contributions from merchants, several prominent families had pledged substantial support. All were eager to invest their resources to safeguard their existing interests. Lu Xia occasionally lamented that he could not escape the prevailing customs, becoming ensnared in the patterns of the invading forces. In Chapter 36, Concealing One's Talents, Sun Yu brought another matter to Lu Xia's attention. Your Majesty, there are several families wishing to join us, yet they harbor certain reservations. They wish to inquire how Your Majesty would regard the status of aristocracy should you assume direct governance. With the advancement of the times, many warlords, including Cao Cao, began to express intentions of recruiting talent from the commoners. As the power and territories of the aristocracy expanded, a situation emerged where their influence became unwieldy and challenging to control. Naturally, the highest authority would wish to avoid such circumstances. To dismantle this situation, channels for talent must be diversified, favoring the commoners. In this manner, the aristocracy would inevitably express discontent, as all desired a greater voice. They were eager to ascertain the future direction of the emperor's policies, as this would undoubtedly affect the future development of their families. You may assure them that if they are willing to pledge their loyalty and contribute their efforts, once I, Lu Xia, am able to govern the realm, the fortunes of the aristocracy will only improve. Their talents, lands, and influence will be bolstered. Should they seek guarantees, they may unite and propose certain stipulations, as long as I find them reasonable. I would be more than willing to enter into agreements with them, Lu Xia declared without hesitation. This proclamation left Sun Yu astounded. Throughout history, which dynasty had not been preoccupied with curtailing the power of the aristocracy? They were forever strategizing on how to weaken it. Yet here was this young emperor, seemingly inverting the script. Your Majesty, are you truly serious? Sun Yu asked, perplexed. Indeed, Sun Aiqing, you need not be astonished. I am well aware that every dynasty has been wary of them. Yet, what has been the outcome? Dynasties rise and fall regardless. It is better to open channels than to obstruct them. In truth, I already possess a strategy to address this issue, Lu Xia replied nonchalantly. Your Majesty must not pursue such cruel measures, Sun Yu exclaimed, alarmed, fearing the emperor intended to dismantle the bridge after crossing it, eliminating the aristocracy once his objectives were achieved. You must understand, my family consists of several thousand members and is experiencing rapid growth. Sun Aiqing, where do your thoughts wander? My approach is quite gentle. Everyone will be pleased. It is simply too early to discuss such matters now. When the time comes, you will naturally understand, Lu Xia teased. For the situation had yet to develop. Your Majesty assures me that you will not take any extreme actions. Sun Yu remained uneasy, sensing a certain unpredictability in this emperor. Rest assured, these great families are my subjects and the foundation of my rule. How could I destroy my own stronghold? At worst, I could issue a decree granting them immunity, allowing them to rest easy, Lu Xia reassured him. Only then did Sun Yu feel somewhat at ease, realizing that the emperor seemingly possessed a genuine strategy for addressing future challenges. This young ruler was beginning to reveal some latent capabilities. The perspectives on the aristocracy varied greatly throughout Chinese history. The prevailing trend had been to diminish their power. However, Lu Xia's viewpoint had shifted, for he had witnessed a fragmented nation devoid of aristocracy, unable to mount a defense against external threats. The aristocracy in the West had a long-standing legacy. Though its preservation may not favor the commoners, nonetheless, the common populace had never been the decisive factor in the state's existence. Rather, the collective strength of the aristocracy represented the backbone of the nation. In a time of dwindling population and expansive territory, as long as the ruler was not excessively self-serving, what fear was there of the aristocracy? Moreover, which dynasty had not concluded after a few centuries? Upon the elimination of the aristocracy, who could maintain integrity? In the end, it merely meant that the subjects would be weaker and more easily manipulated, leading to inevitable decline. Lucia envisioned a future where, once conditions were ripe, he could release these formidable aristocrats, like ravenous hounds, upon their neighbors. As for whether his dynasty could endure in the hands of future generations, that was of little concern to him. He envisioned a flourishing Han population, regardless of whose offspring they were. After attending to a few pressing matters, Lucia found himself with little to occupy his time. Having practiced riding recently, he felt quite exhausted. Although the mare was gentle, prolonged riding still caused discomfort to his thighs. Without a saddle or stirrups, he found himself quite at a loss. If he did not grip tightly, he risked falling off. And there was nowhere to hold on for support. Eventually, his legs would grow numb. Seizing the opportunity, Lucia began to engage in the dissemination of knowledge. He set about sketching designs for saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized he had never encountered such high-quality items. He recalled a fleeting moment at the age of 5 when his parents had taken him to ride a pony in a park for a few minutes. Capturing photographs, however, at that time, his feet could not even reach the stirrups, and he had been too engrossed in the joy of the moment to remember what those items looked like. Yet, films and television series had served as valuable resources. Having watched numerous historical dramas, some images remained etched in his memory. Ultimately, as long as he could provide a rough outline, the experts in equine care would surely recognize their worth. The exact likeness was not crucial. As long as there was a tangible item, they would adapt, restore, and ultimately refine it to perfection. After finalizing his designs, he selected a few of the best sketches to keep and burned the rest. He then summoned Zhao Yun. Zilong, come here and take a look at these. They could be beneficial for cavalry, Lucia called to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun examined the sketches closely. As a cavalryman of exceptional skill, he was particularly attuned to equipment that could enhance cavalry effectiveness. After only a brief glance, he was taken aback. Your Majesty, did you personally design these? Zhao Yun asked, his face a mask of astonishment. He had never seen such items, yet he sensed their potential utility. Oh, these? I've been experimenting with them over the past few days, Lucia replied, a flush creeping to his cheeks. However, borrowing creative ideas was not a first for him. His fortitude was sufficient to withstand scrutiny. May I inquire how your Majesty conceived these designs? Zhao Yun continued to inquire. What is it, your Majesty? Have you not been practicing horseback riding these past few days? You are well aware that within the confines of this grand palace, it is a rare occasion for me to venture out, let alone ride a horse. Thus, my equestrian skills have somewhat diminished. As he spoke, Lucia pointed towards the saddle and remarked, that saddle is rather uncomfortable to sit upon. It merely consists of a piece of cloth, which tends to slide about unsteadily. I pondered whether it might be better to create a chair to place atop it, along with a set of armrests, thus resolving the issue. He then gestured towards the stirrups and continued, my thighs can never quite grip the horse, and with my feet dangling, I find no proper foothold. It feels rather empty, as if I have no strength to exert. I wondered if it would be possible to devise something to step upon. Lastly, he pointed at the horseshoes and said, as for these horseshoes, I happened to notice a horse with its hoof worn down, limping unevenly. This inspired me. The thickness of the hoof suggests that wearing shoes might be inconvenient, but surely affixing a metal plate is feasible. Is it not? Do you not see that this resolves the problem? After finishing his elaborate explanation without even a hint of breathlessness, he appeared as if he had taken a calcium supplement, capable of ascending numerous flights of stairs. Your Majesty is truly extraordinary, a paragon of celestial lineage. Indeed, the blood of the imperial family is distinct, and I am in awe, Zhao Yun replied, stunned, as he solemnly knelt and offered a deep bow to Lucia. Lucia hurried to assist him, saying, Zilong, please rise. Let us converse amicably without such formalities. This courtesy is well accepted by your majesty. I too experienced similar confusions during my own training in horseback riding. Yet I am merely a mortal without your divine intellect. I never considered altering established practices. I only sought to adapt. However, from my years of equestrian experience, I can deduce that if these innovations prove successful, they would be akin to divine weapons for cavalry, doubling our combat effectiveness without difficulty. Your Majesty is indeed a prodigious talent, Zhao Yun stated solemnly, his admiration for Lu Xia deepening. He realized that the emperor's indulgences were but a fade. He possessed genuine talent and knowledge. Zilong, I wish to dispatch you to lead troops and forge an elite cavalry for me. What are your thoughts? Lu Xia inquired, his heart swelling with joy at the praise. What? Your Majesty, if I am not present, who will ensure your safety? Zhao Yun replied anxiously. Over the past year, he had discovered that this emperor was entirely different from the legends circulating outside. He was a man of compassion and wisdom, merely a victim of unfortunate timing. The designs for the cavalry equipment had further substantiated this realization. The emperor was currently in a period of concealment, and his regard for the Han dynasty had unknowingly increased considerably. He had resolved to pledge his life to the emperor. Zilong, do not fret. Over the past year, our 1,000 elite troops have been completely replaced by loyal soldiers trained under General Gao Shun. The junior officers in the army are also quite capable. My safety is assured. Focus on the matter of cavalry, as I lack knowledge in this area. Once I hear your plans, I can offer assistance. Lu Xia gestured, indicating he was ready to listen. Since your Majesty has made up your mind, I shall speak. Where do you intend to train the cavalry? It will not be easy to avoid the watchful eyes of Cao Xikong. Zhao Yun remarked, fully aware that the training would undoubtedly require secrecy. Otherwise, with Cao Xikong's numerous troops, there would be no need for such an endeavor in Yangzhou, preferably on the grasslands, Lu Xia suggested. That is indeed a possibility. Cavalry differs from infantry. The financial and temporal demands are incomparable. Are you prepared for this? Zhao Yun inquired once more. Certainly did I have heard that the Beima Yitong under General Gongsun is unstoppable. Do you have any training methods? Zilong? Lu Xia posed the question. I fear I may disappoint your Majesty. The Beima Yitong is merely a collective term for external forces, and their actual numbers are not substantial. They are but a select few of General Gongsun's personal guards, chosen over many years of rigorous selection to obtain such combat prowess. If we are to train new cavalry, we cannot expect similar results in the short term, Zhao Yun explained. I see. However, there is no need to force it. With the cavalry equipment we now possess, we will still find significant assistance. Zilong, having followed General Gongsun, you would know that he issued a decree to eliminate the Hu people, harboring much animosity towards them. What is your perspective on the Hu? Lu Xia asked. He was aware that the northern Hu consisted mainly of the Xinbei and Xiongnu, both nomadic peoples raised on horseback. During the Eastern Han period, many Hu surrendered and settled in the Yu and Bing provinces, particularly in the Hatao region, which had been largely allocated to them. Consequently, they grew strong and, seizing the opportunity during the decline of the Central Plains, launched large-scale invasions, leading to the later chaos of the Five Hu. Having come from a later era, Lu Xia understood that these individuals were eventually assimilated into the Huaxiao ethnicity, leading to a lack of prejudice. He believed that cultural enlightenment would alter everything. The formidable cavalry of Liangzhou was largely composed of Chang people. Does your Majesty intend to utilize the Hu? Zhao Yun furrowed his brow, discerning Lu Xia's implication. However, he felt that the Hu were not of his kin and would be difficult to tame, and their loyalty was not guaranteed. Chapter 37. The ambition of heavy cavalry. I have received word that many of the Hu in the Hatao region are currently living in dire conditions, and Cao Xikong is steadily gaining the upper hand against Yuan Shao. He cannot afford to leave a formidable enemy at his back. In due course, many tribes will inevitably seek refuge. I am considering that the most challenging aspects of cavalry are horsemanship and the care of horses. The grassland tribes are naturally adept at horseback riding, presenting no inherent obstacles. If we were to take in some youth and train them, I would then send scholars to educate them. It could potentially lead to the formation of a formidable force. Lu Xia proposed. Your Majesty's plan is not without merit, but it cannot consist solely of Hu, or else we shall struggle to maintain control, Zhao Yun cautioned. Oh, Zilong, you do not harbor animosity towards the Hu? Lu Xia inquired. I am not like General Gongsun. I do not harbor hatred for the Hu, for there are pitiable and kind individuals among them. I do not advocate for their complete annihilation. Zhao Yun replied, that is quite agreeable that I too do not possess a fondness for the Hu. However, they have long since submitted, yet have not been properly utilized. Occupying the fertile lands of Hatao is truly a waste. I wish for you, Zilong, to collaborate with Tianyu to carve out a territory there, establishing a residence for our Han people. In the future, when the opportunity arises, we shall reclaim the entire Hatao region. Allowing the vast grasslands to once again return to the embrace of our Han dynasty, Lu Xie expressed passionately. In the days of Emperor Wu, the territory was immensely vast. Now, it exists only in name. Zhao Yun remarked, does your majesty intend to secure a piece of land from the Xinbei tribes? Indeed, we can select a suitable area for cultivation near Yong and Liang provinces. I wish to establish a base there. Many refugees have been displaced due to the conflicts between Yuan and Chao and require a safe haven capable of accommodating around 100,000 individuals. Once you have established a foothold, I shall gradually dispatch people to bring in the refugees. Naturally, I will also send military and financial assistance your way. Currently, General Gao Shun has over 6,000 elite infantry stationed at the Yongzhou border. And I will send a cadre of officials to assist you in administration, Lu Xie elaborated. Zhao Yun felt a surge of ambition swell within him. Having enlisted in the military at a young age and experienced countless battles, how could he not desire to command a grand army and become a prominent figure? Now, the opportunity lay before him, igniting an uncontainable excitement. I shall pledge my life in service, Your Majesty, Zhao Yun declared. Kneeling on one knee, Zilong, behold. I have seen a formation in an ancient text that emphasizes a dense charge, which reportedly does not require high equestrian skills, provided that military discipline is strictly observed. It is ideally suited for rapid cavalry training, Lu Xie concluded, producing several sketches depicting numerous cavalrymen charging in tight formation, wielding long wooden spears, with mere inches separating their steeds. Your Majesty intends to train heavy cavalry? Zhao Yun inquired, astonished. Do you also recognize this type of cavalry, Zilong? Lu Xie asked, equally surprised. Has heavy cavalry emerged in this era? I cannot say for certain. I have only heard General Gongsun speak of it in the past, aspiring to establish such a cavalry, but alas, he lacked the necessary funds, Zhao Yun replied, shaking his head. Oh, General Gongsun was truly a great talent in the realm of cavalry. Such a shame, Lu Xie lamented, a talent wasted. Your Majesty, while such cavalry is formidable, it requires substantial funding, and the scale will be quite limited. Zhao Yun, being well-versed in this area, understood the complexities involved. Oh, Zilong, do elaborate. I too have only a superficial understanding from my readings. Lu Xie expressed his eagerness to learn about the feasibility of such a cavalry. Firstly, the knights must be meticulously selected. Those lacking strength will struggle to wield the long spears, and those deficient in horsemanship will be unable to maintain a dense formation while charging. Furthermore, when knights force their way through enemy lines, the presence of arrows is inevitable. Thus, full body armor is essential, which presents a considerable challenge to achieve, requiring a significant amount of iron and time to forge. Additionally, horse armor also incurs considerable costs. Once these are realized, the selection of horses becomes paramount. They must be robust and powerful enough for impactful charges, which necessitates careful selection and subsequent replenishment due to wear and tear. Your Majesty, this is no trivial undertaking, Zhao Yun explained in detail, revealing his profound understanding of heavy cavalry. Lu Xie exhaled deeply, acknowledging the lofty requirements. Currently, it was indeed a challenge, yet the thought of such overwhelming combat power, especially against the less specialized armies of this era, would undoubtedly lead to a decisive advantage. He clenched his jaw, resolute in his determination. I shall find a way to procure the necessary funds and resources. We may not be able to amass a vast sum, but you must train 3,000 of these heavy cavalry. It is imperative that they become an indomitable force, a weapon capable of breaking through enemy lines. Lu Xie remarked, thus, I shall ensure that I do not fail my mission. Zhao Yun responded, Your Majesty, I have another request. Within 3 years, an army must be formed. In 4 years, it must be usable. And in 5 years, it must become an elite force. Lu Xie replied, With the divine artifacts Your Majesty has provided today, I dare to establish the military and set the regulations. Zhao Yun continued. Very well, I trust in your talent, Zilong. However, will the transfer of these armaments to the grasslands not bolster the strength of the Hu people? Lu Xie suddenly felt a pang of fear. If these were given to the cavalry of the grasslands, would it not be akin to adding wings to a tiger? Your Majesty need not worry. The grasslands are impoverished and severely lack iron implements. Even if they learn, they would not be able to equip many troops, and thus cannot form a substantial force, Zhao Yun assured. Lu Xie responded, that is well. Zilong shall depart the palace tomorrow. I shall have someone coordinate with you. Zhao Yun accepted his orders and exited, needing to prepare for his departure. He secretly assessed Zhao Yun's system attributes, a favorability score of 75 out of 100, which astonished him. In such a short time, it had increased by 10 points. Was it due to his decision to send him out to lead troops? Or perhaps because of the inventive designs he had brought forth? Or was it his vision for the realm? It seemed that the quickest way to enhance a person's favorability was to allow them to engage in pursuits they cherished. Alone in the grand hall, Lu Xie contemplated deeply, finally exhaling a long sigh. He had ultimately taken this step, much like his fellow transmigrators who had also wished to leave their mark upon this world. Otherwise, it would seem out of place. Presently, the infantry trained by Gao Shun had achieved a modest scale, successfully concealing soldiers among the populace. Now, with the addition of an elite cavalry, should the collaboration between Yong and Liang transpire? And with a more modest appetite, Cao Cao would not dare to attack at the cost of his own forces, especially since Jiangdong and Jingchu remained unsettled. Lu Xie summoned Wang Yu, instructing him to relay messages to Su Shuang and to dispatch individuals to the northern regions, even to the western regions, to procure fine steeds and engage in breeding. Heavy cavalry required robust horses with formidable impact, and he hoped that in 5 to 6 years, there would be a significant number of such horses available for use. As for grain, a year prior, he had already spoken to the 4 major merchants, urging them to send individuals or keep an eye on the western merchants to acquire high-yield crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Though no good news had yet arrived, the discovery of soybeans was an unexpected delight for Lu Xie, having stumbled upon them while practicing horsemanship. To his surprise, they had already become a staple as the primary feed for warhorses. This is a remarkable find. In later generations, soybean oil became essential in kitchens, and it demands very little in terms of cultivation. Just a patch of land suffices, and it is drought-resistant, requiring no water. The northern regions are indeed well suited for this. Thus, he secretly inquired whether soybean oil was currently being produced. The visitor appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Soybeans can be pressed for oil? I've never encountered this." Lu Xie then asked Sun Yu to investigate, only to find that soybean oil had yet to appear in this season. This was somewhat exhilarating. It meant that further inventions could be pursued, presenting a unique business opportunity. After racking his brain for an extended period, he recalled that soybeans could be pressed for oil once sought ed to about 70 or 80% cooked, with the remaining residue being used as fertilizer or for feeding fish. Though it seemed that northerners were not fond of fish, what about tofu? He inquired, only to discover it had been around for many years. Beyond oil extraction, soybeans could feed horses, be made into tofu, and the residue could nourish pigs. It appears a circular economy could be established. Regrettably, he lamented his own limited knowledge, realizing he had not studied sufficiently. Consequently, he poured his thoughts onto several pages, outlining the general situation regarding soybean oil extraction and advocating for its vigorous cultivation in Yongzhou. As usual, he could only provide a broad overview. The details eluded him. Whether it could be realized was left to fate in Lu Xie's mind. Once grain supplies were secured, both the elite cavalry and the vanguard could number 30,000 rather than just 3,000, which would effectively allow them to sweep through the north, and perhaps even the western regions or Europe. To be candid, Lu Xie held little interest in the domestic conflicts. Rather, he found himself inclined to venture westward, eager to acquire fair-skinned, beautiful women to form a troupe for song and dance, a notion that greatly intrigued him. However, at this moment, he dared not express such thoughts, as he still felt like a mouse in a bellows. Speaking of it would only invite ridicule. During this period, as Cao Cao launched his campaigns in the north, Lu Xie exerted himself to manage his own affairs. To be prudent, he ordered the secret excavation of a long tunnel leading outside the city, directly to the temple where Gu Xian had previously established quarters. That temple had since been discreetly replaced by Shi He. The tunneling was a prolonged endeavor, and Lu Xie had resolved to regard it as a project measured in years. Should it take 3 or 4 years to complete, that would suffice. This was merely a contingency plan. The primary focus remained on managing Yongzhou. Chapter 38. The whirling dance steps amidst the tranquility. An astonishing piece of news arrived. Yuan Shao had passed away. While Yuan Shao had struggled against Cao Cao during his lifetime, his death rendered his ineffectual sons even more vulnerable. The most disheartening aspect was their internal strife amidst ongoing battles, leaving Cao Cao to sweep through them like autumn leaves in a gust. Cao Cao grew increasingly emboldened, as if he had consumed a potion of invincibility. However, the ancient world lacked modern transportation. While warfare was not trivial, traversing on foot was laborious, particularly in inclement weather, which made military campaigns a calamity. Thus, to subdue Qing, Yu, Bing, and Ji provinces was no simple task, especially with ongoing resistance. Nevertheless, Cao Cao now found himself unconcerned, as everything seemed under his control. Yet, among the communications he received, one detail struck him as peculiar and worthy of attention. Lu Xia had not taken a new wife over the past year. This deviation from the norm unsettled Cao Cao, who sensed an imbalance in the sequence of events. What if the young emperor had turned his attentions toward power struggles, allying with those ancient figures? That could disrupt his military endeavors. After all, there were precedents, and Cao Cao was inherently suspicious. Thus, he resolved to return to Shudu to investigate. Was the young emperor's health failing, or was there another reason? He could take the opportunity to enjoy some time at home as well. The thrill of seizing territory was invigorating, yet the paths of civil and martial affairs required a balance. After all, warfare could not be completed in a day or two. He could always return after a brief respite. However, before he could set forth, news reached Shudu that Lu Xia had taken a new concubine. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Cao Cao, though it also left him in a quandary. Should he still return? The rhythm seemed to be returning to normal, yet the emperor's continued vigor was perplexing. He had not exhibited any signs of weakness, which was a mystery. While he had taken 2 concubines in an attempt to alleviate his own burdens, he could not help but envy the youth. Let us first secure Yi City, he decided. The capture of Yi City was imperative for any initial success in Jizhou. He was determined to shift the focus of his main camp toward Yi City, a location that offered both offensive and defensive advantages. In the past year, Lu Xia had genuinely dedicated himself to physical training, and his various concubines were notably pregnant. Some were even nearing their time. Under the guidance of his expertise as a gynecologist, the prenatal exercises and diets had been regulated, leading to remarkably smooth births. El Qiling was also expecting, marking yet another instance of a complete triumph. On this day, Wang Yu entered to report, "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Chang'an. Someone has proposed to the young lady of the Bu family." What? Lu Xia shuddered at the revelation in his preoccupation with plans for escape. He had forgotten this matter entirely. Who would have thought that someone would covet what was in his bowl? This could not stand. He must act swiftly to avoid prolonging the matter. Who is this blind individual? Lu Xia inquired casually. It is said to be a scion of the Sima family from Chang'an, and he seems to possess quite a reputation. Wang Yu replied. The Sima family? A prominent clan indeed. Lu Xia mused. According to historical developments, they would eventually be the ones to extinguish the Chao clan. Yet, Sun Yu had reported an interest in joining his own lineage, so why had the Sima family not been mentioned? He promptly summoned Sun Yu. Sun Aiqing, can you enlighten me about the Sima family in Chang'an? Lu Xia asked. Your Majesty, the Sima family wields considerable influence in Chang'an, with a thriving household. The head, Sima Fong, boasts 8 exceptionally talented sons, collectively known as the 8 Wonders of Sima, each possessing remarkable intellect. They could indeed serve as invaluable allies. However, Sima Fong has maintained close ties with Cao Cao since his youth, which makes me cautious, and thus I have not sought an alliance with them, Sun Yu replied respectfully. Lu Xia nodded. The Sima family was indeed formidable. Should they learn of this situation and inform Cao Cao, it would spell disaster. It was likely that one of the 8 wonders had taken an interest in Bu Lianshi. The Bu family had only recently arrived in Chang'an, and their foundation was not as solid as that of the Sima family. With the Sima family's prowess, the Bu family might find their prize slipping away. Yet Lu Xia could not use his imperial authority to coerce such families. It would bear little fruit. Thankfully, he had previously instructed Shi A to keep watch over the matter. This system of diligent aides must not be neglected. After dismissing Sun Yu, Lu Xia mused, the young lady from the Bu family must be around 17 or 18 now, correct? She has just turned 17 this year. Wang Yu replied softly. Originally, Lu Xia had intended to wait another year or two, but given her current age, he could not delay any longer. The Sima family was no ordinary clan. He could not take a confrontational approach. Instead, he would send someone to negotiate with Bujio regarding the marriage and prepare a suitable residence within the palace. With multiple wives, Lu Xie found that his enthusiasm for new unions had waned compared to earlier times. Wang Yu exited to carry out the orders, pondering to himself, is 17 still considered young? It seems that the emperor genuinely favors older women. Bujio's efficiency in handling matters is remarkably high. After a little over a month, the Bu family presented a beauty to the palace in Shudu, officially becoming relatives of the emperor. Lu Xie, slightly intoxicated, stumbled into the new bride's courtyard. Having not married for a year, he found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the concept of marriage. When novelty fades, everything seems to lose its charm. After acquiring so many wives, Lu Xie began to doubt the wish he once made to the heavens. Why did he desire to collect the beauties of the world? After all, he was just a rustic fellow making such a wish. Unlike the wise and discerning who only take a sip from the vast waters. He realized he was not as adept. Lost in thought, he entered the inner chamber and beheld a stunning beauty adorned in splendid attire, seated gracefully on the bed. "My goodness!" Lu Xie exclaimed, nearly stumbling as the alcohol's effects dissipated. The reluctance he felt moments ago vanished as he beheld a girl of his favored type. "This humble servant greets your majesty." The beauty rose quickly to pay her respects. It was early summer, and the air was still refreshingly cool. Gazing at her exquisite makeup and enchanting figure, he noticed an ethereal beauty tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. After a brief contemplation, he surmised, "Which son of the Sima family proposed to your family?" Lu Xie seated himself, casually lifting a cup from the table to sip tea. "Your majesty knows?" Buliencher inquired. Clearly surprised, "I have heard a whisper of it," Lu Xie replied. "It is the fifth son, Sima's son. Since your majesty is aware of this, why do you still wish to wed me?" Buliencher asked. Evidently pleased with the Sima family's proposal. "Allow me to share a story with you," Lu Xie began. "Once had a dream of a young woman from the western regions in the southeast. Exceptionally skilled in song and dance, particularly the Huxian dance, which left me utterly entranced. Upon awakening, I dispatched someone to seek her out in the southeast, only to find that she was still young in Kuaiji. Thus, I devised a means to have her family relocate from that war-torn land without disturbing her, allowing her to grow at her own pace. Though you know of whom I speak." His deep voice resonated through the stillness of the night. Imbued with a magnetic quality, complemented by his handsome visage and somewhat melancholic gaze, Buliencher scrutinized Lu Xie closely, realizing that he was not the elderly emperor she had envisioned. He was youthful, cultured, and possessed an unusual allure. "Are you suggesting that the person you spoke of is me?" Buliencher queried uncertainly, yet she indeed hailed from Kuaiji and coincidentally bore the appearance of a Western maiden. "Indeed, that person is you. I dreamed of you 5 years ago. Initially, I hesitated to enter your life, fearing I would intrude upon it. But upon learning of someone proposing to you, my heart ached fiercely, and I realized I could not live without you. Thus, I reached out to your kin, hoping you would not harbor resentment towards your cousin Bujio, for it is all my fault." Lu Xie desired every woman he wed to do so willingly, willing to go to great lengths for it. Buliencher was merely an innocent girl, unaware of the world, and given her humble background. Her father had passed away, leaving her to rely solely on her mother. Could it be that a noble and handsome young man's deep feelings for her were not preferable to that of a Sima son she had only met once? Unbeknownst to her, the scales of her emotions had already begun to tip in Lu Xie's favor. This was her fortune. Had Lu Xie not come from the future, he would never have wooed a woman of such humble status with the grandeur of an emperor. Observing Buliencher's gradually softening expression, Lu Xie sighed in relief. Finally having secured this young lady, "Why, beloved, though you are a woman of the Central Plains, why do you possess such hints of Western allure?" Lu Xie mused, noting the extraordinary beauty of Buliencher, which differed somewhat from that of women from the Central Plains. "Why, maternal grandmother was a dancer from Kucha," Buliencher replied. With her heart unburdened, Buliencher found Lu Xie increasingly appealing. "Ah, so you are of mixed heritage," Lu Xie thought to himself. Buliencher had inherited her grandmother's talent and excelled in song and dance, bringing vibrant color to Lu Xie's monotonous life. Finally, he could escape the dreary company of pregnant women, whose faces were often filled with either sorrow or anxiety. As he watched Buliencher twirl gracefully, Lu Xie tapped along to the rhythm. relishing each moment, contemplating whether to procure a smooth, sturdy rod for the room. Steel pipes were currently unavailable, yet under his guidance, perhaps Lady Bu could pioneer a new dance style. Moreover, Bulienshire, as the legend suggested, possessed an exceptionally amiable disposition and was more than willing to visit the chambers of the elder ladies, spreading warmth and forging close relationships with them, much like a social butterfly. Chapter 39. The Stealthy Cat. During this time, Lady Bien had quietly visited the palace several times, insisting that Lu Xie attend to her health. Lu Xie discerned her subtle intentions. Each time she arrived, her complexion radiant as ever. What needed adjusting? In truth, every encounter was merely an opportunity for her to lament and chat with Lu Xie. He became her confidant, akin to a therapist. It is said that Cao Cao often neglected home, and his wives naturally bore grievances. After all, they were left behind while he gallivanted. Young and vigorous, who didn't he harbor their own desires? Rumor has it that after conquering Yi City, Cao Cao seized Yuan Shao's residence and took in several new concubines. Becoming increasingly robust, he thrived, marrying wherever he went, accumulating more without a hint of self-pity, leaving behind those solitary women who remained in empty chambers. In ancient times, a woman's well-being was scarcely regarded. Moreover, the signs indicated that Cao Cao intended to settle in Yi City, yet did not relocate his original household for the sake of the court's stability, leaving his earlier wives with dwindling hope. Particularly for women like Lady Bien, who was approaching middle age, it had been 4 to 5 years since Cao Cao had last visited her quarters, rendering her existence akin to that of a widow. Having diligently cared for her health for nearly 2 years, her complexion had become radiant, her figure more robust, and her spirits lifted. Yet, she awaited Cao Cao's favor. Uncertain why her husband's preferences seemed to have shifted with age, she realized that Cao Cao had developed a penchant for the young, often choosing women in their late teens or early 20s, many of whom were already wives or mothers. Initially, she struggled to comprehend this shift. What charm did these young girls possess? She felt that her own elegance, refined bearing, and dignified presence should have been appealing. Unbeknownst to her, most men remained steadfast in their preferences for youth. Some older women, upon realizing their husband's waning interest, failed to recognize that the change lay within themselves. Eventually, as Lady Bien found herself gradually drawn to the youthful Lu Xie, she began to understand Cao Cao's sentiments. The vital allure of youth was intoxicating for women of her age. Wasn't he Cao Cao, too, seeking vitality in the youth he now favored? In the quiet of the night, as she lay alone in her chamber, her thoughts no longer lingered on Cao Cao. Instead, the image of Lu Xie invaded her mind, stirring a sense of longing that rendered her sleepless. Just past 30. She should have been at the prime of her life, physically fit and brimming with vitality. How could she resign herself to a life of solitude? Having spent nearly 2 years under Lu Xie's care, she had blossomed into a picture of health, her skin radiant and supple, her vitality palpable. As Cao Cao's harem expanded, the distinction between his concubines and the ancient emperor's favorites became merely a matter of title. Lady Bien grew aware of her situation. Waiting for Cao Cao's affection was no simple task. Self-reliance was the true path. She now regarded Lu Xie as a close confidant. Even a few days without seeing him left her feeling unsettled. On one occasion, she even sought him out directly, bypassing Kai Yin, to consult him. Though nothing untoward occurred, the depth of her gaze nearly captivated Lu Xie. She experienced a novel thrill, an excitement that lingered in her memory long after. When she departed, Lu Xie found himself in a state of disquiet. Was she being deliberate? Lu Xie pondered. Days later, Lady Bien returned without any intermediaries, clandestinely seeking Lu Xie's counsel once more. She treated him as though he were merely a physician, disregarding the boundaries of her status. Lu Xie, harboring his own thoughts, did not mind, resting his hand on her delicate wrist and inquiring, "Is there any discomfort you are experiencing, my lady? Recently, I have been unable to sleep at night, feeling an emptiness and a sense of unease within." "What could be the cause?" Lady Bien asked. "Observing your pulse reveals no abnormalities. Is it possible you are troubled by the affairs of the esteemed Cao?" Lu Xie questioned. "Humph, while he basks in glory, surrounded by admirers, what need has he for my concerns? Alas, we women are left alone with only flickering lamps and restless nights. Does your majesty possess any remedy to heal this humble servant?" Lady Bien gazed at Lu Xie, her eyes clouded with unspoken meanings. Is this the onset of something deeper? Lu Xie gently grasped her wrist and, noticing her reluctance to break free, remarked, "Indeed, there exists an excellent remedy. But it requires a measure of time. I trust that today, in pursuit of healing, I have allocated ample time. Your Majesty may proceed without hesitation." Before Lu Xie could finish, Lady Bian interjected, "In that case, please follow me." Lu Xie guided Lady Bian into the inner chambers. An hour later, Lady Bian emerged from the palace, her face radiant and adorned with a smile, utterly devoid of her usual melancholic demeanor. Resembling a vibrant flower, it seemed as though years of pent-up emotions had been released, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. Her steps were light and buoyant, and with her elevated spirits, even the passers-by and attendants appeared more agreeable to her. Those around her sensed the change in their mistress's mood. Although surprised, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, freed from the anxiety of previous days, and many experienced an instant uplift in their spirits. Truly, a woman is like a flower, needing nourishment. Otherwise, she is prone to wither. Naturally, Lu Xie, the instigator of this transformation, was in high spirits, whistling cheerfully, having garnered the favor of a goddess. While he may have benefited from the system, the sense of achievement was undeniably satisfying. Recalling the bitter struggles of his past life, he felt as though a serf had finally taken to song as he strolled along a rural path. Lu Xie hummed the tune of Little Red Riding Hood, contemplating, Chao Sikong, you are forever preoccupied with the fluttering banners outside, yet remain oblivious to the fact that your own household's flag is on the verge of collapse, a case of losing more than you gain. From that day forth, Lu Xie's life was enriched with a new and thrilling endeavor. Fortunately, being a modern individual, he understood the concept of a safe period. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been significant. When Lady Bian learned of this knowledge, her gaze towards him shifted notably. "Now I understand why the Lu family has brought the world to such a state. It seems all your energy is devoted to studying these matters." Lu Xie found himself speechless, unable to divulge that such knowledge could be acquired from a mere few seconds on the internet. Besides, conversing with someone who did not even comprehend the term second was futile. Time flew by, and another year passed, bringing with it an increase in the number of children at Lu's kindergarten. Similarly, there were more infants who had yet to meet the admission criteria, merely capable of nursing and unable to walk, indicating a thriving household that even made Chow Chow envious. In the Sima residence, the briefly returned Chow Chow called for an attendant. One servant knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in greeting. "Take a few men and seek out a Taoist named Gu Xian. Remember, treat him with utmost respect if found. If not, do not return," Chow Chow commanded. The servant acknowledged the order and departed, while Chow Chow paced the hall, occasionally rubbing his waist and muttering to himself, "Time is relentless. I can barely manage a single little spirit each day. What kind of elixir has that young lad consumed to wield such power? Taming a whole horde of women in the palace, he appears to be thriving rather than exhausting himself. This is indeed perplexing. Is Gu the Elder truly that formidable?" On this return, Chow Chow acquired 3 new concubines, adding to the previous 4, making a total of 7. With so many women to manage, he found himself overwhelmed. Not to mention, he had little time to attend to his former wives, and even the latest additions proved challenging to handle. Every time he encountered the wistful gazes of his 7 beautiful wives, he felt an urge to flee. Enough. I, Chow Mengda, am striving for the world. What does it matter to compete with a mere child? This is beneath me. I must swiftly march to conquer Yuan Shao's progeny and eliminate any lingering threats. This is the duty of a true hero. Chow Chow set aside his despondency and focused on his strengths, instantly brightening his mood. "Why should I concern myself with a boy my son's age? The advantage lies with me. I must depart at once." Indeed, within days, after handling some pressing matters, Chow Chow swiftly set out once more, leaving a multitude of hopeful women behind in the Sima residence, while he transformed into a collector. Lu Xie was uncertain whether seizing territory could become an addiction, yet all formidable figures seemed passionately engaged. As Chow Chow swept through the north, the southern regions finally clashed with Jingzhou. Sun Quan commenced an assault against Huangzhou, motivated by age-old grievances. Liu Bei and Liu Biao also found common ground, making a mutually beneficial arrangement over a piece of land in Xianyi. Liu Bei, the developer, finally obtained the coveted land he had long desired, while Lu Biao secured a reliable team to defend against Cao Cao's advances. Only Lu Xie remained like a salted fish, now endowed with the title of director of Lu's kindergarten. Occasionally, he imparted knowledge to his 3 adopted sons, He Yin and Qin Lang, who had grown to 11 years of age. They had moved out of the palace per regulations, but for convenience, they were arranged to reside together in a spacious courtyard funded by the Zhen family. Now, both had been incorporated into the Tiger Bin army. Serving as palace guards, Chapter 40, A Ray of Hope. One day, Wang Yu brought news of great significance. Li Ru's network system had commenced operations. According to his report, Zhao Yun and Tian Yu, after meeting with Gao Shun, had assembled a cavalry force of several thousand in a nearby Xinbei tribe close to Yongzhou. They had seized a fertile patch of land suitable for agriculture, capable of sustaining over 100,000 farmers without issue. Through the territorial disputes, Gao Shun's troops had gained extensive experience, engaging the Xinbei cavalry and inflicting significant losses upon them. Zhao Yun's cavalry unit also took advantage of the situation to form their own, aiming to train through battle amidst the chaos of the era. While the casualties were harsh, it facilitated their smoother integration into this tumultuous time. Lu Xie resonated with this approach, recognizing that adapting to circumstances and progressing with the times were hallmarks of a good commander. Evidently, Zhao Yun was performing admirably. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the 4 major merchant families and local clans in Yongzhou began mobilizing, continuously transporting displaced citizens from the northern front, even remnants of the Yellow Turban Army. To the region, it was reported that the population there had surged to nearly 100,000, with over 20,000 capable of combat, including cavalry. All of this transpired discreetly, and while it was challenging to conceal from the observant, Cao Cao was preoccupied with battling Yuan Shao in the 4 provinces, diverting his attention from the Xinbei lands. Similarly, the Xinbei were not thriving. Zhao Yun's forces occupied only a small territory, showing no intent for expansion. Despite the increasing population, the focus was solely on agriculture rather than herding, which significantly lowered their guard. After all, with no possibility of conquest, acceptance seemed the wiser choice. Tian Yu actively campaigned, presenting himself as a refuge-seeking clan, merely wishing to secure a modest piece of land for a stable life, and expressed a willingness to engage in trade with the nomadic tribes. This dual approach surprisingly took root, leading to substantial development. Another year slipped by amidst the turmoil, and Lu Xie's consorts gradually embraced many of his modern ideas, such as dining at a table, playing mahjong together, and foregoing formal greetings upon meeting. They felt relieved by the reduction of cumbersome rituals. And even the stern Empress Fu and Kai Yin began to accept the emperor's casual demeanor. Ultimately, what truly made them feel at ease was the respect that was absent in this era. Most astonishingly, they discovered that this young emperor possessed an extensive breadth of knowledge, akin to a treasure trove, continuously imparting curious information to them, such as the concept of Arabic numerals. These crooked symbols replaced the complex characters that were difficult to write. A truly ingenious invention. Those intrigued even ventured to learn some basic mathematics, astonishing the emperor. They all marveled. To be an emperor, even the least among them must be exceptional, incomparable to mere mortals. Such knowledge was subsequently shrouded by Kai Yin and a few other educated women, who deemed it a closely guarded secret of the Lu family, a tool for prosperity not to be shared lightly. Lu Xie nearly burst into laughter. How could something that barely constituted a fraction of 9 years of compulsory education be considered a family heirloom? However, his opposition proved futile, and ultimately, it was unanimously decided to allow the matter to circulate privately at home, refraining from any public disclosure. As time progressed into the 9th year of the Jinan era, Cao Cao continued his relentless campaigns, tirelessly striving for his grand unification mission. Meanwhile, an unexpected event unfolded in Sudu that brought surprise and delight to Lu Xie. Turned out that a bloody incident had occurred once again in eastern Wu, as Sun Quan's brother had been assassinated. Lu Xie remained blissfully unaware that his joy was built upon the suffering of others. It must be said that Sun Quan, the second of the brothers, was indeed unfortunate. With both his elder and younger brothers assassinated, he alone remained steadfast amidst the turmoil. Rumors began to circulate about his ill fate, when combined with the assassination of his elder brother 4 years prior, and now the murder of his younger brother. Lu Biao and Cao Cao's spies sprang into action, disseminating unfavorable news about Sun Quan. When the enemy is in disarray, one can only find stability in oneself.
The saying where there is smoke, there is fire holds some truth. Sun Quan's brother, Sun Yi, had a remarkable wife named Lady Su, who was adept in divination. After her husband was murdered, Lady Su bore her burdens in silence and sought vengeance for her deceased spouse, inadvertently uncovering a staggering secret. Consequently, she found herself the target of assassination as well. Throughout history, those who know too much have seldom been safe. She consulted her divination and discovered that seeking refuge with De Qiao and Su Du was the safest course of action. Of course, this was also because the secret was intrinsically linked to De Qiao. Thus, with her 5-year-old son, Sun Song, she set out to seek asylum. Little did she anticipate that her pursuers would be exceedingly formidable. Managing to track them down to Su Du, where they launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, they failed. However, the assailants did not relent, continually lurking around their residence, instilling unease in De Qiao. What, then, was this secret? Lady Su had uncovered a letter sealed with blood from Sun Quan, which contained a promise that 20 years hence, the position of Wu Ho would be bequeathed to Sun Su's son, Sun Shao. This arrangement had been secretly established among the 3 brothers before Sun Su's demise, with Sun Quan assuming the role of protector, while the letter remained with Sun Yi to maintain a balance of power. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Quan not only sought to reclaim the letter, but also to eliminate anyone privy to its contents. Revealing his malicious intent, presently, a multitude of assassins threatened the safety of Sun Shao and De Qiao, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. In this perilous situation, Lady Su consulted her divination once more and discerned that the imperial palace was the safest haven. This seemed almost divinely orchestrated. De Qiao fell into contemplation. She had previously declined the emperor's proposal 3 years prior. Would a change of heart still hold merit, even if she were to marry? Her heart would remain unfulfilled. Curiously, the visage of the physician who had aided Sun Shao during his illness floated before her mind. Since that incident, she had taken Sun Shao to consult the physician on 2 additional occasions, engaging in pleasant conversation with the gentle and extraordinary man. Strangely enough, she found that when she thought of her husband, Sun Su, his features appeared somewhat hazy. They had only been married for just over a year. He had spent much of that time away on military campaigns, and their moments together had been fleeting. Furthermore, the ideal partner in her mind was an intellectual, not a warrior. While Sun Su had been a momentary hero, he did not ignite her interest. He did not align with her vision of a suitable match. Yet, marriage was not hers to dictate. She was compelled to comply with her parents' wishes and wed a man for whom she felt no affection. Since meeting that physician, she had seemingly gained clarity about the kind of husband her heart desired. Thus, when Lu Xie sent someone to propose, she resolutely declined. Had Lu Xie known that he was the reason for her rejection, he would likely have been overwhelmed with despair. Before making a final decision, De Qiao wished to consult the physician once more. A peculiar compulsion drove her, akin to bidding farewell to something intangible. Yet she felt compelled to go. She fabricated an excuse, claiming to be unwell. As for De Qiao, Sun Yu had already provided her with the means to enter the palace, so the attendants did not obstruct her. She was soon ushered into the Thai hospital, where she expressed her desire for the physician, Xie, to attend to her. The inner attendants promptly reported this to Lu Xie. Upon hearing that De Qiao had come to seek treatment, Lu Xie was filled with delight, having not seen his goddess in quite some time. He longed for the sight of her unparalleled beauty, which danced vividly in his mind. Lu Xie changed his attire and approached her. Noticing that she was alone, which struck him as odd, "Isn't it young Master Shao who is unwell?" Lu Xie inquired with a smile. "Forgive me, it is I who am unwell," De Qiao replied. "Ah, then let me examine you," Lu Xie said, gesturing for De Qiao to extend her wrist. Upon feeling her pulse, he noted its steadiness, indicating no apparent illness. He examined her complexion and eyes, finding nothing unusual, aside from a hint of fatigue. A bit of rest would suffice. He then asked, "What ails you, madam? My medical skills are limited, and I have not discerned anything amiss." The physician chuckled. "I am quite well, merely troubled by a heartache," De Qiao confessed. "A heartache? Is it akin to what Lady Bien experiences?" Lu Xie pondered, unable to believe his ears, yet unable to conceal his anticipation. He remained silent, merely smiling knowingly, aware that further revelations were forthcoming. "I may be forced to marry someone I do not love." "Do you believe this is right?" De Qiao queried. This verged on the realm of psychological counseling. Was I to pioneer the role of a therapist in the 3 kingdoms? Yet, As he contemplated, his heart sank. An arranged marriage is inherently wrong. If one could resist, they should resist to the end, Lucia mused, determined not to allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. After being rebuffed previously, Lucia had not pressed the matter further. As the number of concubines in the palace grew, he had begun to exhibit a lack of enthusiasm for his duties, becoming somewhat negligent regarding the system's tasks. He often thought to himself, regardless of how beautiful a woman might be, he had enough for the present. Perhaps this signified a higher state of being, having reached the level of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. However, witnessing the woman of his dreams poised to marry another still stirred discomfort within him. Just then, a palace attendant rushed in, kneeling before Lucia and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, urgent military news has arrived. The ministers await you in the Taiji Hall." Realizing that the ruse had been uncovered, Lucia acknowledged that, due to the impromptu nature of his visit, he had failed to arrange for the presence of supporting actors. Though he did not dwell on it, he simply offered to Qiao an awkward smile without explanation and strode away. Lucia departed, leaving De Qiao in stunned silence, grappling with the revelation. He is the emperor? He is the emperor, she thought, grappling with the weight of having refused the man she cherished. The world felt absurdly theatrical to her. Her heart raced with agitation, and in a daze, she found herself back in her quarters. "What is amiss, elder sister?" Lady Su inquired, though she was only a year or two older. Her lower status prevented her from being addressed as such. De Qiao regained her composure and declared, "Since your divination suggests that the palace is the safest place, I shall trust your insight and agree to marry into the imperial palace. What say you, sister-in-law? Shall we both enter the palace together? Should you remain, as one privy to this knowledge, it would not end well for you. We have both witnessed that man's cruelty." Lady Su replied, "I leave the decision entirely to you, elder sister. My own divination also indicates that the palace is safe. However, I bear a child and feel that I have aged considerably. How could I possibly catch the emperor's eye? You need not worry about that. You are merely 24 or 25, hardly old," De Qiao reassured her. "I have often heard that the emperor favors women older than himself, especially those who have borne children. Given your beauty, he will undoubtedly find you irresistible." In her heart, De Qiao thought, "You shall have your way, you deceitful physician." Chapter 41 Unexpected Delight. Sun Yu brought this monumental news to Lucia. "There is a condition?" Lucia furrowed his brow, astonished that De Qiao had agreed to marry him but was requesting a condition. Indeed, she wishes to enter the palace alongside her sister-in-law, Lady Su. Sun Yu elaborated. "What?" Lucia nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Fortune had turned in his favor, and he was receiving a double blessing. "Pray tell, who is this Lady Su?" Lucia inquired, feeling embarrassed to ask about her beauty. Realizing he had not studied the Three Kingdoms sufficiently to recognize her immediately, but Sun Yu was astute. He quickly understood Lucia's query and promptly replied, "She is a rare beauty, of a similar age to your Majesty." "Ha! I am not one to judge solely by appearance. I was merely curious," Lucia laughed. "What are we waiting for? Let us expedite the arrangements." With a wave of his hand, Lucia turned and hummed a cheerful tune. Lucia was once again astonished. The woman before him was none other than the goddess he had yearned for in his youth, who had since married and moved to Taiwan. During the time Lucia spent with De Qiao, losing track of the days, he unexpectedly encountered an astonishing surprise when he came to visit the additional addition to his life. "Your Majesty, whom do you seek?" Lady Su, with discerning eyes, regarded the legendary emperor before her with satisfaction. This was hardly the feckless ruler that people spoke of. He was handsome and exuded an air of nobility, radiating vitality that belied his maturity. Her late husband had been quite handsome, yet he paled in comparison to the emperor before her. "Oh, I see that my beloved is quite radiant," Lucia blurted, quickly attempting to smooth over his slip of the tongue. "Is that so?" Lady Su mused, lightly touching her chin. "Have I not always had a slender face? In recent times, due to the assassination attempts, I have been fatigued and lost quite a bit of weight. Does your Majesty prefer women who are exceedingly thin? Am I deemed too plump? I shall have to be more mindful." Lucia could not allow her to remain in doubt. "My dear, I have heard that you possess remarkable skills in divination that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. I am most intrigued. Perhaps we should explore it together." "Where might that be?" "Your Majesty jesting, this is merely a pastime for this humble servant during moments of idleness. What significance do you hold? Yuan. No, Madame Su, shyly smiled and said. Then do calculate. What color are the undergarments I don today? Lucia remarked. Your Majesty is truly amusing. Naturally, they are yellow. Must one even calculate that? Madame Su, being perceptive, engaged in jest, much to Lucia's delight. He had successfully garnered 19 points, adding to his previous 69 to achieve an astonishing total of 88 points. Lucia felt a sense of being an exemplary scholar. Accumulating points felt akin to amassing wealth. The more one has, the more reluctant one becomes to spend. News of Lucia incorporating his sisters-in-law into the palace reached Sun Quan in Jiangdong, who, in a fit of rage, shattered his wine cup. Such audacity! Such audacity! How dare the traitor Chao look down upon Jiangdong and regard Sun Quan as nothing? Sun Quan suspected it to be Cao Cao's cunning scheme, deliberately insulting Jiangdong. After all, what capabilities could a mere puppet, confined to his quarters, possess to attract his two sisters-in-law? Alas, it was a pity for those two beauties, flowers wasted upon a pile of dung. Those sisters-in-law, with their exquisite beauty, often graced his dreams, causing him to awaken with a dampened pillow from salivation. Yet, the constraints of propriety were a bane, causing great vexation. At this moment, in a lavish villa in Sudu, Mi Fong inquired, Elder brother, given the emperor's current momentum, do you foresee a promising future? Mi Zhu and Mi Fong were seated across from each other, sipping tea and discussing the family's future. At present, there is some hope, Michigan Zhu replied, taking a sip of tea, appearing calm and collected. Should we cease our investments with our royal uncle? Now that we are involved. The emperor has the support of 4 major merchants, and to my knowledge, several prominent families are backing him. They are all titans. If our influence is too feeble, we may suffer great losses in the future. Mi Fong continued. What you say holds merit. Since we have made our choice, we should concentrate our efforts. Given the current chaos, supplying resources to Jingzhou is exceedingly difficult. It is better to cut our losses now. Alas, what a pity for Lu Huangshu. It's a case of unfortunate timing, Mi Zhu decided, albeit reluctantly. Elder brother, now that our sister is in the palace, she is somewhat isolated. I have an idea that I am unsure whether to share. Mi Fong said once more. Do tell, Mi Zhu encouraged. The woman we have nurtured at the villa has been with us for several years. Do you not consider taking her into your household? Mi Fong inquired. What nonsense are you speaking? How could such a woman enter our merchant family? If word gets out, it would stir controversy, Mi Zhu replied. Then what is the purpose of nurturing her in our home? Mi Fong questioned, perplexed. I intended to present her to Liu Bei in the future. I never anticipated this situation, Mi Zhu explained. Then I propose we send her to the palace. Is it not rumored that the emperor favors women with children? This condition is perfect, for that charming lady has a child, over 3 years old, no less, Mi Fong suggested. That, Mi Zhu inhaled sharply, still somewhat reluctant. The woman was the widow of Yuan Shu, a prize obtained inadvertently during Liu Bei's conflict with Yuan Shu. He had secretly hidden her, intending to present her to Liu Bei at an opportune moment as a means to elevate his own standing. Unexpectedly, a series of strange events had arisen, leaving the matter unresolved. The lady, surnamed Feng, possessed extraordinary beauty, and Mi Zhu found himself both tempted and hesitant. Today, with Mi Feng's mention, he pondered the situation afresh. Then let us send her, he concluded, sighing, and left with a heavy heart. Indeed, family background is crucial. A woman must be treated with utmost care. Contemplating this, Mi Zhu silently vowed to elevate their household to one of prominence. As Lucia became engrossed with his 2 new consorts. A palace attendant arrived with news that his brother-in-law, Mi Fong, sought an audience. What brings the esteemed uncle here? Is there joyous news? Lucia asked, in high spirits and jesting. Your Majesty, your foresight is unparalleled. You are indeed a divine being, Mi Fong flattered, hastily. Lucia paused, wondering whether there might indeed be good news, as he had only spoken casually. Could it be that Zhao Yun and the others have achieved something? They are currently in contact with several major merchants and families. Speak quickly, let me revel in some good tidings, Lucia mused, believing this to be a double blessing. Your servant has come across a woman. Upon inquiry, it turns out she is the widow of Yuan Shu, possessing extraordinary beauty and a unique status. I thought only someone of your esteemed caliber would be worthy of her, hence I wish to present her to you. Mi Fong said, ingratiatingly. Is it such a matter? Lucia exclaimed. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Mi Fong's heart sank, fearing he had misstepped. Your Majesty, this lady is not yet 25 or 26. Her figure and beauty are unlike anything I have ever seen. If we missed this opportunity, it would be irretrievable, Mi Fong urged anxiously. Lu Xie's interest was piqued. While he did not entirely subscribe to ancient aesthetic standards, a wealthy merchant must have seen much. Then send her in. You have my gratitude, esteemed uncle. Once I am in a position of power, I shall not forget your contributions. Lu Xie subtly rewarded him. Mi Fong eagerly awaited this affirmation. That very afternoon, an unparalleled beauty was brought into the palace, following the same formula. Large gifts for small ones, adding a new young friend to Lu's household. Observing the enchanting maiden, he silently thanked the heavens for the timely reminder. Had he missed such a beauty, it would have been a lifelong regret. How could I have believed my beloved is a mother already? Lu Xie wondered aloud, astonished at the exquisite lady before him, who appeared barely in her 20s. Looking at the youthful and handsome Lu Xie, Madame Feng sighed with relief, liberated from the sight of those corpulent, middle-aged men. Your Majesty flatters me. I am already 20. Madame Feng modestly replied, I believe my beloved is merely at the tender age of 18, Lu Xie remarked. Your Majesty is truly amusing. Please refrain from such exaggerated praises, Madame Feng playfully protested. Ha, beloved, let us not dwell on such trivialities. A moment shared in Spring's embrace is worth a fortune, and should not be squandered, Lu Xie swiftly redirected, unconcerned with her age. As long as she appeared youthful, time flew by, and more than 2 years had passed. Lu Xie updated the duration since he had wed. Over these years, Lu Xie had diligently practiced, and his skills with the sword and spear were finally coming to fruition. Even his horsemanship had improved considerably. The accumulated points were now quite impressive. Strength, 80-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Power, 81-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Insight, 52-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Male Ability, 85100, Human Pinnacle 100, Charisma, 85100, Human Pinnacle 100, Balance, 97 points for Madame Feng. He unexpectedly gained 9 points. With such attributes, not only in the Three Kingdoms but throughout history, it was indeed formidable. As he contemplated the chaotic world, the imminent battle of Red Cliffs loomed, and the formation of the Three Kingdoms was near. To ensure his safety, he decided to utilize some points. He decisively added 15 points to his male ability, maxing it out. After all, those around him deserved to take precedence. Once filled, he felt a surge of vitality. After some hesitation, he added 18 points to his insight. Lu Xie believed that as emperor, a lack of intelligence was inconsequential, as numerous clever individuals worked for him. His reliance was not on IQ but rather on his status. However, considering the current instability of the realm, it was prudent to possess a bit of wisdom for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, his attributes transformed into Strength, 80-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Power, 81-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Insight, 70-90, Human Pinnacle 100, Male Ability, 100100, Human Pinnacle 100, Charisma, 85100, Human Pinnacle 100, Balance, 64 points. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to having menthol applied to his intellect. As his thoughts became remarkably clearer, he summoned Sun Yu. Sun Aiqing, how fares the situation with Zhang Ren and Wu Yi, whom I instructed you to sway? Lu Xie inquired. Your Majesty, both individuals show signs of interest but remain non-committal, maintaining a wait-and-see approach. However, Li Ru predicts that once you take action, they will surely respond, Sun Yu reported. They refuse to act until they see the rabbit. Yet what of Ma Tang and Han Sui of Shiliang? Lu Xie pressed further. Ma Tang is resolute. He shall undoubtedly respond to your summons, while Han Sui follows Ma Tang's lead, Sun Yu replied. Excellent, we can proceed with this strategy. With Yong and Liang secured, plus Hanzhong, we shall gradually strategize. The world is promising. Lu Xie clapped his hands in excitement. Does your Majesty aim for Hanzhong and Zhonglu? Sun Yu asked, astonished at the emperor's newfound ambition. Zhonglu is but a withered bone, hardly worth mentioning. Hanzhong is within our grasp, Lu Xie declared. Your Majesty, I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to express. Sun Yu observed the emperor's elation and felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of delivering news that might dampen his spirits. Sun Aiqing, you two engage in this rhetoric. As sovereign and subject, "We may speak freely," Lucia remarked. "Your Majesty, presently, Chao Sikong has seized control of the 4 provinces in the north, augmenting his already substantial territory. With a mighty army of over 1,000,000 troops and thousands of valiant generals, he has recently left the Wuhuan utterly defenseless. In light of such overwhelming power, is it prudent for your Majesty to assert influence at this juncture?" Sun Yu cautioned. He believed that the optimal moment would have been before Yuan Shao's downfall, a time when mutual constraints afforded the emperor greater maneuverability. Indeed, this sentiment is widely held, even by our esteemed Chao Sikong. What course of action might he pursue next? Surely, he will march southward, aiming to confront Liu Biao and eliminate Sun Quan. Yet, one must ponder whether Chao Sikong, seasoned in northern warfare, is truly suited for combat in the southern territories, which are riddled with waterways. It is well known that cavalry cannot traverse rivers, and even the most seasoned northern warriors may find themselves overwhelmed in unfamiliar terrain. Lu Xie mused. Furthermore, with Cao Cao's rising power, the various lords of the land are filled with trepidation. What might they do? Surrender? Unlikely. They will surely band together to resist him. And while Cao Cao is aware of this potential alliance, he cannot afford to wait, for though his forces are numerous, they are largely composed of surrendered soldiers who are difficult to command. His elite Qingzhou troops are limited, and he must continually engage in warfare to expend their fighting capacity. Thus, should Cao Cao remain undefeated, a single defeat could lead to a catastrophic collapse of his forces, plunging the situation into chaos with little hope of recovery in the short term. Coupled with the exhaustion from prolonged campaigns, this presents us with an extraordinary opportunity, Lu Xia articulated, leaving Sun Yu astounded. The emperor's military acumen seems to have ascended. At the very least, his theoretical prowess has doubled. Does your Majesty believe that Chao Sikong is destined for defeat? Sun Yu inquired. Is that not self-evident? Having perused the romance of the 3 kingdoms for many years, the message is crystal clear. Were it not for the theatrics, I would have conveyed this directly without the need for convoluted reasoning, and thus spared myself the sweat of anxiety. Lucia replied, "As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall." After years of triumph, Cao Cao's formidable generals are bound to become overconfident. Moreover, with the passing of his chief strategist Guojia, and the northern troops' unfamiliarity with the southern terrain, I stand firm in my conviction. And how does your Majesty intend to withstand Chao Sikong's overwhelming might with merely 2 provinces? Sun Yu probed. Quality trumps quantity. Additionally, we are not merely relying on 2 provinces to counter Cao Cao. If we secure Hanzhong and expand into the Hatao region to the north, we will command no less than 4 or 5 provinces. Moreover, our diligent efforts over the past years have borne fruit, with new agricultural tools proving immensely effective. The introduction of new wheat varieties from the western regions has been successful, yielding significantly higher outputs than the old strains, enabling widespread cultivation. With Hanzhong and Hatao as fertile grounds for expansion, we shall face no shortage, Lucia asserted confidently. General Gao Shun has trained tens of thousands, and the elite Xianying alone boasts a force of 10,000. Zhao Yun's cavalry has reached 50,000. Cao Cao's engagement with the Wuhuan has inadvertently bolstered our ranks, providing us with numerous combat-ready soldiers. According to reports from Li Ru, our cavalry has swelled to 60,000, driving the Xinbei into retreat, and we have nearly seized an entire province. Indeed, the advantage lies with us. What is there to fear? Lucia continued. Our only shortcoming presently is the absence of a strategist to oversee the overall strategy. Have we found Su Yuanzhong? Lucia inquired about Su Shu, originally known as Ming Fu, who had been elusive for years. Indeed, we have located him. However, he currently resides within the camp of Lu Huangshu, where he is quite well respected. Making negotiations difficult, Sun Yu replied, I see. Let us observe the situation. Do not give up. Once an opportunity arises, we shall reach out. I hold great hopes for him, Lucia exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Finding him is a step forward. It is merely a matter of following due process. I can afford to wait, and when the time is right, he will come to us, and together we shall confront Cao Cao. Lucia declared, brimming with enthusiasm and impatience. Indeed, he seeks to leverage the aftermath of the Battle of Chibi, when Cao Cao is newly defeated, to escape from Sioux City and return to Chang'an. Establishing himself as a true emperor with authority, he plans to secure Tongguan, manage Yongliang, and simultaneously develop Hanzhong and Hatao, while making enticing offers to bolster his position. With a growing population and ample food supply, How could a mere figurehead possibly contend with these seasoned warlords? It would be akin to seeking death by throwing oneself against a stone wall. The moment for action drew near. Lu Xie stood within the Taiji Hall, contemplating his impending liberation from this gilded cage, envisioning the vast expanse of the world before him, including the boundless grasslands of Hulunber, where he could gallop freely. No longer confined to practicing horsemanship within the confines of the palace, a surge of ambition welled within him, and he felt compelled to ask, "Who else stands against me?" Just as Lu Xie mused upon the freedom of galloping across the plains, Wang Yu leaned in to whisper something in his ear. "Is it true?" Lu Xie sprang to his feet, his mind racing. Since his transition into Lu Xie's persona and donning the yellow robe, he sensed a turn of fate, a reversal of fortune that starkly contrasted his previous existence as a commoner. Had I known in my past life, I would have procured a few pairs of yellow undergarments. Instead of heeding the advice to purchase red ones, he thought ruefully. What news has brought such elation to Lu Xie? It turned out that Zhao Yun, Gao Shun, and their forces had captured two stunningly beautiful women during their skirmish with the defeated Wu Huan. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were none other than Zhuo Ran, the foremost priestess of the Wu Huan, and Tuoba Fian, the grand princess of the Wu Huan. These two exquisite gems were indeed a stroke of fortune. Thankfully, their beauty and high status discouraged most from harboring ill intentions, thus avoiding any taboos. Tianyu, ever resourceful and aware of the emperor's preferences, suggested that the two women be presented to the palace, which would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on the emperor and serve as a wise investment for the future. Tianyu is truly a strategist. He understands the emperor's heart, and his foresight bodes well for the future. Lu Xie mused, appreciating the compliment. Could it be that the Wu Huan are the ancestors of the Goryeo? This was Lu Xie's initial thought upon encountering the Wu Huan's foremost priestess, for the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the goddess of the Simi nation. The image of her beauty lingered vividly in his mind. "Are you the emperor?" Zhuo Ran, the Wu Huan sage, remained unperturbed in the face of the situation. "Is there any doubt?" Lu Xie questioned, perplexed. "I have heard that the current emperor is a mere child, kept as a puppet by Cao Cao. Yet, you do not seem to fit that description," Zhuo Ran remarked. Throughout history, rumors are often unfounded. Have you considered that in such a vast Han Empire, only a remarkable individual could ascend to the throne? Lu Xie boasted. "However, I believe Cao Cao is far more suited to be emperor. You are merely a bird trapped in a cage." Zhuo Ran continued to provoke Lu Xie. "Do you know why the Wu Huan met defeat?" Lu Xie retorted. "Is it not because you allied with Yuan Shao?" "I opposed that alliance from the outset," Zhuo Ran replied. "Not at all. Had you not allied with Yuan Shao, you might have been annihilated by Gong Sunzan. The root cause lies elsewhere," Lu Xie asserted. "And what do you believe to be the reason?" Zhuo Ran challenged. "Because you are the birds confined within the cage," Lu Xie stated. Zhuo Ran, incensed, realized that Lu Xie's previous statements had merely been a prelude to this biting remark. Were you so eager to provoke me?" Lu Xie admired Zhuo Ran's vexation, finding her quite endearing. Lu Xie retrieved a scroll from the shelf and unfurled it, gesturing towards the map. "Look here. Your Wu Huan occupies this position, surrounded above by the powerful Xiongnu and Xianbei, and below by the formidable Han. Tell me, as a nomadic people confined to such a narrow space, are you not akin to a bird trapped in a cage? How can you possibly thrive?" With that, Lu Xie patted the map. Zhuo Ran gazed at the map, rendered speechless. It was her first encounter with such a detailed representation, and she realized the Wu Huan's territory was the smallest on the map. Only when Lu Xie's hands rested upon her shoulders did she become aware of his presence. "I can help your Wu Huan soar, and soar high," Lu Xie whispered softly in her ear. Zhuo Ran jolted in surprise. Coming to her senses, "What did you say?" Zhuo Ran looked at Lu Xie in disbelief. Her ancestors had toiled for centuries to maintain their existence, and this young man dared to speak so boldly. "What do you think of my cavalry?" Lu Xie countered with a question. "Impressive, yet not invincible. Their strength lies mainly in their equipment. If my Wu Huan cavalry were at their peak, the outcome would remain uncertain." Zhuo Ran replied. "That is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is, if I were to equip your elite Wu Huan cavalry with those same arms, who in the world could possibly prevail against you?" Lu Xie asked, locking eyes with her. Zhuo Ran stood transfixed, envisioning the Wu Huan warriors clad in iron armor, riding majestic steeds and wielding long spears. Who could possibly triumph? Who could possibly triumph? The phrase echoed in her mind as she envisioned Cao Cao's elite cavalry tearing through their ranks. Is what you say true? She gazed at Lu Xie, astonished. Could this imprisoned emperor possess such formidable capabilities? Lu Xie did not respond, merely smiling calmly, as if everything was within his grasp. You are not deceiving me, are you? Zhuo Ran pressed further. You and the princess shall become my consorts. We shall be one family, I and a family. We do not speak in separate tongues. Once we ally, not only will I equip you, but I shall also lead you to conquer a vast territory, an expanse so great that even the swiftest horse cannot traverse its length. Lu Xie once again began to weave grand illusions. Should you break your word, I shall curse you with sorcery, leading to your demise, Zhuo Ran declared with a tone filled with resentment. Lu Xie solemnly vowed, with utmost gravity, despite being an atheist. Everything would naturally unfold in due course. The following day, he encountered Tuoba Fian, who indeed was an ancestor of the Goryeo clan, resembling a woman from that region, though her physique was robust, perhaps a consequence of her martial prowess. This young lady, however, bore no aversion to Lu Xie. Captivated by his handsome demeanor, she found herself quite fond of him. It was a charm distinct from that of the men of the steppes, gentle and warm as jade, like a refreshing spring breeze. Yet, there was a condition. She would only agree to become Lu Xie's consort if he bested her in combat. For in the steppes, the defeated were the spoils of the victors, to be disposed of at will. Lu Xie chuckled inwardly. Was this not a game played by Master L? I am well versed in this. Stealthily, he examined his attributes and, to be prudent, maximized his strength and power. Strength, 9,090, human peak 100, power, 9090, human peak 100. After a fierce struggle, Lu Xie emerged victorious, and Tuoba Fian, having lost, looked at him with newfound admiration, her eyes gleaming with respect. She had not anticipated that this seemingly frail scholar could unleash such formidable strength. Lu Xie breathed a sigh of relief. The cavalry of the Wu Huan was now within his grasp. Chapter 43. I too have a strategist. A succession of unexpected delights greatly bolstered Lu Xie's confidence, even diminishing the last vestiges of fear he harbored towards Cao Cao. With a heightened sense of assurance, he urgently commanded Li Ru to send emissaries bearing sacrificial offerings and a personal letter from the princess to seek out the exiled Wuhuan tribes. As for those who had already surrendered to Cao Cao, Lu Xie deemed it imperative to incite their defection. The Wuhuan cavalry would play a monumental role in his future campaigns on the grasslands. Hence, no opportunity for recruitment could be squandered. While Lu Xie meticulously plotted his strategy, Cao Cao was relentlessly advancing across the north. He had received intel about a burgeoning new force north of Yongzhou, distinct from the Xianbei, composed of refugees covertly supported by the gentry. However, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Reports indicated that their numbers barely reached tens of thousands, a modest scale. Yet, it was a troublesome thorn. He harbored a secret ambition regarding the fertile lands of the Hatao region. Since it had been allocated to the Hu people, the demographic balance had shifted, leading to instability without a Han majority, the very reason he refrained from relentless northern campaigns, as it would be a futile endeavor. However, if the gentry could carve out a realm there, he would seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. How he relished the prospect of orchestrating such preemptive maneuvers. He envisioned not only an effortless conquest but also the possibility of multiple gains. The pressing matter at hand was how to pacify the south, a region long dominated by entrenched gentry. Commanding 1,000,000 valiant soldiers was a source of considerable headache. How much food and resources would be consumed daily? The onlookers were blissfully unaware, but he bore the burden of worry. While the army appeared formidable, the true core of his forces, the elite troops from Yinzhou and Qingzhou, comprised less than half, with many being ineffective defectors. To disband them recklessly would be ill-timed. With the north barely stabilized, what if those captains or minor officials harbored resentment? If their grievances festered, they might rally their subordinates, resulting in a repeat of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. These seasoned soldiers were vastly different from the farmers who once toiled in the fields. They must be effectively utilized, yet, this necessitated immediate action to quell the South. Those who advised patience, suggesting a period of recuperation and strategic consolidation before re-engaging in battle, exhibited a short-sightedness, oblivious to the larger tides of fate. If this momentum were to stall, reviving it could take an eternity. Cao Cao contemplated this. Only Liu Biao and Sun Quan warranted such a mobilization of forces. The thorn in the grasslands would be dealt with at a later time. With the might of his northern campaigns, Cao Cao returned to Xuchang, where Lu Xie naturally rode out 10 miles to greet him, taking the reins of the horse as was customary. This was not an uncommon occurrence, and there was no shame in it. Cao Cao was exceedingly pleased with Lu Xie's demeanor. His vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Once again, his subordinates called for Lu Xie to confer the title of chancellor upon Cao Cao. And no one in the court dared oppose this, though defy him now would result in dire consequences. Seizing the moment, Lu Xie decreed the abolition of the 3 dukes and conferred upon Cao Cao the title of prime minister. Henceforth, he would no longer be referred to as Cao Xikong but rather as Cao Chengxiang, thus rightfully ascending to the role of one beneath whom myriad subjects would serve. In truth, he had already rendered that singular authority obsolete, making it only natural for his word to carry weight. The following year, Cao Cao prepared to march against Liu Biao. At this juncture, Lu Xie did not forget to orchestrate a subtle maneuver. Sending off Kong Rong. The moment of Cao Cao's impending execution of Kong Rong, as depicted in the annals, was drawing near, and Lu Xie could not bear to witness the demise of the upright elder. Kong Rong, oblivious to the machinations at play, departed, filled with resentment, pondering that this young emperor was beyond redemption. He had poured his heart and soul into preserving the Han dynasty, willing to sacrifice his life. Yet Lu Xie remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, lamenting the fall of the Han house. The following year, Cao Cao eagerly set forth to invade Jingzhou on the path to conquest. He unexpectedly crossed paths with Liu Bei, who had seemingly improved, having enlisted a remarkably capable strategist. The Cao army, having endured prolonged warfare, suffered several defeats, which infuriated Cao Cao. Consequently, the strategists began to devise their plans. Among them, Chen Yu discovered that the opposing strategist was his compatriot, leading to an amusing twist of fate. He proposed luring this strategist to Xuchang, restoring balance to their campaign, resulting in Liu Bei's overwhelming defeat. Who was this strategist, so formidable? None other than Su Shu, whom Lu Xie had sought in vain. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xie discreetly sent envoys, pledging to ensure the safety of Su Shu's mother, Su Shu. Harboring disdain for Cao Cao's treachery, found common cause with Lu Xie, and thus they formed an alliance. Meanwhile, Cao Cao's forces surged with unprecedented might, 1,000,000 troops advancing into Jingxiang, unmatched in their ferocity. To his astonishment, the ailing Liu Biao succumbed to fear, passing away. The political landscape of Jingzhou became tumultuous. Cai Mao seized power, installing his nephew as ruler, while Liu Bei found himself compelled to seek refuge with his nephew. Liu Qi. Shortly thereafter, the newly crowned Liu Zong voluntarily surrendered, daunted by the overwhelming force. However, Cao Cao, ever ruthless, executed Liu Zong in the face of Jingzhou's capitulation. Under Cao Cao's supreme authority, the gentry of Jingzhou trembled. Reminiscing fondly of Liu Biao's governance, the bloodless conquest of Liu Biao not only preserved Cao Cao's military strength but also augmented it significantly, leaving him vexed about the necessity of such soldiers. What purpose did they serve? He could not afford to sustain them. Urgency dictated the need to annihilate Jiangdong, after which he could disband his troops and return to farming. Despite his worries, the sight of his vast army inflated his confidence immensely. He believed that with such overwhelming force, no one could stand against him. Sun Quan and Zhou Yu were mere grasshoppers in the face of his 1,000,000-strong army, destined to be utterly annihilated. National unification seemed imminent. As for the restoration of the Han dynasty, that was a matter open to debate. The insignificant grasshoppers would surely struggle for survival, convinced of their superiority, yet they remained mere mortals against the tide. Indeed, Zhou Gongjin was a remarkable talent. Not only was he handsome, but his intellect was equally impressive. Lu Xie often mused that his premature demise was a testament to heaven's jealousy. The formidable natural barrier of the Yangtze River leveled the playing field between the two vastly disparate forces. Lu Xie dispatched numerous scouts and spies, sparing no expense, utilizing rapid communication to relay messages over 800 li daily. Fortunately, he had prepared for this day for several years, establishing several covert relay stations along the way. He managed to update intelligence every 3 days, though daily updates were a mere fantasy. For that era, this was an extraordinary feat. Cao Cao's official channels could take weeks to reach Xuchang. On the eve of battle, Su Shu found an excuse to lead troops to Yongzhou to keep an eye on Matang, which aligned with Cao Cao's intentions, as he harbored significant reservations regarding Matang and Han Sui. The cavalry of Shiliang was not to be underestimated. The psychological scars left by Dong Zhuo had yet to fully heal. Su Shu's proactive request to serve pleased Cao Cao immensely. Having this great talent back in his fold was a stroke of fortune. 10 days later, a veiled Su Shu made a clandestine appearance in the palace of Xuchang. "Your humble servant greets His Majesty." Su Shu bowed deeply. Observing the emperor before him, a flicker of hope ignited within him. This young man was not the debauched, emaciated figure the world portrayed. Rather, he was robust and charismatic, with penetrating eyes that seemed to see into the depths of one's soul. How could such a person willingly submit to the likes of Cao Cao? Lu Xie stepped forward, assisting Su Shu to his feet. The strength of his grip surprised Su Shu, revealing that the emperor was no ordinary man. As a wandering hero, he was sensitive to power. "Yuan Ji, I have awaited your arrival for long," Lu Xie spoke earnestly. It was not that he lacked desire for talent, but rather that he had been unable to acquire it. Only Su Shu held such potential. "Your Majesty, how shall we commence and conclude this endeavor?" Su Shu inquired directly, not mincing words, aware that time was of the essence. "Does Yuan Ji also believe that Cao Cao is destined for defeat in this battle?" Lu Xie remarked, "Indeed, Jiangdong will undoubtedly employ fire attacks, as the northern troops are not adept at naval warfare. This battle is destined for failure," Su Shu asserted resolutely. "If that is the case, then our chances of success are assured." Lu Xie continued, "Yuan Ji is the final piece of my puzzle. Now, everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the east wind." Su Shu was taken aback. The phrase, "everything is in readiness, save for the east wind." Isn't that a strategy against Cao Cao? He had not anticipated that the emperor's casual remark would highlight the core elements of the imminent battle of Chibi. "Your Majesty, you possess remarkable talent. What is our trump card?" Su Shu, being newly inducted, was unaware of the extent of Lu Xie's preparations and the likelihood of victory. "Yong and Liang provinces are firmly under my control, with Matang and Han Sui ready to obey orders. I command an elite infantry of 100,000 and cavalry of 50,000. The plans for Tongguan are well underway. Hanzhong is within reach, and numerous generals from Shu are coming to our side. Yuan Ji believes we are capable of engaging in battle, do you not?" Lu Xie briefly outlined his strategic position before inquiring further. Su Shu gasped, realizing that achieving such a position amidst Cao Cao's influence was an extraordinary feat, one he felt incapable of accomplishing himself. "Your Majesty, with such strength, self-preservation is entirely feasible. However, to restore the Han dynasty to its former glory, we require an advantage of at least tenfold. How do you plan for the future?" Su Shu asked, his tone measured. Lu Xie, guiding Su Shu to a wall concealed by white silk, pulled back the fabric to reveal a world map. Indeed, a modern rendition of the world. "This is the world in which we currently reside," Lu Xie stated, tapping the map with a bamboo rod. Su Shu, confused, did not comprehend Lu Xie's intentions. "And these," Lu Xie continued, "are the territories our major factions are vying for," as he circled a small area on the map. Tapping it again, the center of the map bore the words Da Han in small letters. "What? So small?" Su Shu exclaimed, astonished that these vast and perilous regions, which took days to traverse, appeared so diminutive on the map. "Your Majesty, where did this map originate? Is it authentic?" Su Shu questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Lu Xie did not directly respond but instead circled the entire map again and tapped it, saying, "These are lands inhabited by countless humans, while the remaining areas are vast oceans. The ratio of land to sea is approximately 3 to 7. The territory of the Han dynasty constitutes about 1/20th of the total land area. Why then do we engage in such bloody conflicts within this minuscule domain? Your Majesty, though I may be simple-minded, I can surmise that many regions depicted on this map may be uninhabited or unsuitable for human habitation." Su Shu replied. Lu Xie nodded, acknowledging Su Shu's wisdom. "Indeed, but even the habitable regions account for less than 1/10 of the total. Thus the world is vast, and we must alter our perspective," Lu Xie elaborated. Chapter 44. "A broader vision, please enlighten me, Your Majesty," Su Shu implored, bowing respectfully. "In our world, people are categorized by ethnicity. To the west, there are those with fair skin and blue eyes. Further still, those with darker skin inhabit the southern regions, while the people below us resemble us, albeit with a darker complexion." Lu Xie indicated various sections of the map with his bamboo rod, explaining, "We Han are simply the Han ethnicity. What I seek is not dominion over a city or a territory, but to enable our people to take root and flourish across every corner of this map, allowing Han culture to permeate the world. Our aim should be to conquer lands beyond the Han, rather than engaging in internecine strife within this confined space, depleting our vital forces. Su Shu, upon hearing this, felt increasingly perplexed. But your majesty, how can you unify the realm when the Han itself remains divided? And what concern is it of ours how others live? Why should we care who they are? It would be more prudent to first consolidate the Han. Lucia perceived Su Shu's confusion and explained, I do not concern myself with the magnitude of my power. How long can one person's life endure? How many can wield power across generations? The turmoil of the world stems from the inability to control the power bestowed by our ancestors. What I value is the welfare of the Han people, all the common folk. Our Han dynasty has endured for centuries, tracing back a millennium to the Xia, Shang, Zhou, through the spring and autumn period, and the warring states, culminating in the formidable Qin. What do we see across these dynasties? A cycle of misery for the common folk, epitomized by the phrase, in prosperity, the people suffer. In demise, the people suffer. Hence, I aspire to emulate the Zhou Son of Heaven, to partition the realm among feudal lords, ensuring that the entire world falls under our kin's governance. The world I speak of is not the one visible to our current eyes, but rather the world depicted on this map, wherein I shall be merely a nominal emperor. After Lu Xie concluded, he fixed his gaze upon Su Shu. Do you now understand? The shock Su Shu experienced today was perhaps unparalleled in his lifetime. As he struggled to digest Lu Xie's revelations, he had believed that aiding the emperor in revitalizing the Han dynasty was his ultimate goal and had been devising ways to subdue Cao Cao and Sun Quan. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the emperor's ambitions extended to liberating all humanity. He had never encountered a ruler indifferent to power. The shift in perspective left him bewildered. How could he, a self-proclaimed wanderer of the world, suddenly feel like a frog at the bottom of a well? Was it possible that a leaderless multitude signified prosperity? Yet, the current state of affairs was clearly not conducive to such a notion. Is your majesty serious? Su Shu queried uncertainly. What is amiss? Lu Xie reciprocated with curiosity, pondering whether his previous statements had been unclear. Do you truly believe that the size of a land correlates to its potential yield? One must first assess their own capabilities. Are you merely casting aspirations into the void? Your majesty, this desire may prove more challenging than defeating 10 Cao Caos. When might it ever come to fruition? Su Shu, being a man of intelligence, could not be easily swayed by mere rhetoric. He quickly grasped the implications but maintained a courteous demeanor befitting the emperor. Otherwise, with his free-spirited nature, he might have expressed his dissent rather bluntly. Moreover, your majesty, have you considered that only through unification can your aspirations be realized? Otherwise, how can the lords heed your commands? Even if they appear obedient, they may act contrary behind your back, with multiple constraints at play. How can any endeavor succeed? Su Shu reiterated, on the surface, that may seem accurate, yet once the central plains erupt into conflict, when shall it cease? How many lives will be lost? It is a challenging scenario to control. Even if victorious, the aftermath may leave us with empty households and diminished fighting strength. How long must we recuperate? A person's lifespan is but a fleeting moment. In this incessant struggle, do not the Han people perish in vain? It is a vicious cycle, one we cannot escape. Only by allowing the wisdom of our Han people to flourish across the globe can we attain true rebirth and reach a different echelon. Lu Xie articulated. Seeing Su Shu's unwavering gaze upon him, he hastily concluded, let us take a few days to contemplate. Step by step at it is acceptable if we cannot fathom everything right away. For now, our priority is to establish our independence. With that, Lu Xie ended the conversation. This vision was indeed far-reaching. Even someone as astute as Su Shu, constrained by the limitations of history, could not grasp that the occupation of a nation need not solely rely on warfare, but could also be achieved through economic and cultural means. This was Lu Xie's true aspiration. Su Shu had somewhat discerned Lu Xie's intentions. A leaderless multitude signifies prosperity. Lu Xie genuinely desired to usher in the light of freedom and democracy, commencing from the upper echelons and cascading downwards, potentially leading to a resplendent civilization a millennium hence, rather than merely proclaiming 5,000 years of civilization, which had seen little variation. Though Su Shu did not fully embrace Lu Xie's grand vision, He found himself unable to sleep upon returning to his quarters. The impact of the map he had encountered in the palace was unprecedented, leaving him with countless questions. He marveled at the vastness of the world. The realm he and others perceived as the world was, in fact, quite small. How did the emperor come to possess such knowledge? Why did he feel a sense of authenticity in the emperor's words? What made him believe the emperor was not deceiving him? How could a young emperor possess such peculiar insights? Did Liu Xie truly aspire to rule the world? That seemed far-fetched. He had cast a grand vision, crafting a superlative blueprint, undoubtedly with his own motives. One thing was clear. Liu Xie did not desire endless internal conflict, for the casualties would only be his fellow countrymen. He differed from the people of his era, holding a greater respect for human life. In the discourse of this era, the term common folk typically referred to those with some measure of influence, while Liu Xie's true conception of the common people encompassed those whom the majority of bureaucrats and aristocrats regarded as mere numbers, tools of production. Yet, Liu Xie aspired to something beyond that. He envisioned a future where the wisdom of the Han people flourished throughout the world. With newfound clarity, Su Shu began to formulate a different perspective. Why must the three kingdoms be eradicated? This vibrant era, teeming with exceptional talent, could surely be sustained. A nominal unification could be established, allowing future generations to adopt a one country, two systems approach, gradually progressing towards unity. Preserving the three kingdoms might yield a distinct brilliance. By mediating from a central position, conflicts could be averted, thus preventing the recurrence of events like the Five Hu's chaos during the Han Dynasty. The spring and autumn, as well as Warring States periods, were replete with rich cultural legacies that could not be compared to the unified dynasties of later centuries, which had been caught in a repetitive cycle for millennia. What did this signify? Human beings are destined to engage in competition. As long as the Han population does not dwindle, there remains hope for us to paint our future upon the world map. After all, we are but a mere fraction of what we could be. Historical records indicate that we number around 10 million, perhaps even fewer. It is not an excess of humanity that renders us incapable of sustenance, but rather the antiquated methods of production and inadequate tools at our disposal. There is an abundance of untamed land. If we could cultivate it all, even a tenfold increase in population would pose no issue. However, if one lacks the ambition to revive the Han Dynasty and unify the nation, the advisors and ministers beneath them will undoubtedly struggle to comprehend such an action, leading to disarray and a potential defection to other lords who promise prosperity. Everyone yearns for a grand, unified nation. It is visually and audibly satisfying, feeding our vanity, as for the plight of the common folk, that is hardly within their sphere of concern. Thus, Liu Xie seeks to present these wise and ambitious subordinates with a vision of a larger future, one that they may never fully consume. Have we forgotten how the Mongols reached Europe after generations of effort, relying solely on cavalry? In those times, there were no airplanes. Transportation was on foot, and communication was through shouts. Moreover, the armies of the Han are predominantly infantry with scant cavalry. Let alone engaging in battle, we cannot even march effectively. It took Cao Cao several years to pacify the four northern provinces. Liu Xie, having traversed time, understands that talent stems from population. At this critical juncture, for our nation to flourish, we require a substantial populace, individuals who share common thoughts, read the same texts, and possess aligned values. As for Confucian ideals, natural sciences, and matters of coordination, are these truly pressing concerns? With him as our guiding force, aren't such issues resolvable in moments? Otherwise, what is the purpose of this time travel? Liu Xie cares not how many nations exist. In fact, the more, the better. As long as they are established by the Han and guided by Han culture, that is sufficient. The following day, Su Shu arrived, bearing the weight of two prominent dark circles beneath his eyes, a clear sign of his restless night. Your Majesty, I have pondered throughout the night, and with my limited intellect, I fear that fulfilling your aspirations is a lifelong impossibility. I humbly request that you seek out a more capable individual. Su Shu had come to tender his resignation. He felt that while he could barely contend with Cao Cao, aiding the emperor in ruling the world was beyond his capabilities. Liu Xie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his grand vision would frighten away his strategist. This was counterproductive, a miscalculation indeed. Yuan Ji, how can you underestimate your worth? To have you, Yuan Ji, is akin to a fish returning to water or a tiger soaring through the skies. Can the endeavor of ruling the world be accomplished in a single day? It is a pursuit for generations to come. Lu Xie hastily encouraged him. Boasting without foundation is not the way forward. If this strategist were to abandon us, it would leave the vast expanse of the three kingdoms in dire straits. With no one to fill his shoes, Yuan Ji, let us set aside the distant ambitions for now and focus on the immediate. Should Cao Cao suffer defeat, he will inevitably retreat. How shall we defend Tongguan? Lu Xie inquired. Su Shu finally felt grounded again. He had experience in confronting Cao Cao. He quickly shared his plans with Lu Xie. This time, Lu Xie granted him 50,000 elite infantry and 20,000 cavalry. In addition to the 2,000 Shiliang cavalry led by Ma Chao, who would stand ready to assist, Su Shu brimmed with confidence, daring to sign a military pledge. Lu Xie felt a sense of reassurance and appointed Su Shu as the military strategist, commanding the three armies to temporarily station at Tongguan in preparation for resisting Cao Cao's counterattack. On the side of Xuchang, matters were nearly settled. The palace guards were now under the control of Sun Shao. Qin Lang and He Yin, three young men aged 17 or 18, all trained diligently by Lu Xie to possess significant martial prowess, especially Sun Shao, whose inherited skills had reached the first-tier threshold, maintaining the honor of the Jiangdong overlord. For many years, the Tiger Bin army had undergone rigorous training under Gao Shun, with constant troop replacements, and had hidden its soldiers among the populace, amassing around 3,000 in number over the past 7 to 8 years. The four major merchant houses had secretly concealed an additional 2 to 3,000 elite troops. The majority of the forces were under the direct command of Sun Yu, with 6,000 troops openly assembled. Totaling over 10,000 in strength, Lu Xie had little to fear now. He merely awaited news of Cao Cao's defeat. Chapter 45. The old tales of Wanqing knowing the outcome yet still enduring the agony of waiting was a tense experience. It was akin to watching a replay of a match, fully aware that the score was 3-0, yet still feeling anxious until the goals were actually witnessed. Furthermore, from this point onward, the unfolding events would diverge from what he had anticipated. The unknown breeds fear, while ignorance fosters bravery. Yet this step must be taken. Otherwise, the opportunity to enjoy life slowly would vanish. Although Lu Xie did not detest this caged existence, having traversed time and experienced all that he wished to see and enjoy, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, playing mahjong and engaging in doujiju, lifestyle pursuits he had longed for in his past life, he felt it was no longer solely about himself. As a father now, he could not allow his family to be like livestock, dependent on others for sustenance, only to be rendered helpless when the time came for slaughter. That would be disastrous. Finally, word arrived. Cao Cao suffered a devastating defeat at Chibi, with hundreds of thousands of troops reduced to ashes, and only he emerged in disgrace. Lu Xie received the news through secret channels. With a grand gesture, he sent his family through the underground passage first, while he led the Tiger Bin army to seal the city, taking measures that mirrored those once executed by Dong Zhuo. However, he was no ruthless modern individual. There were still some ministers willing to accompany him, all cultured individuals of great value. In the Sima family estate. Are you truly leaving? Lady Bian asked, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Since her association with Lu Xie and her understanding of the true man behind the title, she had anticipated this day. Yet, when it arrived, it brought sadness. Lu Xie merely smiled. What is there to be sad about? I am not here to bid farewell. Not only am I departing, but you shall accompany me as well. I cannot leave my woman behind. Come with me. We have been husband and wife for years. Why waste our lives for mere titles? What? Such words will drive Mengda mad. Can you withstand his wrath? Lady Bian questioned, puzzled, for she was a woman of intelligence. Tio Cao Cao, her symbolic role bore significant weight as his lawful wife. Pizzi must go as well, along with other members of the Cao clan. Lu Xie replied with a smile. Are you planning to abduct them? Lady Bian gasped, terrified at the thought of her son departing. As he was destined to inherit Cao Cao's legacy, do not worry. I need to use them to negotiate terms with Cao Cao. Naturally, no harm will come to them, Lu Xie assured her. Lady Bian fell silent, recognizing her inability to alter the course of these significant events. While Cao Cao continued to flee in all directions, Xuchang underwent a transformation, with Han officials and aristocrats willing to follow Lu Xie beginning to relocate. Lu Xie merely coerced the entire Cao family while sparing the associates of his trusted aides. To his surprise, the Zhangxiu family, who had surrendered to Cao Cao, expressed their willingness to accompany Lu Xie. eager to follow the emperor and break free from Cao Cao's grasp. Lu Xie was perplexed. Last year, Zhang Xiu had fought valiantly for Cao Cao in the northern campaigns. Although he had passed away, under Cao Cao's character, the Zhang family should not have been distressed. Hadn't Zhang Xiu arranged for his daughter to marry Cao Cao's son? And now they wished to return to the northwest with him? What was the meaning of this? Wang Shi, I wish to know the reason, Lu Xie inquired of Wang Yu. Zhang Xiu still held some influence. Though he was deceased, many elite troops from Liangzhou remained. If this were a nail in Lu Xie's plans, it could pose future complications. Half an hour later, a senior steward from the Zhang family arrived. What is your purpose in this? Lu Xie asked directly, observing the kneeling figure before him. Your Majesty, we have no choice but to act thus. Although Prime Minister Chao is magnanimous, his relatives are always looking for trouble. When the Lord was present, they would relent slightly. But now that the Zhang household is without a leader, they have grown bolder, replied the old steward, who had served the Zhang family his entire life. Having heard that our families are now connected by marriage. How can I trust you? Lu Xie queried. Your Majesty, my lady has not yet entered the household, and furthermore, my wife has a letter of introduction for you. The old steward responded. Oh? What is it? Lu Xie asked. Intrigued. Your Majesty, pardon me. My lady forbids me from speaking. Should your Majesty wish, she will personally explain, the old steward replied. Engaging in schemes. This truly has the flavor of the three kingdoms, Lu Xie remarked. Very well. Let her come. I am indeed curious to see what she brings, he stated. The lady is waiting outside. Does your Majesty wish to see her now? The old steward asked. Oh? Ha ha, let her in, Lu Xie commanded. Before long, Wang Yu led in a woman veiled in a scarf, her graceful figure gliding toward Lu Xie, where she knelt and bowed. With her head bowed low, her form was accentuated, revealing the silk-clad curves of her body. Taut from her posture, Lu Xie could not help but swallow hard. Your servant, Zhou Jing, pays her respects to your Majesty. The woman's soft voice seemed imbued with an irresistible allure. Zhou? Zhou who? Are you Zhang Xiu's aunt? Lady Zhou? Lu Xie was taken aback, exclaiming, Your Majesty, there is an underlying story. May I inquire if your Majesty is willing to listen? The woman continued, Oh? Then do share promptly, and might you lower your veil so that I may behold your true visage? Lu Xie was indeed somewhat curious. A woman who could compel Cao Cao to sacrifice troops, and even his own son for a single night of passion, must possess extraordinary beauty. He had initially thought she perished amidst the chaos of battle, yet here she stood, quite well. Who wouldn't be intrigued by such a fantastical tale? Were it not for the pressing time, he would have wished to fetch a stool and some seeds to enjoy the narrative. Would your Majesty kindly dismiss those present? The matter is rather convoluted, Lady Zhou stated. Lu Xie was about to gesture for dismissal, but noticed Wang Yu shaking his head, concern etched upon his face. With a composed smile, Lu Xie reassured himself that he had nearly reached the threshold of an elite warrior, having also learned the art of assassination from Wang Yu. What was there to fear? Even if she were Nie Yang in the flesh, what could he possibly dread? He decisively waved his hand, instructing the attendants to withdraw. Please rise and share your tale. I too wish to hear the story within. Lu Xie said. Lady Zhou stood up and gradually removed her face veil, revealing an exquisite countenance before Lu Xie. This was a strikingly sensual woman, astonishing him with her allure. Could there truly exist such a captivating beauty in the world? However, upon noticing Lady Zhou's puzzled expression, he hastily restrained his thoughts. I was originally the wife of Zhang Xiu. My husband had surrendered to Cao Cao, but one day, he was abducted by Cao Cao's nephew on the streets and taken to the military camp outside the city, where he was presented to Cao Cao and dishonored. Upon learning of this, my husband, Zhang Xiu, was filled with righteous fury and led his army into the camp, nearly slaying the traitor Cao, Lady Zhou narrated. But outside rumors suggest that Cao Cao coveted the wife of Zhang Ji, the Zhou family. Why such a disparity? Lu Xie queried, somewhat bewildered. That is a fabrication concocted by the treacherous Cao. He dared not reveal the truth to the world. He shifted the blame for his defeat onto my husband, rendering him a treacherous renegade, while he himself appeared as a magnanimous gentleman. Lady Zhou continued to elucidate, it is somewhat in line with Chao's character. After all, is it not said that history is written by the victors, who would willingly disclose their own shortcomings? If others were to learn that he coerced the wives of his subordinate generals, leading to their betrayal, would he not be mocked? Furthermore, Cao Cao's subsequent leniency towards Zhang Xiu, given his temperament after suffering such a great loss, would he ever let Zhang Xiu off the hook? It is likely that he felt guilty for his misdeeds. Lu Xia contemplated building a psychological framework for himself. If such humiliation was endured, why then did Zhang Xiu later choose to submit to Cao? Lu Xia questioned, perplexed as to why he would ally himself with the one who had wronged him. During that battle, the elite forces of Shiliang suffered significant losses, and Liu Biao would not tolerate my husband. For the sake of his clan's interests, Zhang Xiu had no choice but to align with Cao Cao. Primarily due to the influence of Jia Su, whose words carried considerable weight, second only to my husband, Zhang Xiu.it was an unavoidable circumstance. Lady Zhou explained, I said so. What token of loyalty do you bring as you wish to accompany me? Lu Xia inquired. My daughter, whose beauty is unparalleled, was destined to wed Cao Cao's son as a means of safeguarding our family. Now, I present her to serve your majesty in the palace. Would that be acceptable? Lady Zhou proposed. Lu Xia inhaled sharply, taken aback by the mother's seemingly ruthless disposition. Observing Lu Xia's silence as he gazed at her, Lady Zhou added, moreover, there are 3,000 remnants of Shiliang soldiers outside the city, the last bastion of the Zhang family, all of whom shall be offered to your majesty. Lu Xia understood that these soldiers, especially those from distinguished military families, were certainly not the remnants she described, but rather the elite among the elite. As Lady Zhou noticed Lu Xia's flickering gaze, her understanding deepened. She recognized that look, having seen it in Cao Cao's eyes before. In truth, Lady Zhou was not of advanced age. She had married Zhang Xiu in her teens and was now just over 30. Since the incident in Wanqing, Zhang Xiu's attitude towards her had grown cold, and for over a decade, he had not entered her chamber until his demise in the outside world. The sovereign before her, with his youthful vigor and striking stature, was indeed a prime choice. If your majesty finds me lacking, then should you not disdain my humble appearance, I may also offer myself as a companion. Lady Zhou whispered, her voice laced with an irresistible allure. Am I to think that you cannot contain your impatience? What do you take me for? Lu Xia intended to refuse, yet for reasons unknown. The words caught in his throat as if a force were restraining him. Ultimately, he merely swallowed hard. Gazing at her figure, poised to reveal itself, Lu Xia felt parched, realizing that the world had misunderstood Cao Cao. Any man would be prone to such errors. Seeing Lu Xia's indecisive expression, Lady Zhou approached him, murmuring, Does your majesty also find me displeasing? Her tone was soft yet imbued with a hint of melancholy. I find nothing of the sort. Regardless of my tarnished reputation, I might as well embrace it fully, Lu Xia resolved, bending to lift Lady Zhou and carry her towards the couch. Outside, Wang Yu heard the commotion within and shook his head in resignation. The young master was admirable in every regard, save for his overwhelming lust, having just lamented the lack of time. Now, he seemed to disregard everything entirely. Chapter 46. A shocking day for the realm with the allegiance of the Zhang family. Lu Xia's forces were bolstered. The following day, the Zhang family presented Zhang Xiu's daughter to the palace. When Lu Xia beheld the girl, who towered even above him, he was genuinely startled. Having trained for years to reach a height of nearly 6 feet, she surpassed him. If one were to gauge Cao Cao's sons by his stature, they would surely be even taller. Given the aesthetic preferences of the era, they would dare to marry such a figure. Upon discerning her features, Lu Xia nearly stumbled, astonished to find yet another goddess before him. Little Zeline, both sharing the surname Zhang, was this mere coincidence? It stirred an uncontainable yearning within him, rekindling his old afflictions. The gentle and caring young Zhang was quite willing to embrace the changes in her marital fate. Who would care for the short and stout boy when she could marry the dashing emperor? Lu Xia found himself unexpectedly gratified to have received 2 perfect tins, marveling at the extraordinary fortune of his yellow dragon undergarments. Those who traverse time are indeed the chosen ones. Originally, Lu Xia had planned to send his family away first, yearning for a solitary experience of the military life, to revel in the thrill of battle. After all, who would not desire to soar freely for a brief moment? Yet now, his entourage had expanded to include 3 beautiful maidens, transforming his once martial journey into a lavish and decadent spectacle akin to the tales of Jin Ping Mei. Lu Xie shook his head in lamentation, recognizing the unpredictability of fate. The heavens do not always align with human desires. With a multitude of families in tow, they marched through Tongguan, heading towards Chang'an. Su Shu accompanied them to Tongguan, but Lu Xie chose to remain behind. He wished to share heartfelt words with Cao Cao, a man he deeply respected, despite his cautious demeanor towards him, for he had provided him with a life of comfort. Thus, expressing his gratitude was only fitting, and genuinely so. The upheaval in Xuchang sent shockwaves throughout the realm, particularly affecting Cao Cao, who spat blood and fell from his horse. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an excruciating headache. His anger boiled. That young pup had outsmarted him, biting him at a critical moment, and what of Sun Yu? Hadn't he treated him well? How could he betray him so? Disregarding his ailments, Cao Cao galloped tirelessly towards Xuchang with his troops. In truth, the surface changes in Xuchang were minimal. The buildings stood intact, having endured little bloodshed. Aside from his own prime minister's residence and the royal palace now being vacant, along with a few remnants of the Han dynasty's loyalists, everything else remained unchanged. The only point of anguish for Cao Cao was the emptying of his workshops, as Lu Xie had taken every craftsman with him. Gazing at the desolate prime minister's residence, Cao Cao felt darkness closing in. His wife and children had been abducted. Fortunately, he still had a home in Yi City and several children. Otherwise, he would have been completely undone by the young emperor's machinations. Gather the troops, pursue them to Chang'an. I shall have that young pup torn to shreds, Cao Cao commanded, his anger reaching a boiling point. What was once a narrative belonging to Lu Huangshu had now fallen squarely upon Cao Cao's shoulders. One advised Cao Cao to provoke trouble at this juncture, as it would be tantamount to courting death. Similarly, this news spread like wildfire among the various warlords, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the little emperor, once the subject of ridicule for his prominent brows and large eyes, would turn out to be so cunning? He played the role of a pig to eat the tiger, leaving Cao Cao in a predicament. What a gratifying turn of events it was! Cao Cao had defeated Yuan Shao and unified the north. His power unmatched and unassailable. In this time of universal trepidation, a turning point emerged. The emperor declared independence, securing Tongguan and partitioning the provinces of Yong and Liang, effectively slicing a substantial portion from Cao Cao's influence. This brought immense relief to the smaller factions. For instance, Zhang Lu exhaled in relief, finally distancing himself from that formidable menace in haste. Cao Cao gathered a massive army of 100,000 and marched grandly towards Tongguan. Seething with indignation, without wasting words, he launched an assault on the city. Yet after 3 days of relentless attacks, Tongguan stood firm, and his own side suffered grievous losses. Gradually, Cao Cao regained his composure. After a day's respite, news arrived that Emperor Lu Xie wished to meet with the chancellor for a discussion. Chun Yu, Jia Su, and others hastily advised Cao Cao against acquiescing, suspecting treachery. Treachery? Am I to fear that young whelp? Cao Cao, a man of unparalleled ambition, possessed a stature beyond that of these minor players. Approaching the front lines, he beheld a young man on a white steed, clad in silk garments without armor, his hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. And devoid of any weaponry, he emanated an inexplicable air of nonchalance and grace. Cao Cao was taken aback. This young emperor, having risen to power, now bore a regal presence. He raised a hand to halt the approaching soldiers who were set to protect him, and, armed only with a long sword at his waist, rode forth to meet Lu Xie. Bowing slightly, he said, "Your humble servant pays his respects to the emperor. I am unable to offer full courtesies in armor. I hope for your understanding. In armor?" Coming in simple attire and not wishing to proffer a proper bow was rather audacious, Lu Xie thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Chancellor, I summoned you today to discuss certain matters. Your Majesty, might you consider releasing my family member first before we delve into other discussions?" Cao Cao's eyes glimmered with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lu Xie, attempting to suppress him with sheer will. Yet the situation did not unfold as he wished. "Your family member is unharmed. There is no need for concern. In due time, they will be returned. Do you have the inclination to hear my words?" Lu Xie maintained a calm smile, his demeanor further igniting Cao Cao's ire. To be scorned by a mere child was infuriating. "Speak, Your Majesty," Cao Cao said, though he was seething inside. Yet he maintained his noble demeanor. I wish to confer titles upon you, recognizing the territories you currently occupy as your fiefdom. How does that sound? Lu Xie proposed. Cao Cao's heart leaped with uncontainable excitement. What had he labored for throughout his life if not for status? The dreams of expanding the Han borders he had cherished in his youth seemed but a distant memory. However, he quickly regained his composure. What are the conditions? He inquired, aware that there must be further stipulations. I require the provinces of Yong and Liang. From that point onward, I shall emulate the Zhou Son of Heaven, granting autonomy to you warlords and acknowledging your status. Should you agree, I will proclaim it to the world. Lu Xie declared. Cao Cao wrestled with conflicting emotions. Having just suffered defeat at Chibi, his ambitions toward Jiangdong were now unattainable. The 3-day siege of Tongguan had revealed Lu Xie's forces to be exceptionally well-trained, and conquering them would entail a protracted struggle. If he suffered excessive attrition, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If Lu Xie truly acted as he claimed, allowing warlords their freedom, it could serve as a pragmatic solution. After much contemplation, he sighed deeply. This young emperor was astute in seizing opportunities. How had he failed to recognize his abilities until now? Very well, but I shall grant you a decade. After 10 years, we shall see if you can maintain control over Yong and Liang. Cao Cao replied, Haha, the Chancellor is indeed a man of great ambition and fortitude. In truth, I greatly admire having such a capable minister like Cao Gong managing affairs. However, the current turmoil has led you, the capable ones, to forget your original intentions, Lu Xie remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Your Majesty is overly suspicious. I have diligently served you, sweeping away threats to your realm. Yet you ponder how to ensnare me in injustice. I must contend with external threats while guarding against internal dangers. How exhausting it is, Cao Cao retorted, brushing his sleeve in irritation. Of course I understand. You, Chancellor Cao, possess some sincerity, but what of your offspring? They lack your caliber and will only cling to their ancestors' glory to seek their own gain. When that time comes, where will I stand? How will my descendants survive? Lu Xie expressed, alluding to the fate that awaited him in the tales of old. Cao Cao found himself momentarily speechless. He too harbored concerns for his progeny, but the timing had simply been unpropitious. Furthermore, Chancellor, do you not perceive that you stand before me with any sense of reverence? Very well. Since you have promised a decade, let us part ways for now. Soon, I shall bestow upon you the title of Duke of Wei. Your family will return unharmed. Lu Xie bowed to Cao Cao, marking the first time he had paid his respects to him as an opponent. The next day, Cao Cao withdrew his forces. Following Lu Xie's maneuvering, Su Du would henceforth be known as Xuchang. And situated too close to Tongguan, lacking depth, it was now unsuitable as his stronghold. That young whelp was indeed pulling the rug out from under me, Cao Cao mused, fortunate that Yuan Shao, his good brother, had left him some inheritance. Subsequently, Chancellor Cao declared Yi City as his new base of operations and orchestrated a comprehensive relocation of his entire faction. A month later, Lu Xie issued an edict from Chang'an, conferring the title of Duke of Wei upon Cao Cao, relieving him of his chancellorship, and elevating him to the rank of Grand Tutor, placing him among the 3 dukes. He established a court and designated territories in Yu, Qing, Ji, Yu, Bing, and Yin, notably excluding the regions still under his control. Cao Cao expressed his gratitude in a formal report, choosing not to highlight this detail, for he intended to settle the score once he had recovered his strength. Soon after, his wives and children were returned safely, yet his primary wife, Lady Bian, was absent due to a grave illness that prevented her from traveling. She remained in Chang'an for treatment. Thus, Cao Cao never saw her again in this lifetime. Had they reached a mutual compromise? Was this why there would be no conflict? Cao Cao had surprisingly chosen to endure and show restraint. The warlords across the land were left astonished by this series of maneuvers. Chapter 47. A new era. Months swiftly passed. While all marveled at Lu Xie's timing and Cao Cao's forbearance, within the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an, Lu Xie's core team had gathered for a meeting. A year prior, Zhong Yao had concocted an excuse to commence renovations on the old palace, which he reported to Cao Cao as minor repairs, yet in reality, it involved significant undertakings. Thanks to the support of 4 prominent merchants and influential families, the palace restoration was quite comprehensive, especially considering the number of Lu Xie's youthful concubines, with the potential for more in the future remaining uncertain. However, prior to the renovations, Lu Xie had instructed that the concubines' quarters be suitably downsized. with reduced specifications yet increased quantity. This approach was not solely for financial reasons, but also to avoid the inconvenience of distant travels for a wife.as for ensuring that each household had its own scenic views. That was deemed unnecessary. Wasn't there a royal garden for leisurely strolls? Once wealth was acquired, he also contemplated modernizing the palace, such as installing bathrooms. But those were matters for a later time. For now, his priority was to govern his territory effectively. What is the most crucial aspect of a nation? Certainly, it is through meticulous organization that one can ensure the right individuals are placed in the appropriate positions, allowing them to engage in their pursuits with peace of mind, while the nation thrives. This moment is eagerly anticipated by those who have fought for dominion, commonly referred to as dividing the cake. Prior to this, Liu Xie proclaimed his new era title, Huaxia, declaring this year as the first year of Huaxia. This title, chosen personally by Liu Xie, dismissed all the suggestions put forth by his ministers, leaving them perplexed. However, as the emperor, he is entitled to his own designation and should derive joy from it. The list of officials was swiftly compiled, and significant rewards were bestowed upon key personnel. Sun Yu supplanted Cao Cao and was appointed as chancellor, while Ma Teng was designated as Grand Commandant or Decicom. This old rascal, if not properly managed, could unleash his countless iron cavalry and formidable generals. Kong Rong was appointed as the Minister of Justice, and he now felt that Liu Xie might have saved his life. Subsequently, the position of Grand Minister of Ceremonies was allocated to Liu Zhang, a decision reached in consultation with Sun Yu and others. Liu Bei was to be given control of Shu, while Han Zhong was to be reclaimed with Zhong Yao slated as the governor. Wei Ji became the Minister of Agriculture, with Shi Tao as his deputy, while Bu Jiao also rose to prominence. Meng Jian was appointed as the governor of Liangzhou, having been invited by Shi Tao and Jiang Wan. Liu Xie recognized his exceptional talent and entrusted him with significant responsibilities. Jiang Wan became the prefect of Jingzhou, highly regarded by Liu Xie for his composure despite his youth, making him the prime candidate to succeed Sun Yu. Zhang Zhongjing was appointed as the chief physician, with Hua Tuo as his assistant. They were likely more interested in their medical research than in administrative duties. Tian Yu was also appointed as the head of the newly established Hatao Development Zone, designated as the Hatao governor, symbolizing his future ambition to reclaim the entire Hatao region. In terms of military talent, many capable individuals emerged. Gao Shun became the Grand General of the Imperial Guard, a fitting acknowledgement of his diligent service to Liu Xie over the past decade. Su Shu, for his contributions against Chao, was appointed as the Grand General of National Defense. Zhao Yun was designated as the General for Eastern Conquests, while Ma Chao served as the General for Western Conquests and Hua Jun as the General for Southern Defense. Liu Xie's several adopted sons were also elevated to the rank of fourth-rank commanders, with prospects for gradual promotion. Additionally, Ma Dai, Pang De, and Yin Xing were all granted third-rank general titles. The rewards were met with satisfaction. No one who had previously joined him was overlooked, and those of higher rank were also bestowed noble titles, though the specifics were not enumerated. After the court session, Liu Xie retained Sun Yu, Zhong Yao, Ma Teng, and Su Shu to deliberate on significant matters. Your Majesty, do you intend for Liu Bei to take over Shu? Su Shu inquired. Liu Bei is a formidable figure in his own right, no less than Cao Cao. He currently possesses a considerable territory in Jingxiang. If he refuses to relinquish it, we may find ourselves in a precarious position in the future. Su Shu expressed, and the others nodded in agreement. It matters not. Having talent is advantageous. If Liu Zhang were not incompetent, why would I need to replace him? Liu Xie replied. Your Majesty, what leads you to be so optimistic about taking Han Zhong? Ma Teng asked. Zhang Lu is an ambitious individual, relying on a heretical sect for support. I have dispatched individuals to establish a new sect, the White Lotus cult, to challenge him. So far, the results have been promising. Militarily, when Liu Zhang's generals Zhang Rin, Wu Yi, and Li Yin launch an assault from Shu, and Ma Chao's forces attack from Yongliang, we will have them encircled, Liu Xie responded with ease. Su Shu nodded, impressed by the emperor's sagacity. However, regarding the situation in eastern Wu, following the Battle of Red Cliffs, their momentum is formidable, and they have driven Chao's forces into retreat. How can they be persuaded to relinquish Nanyang? I find it perplexing, Su Shu remarked, expressing his confusion over Liu Xie's proposal to claim Nanyang. Liu Xie smiled enigmatically, pondering that Su Shu had not grasped the deeper implications of his strategy. Relinquishing Nanyang was merely a portion of a larger plan. Presently, that territory was under Liu Bei's control, but Liu Xie possessed a certain leverage that would compel Sun Quan to concede. Furthermore, it could be viewed as a mutually beneficial exchange, as Liu Xie was prepared to allocate a portion of Jiaozhou to Sun Quan, allowing Shi Xie to advance southward, thereby providing Liu Xie with additional leverage. As Sun Yu elucidated. How could Shi Xie possibly agree? Ma Tang questioned. What need is there for his consent? Your Majesty intends to plant a seed of discord between them. After all, Shi Xie has contributed nothing to the Han dynasty, Su Shu interjected. Now understanding the emperor's intentions, Mei Ting nodded, somewhat astonished that the emperor, having been constrained by various warlords until now, was finally poised to soar to new heights. The assembly was buoyed by the emperor's strategic acumen, yet they remained unaware that Liu Xie's thoughts were quite different. He was anxious, watching the years slip by with little progress. The efficiency is lacking, he lamented inwardly. My primary task is to indulge in romantic pursuits. Who among you is preoccupied with nation-building and strategizing for the Han dynasty? He resolved to dispatch envoys to Sun Quan, Liu Bei, and Liu Zhong, while disregarding Zhang Lu, whom he considered merely a distraction. The waiting period was tedious. As for the preparations for war, his capable subordinates were more adept at managing those affairs than he was. Thus, Liu Xie convened another expansive meeting with his consorts. This time, the scope had significantly widened. The discussion would not revolve around leisure and entertainment but rather serious matters of state. Liu Xie did not wish to squander his precious time on mundane politics. Life is fleeting, and one must seize the opportunity for enjoyment. He had not traversed through time merely to salvage a nation. Such burdens were best left to those who relished in them. He sought to establish a cabinet, organizing this vibrant group of spirited young mothers, whom he had cultivated into a lively and engaged assembly, to collectively deliberate on state affairs, forming a true inner cabinet. Upon receiving this news, the women were taken aback, including the two who had journeyed from the grasslands. Although their customs were less stringent, the status of women was considerably low. Was it not a decree that the harem should not meddle in state affairs? Would the emperor's actions plunge the realm into chaos once more? Your Majesty, this is folly. How can we women involve ourselves in matters of state? Kai Yin was the first to voice her dissent. Indeed, you would place us in a perilous position, the Empress Fu interjected. It is ill-fated to allow women to govern. One must heed such omens, remarked Lady Su, who was skilled in divination, her words resonating with the superstitious beliefs of the time. You see, I have not suggested that you assume full responsibility, nor have I prohibited your participation. I observe that your intellect is remarkable. The men of Han are not significantly superior to you. Rather, it is confidence that they lack. Rest assured, we shall commence this endeavor discreetly within the confines of the palace, where no one else will be privy to our discussions. I will ensure that reliable individuals are assigned to guard this matter. For it must remain confidential, Liu Xie declared authoritatively, dismissing any objections. The women, though apprehensive, felt a spark of anticipation at the prospect of delving into uncharted territory. For centuries, men had vied for power. Was it not time for them to experience a taste of that struggle? Perhaps they could gain insight into the world of men. Look at your furrowed brows. Initially, you all will assist with sorting documents and aiding me in administrative tasks to learn how I conduct affairs. In truth, the ministers have already devised their strategies. We shall merely observe and offer minimal interference. It is not a daunting task. Relax, relax, Liu Xie reassured them. The women acquiesced, each harboring their own thoughts. Liu Xie transformed a section of the palace into a dedicated workspace. Commissioning the construction of a long rectangular table and modern chairs for kneeling while handling state matters was quite uncomfortable. Once stability was achieved, he planned to implement a widespread adoption of tables and chairs. From that point onward, 8 beautiful secretaries accompanied him daily, serving tea and water, reviewing documents, and providing initial feedback. Occasionally, they would even offer a shoulder rub or a leg massage. Such a splendid life it was. It must be noted that Liu Xie had indeed chosen his personnel wisely. In this era, few could read, let alone possess astute intelligence, yet these consorts were all exceptionally perceptive. The consorts took turns working diligently. Yet Liu Xie sensed something amiss. One day, realization struck him, and he smacked his thigh in exasperation. Alas, there are no rest days. Liu Xie decreed that within his dominion, all public servants would adhere to a 5-day workweek, followed by 2 days of rest in a 7-day cycle. When his subordinates inquired about the rationale behind such an arrangement, Lu Xie simply smiled. Lu Xie proclaimed that this designated period marked a week, determined through astronomical observations and celestial cycles. The ministers, astonished, marveled at the emperor's profound understanding of astronomy and geography. The implementation of this decree indeed brought widespread joy, heralding the inception of weekends, a remarkable advance by 2 millennia. Upon the commencement of work by the concubines, they soon realized that Lu Xie's proposal for a double weekend was truly splendid. It was at this juncture that they recognized the rarity and value of such precious days of rest, which allowed for more heartfelt interactions with their children, and even the weekend mahjong games became all the more cherished. Everything unfolded in a most extraordinary manner. Months later, the dispatched envoys returned in droves, bearing predominantly good tidings. Lu Xie's ability to navigate these developments was a reflection of his astute grasp of the unfolding narrative. Yet, there remained a tinge of regret, for the future seemed poised to deviate from expectations. Lu Xie's series of internal adjustments among officials, coupled with his maneuvers concerning the prominent warlords, sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Chapter 48. Reactions from various parties regarding Lu Xie's arrangements. Liu Bei was particularly pleased. Finding himself caught between Cao Cao and Sun Quan, feeling somewhat apprehensive due to the relative weakness of his forces. Although his territory was considerable, it was fraught with perilous engagements, making defense a daunting task. Stability was maintained primarily due to the ongoing honeymoon phase with Jiangdong. If he could establish an independent foothold in Shu, merely defending a few strategic points would indeed be a source of great delight. However, would Lu Zhang acquiesce to this? Kong Ming, what are your thoughts on the emperor's edict? Liu Bei inquired. Your Highness, it appears the emperor holds you in high esteem. Shu, known as the land of abundance, is easily defensible yet difficult to conquer. Lu Zhang's incompetence has left Shu in disarray. Should you take command, it would be an entirely different scenario. Zhuge Liang articulated confidently. I ponder why he is being so magnanimous. If I were to establish a stronghold in Shu, what could he possibly gain from it? Liu Bei remarked. I, too, have yet to discern the motives. Perhaps it is due to pressure. Cao Cao and Sun Quan loom ominously. And he seeks a counterpart to share the burdens, with you being the ideal candidate, Zhuge Liang responded. But how can the emperor be so certain that Lu Zhang will relinquish Shu? Liu Bei questioned. Perplexed, that is precisely his brilliance. The greatest conflict in Shu lies between the Eastern Prefecture faction and the local gentry. In the past, Liu Yan's exceptional talents balanced the power dynamics between the Eastern and local forces, ensuring stability in Shu and Han. Lu Zhang, however, lacks such capability. The emperor's strategy of marginalizing Lu Zhang by appealing to local interests guarantees Lu Zhang's downfall, Zhuge Liang analyzed. Given the emperor's sagacity, how shall we navigate our own path? Liu Bei pondered. Fear not, for he has declared that the warlords may freely establish their states. In the short term, he cannot renege on this promise without losing credibility. We shall proceed with caution, taking one step at a time, Zhuge Liang advised. Alas, it is a pity to relinquish the fertile lands of Jing and Xiang. We shall have to depart from our new acquisitions, Liu Bei lamented. Reluctant to part with such vast territories. Do keep a long-term perspective, my lord. Tomorrow shall indeed bring better tidings, Zhuge Liang reassured him. Sun Quan, in a fit of rage, was incensed by Lu Xie's proposal to wed his sister. Sun Shangxiang. If that were not enough, the emperor demanded that he surrender the newly acquired Nanyang as a dowry, in exchange for a substantial tract of land from the territory of the warrior Shixia. This was indeed a cunning calculation, trading familiar lands for barren ones, not to mention swapping his own land for someone else's. The issue at hand was whether this constituted an exchange at all. It seemed that he would have to fight for it. Such audacity was beyond comprehension, yet he felt compelled to comply, for Lu Xie had threatened to publicly disclose his signed letter, tarnishing his reputation. Zibu, Zijing, how are we to respond to this insolence from that impudent child? Sun Quan lamented, realizing that he was dwarfed by Lu Xie's stature, yet still referred to him as a mere child. Zhang Zhao and Lu Su were unconcerned with these trivialities, recognizing that respect for the emperor had waned in these times. Lord Wu, Southyang is not particularly significant. We should focus instead on the question of who claims the southern regions of Jing and Xiang after Liu Bei departs. As that will be our foundation, Lu Su suggested. Indeed, Zijing has hit the nail on the head. What can the messenger elucidate on this matter? Zhang Zhao inquired. How could I be unaware? yet the envoy only mentioned that discussions could be had. But that is a matter for another phase. It appears we must remain vigilant, Sun Quan noted. Lord Wu, the territory currently held by Liu Bei still offers us a chance to reclaim it. However, if it falls under the control of the Chang'an court, it would pose even greater complications. Our intelligence reports indicate that Chang'an is well-equipped and well-supplied, plotting to seize Hanzhong if they ally with Liu Bei. They could use the southern 3 counties as a springboard for a pincer attack. Jiangdong would find itself besieged from all sides. Lu Su continued. Zijing, accompany my sister to Chang'an. Personally inquire of the emperor. If negotiations are possible, we shall pursue them. If not, we shall take up arms. As for Nanyang, let it go as a dowry for my sister, Sun Quan sighed, acknowledging that reclaiming the land from Liu Bei would be fraught with difficulty. But he would treat it as a favor. Currently, Jiangdong was not at peace, as a significant internal matter had arisen. The chief general had engaged in combat with Cao Cao's forces, leading from the front, only to sustain severe injuries from an arrow, leaving him on the brink of death. The urgency of this situation overshadowed all else. The death of the chief general would undoubtedly trigger a new round of power struggles. With numerous noble families in Jiangdong, it was prudent for Sun Quan to consolidate his power, lest he risk being overshadowed by others. The young emperor was adept at seizing opportunities. To repel foreign threats, one must first secure internal stability, such as the ancient wisdom, he thought. Ultimately, he begrudgingly acquiesced, knowing that his sister would indeed marry into Lu Xia's family. Awaiting the day of her betrothal, Lu Zhang found himself in the most dismal predicament. Leading a life of indulgence, utterly carefree. How had he incurred the wrath of this young emperor to be dismissed? He pondered his own strength and resources, questioning why he should heed Lu Xia's commands. Lu Xia intended to summon Lu Zhang to the capital, assigning him the esteemed position of Minister of Rights, the foremost of the 9 ministers, a move that could be seen as a gesture of goodwill, allowing him to enjoy life. Yet, Lu Zhang still aspired to be a local sovereign, reluctant to depart. He hastily gathered his subordinates to strategize on how to fortify Jianan and ally with Zhang Lu to resist Lu Xia. Unexpectedly, his subordinates were in revolt, as Lu Xia had promoted many individuals, such as Zhang Ren, Wu Yi, Li Yin, Zhang Song, and Fa Zheng, assigning them roles in the capital as significant officials. These individuals were discontent with Lu Zhang's ineptitude. Recognizing that the situation was becoming clearer, a young emperor had emerged, demonstrating extraordinary wisdom and strength, compelling even Cao Cao to lower his banner. Joining such a court was far preferable to lingering under the leadership of a feckless ruler. Many local gentry also looked down upon Lu Zhang, finding Liu Bei far more appealing. In the current landscape of Shu, its strength was feeble, appearing to the warlords as a tempting morsel, ripe for the taking. Should the region fall under the control of the noble Lu Xuanda, he would, by necessity, rely on local forces, completely altering the dynamics. Faced with the inaction of his officials, Lu Zhang felt powerless, ultimately retreating to his chambers, shedding tears for several days, before finally resolving to accept the summons. Little did he realize that he ought to be grateful to Lu Xia. This outcome was far superior to his fate in the original history. A true case of serendipity born from misfortune. As for the decree intended for Shi Xia, its status remained uncertain. The path of the Han dynasty was indeed fraught with challenges, yet Lu Xia remained indifferent. For the matter of compliance was of no concern to him. This edict merely served to inform Lu Zhang that a third of the territories bordering Jiangdong would be allocated to Eastern Wu. Should he wish to expand his own territory, he was free to do so, with the court's full endorsement. Ate City, within the estate of the Wei Duke, Cao Cao convened his ministers. Naturally, he had heard of the series of maneuvers executed by the Emperor of Chang'an, marveling at the young emperor's exceptional tactics. Yet, with the shifting landscape of warlords, he recognized the necessity of a response. What are your thoughts on this matter? Cao Cao inquired, casting his gaze first upon Chen Yu. My lord, the young emperor is currently consolidating power, aiming to eliminate any opposition and establish a tripartite division of influence. It appears he truly wishes to emulate the heavenly sun, Chen Yu asserted. Otherwise, would chaos not serve his interests, facilitating his future endeavors to reclaim the realm? Some believe this young emperor has played a masterstroke, as all his actions seem directed against you, my lord. Consider this. Who today can stand against you? Even Sun Quan is but a sporadic threat. Moreover, I have received word that the Eastern Wu chief general, Zhou Yu, has sustained a grievous arrow wound and may soon perish. Should this formidable naval commander be lost, Eastern Wu would be ripe for the taking. Yet this young emperor's strategy allows Liu Bei and Sun Quan to coexist peacefully, each strengthening their forces and tightening their territorial claims. His methods are truly tumultuous. Displaying remarkable cunning, Jia Su surmised, offering his praise. However, he quickly fell silent upon noticing Cao Cao's darkening countenance. Now is the opportune moment to launch an offensive against Yangzhou while Jiangdong is in disarray. Jia Su hastily proposed, seeking to amend his earlier commendation of Liu Xie. Excellent suggestion, Cao Cao agreed, promptly mobilizing his commanders to prepare for the assault on Yangzhou. Chapter 49. Is the Empress Dowager still keeping a watchful eye? In Chang'an, all matters are proceeding smoothly. The court is filled with joy as both civil and military officials begin to discuss the acquisition of Nanyang and the siege of Zhonglu. Liu Xie, however, discreetly slips away, believing that with capable ministers and generals, these affairs can be managed without his direct involvement. He longs only to pursue matters that truly captivate him. Under Liu Xie's direction, the foremost priority is to travel to Jiangdong to fetch a bride, to wed Sun Shangxiang, for that is his primary objective. The entourage departs without delay, and Liu Xie is filled with anticipation. Feeling as though life is finally returning to its rightful course on this day, Liu Xie finds himself idly passing time, strolling in the garden with the elderly and retired Wang Yu. The two occasionally reminisce about the past decade, a time not particularly arduous in Xuchang. Suddenly, Liu Xie is struck with anxiety. Where is my sister-in-law? How could I have forgotten her? He halts abruptly to inquire of Wang Yu, Master Wang, is my imperial sister-in-law still being attended to? Wang Yu replies hastily, Your Majesty, rest assured that the matters you have arranged have not been neglected. We have been attentive for a decade. Indeed, time flies, but mere attention is insufficient. I must pay her a visit. After such a long absence, others might think I have forgotten my kin, Liu Xie exclaims. Wang Yu rolls his eyes, remarking, with such a disposition, if it were male relatives, you would likely forget them for 800 years. Without further ado, they set off, reassured by the safety of Tang Ji, who resides within the royal gardens, thereby alleviating many concerns. Accompanied by a few individuals and guided by Wang Yu, they arrive at a modest dwelling within the palace gardens. Upon knocking, an elderly servant with a face full of wrinkles, aged around 60 or 70, opens the door. Surprised to see a remarkably handsome young man standing at the threshold, he remarks that it has been over a decade since they last had a visitor. Whom do you seek, young master? The old servant inquires. At this moment, Liu Xie's demeanor exudes an undeniable charm. Having filled his aura with charisma upon arriving in Chang'an, he stands with an air of confidence. I seek your master, Madame Tang, Liu Xie replies gently. The servant promptly closes the door to convey the message. Liu Xie waits patiently outside, while Wang Yu observes, nodding in approval at Liu Xie's calm and composed demeanor. Unlike many members of the royal family or scions of noble houses, Liu Xie has shed any semblance of frivolity. Finally, the courtyard door creaks open once more, revealing Tang Ji in simple garments. She is taken aback to see a dashing young man before her, akin to a lotus flower amidst a murky world, exuding an extraordinary grace that stirs her heart, which has lain dormant for nearly 2 decades. How can such a man exist? Liu Xie, too, finds himself astonished. Despite having encountered numerous beauties before, he feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet, he is caught in the system's intricate web once again, akin to a box filled with chocolates, where the taste of the next piece remains a mystery until one indulges, before the elegantly clad, yet slightly delicate woman. Liu Xie's heart races uncontrollably. Her perfect form combined with the allure of a mature woman captivates him deeply. Instantly, he adopts a melancholic demeanor, his tiger-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, as he hesitates to extend his hand towards the enchanting figure. Sister-in-law, how have you fared these years? He asks, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Having navigated through the world of beauties over the years, Liu Xie has honed his acting skills, demonstrating that practice indeed makes perfect. Who are you? Tang Ji queries, somewhat puzzled, though she senses a familiarity. A faint echo of her late husband, yet, that memory is distant, and she cannot discern any concrete judgments. I am Bo, your brother Xie's younger brother, Liu Xie states. Who? Tang Ji blinks, momentarily at a loss. Liu Xie's heart sinks. Perhaps he has gone too far with this charade, as she clearly does not recognize him. He quickly regains his composure and declares in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, I am Lu Xie." This time, he reveals his true identity directly, hoping it might serve some purpose, uncertain if she holds her elder brother's demise against him. After all, he was merely 9 at the time and had not yet traversed into this life. Tang Ji stands frozen, her gaze fixed upon Lu Xie, momentarily forgetting her manners. Tears stream down her cheeks as she stammers, You are His Majesty." She curtsies gracefully. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty." Lu Xie strides forward, disregarding any need for formality, and offers his hand to assist Tang Ji. "Your Majesty, please come inside and take a seat." "Have you come alone?" she inquires curiously. "Oh, my attendants are waiting outside." Lu Xie replies. Once inside, servants bring tea, and Tang Ji takes a sip to assure her safety before pouring a cup for Lu Xie and filling her own. "Sister-in-law, come stay with me in the palace." "It is too desolate for you to be alone here," Lu Xie suggests. Tang Ji's heart races. At first glance, this emperor exudes an ethereal beauty, unparalleled in the realm, devoid of any licentiousness. How can he utter such indiscreet words? Could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that the emperor favors mature women? Fearing his intentions, she responds nervously, "Your Majesty, I am the wife of your elder brother. How could I reside in your home? Would that not invite ridicule from the world?" Sighing, Lu Xie recounts, "Just yesterday, my elder brother visited me in a dream, expressing his dissatisfaction with me for neglecting you all these years, stating that you are my only kin in this world. Why must we adhere so strictly to rituals that leave our loved ones feeling abandoned? He would not wish for you to remarry among commoners, but neither does he reject the royal family. I wholeheartedly agree with him and vow to fulfill his wishes. You have upheld your loyalty to my brother for 20 years, honoring him in spirit. How can you not consider remarrying?" Lu Xie's audacity knows no bounds. Coupled with the pressure of the system, a decade has flown by in the blink of an eye, leaving him with a sense of longing. The prospect of the next decade passing even swifter fills him with urgency. If he does not complete his mission, the life of comfort he has grown fond of will come to an end. Moreover, the nature of this task resonates with his innermost desires, igniting his passion. How could he not pursue this? Tang Ji, however, remains silent and steps back, kneeling as she says, "In these 10 years, my life has been greatly cared for, and it seems it was at your Majesty's behest. I express my gratitude. But I have no means to repay you. Today, I must bid farewell. I have been away from home for too long and wish to return to visit before I go to Hongnong to tend to the late emperor's tomb." This is an outright rejection, and Lu Xie feels a twinge of disappointment. Even his full charm fails to captivate everyone. Chapter 50. All for Hongnong. He realizes he has been too hasty. Having reveled in the company of beauties over the years, he mistakenly believed that with his extraordinary appearance, unmatched status, and irresistible charm, he could win over any woman of this era. He has forgotten his greatest strength, the art of patience. Lu Xie's mind races. If he allows Tang Ji to leave today, he will never have the chance to bring her back. "Sister-in-law, do you harbor resentment towards me?" he asks, aware that he bears some indirect responsibility for his elder brother's demise. "No, even without you, Dong Zhuo would have employed other means. It is merely that your brother was too old to be controlled effectively. Both of you are victims of circumstance," Tang Ji replies, displaying remarkable insight into the situation. "Perhaps I was too forward. Your marriage to my brother was only a few months long. Why such deep feelings?" Lu Xie questions, genuinely puzzled. Tang Ji's time in the palace was fraught with turmoil. She had not enjoyed many peaceful days. How could she have nurtured any deep affections? "Do not mock me, your Majesty. I can no longer recall your brother's visage. My loyalty is rooted in the highest honor he bestowed upon me as a woman. Albeit for a brief time, yet it fulfilled my vanity. My gratitude towards him remains paramount," she explains, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reminisces about those fleeting moments of glory. Lu Xie, bewildered, wonders aloud, "If you cherish such nobility, why not return to the palace?" Tang Ji, discerning the shift in Lu Xie's expression, continues, "Do you think I am vain? Indeed, that was the mindset of a young girl. But 18 years have passed. Such thoughts have long since faded. Now, I merely strive to uphold the dignity of the royal family to the best of my ability, sister-in-law, if there is a chance. Wouldn't it be more honorable to do something for your brother than to merely guard a solitary grave? Lucia proposes. What more could be done for your brother? He has been gone for over a decade. Besides guarding his tomb and weeding, what else is there? Tangji responds, astonished. For instance, continuing your brother's lineage, perhaps even restoring his bloodline to its former glory. Would you be willing, sister-in-law? Lucia inquires. How could that be possible? Your brother left no descendants. Tangji exclaims in disbelief. I merely wish to know if you would be willing. Lucia seeks to clarify. Let us talk about it later, Lucia remarked. Tangji fell silent. Her eyes slightly closed, and a tear-streaked yet somewhat blurry face appeared in her mind. Reflecting on it now, that was merely a young child, helpless in the face of cruel reality. He looked at himself with deep reluctance. And all he could do was perform one last dance for him. The thought tightened her heart inexplicably. If there is a possibility, I would certainly be willing. There's something you wish for me to do? Speak up. Let this be the repayment of Lu's family debt. Tangji opened her eyes again, her voice low and tinged with sorrow. Well, the method may be somewhat convoluted, but the Empress must maintain her emotional stability to hear it all. Lucia stated, somewhat bashfully, Oh, Your Majesty, please proceed. I can maintain my composure, Tangji replied, slightly astonished, feeling that the Emperor underestimated her ability to listen without faltering. The Empress enters the palace and marries me. And in the future, the children born to the Empress will be adopted by my elder brother. What? Tangji's mouth fell agape, interrupting Lucia before he could finish, her expression one of utter disbelief. Is there truly such a shameless proposition? Lucia hastily raised his hand, signaling for her to let him finish. Tangji held her tongue but felt her chest begin to heave, her emotions stirred. Such predatory words. How could one maintain emotional stability in the face of them? You are employing deception. I will elevate my elder brother's title, and in the future, his lineage shall flourish, with you as their matriarch. Please remain calm and consider this. It is the best consolation for my elder brother. The bond of blood between us is indeed tenuous. Now, I take on the duty of caring for you in his stead, which I believe would bring him peace in the afterlife. Only I possess this qualification, for both my elder brother and I believe that Tangji was destined to be a king's woman. Lucia spoke in one breath, fearing she might interrupt again. Strangely enough, this time Tangji did not refute him. Instead, she became even more composed that I, Tangji, was born to be a king's woman. The resonance of those words echoed in her ears, rekindling a long-buried pride within her. Despite the hardships of the years, she had still rejected the fleeting glory of Li Kei's marriage proposal, not to mention the various suitors that followed. Undoubtedly, there was an underlying pride at play. How could she marry an ordinary man if she was a king's woman? Without that pride, could she have held on to her resolve based solely on Lu Bian's dying wishes? No. Now she finally comprehended that it was that noble thought that sustained her. I am a king's woman. I can only be a king's woman. Now, the noblest person in the world, the greatest king, sought her hand in marriage, offering an enticing condition to continue the lineage of her late husband whom she had remained loyal to for years. What should she do? Tangji plunged into deep uncertainty, grappling with her thoughts. Is what you say true? She asked with difficulty, clearly tormented within. One must understand that in this world, not only emperors but even ordinary families would not wish for their children to forge a life under another's roof. Absolutely not a falsehood. When I first met Sister Tangji at the age of 9, I was captivated by your beauty. Yet you were my sister-in-law, and I could only silently protect you. Now that you are all alone, how can I bear it? Even though I have deeply regretted my helplessness over the past decade, Lucia began to lose himself in the narrative. That's not what I meant. Do you wish to adopt your son to your elder brother? Tangji interjected hastily. She had witnessed Lucia's eloquence. If she did not interrupt, he might go on for an hour, of course. My elder brother is also a person I hold dear, and I too wish to do something for him. Let us strive together, Lucia spoke earnestly, extending his hand to grasp Tangji's fair yet slightly calloused hand. His timing impeccable. All for the revival of Hongnong, Lucia declared. Tangji instinctively withdrew her hand, but when her attempt failed, she ceased her movement, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lucia sighed inwardly. Oh, my elder brother. Even if it were not for Tangji, I would still do something for you. We brothers are but pitiful souls in these chaotic times. In summary, Liu Xie still underestimated himself. His charm and looks played a pivotal role. Yet the essence of humanity transcends mere appearance. A compelling reason that resonates with the heart is indispensable. Upon returning, Liu Xie swiftly arranged for Tang Ji to be brought into the palace. Human hearts are fickle, and he could not afford to wait. Due to the nature of their identities, no formalities were undertaken. Everything was carried out discreetly, merely bestowing her the title of Lady Tang. Those within and outside the palace became accustomed to this development, having grown immune to the emperor's disregard for propriety. What of a widow entering the palace? After all, one could witness mothers and daughters giving birth together. There were no protests among brothers. Why concern ourselves? This emperor shows no respect for Confucian ethics, nor the entire Confucian culture. Subsequently, many of Liu Xie's actions displeased the scholars. Liu Xie had the audacity to establish a craft academy and grant esteemed artisans ranks and stipends. This directly threatened the Confucian hierarchy. How do you expect the literati to react to this? The entire court is filled with Confucian disciples. How could they possibly agree? I merely wish to offer artisans some hope, enabling them to better develop their crafts. Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive concern. Observe, they hold no significant posts, merely additional benefits, Liu Xie reassured them. Unexpectedly, a seemingly minor action sparked significant opposition from the aristocratic class. How could Liu Xie's little scheme fool so many astute minds? Did they not recognize his gradual approach as a tactic? We, the noble families, have flourished for generations. You now wish to place us on equal footing with the commoners? To have our children compete with theirs at the starting line? Absolutely not. Liu Xie felt helpless. He lacked the power to alter the situation, still needing to rely on the aristocratic representatives of Confucianism to govern the realm. It seemed that a gradual approach was not always effective. He must explore alternative paths. Liu Xie shifted his strategy, collaborating solely with the 4 prominent merchant families to establish a joint academy. One that would not focus on Confucian studies but instead teach various practical skills. If the court remains closed off, then let us turn to the common people. Coming from a future perspective, he understood the immense power of technology. Those stagnant scholars, their highest aspirations limited to political circles, spent their days mired in trivial affairs, studying only the metaphysical, while practical knowledge such as irrigation, agriculture, and arithmetic depended solely on individual interest. This resulted in over half of the officials being adept only in social niceties, incapable of practical tasks. Liu Xie, viewing the matter through a progressive lens, found it difficult to accept in the past. He had no authority. Now, not only could he participate, but he could also take a leading role. Naturally, he sought to instigate change. Thus, he proposed assessments for those recommended talents, evaluating their knowledge of irrigation, agriculture, and law. If they lacked proficiency in these areas, they would first need to study. The academy now included courses on irrigation, agriculture, law, and arithmetic. Students could choose to study all subjects or select one based on personal preference, allowing those destined for local positions to study for 3 years at the academy. Upon passing the assessments, they could then take up official roles. Sun Yu and others did not oppose this. Recognizing the practicality of these subjects for local officials. Of course, for the academy and the assessments of officials, those grand matters, Kong Rong, Fu Wan, and Sun Yu eagerly took charge, leaving Liu Xie unconcerned. What Liu Xie could focus on were the less esteemed matters, the craft academy of the 4 merchant families. Disregarding the objections of his concubines, he introduced the royal secret of basic mathematics, accompanied by Arabic numerals. This was a groundbreaking initiative. He also standardized various measurements, introducing millimeters, centimeters, and meters for specific applications. Of course, existing precise standards did not require alteration. Liu Xie aimed to reintroduce some knowledge he still remembered. Perhaps the blossoms of natural science could bloom on this land ahead of time. One must recognize that igniting the tree of technology is no simple feat. But once begun, it will naturally flourish. However, these were merely side endeavors. He always believed he had one primary focus. After 2 to 3 months of establishing a substantial framework for his side projects, he finally received news related to his primary focus. The little princess of Eastern Wu was to arrive. Chapter 51. A swaying step. The wedding procession heading to Jiangdong was soon to return. Given the system's quirks, who might it be this time? Liu Xie found himself rather looking forward to it. Alas, dear uncle, I apologized. It is not merely your wool I wish to shear. I have also not spared Chao Sikong, nor have I neglected that little Sun Quan. I have dug at his wall as well. They are all your sworn enemies. Perhaps this serves to balance the scales a bit. There are countless women in the world. You are all historical figures, engaged in grand endeavors. Finding a wife should be no trouble. Do not hold me accountable for this small matter. Lu Xie sat alone in Weiyang Palace, battling drowsiness as he silently prayed. At present, his inner cabinet was nearly self-sufficient, adeptly handling various official documents. Truly, historical figures are exceptional. Even women possess remarkable intellect. It is a pity for him, the emperor, that he found himself with little to occupy his time. After a few days of warmth with Tang Ji, she too eagerly joined in the grand endeavor of governance. This revealed the considerable allure of such novel affairs, or rather, the power to adjudicate the affairs of the realm. To women, Lu Xie calculated that he could field 2 football teams with his children, albeit with a slight age gap. Perhaps it was time to cultivate the sport of football. While the ministers focused on the state, he would delve into logistics and entertainment. Life should encompass more than mere sustenance. It ought to embrace the pleasures of life. Lu Xie summoned Su Shuang, inquiring if he could establish a racetrack to provide a recreational venue for nobles and the citizens of Chang'an on weekends. Su Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This emperor was truly remarkable, brimming with ideas. Lu Xie sketched a rough layout of a racetrack he had seen on television, instructing him to acquire a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Accompanied by a polo field, Su Shuang willingly accepted the task, recognizing it as a lucrative opportunity, not just here, but potentially in various feudal states, envisioning the profitable betting industry that could ensue. Lu Xie then called upon Zhang Yao, directing him to secure land on the city's outskirts for a professional football field. He urged him to rally various trades to form football teams, hosting matches every weekend at this venue, rewarding participants based on their performance, thus providing a form of entertainment for Chang'an spectators. Once the operations matured, ticket sales could provide stable income for the teams. Given football's complexities with its rules and scoring, Lu Xie exuberantly pinned numerous pages filled with guidelines. Naturally, as a casual fan, his insights were primarily instructive, with various details to be negotiated and refined later. He also encouraged the spontaneous formation of a football association by the team's overseers for self-management. Eventually, every county would need to contribute a team for competition, ensuring substantial profits from constructing football fields. Had he possessed the technology to manufacture basketballs, he would have eagerly pursued that sport as well. Zheng Yao was delighted. The construction and real estate sectors were indeed lucrative, as it was in ancient times. Lu Xie's philosophy was to avoid conflict within his domain while allowing the other 3 kingdoms to contend as they pleased. He required land, which he could trade for or purchase. After all, he was the nominal emperor, enjoying numerous advantages, such as bestowing titles. Various methods could be employed, but the ultimate goal was to ensure the well-being and prosperity of his subjects. As the Eastern Han had endured turmoil for far too long and desperately needed respite, a particularly uplifting piece of news invigorated Lu Xie. 2 open coal mines had been discovered in Yongzhou. At this juncture, aside from limited smelting, coal was scarcely utilized for domestic purposes, rumored to possess toxic properties. The royal palace and wealthy families relied on charcoal, which was difficult to produce. Moreover, the common folk struggled to stay warm during winter, as charcoal was prohibitively expensive and firewood burned inadequately. Lu Xie understood that mixing coal with yellow earth to create coal balls would be a winter favorite among the common populace. With a proper chimney and slightly ajar windows, safety would be assured. He summoned Mi Fong, presenting his designs for a coal ball stove and the method of coal ball production, instructing him to acquire the 2 coal mines and to partake in the venture himself. Indulging in the role of a coal magnate, recalling snippets from dramatic portrayals, Lu Xie sketched a basic method for constructing earthen kongbeds, promoting their widespread use to ensure the people in the northwest could enjoy a comfortable winter. Sun Yu, upon learning of the emperor's initiatives, expressed his admiration. He noted Lu Xie's keen attention to the welfare of the common people, surpassing the meticulousness of any emperor he had known. Though appearing indifferent to state affairs, Lu Xie was, in truth, a sovereign deeply concerned for his subjects, a true blessing for the populace. Conscientious ministers felt reassured, believing they had aligned themselves with the right ruler. Additionally, Lu Xie focused on food security. Upon arriving in Chang'an, he vigorously promoted commerce with the western regions, particularly emphasizing the need for diverse plant seeds. He assured merchants that any novel seeds brought forth would be rewarded handsomely. Agricultural development required millennia, making it crucial for population growth. He set aside a promising plot in the imperial estate to experiment with various crop seeds for optimal cultivation. The four major merchants committed resources to scour the nation for unique seeds. Collaborating with Western traders, as fulfilling the emperor's desires served as the greatest motivation. After completing this wave of endeavors, typical of time travelers, Lu Xie finally allowed himself a moment of respite. That moment. The wedding procession arrived as scheduled. The princess from Jiangdong brought with her a grand spectacle, necessitating a more extravagant affair than the private union he had previously experienced. Thus, a grand banquet unfolded. Filled with merriment, as Lu Xie indulged in drink, he learned that the princess had a penchant for swordplay, reminiscent of El Qiling. Indeed, a graceful figure rose from the couch, approaching him with a respectful bow. Observing her tall silhouette, swaying gait, and each step seeming to tread upon his very heart, he was captivated by her alluring red lips, prominent nose, and eyes radiating an enigmatic charm, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. Sanji Kaihua? Lu Xie exclaimed in astonishment, his intoxication momentarily fading. Even the island nation is involved? He could hardly suppress his excitement at the realization that this enchanting goddess was none other than Shangxiang. After greeting him, Sun Shangxiang inquired, "Your Majesty, did you just mention something about gathering flowers?" Misunderstanding his words, she thought him rather indiscreet to speak of such things during their initial encounter, especially as she was still an untouched maiden. Fortunately, her straightforward nature prompted her to ask directly. She scrutinized the young emperor, having heard many legends about him during her time in Eastern Wu. From his beginnings as a puppet to his later endurance of humiliation, culminating in his remarkable resurgence, a truly legendary life. She thrived on such exhilarating experiences, so when Lu Xie proposed, she did not oppose but rather felt a surge of joy. Gathering flowers. I merely heard that my beloved consort possesses remarkable talents. Being a woman capable of leading troops, and I couldn't help but express my admiration, Lu Xie remarked, "Oh, not at all. I have merely commanded a few hundred elite soldiers," Sun Shangxiang replied, blushing from the compliment. "Have you ever been to the Eastern Islands?" Lu Xie could not resist asking. "Where is that?" "I have always resided in Moling," Sun Shangxiang replied. I too have heard of a place in the East renowned for its beauty. And since my beloved consort is so stunning, I couldn't help but inquire," Lu Xie chuckled. "Your Majesty, I have heard many legendary tales about you while in Jiangdong. They say you have outwitted numerous foes and strategized against Chao the traitor. Would you share your stories with me?" Sun Shangxiang gazed at him with eager anticipation. Lu Xie stood frozen. "Isn't this the role of Zhuge Kongming? When did it become mine?" "Somewhat awkward. Well, speaking of the late Eastern Han period." Lu Xie did not expect this young lady to harbor a fondness for tales, so he recounted the romance of the three kingdoms to her. Indeed, Sun Shangxiang's character bore a striking resemblance to El Qiling. Both preferred martial attire over finery, and soon the trio, including Tuoba Fian, became inseparable. They had no desire to attend to their duties, their minds consumed with thoughts of hunting and polo. Coincidentally, they conspired to establish a women's special operations unit within the palace, dedicated to the protection of the concubines. Lu Xie deemed this proposal feasible, as such a vast harem required female guards for its comings and goings, yet he found himself lacking in financial resources. Fortunately, Sun Shangxiang, generous as ever, did not hold Lu Xie accountable and willingly contributed a portion of her substantial dowry to commence military training. To assert that Lu Xie was entirely impoverished would be misleading. Rather, his earnings were reinvested into expanding production. Currently, Zhang Mi and Queen Gua, who managed all affairs for Lu Xie and the four prominent merchant families, also oversaw several imperial estates. Lu Xie's investment in medical research bore fruit, with garlic-derived anti-inflammatory medicine nearing mass production. Although the costs were considerable, high market prices rendered it a significant source of revenue for the imperial treasury. Furthermore, more advanced antibiotics, such as penicillin, had entered a new phase, occasionally yielding useful products, while various tools emerged from the necessity of research, such as mercury thermometers, intricately crafted from crystal, expertly designed and processed, closely resembling the thermometers of Lu Xie's later era. Lu Xie marveled at the fact that human ingenuity had seemingly made little progress over millennia. As contemporary individuals displayed remarkable intelligence, in a fit of joy, Lu Xie gestured grandly, instructing Junmi to distribute several thousand coins as bonuses to those involved. While Lu Xia reveled in a life of splendor and indulgence, his generals had already subdued Hanzhong. This time, aside from leaving some forces to guard against Cao Cao, Lu Xia dispatched an impressive 12,000 troops, advancing in 2 divisions into Hanzhong, under the overarching command of Su Shu. With Ma Chao and Zhao Yun as the primary generals, accompanied by Pang De and Yin Xing with such formidable forces, they represented 2/3 of the military might from Yong and Liang provinces. Lu Xia adhered to a policy of maintaining elite troops, streamlining the forces under Ma Teng and Han Sui, while augmenting his own ranks. Ultimately, he commanded just under 200,000 troops, yet their combat effectiveness was extraordinary. In Shu, generals Li Yin, Wu Yi, and Zhang Ren marched towards Hanzhong, and under this dual assault, Zhang Lu's influence quickly crumbled. Chapter 52. The Ageless Woman. In light of the overwhelming disparity in strength, a few of Zhang Lu's subordinates surrendered at the first sign of defeat, leaving Zhang Lu and his brothers no choice but to kneel before Ma Chao's ranks. With Hanzhong pacified, they awaited Zhong Yao's appointment, while military general Li Yin remained to oversee in cooperation with Wu Yi and Zhang Ren, who also needed to return to the capital to receive their rewards. Among those accompanying Lu Zhang to the capital were numerous lower-ranking officials eager to leave Shu, and Lu Xia welcomed them, as he was in dire need of talent, especially at the grassroots level. Upon the return of Hanzhong's generals, Ma Chao, filled with urgency, could hardly wait to see Lu Xia. "Mengqi, what is the matter that has you so anxious?" Lu Xia inquired, puzzled, as the merits of their achievements had yet to be fully assessed, and everyone awaited their rewards. "Your Majesty, this time I bring you something marvelous," Ma Chao replied with a mischievous twinkle. "Oh? What is it?" Lu Xia, intrigued by his secretive demeanor, felt a familiarity akin to that of past friends inviting him to sensitive venues. "I have captured Zhang Lu's mother, intending to present her to your Majesty," Ma Chao declared. Lu Xia, caught mid-sip of tea, could not suppress a choking laugh, spraying tea across Ma Chao's face. "Whose mother?" Lu Xia stammered, struggling to comprehend. Ma Chao wiped the tea leaves from his face. Bewildered by the emperor's reaction, "Zhang Lu's mother. Did I not make myself clear?" Ma Chao exclaimed, astonished. "How old is Zhang Lu?" Lu Xia pressed, vexed by the implications of such a gift. "You do not know? Is my reputation so tarnished that even Zhang Lu's mother is offered to me? Surely she must be in her 70s. Lu Xia lamented, incredulous at the lack of discernment. "Ah, your Majesty is concerned about this?" Ma Chao finally grasped the emperor's surprise. "Your Majesty, it is a marvel. I never expected Zhang Lu's mother to appear so ageless. She looks to be merely in her 20s, and she is stunning, truly a beauty worthy of a kingdom. Is your description truly so exaggerated?" Lu Xia expressed skepticism, though curiosity began to pique. "Your Majesty, I have never encountered such a beautiful woman before, and there is also a younger one, Zhang Lu's daughter, whom I have also captured." Ma Chao added, "Ha, Mengqi, you have a bright future ahead. I am in dire need of capable individuals like you. I plan to appoint you as the commander for my next Western expedition," Lu Xia praised, genuinely impressed by Ma Chao's astute endeavors. Upon returning home, Ma Teng questioned, "Son, do you believe this approach will yield results?" "Father, the emperor has a taste for such things. If we cater to his preferences, it is bound to be effective. Initially, I intended to send Yunlu into the palace, but unexpectedly, she has taken a liking to that simpleton Zhao Yun," Ma Chao explained. "Zhao Yun is not without merit. He is currently favored by the emperor, and marrying Yunlu to him would not be a loss," Ma Teng remarked. "Exactly. Hence, I am endeavoring to find women for the emperor to fill the void," Ma Chao replied. Lu Xia remained curious. Could there truly be women who do not age? He longed to witness such a phenomenon, which had eluded humanity for 2 millennia. Soon, Ma Chao stealthily brought the 2 beauties into the palace, and Lu Xia eagerly rushed to catch a glimpse. Who could possess the secret to eternal youth? As the emperor, he was particularly keen to know. Upon entering, Lu Xia's gaze was immediately drawn to a graceful figure seated with her hair elegantly arranged. Revealing a long, fair neck, her slightly slender physique sat upright, unmistakably not that of an elderly woman, Lu Xia concluded. Even as Lu Xia's entrance echoed, the woman did not turn to face him, exuding an air of individuality. It was only when Lu Xia approached her from behind that she slowly turned, unveiling a fair, youthful visage. Indeed, She was young. Lu Xie's expression bore astonishment. The White Lotus sect was your idea, was it not? The enchanting woman inquired, her red lips parting, seemingly unfazed by Lu Xie's astonishment, for she had encountered such reactions countless times before. How could you discern that? Lu Xie questioned, intrigued. I have never revealed myself. Across the expanse of the Han dynasty, I have never encountered anyone with such cunning thought except for the enigmatic emperor, the beauty responded. You truly are Lady Lu, Zhang Lu's mother? Lu Xie asked. Indeed, it is I, she affirmed that I have an idea. If you reveal the truth to me, I shall allow you to continue as the sect leader, Lu Xie mused playfully. Does your majesty doubt my words? Lady Lu asked. Long before your time, someone employed a similar tactic, hence it is not novel, Lu Xie remarked. Oh? Who might that be? Lady Lu inquired, a knowing smile upon her lips. Giguzi, who is said to have lived for centuries and possessed immense power. Though they were different individuals, each generation referred to as Giguzi, leading the uninformed to believe it was one person, Lu Xie explained. You two are employing this strategy, correct? Lu Xie pressed further. Your Majesty speaks irreverently of the divine. Lady Lu countered. Not at all. I respect the divine, yet I do not fully believe, Lu Xie replied. The Taoist Gu Xin speaks rightly. Your Majesty is a person of great insight. Initially, I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. Lady Lu acknowledged. Oh? Have you met the immortal Gu? Where is he now? Lu Xie inquired. Intrigued that she was familiar with Gu Xin and had spoken of him 3 years ago, we crossed paths. We discussed the grand affairs of the world. He remarked that the current emperor possesses the capability to govern all lands, at the time. I did not believe him, thinking he was boasting. However, after witnessing your White Lotus sect, I am convinced as for his whereabouts. I am unaware, Lady Lu recounted. You are indeed capable, having devised Wudemi to secure Zhang Lu's hold on Hanzhong for so long. I am impressed, Lu Xie declared, genuinely admiring her, for she was a true innovator, not merely a facilitator. Can your Majesty truly ensure the survival of Wudemi? Lady Lu inquired. I cannot. How about I have you develop the White Lotus sect? You shall become the Holy Mother of the White Lotus, Lu Xie proposed. What price does your Majesty require? Lady Lu asked. Madame Lu inquired, though some feelings may arise without any cost, I too believe that the people require a spiritual refuge. Yet, we must not wield it as a mere instrument. Instead, it should be cultivated into something sacred. When the time is ripe, I shall establish it as the national faith. Your Majesty harbors no reservations regarding religion. She continued. It is essential to recognize that the court's rapid decline is closely linked to the Taiping Tao of the Yellow Turbans. Madame Lu remarked, this is primarily due to the suffering of the populace. Moreover, the Taiping Tao's manner of operation lacks the foundation to survive in any dynasty. What I hope for is that our sect should refrain from entanglements in the struggles and transitions of dynasties, lest it becomes a tool for those with ulterior motives. Otherwise, it shall ultimately lead to its own destruction. Rather, it should serve as a pure spiritual pillar, soothing the hearts of the people, thus allowing it to endure for centuries. Lu Xie spoke at length, his words flowing with persuasive eloquence. Madame Lu listened, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Lu Xie, astonished by the far-reaching nature of his aspirations. Could this truly be possible? She asked, a hint of self-doubt in her voice. She too desired such a vision but was uncertain of how to achieve it. Therefore, the doctrine must be transformed, focusing on the enhancement of personal cultivation, anticipation of the afterlife, and self-reflection on one's own evils, while promoting the goodness of humanity through universal values to gradually transform the world. Its purpose should not be conflict, but the propagation of culture and the transmission of morals, elevating individual souls and character. Thus, no ruler would seek to abolish it, as they would find it essential for maintaining societal stability. Lu Xie spoke with great fervor, employing all his persuasive charm. I have learned much from your teachings. Madame Lu said, rising to bow respectfully to Lu Xide, as someone experienced in this domain. His words enlightened her, reminding her that for a sect to endure, it must separate itself from rebellion. The true essence lies in educating the hearts of the people toward goodness. She had not anticipated that this young emperor possessed such insight concerning religion, and she could not help but regard him with newfound esteem. She felt as though she had been skillfully persuaded by Lu Xie. Caught off guard by the passage of time, this approach had been exhausted in later generations. Now, May I inquire as to your identity? Lu Xie smiled and replied, I am Lu Shi, a humble maiden. At your service, your majesty. Madame Lu once again paid her respects to Lu Xie. Are you truly Madame Lu? Lu Xie nearly staggered in surprise. The Madame Lu you speak of is my mother. She founded the Five Pecks of Rice sect. I am her youngest daughter, and Zhang Lu is my elder brother. I carry my mother's surname. Lu Shi explained with a smile. I see. You startled me for a moment. Lu Xie exclaimed, patting his chest. Lu Shi covered her mouth with a laugh, revealing a charming demeanor. At that moment, it was hard to imagine that she was a revered celestial master commanding great respect. In the future, you shall oversee the White Lotus sect. As husband and wife, let us expand and strengthen it, ensuring its legacy endures for generations. What do you say? Lu Xie proposed, leaning in closer. Perhaps this is my fate. Can I oppose it? Lu Shi shot Lu Xie a playful glance. May I bring my niece to join me? I have noticed her remarkable talent in matters pertaining to the sect, she added. Oh, certainly. Where is she? Shall I seek her out? Lu Xie inquired, puzzled. Is your majesty feigning ignorance? Is she not in your palace? Lu Shi shot him another playful look. Oh, you mean the daughter of your elder brother? Zhang Lu? Of course, that poses no issue, as long as she is willing, Lu Xie responded. She would naturally be willing. She has grown up by my side. Whenever I venture out for activities, she is always with me. Lu Shi remarked. So she is a little diviner, Lu Xie mused inwardly. The next day, Lu Xie visited Zhang Lu's daughter, Zhang Qiaying. Upon seeing her, he was struck by her stunning beauty, understanding why Ma Chao had praised her so highly. Zhang Qiaying was only 17 years old. Lu Xie realized that regardless of how intelligent or beautiful a girl was, the younger ones were far easier to charm, primarily because they had yet to experience the harshness of society. The younger they were, the more they were captivated by appearances. With Lu Xie's current nearly perfect looks standing there, it was no surprise that 9 out of 10 girls would fall for him, with the 10th being non-existent. Without any complications, he easily won over another 2 9-point beauties. He genuinely wished to develop a mature sect, and these 2 female celestial masters were ideally suited for the task. In the future, the best way to influence occupied territories and the untamed regions was through religion. This was a method that would be replicated in later generations. There was no need for innovation. It was essential to provide these people with a good life, urging them to live earnestly, without being preoccupied with trivial matters. Particularly, efforts must be made to enlighten those from the western regions and the grasslands, who were both fierce and uncivilized. It was imperative to deliver culture, warmth, and necessary beliefs to them, helping them to escape their brutal existence sooner, thereby hastening their journey towards civilization. Chapter 53. Sun Yu acts as a matchmaker. Although Lu Xie was not a person who easily abandoned the old for the new, he found himself lingering longer than usual with the newcomers, to the point of neglecting court duties for several days. One day, Sun Yu came to pay his respects to the emperor. Your Majesty, I bring you some good news, Sun Yu announced. Oh, what is it? I delight in hearing good tidings, Lu Xie responded, pleased to see Sun Yu, usually so serious, engaging in humor. His spirits lifted as he noted an increase in positive developments recently. I have come to propose a marriage for your Majesty. There is a general's younger sister, under 30 years of age, who has been widowed for many years. You may consider taking her as your consort? Sun Yu suggested. What is this nonsense? Lu Xie retorted, somewhat irked. I have always married widows not out of preference, but because I could not find a maiden. Now that I have the freedom and power in my grasp, I need not resort to such arrangements. Has the court forgotten that I am the emperor? Lu Xie mused. Sun Ai Qing, the absurdities I once engaged in were due to compulsion. Now that we have achieved success, why must we continue this way? I do not truly desire such a union. Lu Xie waved his hand dismissively. Sun Yu paused, taken aback. Had the emperor genuinely changed his mind? Your Majesty, Lu Zhang is the foremost among the 9 ministers. Though he holds no real power, many civil and military officials have come from Shu. They are naturally banding together, and we cannot allow this to continue, for it threatens the stability of the court. Sun Yu warned. Then, as the head of the officials, you must find a solution. This is not my area of expertise, Lu Xie replied nonchalantly. The solution I propose is to form alliances through marriage, thereby aligning the most influential faction with the emperor, Sun Yu suggested. That is unacceptable. Such matters must be minimized in the future. My reputation is already in disarray. with people claiming I am a collector of second-hand goods. Public opinion can be quite fearsome. I currently have no shortage of consorts in the palace, Lucia reiterated, waving his hand once more. Alas, that may be so, but it is a pity for General Wu Yi's sister, who possesses extraordinary beauty. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to win her heart, Sun Yu lamented as he departed, shaking his head. General Wu Yi's sister? The Empress of Shu Han. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Lu Xie thought to himself. Sun Yu, how could you have withheld such information? Had I known sooner, I would have considered it. As he watched Sun Yu nearing the exit, Lu Xie cleared his throat. Ahem, Sun Ai Qing, please wait. After careful consideration, I feel compelled to contribute. It would not be right for me to let you officials bear the burden alone. Your plan is prudent. Forging ties with Wu Yi, a representative figure of Shu, is indeed a wise strategy, Lu Xie declared. Then, regarding the consort matter? Sun Yu inquired, his tone seeking confirmation. Proceed as you see fit, but let this be an exception, Lu Xie replied with a serious demeanor. As Sun Yu turned to leave, stepping out of the palace, he could not help but stroke his beard, a smile spreading across his face. You may act the fool, but I shall not be deterred, he thought. This task would be simple to execute, yet its implications were significant. Lu Xie's influence had transformed. Any marriage alliance now could cause considerable shifts in power dynamics. Yet, Lu Xie himself remained indifferent, focusing solely on the character of the person he was to marry, rather than their family or background. For someone of his humble origins, such matters were of little concern. With 4 or 5 weddings each year, Lu Xie found himself experiencing a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his early days in the Three Kingdoms, a time filled with excitement and anticipation, yet lacking the calm confidence he possessed now. In a state of inebriation, he entered the bridal chamber, his only anticipation being the surprise the system might bestow upon him. It must be said, the system was indeed extraordinary, incomparable to ordinary beings. It always managed to strike a chord within him, causing his heart to tremble now. As Lu Xie gazed upon the beauty before him, he felt a stirring in his soul. She resembled the goddess he had once adored in his youth, captivating in her demeanor, expression, and character. Every smile and frown held an irresistible allure. The goddess of his dreams stood before him, and Lu Xie found his eyes misting over. This image awakened distant memories within him, and he thought how wonderful it would be if this were the modern era. What troubles you, your majesty? The beauty before him, having completed her formalities, inquired with a hint of surprise. Why are you so emotional upon our first meeting? Is there truly need for such excitement? Merely gazing at the handsome young man before her, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if it were destiny itself. After marrying her husband for just a few months, she found herself a widow. Given her husband's illustrious lineage, the likelihood of her living a solitary life was considerably high. Yet, unexpectedly, this amiable and charming man had pulled her from the depths of despair. This must indeed be fate. He was her destined companion. Contemplating this, her eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Xie shook his head, snapping back to reality, only to discover that Wu Shi was gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, brimming with affection. Was this what they called fate? It seemed as though Lu Xie's dreams were coming to fruition. While Wu Shi appeared to have found her true love, the two shared a bond akin to glue, reveling in each other's presence. After indulging in this tender affection for a time, life gradually returned to its usual rhythm. Lu Xie could not neglect his other consorts, all of whom were cherished by him. From that moment onward, Lu Xie transformed into a fluttering butterfly, or perhaps it was more fitting to liken him to a diligent little bee. Tirelessly visiting the chambers of his various consorts, to wield power over the realm by day and to revel in the company of beautiful women by night, he had to face reality. With his current abilities, he could only manage to achieve a fraction of that. Having a proficient gynecologist as a husband was a double-edged sword for the consorts, for they soon began to conceive in droves. With 2 football teams' worth of offspring already, the prospect of more had left Sun Yu in despair. He lamented the overabundance of heirs, fretting over how to divide the estate in the future. This emperor, reminiscent of the former prince of Zhongshan, was still quite young. If things continued as they were, the number of offspring might surpass 100. How could that be? Nevertheless, all the consorts had undergone an intellectual awakening under Lu Xie's influence. Many, even while heavily pregnant, insisted on attending cabinet meetings, feeling uneasy if a day went by without attending to state affairs. Lu Xia watched in astonishment, questioning why he felt so indifferent to these matters. His true interest lay in the dissemination of knowledge. The establishment of a military hospital, which he initiated, had yielded remarkable results during the recent military campaign in Hanzhong, astonishing commanders from all factions. The treatment of wounds with alcohol had significantly reduced the rate of inflammation, and excessive blood loss after suturing major injuries had been effectively mitigated. Many experienced officers and soldiers had been saved from their injuries. Compared to past wars, the losses were negligible. Moreover, Zhao Yun's cavalry was unmatched, causing Zhang Lu's forces to retreat at the mere sight of them, which explained the rapid victory over Zhang Lu. This series of changes led civil and military officials to reassess their views on the emperor's seemingly frivolous pursuits, particularly Sun Yu, who, upon witnessing the emperor engage in trivial matters, no longer offered counsel. Realizing that Lu Xia had yet to make any significant errors. Thus, Lu Xia's Technological Institute received a modest allocation from the court. Not long after, Lu Xia invented a new item, the toothbrush. He instructed a carpenter to craft an elegant handle, drilling numerous small holes, then using boar bristles combined with horsehair to create a toothbrush. It was a remarkably modern invention, albeit somewhat rigid. Indeed, this toothbrush is a bit too hard. Prone to causing gum bleeding, softer bristles are necessary. It could serve as an excellent shoe brush, however. Lu Xia mused, resolved to experiment with squirrel fur. He had grown weary of using willow twigs or neglecting dental care altogether. Yet Lu Xia, being somewhat lethargic, was reluctant to invest time in research. He shared his idea with the skilled craftsmen at the Technological Institute, pointing them in a direction. To his surprise, 3 days later, he received unexpected results. These ingenious artisans not only utilized horsehair and sheep wool, but also blended various thicknesses of hair, producing a truly remarkable creation. They had even fashioned the wooden handles from materials such as bone, jade, and ivory, making them both aesthetically pleasing and smooth, leaving Lu Xia in awe. This promised to be a lucrative venture. Contemplating business, Lu Xia thought it time to plan a bright future for his domain. He convened a meeting with all his consorts, including the newly joined Tang Ji, Sun Shangxiang, and Wu Shi. They were taken aback, having never anticipated that the emperor would allow the harem to engage in political affairs. Our household industry is not yet self-sufficient in generating profits. My vision is for the palace to be self-sustaining, entirely independent from the court, forming two completely autonomous entities. Lu Xia had even prepared a whiteboard for this meeting. Sketching ideas with charcoal, the consorts, like a gathering of songbirds, filled the room, creating an ambience reminiscent of a corporate annual meeting. Clearing his throat, Lu Xia gently reminded the whispering consorts to pay attention. However, the consorts were well aware of his personality and took little heed. Some even brought their children, transforming the solemn entrepreneurial conference into a casual tea gathering. Lu Xia resorted to tapping a small bamboo stick against the blackboard, raising his voice to call for silence. This startled the newcomers, who had never seen such a side of the emperor. The consorts felt a surge of excitement, as though they had discovered a new world. Realizing that the palace operated under a different set of customs where women received a level of respect entirely distinct from the outside world. Let us first welcome our new colleagues. Embracing them into our warm family, Lu Xia declared, leading the applause, which was soon echoed by the others. Next, I must stress the importance of what I am about to say. All of you must listen attentively. You with the children, yes, I mean you, hurry and hand them over to the wet nurse. We are in a meeting, Lu Xia added, somewhat helplessly. Seeing the rare seriousness in Lu Xia, the consorts complied. It was indeed a rare sight for them to see him in such a state. My aim, as previously stated, is for our royal family to be independent of the court, even from the world, and to thrive. We cannot follow the path of previous dynasties, where the rise of the dynasty equated to the rise of the family, and its fall spelled doom for the lineage. Lu Xia asserted, My lord, what meaning does it hold for you to be emperor then? Would it not be preferable for our family to engage in commerce, acquiring a vast estate and living leisurely, rather than being constantly under scrutiny? Zhenmi interjected, voicing a dissenting opinion. Upon noticing the expressions of agreement from the other consorts, Lu Xia cleared his throat once more and said, Then allow me to impart a lesson. Chapter 54. Expanded inter-cabinet meeting since the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, until our Eastern Han, which can be deemed as its twilight years. Do you know which dynasty was the longest? Lu Xia inquired. Naturally, it was the Zhou dynasty, encompassing both the Western and Eastern periods, lasting nearly 800 years. The learned Kai Yin responded, "Do you know which dynasty boasted the most formidable military strength?" Lu Xie posed again. Undoubtedly, it was the Qin dynasty. Even during the reign of our own Wu Di, we could hardly compare, Kai Yin answered again, as the other consorts showed no inclination to dispute her. Since you know this, let me share that the Western Zhou retained some power, yet by the Eastern Zhou, it was a fragmented realm where control had become nominal. Nevertheless, the Zhou royal family endured for 4 centuries, allowing its members to proliferate. Qin Shi Huang, exceptionally talented, unified the realm and established central authority, yet his dynasty fell within 2 generations, leading to the demise of a lineage that had persisted for centuries. Why was that? Lu Xie questioned. The consorts fell silent, including Kai Yin, lost in contemplation. Lu Xie chose not to interrupt them, allowing their thoughts to wander for a moment. I cannot deduce it. Dear husband, please enlighten us. El Qiling finally spoke, now a mother of 3, showing little interest in intellectual pursuits. The other consorts nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Xie felt an exhilarating sense of grandeur. Who are these students below? They are renowned beauties of history. This lesson is both captivating and elegant. Being their teacher is indeed worthwhile. In essence, it all boils down to the misallocation of interests. When benefits are evenly distributed, envy dissipates, ensuring longevity. Conversely, monopolizing benefits incites ambition to usurp, inevitably leading to a swift demise of the dynasty. As the saying goes, one cannot be a thief for 1,000 days. How can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Lu Xie elucidated. Is this the reason you allow the great families to grow powerful without suppression, my lord? Queen Guo inquired, having previously expressed concern over the potential threat posed by powerful clans. That is one reason. Each transition of power is typically marked by widespread suffering. Have any of you pondered why this occurs? Lu Xie asked once more. The consorts were once again deep in thought. At this moment, Bulianshi remarked, my lord, is it not due to overpopulation leading to insufficient farmland, resulting in hunger and rebellion among the populace? Among them, she came from a modest background, having endured hardships in her youth and understanding some aspects of common life. On the surface, that appears to be the case. However, now that you are all free to leave the palace, have you not noticed how the wilderness outside the city is overgrown with weeds? With so much farmland left uncultivated, how can one claim there is a lack of land? Lu Xie remarked, this is due to the existence of land held by landlords, which remains abandoned by its masters, leaving the farmers without land powerless to cultivate. At this juncture, Madamine interjected, thus, it is fundamentally a matter of unequal distribution, unrelated to the population size. The question then arises, how shall we resolve this? Lu Xie inquired. The ladies exchanged glances, rendered speechless. There are generally 2 approaches. The first is to eradicate those landlords and aristocrats who possess vast resources, followed by a redistribution of land. This method is often employed during regime changes. However, over time, new landlords, families, and nobility will emerge, leading to a recurrence of the same difficulties faced by previous dynasties, resulting in a never-ending cycle. The second approach is expansion, seizing the land and resources of others, thereby utilizing the surplus labor of our own country to acquire more resources to satisfy our needs. This can significantly alleviate internal conflicts, but as power grows, those conflicts tend to resurface. Lu Xie, now eager to impart knowledge, gently guided them. After a moment of contemplation, the more astute among the women began to grasp the underlying principles, yet some, like Sun Shangxiang and El Qiling, grew impatient, preferring the thrill of combat over theoretical discourse. Tuoba Fian, skilled in horseback riding and archery, found the discourse overly cerebral, questioning Lu Xie's reiteration of the same ideas without presenting a solution. Husband, you are clever. Please just tell us what to do. We women are not destined to conquer the world, and understanding these principles is of little utility, El Qiling stated, with disinterested nods from the other ladies. Very well, returning to the main topic. The division and unity of nations and peoples is beyond our control. Such conflicts will gradually diminish with the advancement of civilization. However, our aim must be to ensure the longevity of our family. That is our true objective. Do not harbor illusions that our throne will endure indefinitely. Such notions are unrealistic, Lu Xie declared. The audience was taken aback. Was this truly a statement from an emperor? Throughout history, Had any emperor ever spoken of the impermanence of their reign? Yet, seeing Lu Xia's calm demeanor, they recognized a certain audacity in this emperor, unafraid to entertain words that could be perceived as detrimental to his position. Perhaps this was part of his unique allure. How shall we proceed practically? Sun Shangxiang finally could not contain her curiosity to a pertinent question. Lu Xia replied, eagerly anticipating this prompt. First, we must establish multiple secure and discreet strongholds to ensure temporary safety and avoid the ravages of war. Second, we must develop industries capable of generating wealth, ideally those that can sustain long-term growth across various sectors. In times of adversity, it is crucial that we can operate independently. Third, we require talent. We must invest in or establish academies to nurture individuals who can support us, ensuring our people can keep pace with the evolution of society. This is of utmost importance. We cannot limit ourselves to producing only political officials. We need skilled individuals across all fields. We should not isolate ourselves from the world. Otherwise, we risk obsolescence. Instead, we must integrate and ideally lead the world. Having outlined these three tenets, Lu Xia felt a sense of pride. Having devised these strategies over recent days. As for implementation, that was self-evident. This meeting was convened precisely for that purpose. These women, whom he had nurtured into energetic and capable partners, would surely thrive when presented with a challenge. Lu Xia had a penchant for palace intrigue and stories. Yet he fervently wished to avoid such drama in his own harem. Only grand aspirations and seemingly unattainable goals could effectively channel their energies. Indeed, most of the ladies were invigorated, eager to roll up their sleeves and strive for a stable future for their families and children, an aspiration shared by every mother. Lu Xia had bestowed upon them this opportunity and imparted a method. What reason could they possibly have to remain inactive? He directed the 4 major merchants to initiate various commercial ventures, most of which he had invested in, including coal, toothbrushes, papermaking, textiles, and irrigation workshops, along with iron smelting introduced from the western regions, among numerous others. Many of these projects were ideas Lu Xia had adapted from future innovations, and the share proportions were substantial. The annual income to the palace had become quite considerable. Thus, this cabinet of ladies had every potential to leverage these resources to realize Lu Xia's aspirations. From that point onward, the imperial concubines were not only tasked with assisting Lu Xia in political matters, but also entrusted with a secret mission to secure the future of the royal family. After concluding their cabinet meeting, Lu Xia summoned prominent ministers such as Sun Yu, Zhang Wan, and Bu Jio for a standing committee meeting. Your Majesty, with Hanzhong now secured and Nanyang transferred, these 2 regions are fertile lands for grain production. Do you have any governance suggestions? Sun Yu inquired. As the chief minister and the practical executor of various affairs, he recognized the emperor's remarkable ingenuity, often generating brilliant ideas. Lu Xia had a simple map brought forth. Gazing at the vast expanse of land with a sense of pride, his influence was indeed formidable. By the map's measure, the territories were significant and, more importantly, they were promising regions with abundant population and arable land. For Nanyang, we must appoint a capable individual to govern for several years. How about you, Bu Aiqing, taking on the role of Nanyang's governor? Lu Xia proposed. Sun Yu nodded in agreement, finding this to be a sensible decision. Sun Aiqing, next we must embark on some civil projects, such as irrigation and road construction. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. Merely occupying territory will not suffice. We must ensure the local populace benefits from tangible improvements. Clothing, food, and prosperity will ultimately win their allegiance, Lu Xia articulated from a lofty perspective. Your Majesty speaks with great wisdom. Prioritizing the people is essential for long-term success, Jiang Wan praised earnestly. Indeed, our next course of action should involve adopting a defensive posture towards Shu, Wu, and Chao. We must allow Zhao Yun to engage the northern Xianbei, while Ma Chao handles the western Chong and various small tribes from the west. Any territories conquered must be followed by civilizing efforts, ensuring shared language and culture. Otherwise, they must be eradicated. Lu Xia established the nation's future strategy. Your Majesty, this might provoke unrest among the foreign tribes, making them difficult to control, Sun Yu cautioned. Patience is key. Let Zilong and Mengqi proceed gradually, training 2 elite cavalry units. If those barbarians resist, it is acceptable. We should refrain from slaughter, as it would offend the heavens. They can assist in road construction and canal digging, which is a pressing need. We should also offer them a path to survival, Lu Xia suggested. Other laborers for road construction should not be forcibly conscripted, as that too offends the heavens. It would be best to employ a system of labor for relief. There are many displaced persons who have yet to be settled. We can use road construction as a means for them to earn wages and support their families. A viable solution. As for the land issues involved with the aristocrats, compile your findings and inform them that the court intends to reclaim vast territories in the north and west, offering a tenfold exchange or purchase at fair prices, but must first approach them with courtesy before resorting to force. The ministers nodded in agreement, appreciating Lu Xie's gentle approach in addressing issues. Lastly, an important matter arose. We must mint currency, Lu Xie revealed, astonishing his audience. Mint currency? Is there a shortage of funds, Your Majesty? Zhang Wan questioned. Not at all. Have you not noticed the disarray among the coins circulating throughout our Han territories? They vary in quality and are not a sustainable solution. I propose to mint new currency to standardize the market. Furthermore, I wish to establish an institution called the Central Bank, dedicated to managing currency and its circulation. Do any of you have recommendations for individuals well-versed in economics? Lu Xie inquired. Your Majesty, I believe that the Duke of Wei, Mi Zhu, would be suitable, Sun Yu suggested. Then let him oversee this matter, Lu Xie replied, preparing to conclude the meeting, as it had been lengthy and he required a respite. Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. Sun Yu quickly interjected as Lu Xie prepared to depart. Sun Yiqing, what is it? Lu Xie inquired that I wish to travel to Yi City to meet with Duke Cao Cao and request the return of Luoyang. Sun Yu stated. Lu Xie was taken aback. Sun Yu was his most trusted minister, and he could not allow him to personally face danger. No, Sun Yiqing, for the sake of Emir Luoyang, it is not worth risking your safety. Lu Xie hastily remarked, Your Majesty, even if the matter cannot be accomplished, I assure you that I am not in danger. I understand the character of Lord Cao, and there will be no issues. Sun Yu spoke with resolute conviction. Alas, in that case, dear Sun, you must exercise utmost caution, for Cao Mengda may harbor resentment against you. Lu Xie reluctantly conceded, offering his counsel. Chapter 55. The Charms of a Stick. As Sun Yu journeyed to Yi City, Lu Xie personally escorted him, refusing to cease his farewells even after traveling 30 lit, was reminiscent of the melancholic verses of the wind rustles through the reeds at the Koldi River. For he truly did not wish for Sun Yu to meet Cao Cao. One must remember that in the tales, Sun Yu ultimately took his own life due to Cao Cao's actions. Or rather, was driven to death by him, as he found himself at odds with Cao Cao. Yet, Sun Yu felt compelled to go. The emperor's concern for him touched his heart deeply, leading him to declare that dedicating his life to the Han dynasty was worthwhile. Lu Xie's gesture also profoundly influenced the other ministers, garnering him considerable goodwill through this emotional display, serving as a form of compensation for his conscience. In all affairs, there are those who act. But in the end, one is often left with nothing to do. Assisting with state affairs, that was out of the question. How could one squander a joyful life in such a manner? He could very well wander the streets of Chang'an. Having not ventured out in a long time, previously in Shudu, he felt like a caged bird. Now, this bird could soar freely. He secretly longed to carry a birdcage and walk a dog, meandering through the streets of Chang'an, occasionally teasing passing maidens, relishing the experience of a dandy, a second-generation heir, something he had envied in his past life. Abandoning state matters, he truly accompanied Shi to explore the bustling streets of Chang'an. Of course, the dream of walking a dog and carrying a birdcage remained unfulfilled. After all, he was a man of status and dignity. Engaging in such activities felt beneath him. Better to harbor that regret in his heart. For possessing an unattainable dream is not without its own merit in life's journey. This newfound wandering became somewhat addictive. He found himself frequently strolling about, invigorated by the lively throngs, the essence of life enveloping him. This felt like the true human experience, for the deep palace lacked the warmth of humanity. On one such day, traversing a narrow alley, basking in the radiant sunlight amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Xie gazed upon the beaming faces of the hard-working populace. His resolve to create a stable environment for their existence solidified. As he walked, a sudden thump on his head startled him. A wooden stick had fallen from above, causing Shi, his attendant, to break into a cold sweat. The recent tranquility had lulled his vigilance, and he pondered what might have happened had it been a dagger. What would become of the emperor then? Just as he was about to draw his sword in defense, Lu Xie stopped him. Picking up the slender wooden stick, he discerned that it was a common prop used to prop open windows. Looking up, he saw a young woman leaning out of a window, searching for something with her head stretched out. Upon spotting the stick in Lucia's hand, her face lit up with joy, only to quickly shift to a hint of embarrassment. Lucia, captivated by her alternating expressions of delight and concern, found himself momentarily entranced. Is this the golden lotus who has crossed over? Have I become the Westgate official? Is she not the most beautiful golden lotus? He mused, astonished at her presence in Chang'an. Truly, she was a bewitching sight. Her alluring visage and subtly revealed figure ignited a primal desire within him. Lucia, with the stick in hand, stood transfixed before her beauty. The lady above was equally spellbound. The man below who had retrieved her stick appeared strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. His smile, gentle as a spring breeze, pierced her heart like an arrow. She had never encountered a man of such charisma and allure, and thus found herself entranced at the window. The two exchanged glances, as if an entire century had passed between them. Could this be love at first sight? Shur-Ah, understanding his master's disposition, noted the dazed look in Lucia's eyes and the exquisite beauty at the window. Realizing his master had taken a fancy to another's wife. Alas, this master of his had, over the years, excelled in many areas, yet his penchant for beautiful women brought complications. Yet, his mind raced with thoughts of how to bring this enchanting woman to the palace. Hoping she was not the wife of some high-ranking official, however, one who could be seen in the marketplace likely did not hold a high status. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt somewhat reassured. Ultimately, the beauty above could no longer withstand Lucia's gaze and retreated, shutting the window behind her. Coming back to reality, Lucia inquired of Shur-Ah, "What year is it now?" Shur-Ah replied, "It is the first year of Huaxia." Lucia then asked, "And what place is this?" To which Shur-Ah responded, "Chang'an." "Has the spirit of the emperor been bewitched? Does he remember nothing?" Lucia pondered. Relieved, he had nearly imagined himself transported to the Song dynasty, fearing that the system had played a prank on him, whisking him from the three kingdoms to water margin, for which he was unprepared. Once his anxiety subsided, Lucia tapped the stick against his palm, a smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! Who would have thought that a simple stroll could yield such a treasure? Glancing about, he noticed below was a modest grain shop. He turned to Shur-Ah and instructed, "Investigate whose shop this is, but do not alert anyone." Shur-Ah acknowledged the command, his expression conveying, "You can trust me." Following this encounter, further wandering lost its allure, as the image of the beautiful woman lingered in his mind. Thus, he resolved to return to the palace and recline in leisure. Meanwhile, Sun Yu faced numerous challenges and finally arrived at Yi City. Cao Cao's displeasure had not yet subsided, and he did not come forth to greet him. However, other officials, ostensibly his subordinates, emerged from the city or their residences to welcome him. Wei Gong. Sun Yu bowed respectfully before Cao Cao, who was turned away, his back facing Sun Yu. "You have trained a fine disciple." Cao Cao's voice drifted over. "He is not my disciple. I have never taught him," Sun Yu replied, shaking his head. "Oh, then is his brilliance a gift from heaven?" Cao Cao exclaimed, turning to face him. "Indeed. I have heard from the palace servants that the Taoist Gu Xian claimed his intellect has awakened, allowing him to perceive the past and future. This cannot be mere fabrication." Sun Yu stated, "Even so, you once spoke of working together to restore the Han dynasty. Now that the endeavor remains unfinished, why do you betray me?" Cao Cao's anger was palpable. "The Han dynasty you seek to restore. Whose Han dynasty is it? The Lu family? Or the Chao family?" Sun Yu inquired. Cao Cao was momentarily at a loss for words. If it were the Lu family, how could Sun Yu be accused of betrayal? If it were the Chao family, how could he demand loyalty from others? Alas, Cao Cao sighed deeply. "What brings you here today?" "I come to request the return of Luoyang from Wei Gong. The division of the Sealy has led to mutual hostility, making it difficult for the common folk to live peacefully. It would be better for Wei Gong to return Luoyang to the emperor, who would be immensely grateful," Sun Yu proposed. "What a fanciful thought. That is my future stronghold for attacking Chang'an. How could I hand it over to the enemy?" Cao Cao replied. "Then it is no wonder the emperor labeled Wei Gong a tyrant of the chaotic times. The Sealy under Wei Gong is, in truth, tasteless. Now that Nanjun has returned to the emperor, and Hanzhong and Hatao are gradually being reclaimed, Luoyang finds itself in a state of semi-siege. Why must Wei Gong engage in a futile contest of pride? Squandering troops and resources? Sun Yu countered. Had I known that the troops from Hatao were yours, I would have prioritized their elimination. You have played a clever game, stabbing me in the back, Cao Cao retorted angrily. Wei Gong has lost sight of the purpose and the past. We labored tirelessly for the revival of the Han dynasty. Yet what has become of it? The very master of the Han dynasty lacks a place to call home, forced to rely on others for shelter. Now, the emperor possesses extraordinary talent, and the revival of the Han dynasty is within reach. Yet the lords of the realm hoard their treasures, treating this world as their own. Sun Yu rebutted. But what if I refuse? Cao Cao challenged. Then upon my return, I shall ally with Jiangdong. Sun Quan's forces may soon occupy Shuzhou. Sun Yu warned, Do you dare? Are you not afraid that I might detain you here today, never allowing you to leave Yi City? Cao Cao's fury was evident. When I departed, the emperor urged me to reconsider, saying that Wei Gong's temperament was lacking and would hold a grudge against me, foreseeing that I might meet my end in Yi City. Thus, as I set out, I was sent off for 30 li as a final farewell. The emperor understands Wei Gong well, yet I have worked alongside him for many years and know that he underestimates Wei Gong. He harbors great ambitions for the world. How could he possess such a narrow mind? That is why I insisted on coming. I do not wish to see two individuals, both striving for the Han dynasty's legacy, fighting to the death. That would be a tragedy for the Han dynasty. Sun Yu's tone was somber, tinged with sorrow. Wenrua, do you know how important you are to me? When I first heard you were accompanying the young emperor, my heart was torn asunder. Now, I spare your life but confine you to Yi City. It is a way to sever one of his arms, Cao Cao declared, his words laced with frustration. There is a truth you may not believe, even without my assistance. The young emperor could have reached this point, though perhaps not as smoothly. My primary aim in coming here is to persuade you to return to the court. The position of Grand Minister is still yours. Based on my understanding of the emperor, he is quite magnanimous. It is not impossible for you to be granted kingship in the future. I see unprecedented hope for the Han within him. Sun Yu spoke again, gazing at Cao Cao, his tone imbued with fervor. Wenrua, you have now completely resigned yourself. You may return and convey to that young emperor that not only Luoyang, but the entirety of Xizhou can be offered to him. Let us see what he can offer in exchange. With a wave of his hand, Cao Cao departed. Sun Yu felt somewhat taken aback. Had Cao Mengda always been so discourteous? In Chang'an, the emperor was informed. Your Majesty, we have ascertained the truth. This woman is the sister-in-law of Zhao Fan, a former official from Shu. Zhao Fan's elder brother passed away 2 years ago, and she followed the Zhao family to Chang'an. Currently, Zhao Fan serves under Lu Zhong, who has arranged for his widowed sister-in-law to run a shop selling rice for a livelihood. Shi had spent several days uncovering the origins of the beautiful Jin Lian. Is it truly her? The Fan family who once wished to marry Zhao Yun. Now that Zhao Yun serves under me, he has no opportunity to return to Shu, and thus their paths shall never cross. How fortuitous that she seeks me out now. Then inquire further. I wish to take her into the palace, but it must be voluntary and discreet. No force, Lu Xie stated, now a man of stature, mindful of conducting affairs with decorum. Shi, however, held a different view. It is my duty to fulfill the emperor's command. If his majesty desires it, it shall be accomplished, and as for consent, that is assured. Indeed, the next day brought joyful news. Zhao Fan was more than willing, practically begging for the arrangement. However, Lu Xie could not immediately indulge in such pleasures. The palace was no longer like Sudu. With a well-structured administration and an abundance of officials regulating marriage and funerals, they had calculated that the next auspicious day would not arrive until the following month. Lu Xie mused, then let it be next month. Waiting a little while is hardly a burden. Unexpectedly, before the beauty could enter the palace, Sun Yu returned unexpectedly. Did he truly say such things? Lu Xie inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I am unaware of his intentions. Sun Yu replied. Lu Xie could not discern whether Sun Yu was genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance. This was the first sentence he spoke upon returning to see Lu Xie after a month. Chapter 56. Shall we convene a conference of the 4 factions? I understand. I will deliberate on this. The significance of Luoyang is not paramount. We can revisit this matter later. Lu Xie's current desire for territorial expansion was not as pressing as that of other warlords. He was unlike them, for he prioritized the welfare of the common people living on this land over merely enlarging his dominion. This notion stemmed from the later generations. If the populace suffers, the land cannot prosper. Acquiring it would be akin to possessing a mere chicken rib. Your Majesty, do not underestimate the strategic importance of this land. Luoyang also represents the dignity of our Han dynasty. It was once our capital. How could it fall into the hands of others? Sun Yu, observing Lu Xie's nonchalant attitude, grew anxious. Is it truly that significant? Lu Xie questioned, uncertain. Indeed, Your Majesty must seize it at any cost. Sun Yu insisted on why, dear minister, if that is your stance, I shall consider it thoroughly and discuss it further in a few days, Lu Xie remarked, taken aback by Sun Yu's fervent regard for Luoyang. Days swiftly passed as Lu Xie dedicated himself to contemplation, a rare instance of his earnest engagement with state affairs. Staring at the map, Lu Xie suddenly thought, why not convene a meeting? Gather these ambitious figures. Sit down to negotiate, discuss the borders, and draft a peace treaty. If we can ensure a decade of tranquility, it would indeed be a great deed. It would be best to choose a location where all factions converge, ideally involving both Eastern Wu and Northern Wei, while Lu Huangshu still retained a modicum of trust. Thus, after consulting with several key ministers, who all deemed it a feasible plan, Lu Xie proposed bestowing titles upon several warlords in exchange for land. Initially, a few ministers opposed the idea, but eventually, they all acquiesced. Once the others departed, Sun Yu approached Lu Xie once more. Your Majesty, have you considered that if we confer titles upon these external warlords, our internal lords might also harbor ambitions? It is not a matter of scarcity, but of inequity, Sun Yu articulated, displaying his seasoned prudence. Why, dear minister, I have contemplated this. In the future, many will be granted titles. Not merely my sons, but anyone who contributes to expanding our territory may be named a king of a different lineage, Lu Xie responded. What? Would this not forsake ancestral customs? The High Ancestor established the precedent that those of different lineages cannot be crowned kings. Sun Yu exclaimed, my learned minister, can you name a dynasty that has not met its demise? As the saying goes, it is better to accommodate than to obstruct. Once many warlords enjoy the same privileges as the emperor, they will lose the desire to overthrow my reign. Perhaps, the Han dynasty can endure for a longer duration, Lu Xie reasoned. Is this truly your conviction, Your Majesty? Sun Yu inquired. Indeed. As long as there is no conflict and the common people live in peace. What does it matter if my power is diminished? The world is vast. The Lu lineage cannot monopolize it all, nor do we possess such capability. What I hope for is the prosperity of the Han people, so that we do not exhaust ourselves through incessant internal strife. Lu Xie sighed deeply, recalling the trials of the Huaxia people over the millennia, a truly suffering nation. If conditions could improve, he would not mind relinquishing the throne. The populace will surely be grateful for Your Majesty's benevolence, Sun Yu said, bowing respectfully. Minister, prepare accordingly. First select a suitable meeting place, with particular consideration for Duke Wei and Marquis Wu. I shall write to Lu Huangshu to explain. Lu Xie instructed. Your Majesty, presently, Jingzhou is jointly governed by the court and Lu Huangshu. If we convene the meeting in Xiangyang, it will encompass all parties involved, Sun Yu suggested. Oh, that is splendid. It will be a joyous occasion for all. Minister Sun, distribute the invitations widely. Let us have a grand assembly of the four factions. Concluding his thoughts, Lu Xie felt a surge of exuberance. This was the most candid expression of his aspirations since his rebirth. Convening a meeting as the sovereign of this land. Power indeed is a marvelous thing. Sun Yu arranged for swift messengers to gallop forth, delivering invitations to the various warlords, Yi City, at the residence of Duke Wei. The atmosphere was tensed at a conference of the four factions. Does he intend to act as a mediator? What do you think is his true intention? Cao Cao queried his advisors. Duke Wei, could this not be a cunning scheme by the young emperor to deceive the warlords and engage in nefarious acts? Strategist Chan Deng suggested. How could he possess the strength to accomplish such a feat? It would be a matter of 1 against 3, Chen Yu countered. What if he is allied with 1 or 2 warlords to specifically target us? Would that not be perilous? I advise Duke Wei to either ignore it or send a representative, Jia Su added. Would that not diminish our stature, allowing that young imp to overshadow us? Do you think my elite tiger and leopard cavalry cannot ensure our safety? Cao Cao retorted, unwilling to concede. He was intrigued by Lu Xie's proposal and wished to see what strategies he had in mind. If he chose not to attend, and Lu Xie formed an alliance with the other two warlords, would that not place him at a disadvantage? He resolved to attend, but only with caution. Summon General Cao Ren, Cao Cao commanded. Upon hearing this, the advisors understood that Duke Wei had made up his mind to meet with the emperor and the other warlords. In Moling, at the residence of Marquis Wu, Sun Quan and his advisors gathered. Zhang Zhao presided, alongside Lu Su, Zhu Gejin, and others. Let us discuss. What do you all think of this so-called invitation? Is it worthwhile to attend? Sun Quan set the tone for the discussion. Marquis, I believe there is merit in attending. The emperor has chosen a clever location, a place where the four powers converge, ensuring safety. Lu Su expressed his opinion. Sun Quan turned to Zhang Zhao, who was known for his prudence. I too believe it is prudent to attend. If the Lord does not go, it may appear as an act of weakness. And should they conspire, we would be at a disadvantage, Zhang Zhao concurred. Very well. Let us respond affirmatively. We shall arrive in 3 months. Additionally, summon Lu Ming to prepare the necessary defenses, Sun Quan ultimately decided. In Shu, at the governor's residence, Liu Bei, currently not elevated to a high official rank, served as the governor of Yizhou. Kongming, what do you make of the emperor's intentions? Liu Bei asked, bypassing the question of whether to attend. Instead seeking Zhuge Liang's analysis. The strategist understood the implications. His lord was inclined to go but desired further insight, though he did not oppose the idea. Why, Lord, I cannot decipher the emperor's intent. On the surface, he appears to wish to mediate, urging all factions to cease hostilities, which would temporarily benefit us. Our foundation is currently weak, but with this bountiful land's support, if we can rest and recuperate, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger, Zhuge Liang articulated. Indeed, that is my sentiment as well. What we lack most is time, Liu Bei acknowledged. Currently, our two generals are stationed in Jingzhou, jointly defending with Ma Dai and Chang'e. So our safety is not a concern. When do you plan to depart, my lord? Zhuge Liang remarked. Let us proceed a bit earlier and adopt a more humble stance. After all, the emperor has treated me well, and I must reciprocate his kindness. Lu Xie expressed his delight at receiving a heroic missive from Liu Bei, which had garnered the joint acknowledgement of the three factions, all of whom responded affirmatively, indicating their intention to attend the meeting in person. This brought great joy to Lu Xie, as everyone appreciates a bit of face-saving. He tasked the newly appointed governor of Nanyang, Bu Jiao, with the necessary preparations. Lu Xie planned to depart a month in advance, mindful that the current road conditions differ from those in later times. The duration of travel could often depend on the weather. Time flew by swiftly, and the auspicious day for marrying into the Fan family had arrived, fulfilling Lu Xie's heartfelt wish. As he gazed upon the enchanting beauty seated gracefully upon the couch, he could not suppress the fervor within him. The allure he had admired that day lingered still. Why, beloved, do we not share a connection from a past life? Lu Xie spoke earnestly. Indeed, my lord, I too feel as though we have known each other in some unseen way. Fan replied, equally enamored. The romantic tension from their previous encounter transformed into the intimacy of that night. Lu Xie found that Do's words resonated even more profoundly with him. He is carefree and forgetful of Shu. Fan was a woman of ample proportions, her entire being exuding a fluid grace, naturally alluring. The beautiful days passed with remarkable swiftness. A minister reported that the preparations for the grand convocation were nearly complete, and the departure date was fast approaching. Selecting an auspicious day, Lu Xie, accompanied by the valiant generals Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, each leading 2,000 elite cavalry, set forth from Xiangyang in grand procession. Upon Lu Xie's arrival at Xiangyang, he discovered that 3 fortifications had already been erected outside the city, strategically positioned in a triangular formation around the square, adorned with numerous flags. Each faction had established camps near their borders, and due to the preparations made 3 months in advance, these fortifications were robust. Even if the 3 factions were to unite against one, it would be a considerable challenge to breach them in a short time. Ensuring a sense of security, prior to Lu Xie's arrival, Guan Yu had already vacated Xiangyang to take refuge in Liu Bei's encampment, leaving Ma Dai as the sole guardian, with troops swelling to over 5,000. After resting for 3 days, Lu Xie engaged in rituals of incense burning and bathing. He dispatched a messenger to notify the other 3 factions to convene at a makeshift platform erected in the central square for a modest ceremony of prayer to the heavens. After a series of elaborate rituals, Half a day had elapsed. While Lu Xie felt a tinge of impatience, the other lords displayed commendable composure, seemingly accustomed to such proceedings. In the afternoon, the four lords managed to partake in a modest banquet, discussing the formal negotiations to commence the following day. Chapter 57. The alliance. The next day, the four lords, each accompanied by a strategist, arrived at the temporary meeting place. Their guards remained outside. While not the main participants, Lu Xie couldn't help but envy the formidable guardians stationed at the entrance. In Shu were Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. In Northern Wei were Su Chu and Zhang Liao. In Eastern Wu were El Ming and Gan Ning. Naturally, he had his own valiant protectors in Zhao Yun and Ma Chao. As the host, Lu Xie took the initiative to speak. I express my gratitude to you all for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend this alliance meeting. Though I am the emperor, I do not wish to unduly encroach upon the time of the lords. To be brief, I wish to establish a ceasefire agreement. The people of the Han cannot endure further warfare. We must allow them to recuperate. After a brief pause, he continued, if there are no objections, we can engage in discussions regarding boundary issues, and those who reach a consensus may sign a peace treaty. For those who do not, let us seek common ground while respecting our differences to revisit the matter in the future. What are your thoughts on this? The three lords expressed no dissent. After years of conflict, they all yearned for a respite. Lu Xie first conferred with Cao Cao. He waved away Bu Jiao, preparing for a private discussion with Cao Cao, who acquiesced and asked Chun Yu to step aside temporarily. Cao Gong, I hope you can relinquish control of Xizhou and Yangzhou. I seek a maritime outlet, Lu Xie stated plainly. Your Majesty, that is perhaps a fanciful notion. Not to mention Xizhou, Yangzhou is currently divided between myself and Eastern Wu. To acquire it, you would need the consent of both parties, Cao Cao replied with a measured tone. Cao Gong, you do not fully occupy either of these territories. They are akin to a chicken rib for you. Why not facilitate my request? This way, you would stand independently in the north, with my assistance serving as a protective barrier in the south, ensuring your safety. Would that not be advantageous? Lu Xie continued. Haha, does one truly require protection from another? It is laughable that your Majesty would seek such vast territories without offering anything in return. Cao Cao said, of course, I would not have you do so for nothing. I intend to bestow upon you the title of King of Wei, an hereditary title without substitution. Furthermore, you may seize control of Gongsun Zan's territories in Liaodong and the fertile lands in the northeast. Lu Xie proposed. Your Majesty, the offerings you present are easily within my grasp and insufficient to sway my heart, Cao Cao replied. Cao Gong, O Cao Gong, a man of astute wisdom, can you not see that your offspring fall short of your own greatness? Look at Sun Quan, young yet brimming with talent and ambition. How will your descendants withstand the might of his forces in the future? Lu Xie queried. This time, Cao Cao did not immediately retort. As he too recognized the shortcomings of his own children, I once heard that Cao Gong aspired to become the Duke of Dingyuan, to expand the nation's borders. Has that ambition faded? Lu Xie inquired. An old steed in the stable still yearns for 1,000 miles, Cao Cao replied with a poetic expression. Lu Xie casually produced a map, pointing to specific locations. Cao Gong, upon conquering Liaodong, you could embark on ships from here to the nearby islands, which could yield 2 provinces of land. It is said that vast silver mountains lie within. Would you not be interested? Our Han has suffered greatly from warfare, and the populace is in dire straits. We cannot continue this way. North of Bingzhou, you cannot strike, Cao Cao interjected. He was already aware that Zhao Yun was leading the Wuhuan cavalry, forcing the Xiongnu into a hasty retreat, with many surrendering, reclaiming much of the Hatao region. That poses no issue, Lu Xie retorted, his ambition directed toward the west. Yangzhou can be yours, but Luoyang is non-negotiable, Cao Cao stated. Currently, he only controlled a small portion of Yangzhou, which he deemed not worth lamenting over. Granting it to Lu Xie would indeed create a barrier against Sun Quan, a decent trade-off, yet Luoyang was untouchable, as it encompassed a multitude of territories including Xuchang and Yingchuan. Simultaneously, it would extend the depth of their opposition to Lu Xie. Lu Xie contemplated the situation. Although he did not possess all of Nanyang, it was still under his influence, and as long as he could secure a maritime outlet along the Yangtze, it would suffice, agreed. I do not harbor grand ambitions for land. A waterway will suffice, Lu Xie concluded. The second negotiation involved Sun Quan. You wish to claim Yangzhou? How absurd! Sun Quan exclaimed, visibly irate. Lord of Wu, Should you not consider the terms? Lu Xie proposed. I shall not agree, for that is my foundation. There is no room for negotiation, Sun Quan firmly declared. Then let us exchange. I will elevate you to the title of King of Wu, provided you withdraw from north of the Yangtze. Additionally, I offer you the command of Lingling and Guizhou in exchange for Yuzhong, along with the governance of Jiaozhou, dismissing Shi Xie from his post. Providing you with a convenient excuse, Lu Xie revealed his cards, growing impatient with the ongoing negotiations. That is unacceptable. Lujiang and Jiangxia are crucial territories for Eastern Wu, and cannot be relinquished lightly, Sun Quan countered. If you persist with such demands, I shall unite the three factions to launch an offensive against Eastern Wu. Cao Cao would be more than willing, and I could persuade Lu Huangshu. Do test me? Lu Xie retorted with rising anger. To disregard all of southern territory while wishing to retain land north of the Yangtze. Do you possess the capability? Lu Xie continued. Yuzhong must be mine, for it houses Jingdezhen, a powerful asset for foreign trade that must be secured, along with copper mines and the largest freshwater lake to train our navy. Do you dare? I shall mobilize the full might of Eastern Wu to assault your Chang'an. Sun Quan countered, equally incensed. Realizing the territories offered were vast yet sparsely populated, he pondered their utility. Very well, I shall concede further. I will also grant you the land south of Changsha and why interest lies in the vast lake of Yuzhong. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to take action. Additionally, I can promise you a lucrative business deal. When you wage war in Jiaozhou, any captured young men from foreign tribes can be sold to me at a premium. The region boasts fertile lands, a warm climate, and abundant food supplies. Moreover, I could procure your surplus provisions from there, Lu Xie asserted, retrieving a map from the shelf and indicating the Southeast Asia region with his finger. Sun Quan was taken aback. He had never seen such a comprehensive map, which allowed him to visualize the distribution of the major powers, including the territories directly beneath him, governed by Shi Xie and extending even further south. He fell into a moment of silence. Lord of Wu, we share the same Han ethnicity. We are akin to kin, and now we are even in-laws. Let us cease this internal strife. With your resources directed outward, I have secured the Yangtze River for you, helping to alleviate the pressure from Chao Wei.do. You comprehend how much manpower and resources this can save you each year? Lu Xie spoke earnestly. I reiterate, I harbor no grand ambitions for the lands I offer you. Lu Xie added with a grave tone. Sun Quan rolled his eyes. Is the territory truly yours to offer? How audacious. Without intentions to wage war against Eastern Wu, what use would the navy be to your majesty? Sun Quan inquired about commerce, expressing, I am solely interested in trade, and ensuring the waterways remain unobstructed is a necessary endeavor. I also intend to venture abroad to witness the world beyond. Lu Xie, without reservation, responded. After much contemplation, Sun Quan declared, I shall also concede a step. From the southern regions of Wuling County, extending eastward, all territories south of the Yangtze River shall belong to Eastern Wu in exchange for the lands north of the river. As for Yuzhong, that is out of the question, for it is the very foundation of Eastern Wu's naval forces, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Xie gazed at the map, tracing a narrow strip of land from Jiangling to the territories ceded by Cao Cao at Hefei and Shouchuan, which indeed spanned nearly half a prefecture, aligning with his expectations. Thus, my domain shall seamlessly connect east and west, akin to a jade belt stretching across the middle, with the Yangtze serving as a natural barrier. However, the expanse bordering the north, where Cao Cao dwells, is excessively vast. As for the navy, training shall continue in Jiangxia as well. Very well, it is settled, Lu Xie affirmed. The final encounter was with Liu Bei, and the two seemed inherently allied, being both of the Han lineage. Cousin, it has been many years since we last met. How have you fared? Lu Xie inquired. Liu Bei responded, I appreciate your concern, your majesty. I am well. After they took their seats, Lu Xie finally beheld the legendary figure of the three kingdoms, Zhuge Liang. Indeed, he was a man of remarkable bearing, tall and handsome, evoking a sense of admiration. Could it be that his charm is equally resplendent? Lu Xie mused inwardly. This must be the renowned sleeping dragon, whose extraordinary presence commands respect. Lu Xie's words of praise left Zhuge Liang momentarily astonished. For emperors seldom bestow such compliments. Liu Bei, feeling a twinge of anxiety, wondered if this was an attempt to undermine him. However, after Zhuge Liang's humble response, Liu Bei took no further action. I have allocated the land south of the Yangtze and Jingzhou to Eastern Wu. retaining only Wuling County, in exchange for the territories north of the river. Do you have any objections, cousin? Lu Xie inquired gently, eager to gauge Liu Bei's perspective. Liu Bei turned to Zhuge Liang, who remarked, Your Majesty, by separating Eastern Wu from Northern Wei, do you not inadvertently facilitate their rise? If they were to grow powerful, would it not complicate future efforts for reclamation? Liu Bei nodded, echoing this sentiment. In truth, I do not seek to reclaim. I only desire their acknowledgement as subjects of the Han, Lu Xie clarified as Your Majesty emulating the Eastern Zhou? Zhuge Liang inquired, Indeed, within your realm of Shu. Demarcated by Hanzhong and Yiling, I equally recognize your sovereignty to exist independently, Lu Xie affirmed. Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances. I am grateful for Your Majesty's grace, Liu Bei said, rising to kneel before Lu Xie in reverence.